This young man just accidentally bumped into a female student at school, but unexpectedly found himself being relentlessly pursued by the girl, who insisted he become her boyfriend. No matter where he went, she would trail him like a heat-seeking missile. When he was being bullied by thugs, she didn't hesitate to jump in and get right in their faces. Knowing the dude was in a tough financial spot, without a second thought, she instantly wired him a huge sum of money. The perfect picture of a beautiful sugar mommy and her lucky student. The dream scenario for every guy who's forever alone. But Yongjin was a serious guy. I may be handsome, but I'm not easy. Her confession rejected. Lee Hisu suddenly turned cold, revealing that he was about to die. It turned out that on the day Yongjin bumped into her, Hisu had unfortunately dropped the death card. The card he accidentally picked signaled that he would die today. Since you're about to be pushing up daisies anyway, this body, you might as well just give it to me. After saying that, her eyes suddenly turned a crazed bloodshot red. Hisu immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him forcefully towards her. His arm was squeezed so tightly, it felt like it was about to be crushed. No matter what he did, he couldn't break free. Yongjin looked down in horror at the puddle at his feet. In it was the reflection of countless ghostly hands gripping his arm. At that moment, Hisu had transformed into a giant female demon, eyeing him with a ravenous hunger. I hadn't even asked you out to dinner yet. How the hell did I end up becoming your dinner? Whoever said she doesn't eat meat the other day, step up and say that to my face. The dude, scared out of his wits, used all his strength to wrench his hand free and bolted. The demon immediately gave chase. Its body, despite being large and cumbersome, moved as fast as the wind. Just as the demon was about to catch him, it slipped on a banana peel and fell flat on its face. Talk about divine intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Yongjin escaped into a narrow gap between buildings. The demon behind him could only roar in frustrated rage. Now the light at the end of the alley appeared just a few steps away. But suddenly, the sound of something ripping echoed through the night. Somehow Yongjin had one of his arms casually ripped off by it. The demon also paused for a second, stunned, looking at the arm it was holding. Its fury reached a boiling point. As it looked at the body it was supposed to have possessed. With bloodshot eyes, it shrieked, its cries tearing through the night. My new body! The demon had now drawn near, its voice sharp as it hissed through clenched teeth. If I can't have this body, then I'll just eat you alive. With that, the demon roared, opening its giant mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to gobble him up. But just as Yongjin closed his eyes to accept his fate, the sound of shuffling feet running across the water suddenly echoed. It was the white dog he had found earlier that day. Time rewinds to the morning. When Yongjin went out to take out the trash, he had seen a stray dog with its head buried, rummaging for food. Seeing it engrossed in gnawing on a scrap of leftovers, which had likely spoiled long ago, he instinctively felt a bit grossed out. Yongjin turned away, tossed the trash bag into the bin, and was about to leave. But for some reason, he still glanced back at the dog eating so heartily. A sense of pity stirred within him. He then went into a supermarket and bought a sausage. Returning to his apartment complex, he held the sausage out to the dog and called softly. It looked up at him for a moment, then immediately snatched the sausage and devoured it hungrily. Yongjin gently stroked its head. Eat up! Don't go through the trash anymore, okay? With that, he stood up and left, leaving the dog still looking bewildered. It ate half the sausage, then suddenly dropped it, looking up at his retreating back with a silent gratitude. When the sun set, he returned home and saw the dog still sitting stubbornly by the trash heap. Yongjin stopped in his tracks, watching it for a long moment, thinking, that's the dog from this morning. Why is it still here? In the end, he decided to ignore it and went inside. A few minutes later, the first raindrops began to patter against the window. The rain grew heavier. The image of the white dog cowering by the trash heap kept haunting his mind. Unable to bear it, Yongjin finally ran outside and brought it in. He carefully wiped it down and blow-dried its fur. As soon as it was free, the dog gave itself a good shake, sending water flying all over. Yongjin. It looked up at him as if asking for permission, then leaped straight onto the bed, curling up contentedly. Yongjin laughed helplessly. Are you just going to take over my house like that? He went to get it a bowl of water and a few sausages. Seeing it still lying there, he asked, not eating, guess you don't like it. The moment he finished speaking, he saw it trot over, bury its head in the water bowl and drink greedily. After drinking, the little dog came closer, sniffing his leg, then timidly placed a paw on him. When Yongjin didn't object, it grew bolder, stepping right onto his lap and curling up in his arms. He stared wide-eyed at the small creature that was casually taking over his space. Give him an inch and they'll take a mile. Back in the present, as Yongjin was about to be eaten, the white dog quickly rushed forward, leaping onto the demon. It was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, when a flash of white light shot past. The demon's limbs were instantly chopped into pieces, causing it to scream in absolute agony. In a puff of white smoke, the dog transformed into a tall man, holding a sharp great sword in his hand. Young-jin, his eyes half open vaguely, witnessed it all. He saw someone standing protectively in front of him. It was a young man with long hair and a gold earring. He turned to look at the barely conscious Young-jin and spoke, "Happy birthday, my descendant." Before he passed out, those words were the last thing he heard. The man's hand reached towards him, gradually filling his entire field of vision. Some time passed. When Young-jin opened his eyes again, everything was still blurry. Gradually, the light and images came back into focus. He realized he was lying in bed, drenched in sweat. "So hot," he panted, raising a hand to wipe his face. The stickiness of his hand made him exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, that's a lot of sweat." Young-jin fumbled for his phone. The screen lit up with a series of unread messages. The latest one was from Song-gun. "Are you dead?" "What?" He shot up in panic. "What time is it?" Young-jin hurriedly grabbed his clothes to change. "Damn it, what time did I fall asleep last night?" Suddenly he froze. The memories of last night flooded back like a tidal wave. He immediately raised his arm to check it. "It's still here." He tried clenching and unclenching his fist. Still normal. A wave of relief washed over him. But it was immediately followed by extreme confusion. What on earth happened? Remembering the girl from the other day, name flashed in his mind. That's right, Lee Hisu. Suddenly, a call from his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor was complaining. "Why does this annoying machine keep getting unplugged? I don't know who keeps messing with it." Meanwhile, Young-jin was rushing to school. Panting, he thought, Lee Hisu. I wonder if she came to school. Entering the school, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. The scene was so peaceful under the clear blue sky. He crept along the hallway, his eyes scanning around. Up ahead, he heard two of Hisu's friends talking to each other. Hey, why has Lee Hisu been acting so weird lately? I don't know either. Ugh, I really need her to do a tarot reading for me today. Young-jin carefully peeked into the classroom and was startled. Hisu was cheerfully chatting with her friends. What? She looks completely normal, he wondered. Should I ask her directly about yesterday? Just then, his two best friends appeared right behind him, showing up right at lunchtime and could only be a delinquent. Hey, why didn't you read our messages? You made us worry for nothing. He comes to school just to find a girlfriend right away. See, total delinquent. It's not... Young-jin quickly defended himself, stammering. No, it's not like that. Yesterday, wait. His words caught in his throat when he met Hisu's gaze from inside the classroom. For a moment, the two looked straight at each other. What about yesterday? His friend pressed. Seeing Young-jin remain silent, his friend started teasing him again, making things up. This bastard pretended to go home, but he was actually on a date with his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Young-jin suddenly ducked down, hiding below the window. What are you doing? One of them asked. The other two burst out laughing. Whoa! Getting that flustered just from making eye contact. I'm not jealous, really. Young-jin's face darkened with panic. He scrambled along the floor, trying to stay out of sight from the window. So pathetic, one of them commented. Throughout the afternoon classes, Young-jin couldn't concentrate. He couldn't remember. He was sure he had been seriously injured. He looked down at his intact hand again. A big question kept nagging at his mind. But what happened after that? How did I get home? The image of the demon mask kept haunting his mind relentlessly. What the hell happened? I wish it was all just a dream. He quickly checked his phone. The only proof that last night wasn't a dream was still there. A notification of a 100,000 won transfer from Lee Hisu, along with a note, if not accepted within 3 days, the transaction will be automatically canceled. What is this money for? Han Young-jin mumbled. He hesitated, wondering if he should text and ask. But then he decisively put the phone in his pocket. Whatever. As long as she's okay, that's what matters. At the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher asked Han Young-jin worriedly, Are you sure nothing's wrong? Yes, ma'am, I just overslept. She sighed. Have you eaten anything? Yes, I have. All right, then. If you're okay, go to class. Go home early after school. Young-jin obediently walked out, making sure to close the door. He walked slowly down the hall, glancing at the time on his phone. It was 2 p.m., so he had missed almost all of his classes today. As he stepped into the schoolyard, Young-jin was engrossed in his phone, when a head suddenly popped out right in front of him. Hi! Ah! Young-jin jumped back, his heart pounding. Hisu quickly explained, Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard from the others you went to the teacher's office, so I came out here. To wait. Geez, the class bell already rang. Is stalking people your hobby? Young-jin asked, still shaken. Why can't you just act normal for once? I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Hisu stammered. And about yesterday? Hearing that, Young-jin instinctively looked around warily. The schoolyard was completely empty. Damn it! There's no one here. Hey, he said stiffly. Let's go somewhere with more people to talk. It's not that I'm scared. It's just a precaution in case you suddenly attack me again. It wasn't me. I was possessed by a ghost then, Hisu quickly explained. What? Yongjin frowned, his face full of doubt. It's a long story. First, I want to apologize for hurting you. While Hisu was trying to explain, Yongjin's gaze suddenly froze. Something was very wrong. He pointed at a green object nearby, coldly cutting her off. What is that? Why is it there? Hisu turned around bewildered. It was the statue that usually stood at the school's main gate. It wasn't there a moment ago, Yongjin said, his voice starting to tremble. Suddenly, the statue slowly rose to its feet. Holy crap! They both blurted out in unison. Immediately after, the statue started running towards them at full speed. Run! Hisu screamed. They both turned and fled for their lives. Yongjin, terrified, yelled as the giant statue chased them closely from behind. He gritted his teeth and asked, Hey! This time it was you again, wasn't it? No, it wasn't me, Hisu quickly denied. What do you mean, no? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday, Yongjin. I can explain, it's really not my fault. It's because of a ghost named Song-ak-si. Seeing the statue getting closer, Yongjin snapped, Shut up and run faster. It's too fast. We're going to get caught at this rate. Just then, Yongjin saw a cart full of basketballs. Without thinking, he grabbed the handle, spun around, and with all his might, pushed the cart towards the charging statue. Yongjin, Hisu cried out in surprise. The cart tipped over, and dozens of basketballs spilled out, rolling towards the statue. Thinking they would block its path, it used the ground as a springboard, crouched, and leaped gracefully over the pile of balls before landing perfectly. No way, Yongjin cursed, then quickly changed direction, pulling Hisu along. Hisu, still running, rummaged through her bag and pulled out a plastic bag full of black beans. She took a handful and threw it straight at the statue's face, shouting, Go away! But this trick seemed to have no effect. It just flicked its head slightly, and all the beans flew back. A few even hit Hisu in the face, making her cry out in pain. What are you doing, you idiot? Yongjin pulled her to keep running. Suddenly he froze when he saw the iron gate. Ahead was open. He pushed Hisu hard towards it. Get out now! As soon as they were both through, Yongjin quickly slammed the gate shut. Just as the statue reached it, they both leaned against the iron fence, panting, their hearts pounding like drums. The statue stopped at the gate, quietly observing them for a moment, then turned and walked back into the schoolyard. Seeing it leave, they were relieved. Is it gone? Did it finally give up? Yongjin breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Hisu stammered, pointing towards the schoolyard. Yongjin, look! Yongjin followed her gaze and froze. The statue had returned, and what it was holding was the flagpole which had just been uprooted. They looked at each other in horror. It's going to use the flagpole to pole vault over here. Is it insane? Yongjin said in fear, his eyes darting around for an escape route. Nearby was a shopping cart. On the other side of the fence, the statue had planted one end of the flagpole into the ground. It swung itself up to gain momentum. That statue actually used that method to jump over the fence. Hisu was rooted to the spot, completely stunned. Just then, Yongjin yelled her name. Hey! Lee Hisu move. Startled, she quickly backed away. Yongjin stared intently at the statue. It landed on the ground like a high jumper. But what broke its fall wasn't a mat, but a shopping cart. The impact sent the cart flying into a trash heap, flipping it upside down. The statue also fell sprawling amidst the garbage, which smelled so bad they both had to quickly cover their noses. However, to their utter astonishment, it awkwardly got back up, its eyes sharp as daggers fixed on Yongjin. Let's go, he urged Hisu. But in a flash, the statue was blocking their path. It was so fast no one could react. Its eyes blazed with murderous intent. It lunged straight for Yongjin and grabbed him tightly by the neck, lifting him into the air. Yongjin, Hisu could only scream in despair. It looked at him with utmost hatred. Just a little more pressure, and his neck would snap. Stop! Hisu screamed in terror, seeing Yongjin starting to suffocate. She quickly pulled a string of brown prayer beads from her clothes and shouted, Hey! The murderous statue glanced towards her. Hisu immediately threw the prayer beads at it. The string instantly snapped, and the beads flew out, exploding on the statue's face. It roared in pain, releasing its grip on Yongjin's neck and falling backward. He fell to the ground with a thud. Hey, Yongjin, are you okay? Hisu ran over to help him, terrified. Not at all, he replied, his face pale. They helped each other run away. Behind them, the statue started to awkwardly get up again. At the school's trash area, Yongjin flicked his lighter while complaining. Hey, if you had that, you should have used it earlier. He turned around and saw Hisu doing something that was emitting smoke. Are you smoking? No, it's incense. What are you doing? Yongjin asked, confused. Just a simple exorcism ritual. She explained, then started pulling out her tools. You pull all that stuff out of your school uniform? He asked, surprised. Hisu took some colorful strips of cloth, tore them and tied one around his wrist. She instructed this will be okay for a while. Don't take it off until midnight, okay? Yongjin grimaced, looking at the bow she had just tied on his wrist. His face darkened. You're really weird, you know that. No, I understand you're suspicious, but I really haven't done anything. Hisu scratched her head. Can we talk at school? No, he answered flatly, then paused. All right, let's say you were possessed yesterday, and today was just a coincidence. So what the truth is, ever since I got involved with you, all sorts of weird things have been happening to me. Hearing that, Hisu fell silent, a hurt expression on her face. But Yongjin, it's not my fault. I appreciate you saving me, he interrupted. But if it weren't for you in the first place, none of this would have happened. Stop pretending we're close. With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving her standing alone on the deserted street as the sun began to set. As soon as he got home, Yongjin paused while entering his passcode. He looked down at this colorful bow on his wrist. Hisu's warning echoed in his mind. Don't take it off until midnight. What kind of trick is she trying to pull now? He decisively ripped off the strip of cloth and threw it straight into the trash. Then he entered his room. The room was pitch black. He reached out and flipped the switch. The moment the light came on, Yongjin jumped and screamed. The white dog was sitting comfortably on his bed. He fell backward, then remembered its existence. The little dog came closer. You've been here the whole time, Yongjin stammered. It sat obediently in front of him. You must be starving. He scratched his head and placed a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog approached and looked at the sausages with a bored expression. Meanwhile, Yongjin was lying on his stomach on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He was focused, when suddenly a voice spoke up. This stuff again. The room was supposed to be empty except for him and the dog. Bring me some better food. Yongjin's eyes widened in horror. He quickly turned his head to look at the dog. It was still sitting there as calm as ever. He froze, staring at it intently, and it calmly glanced back at him. But the mysterious voice echoed again in his ear. This stuff again, huh? Bring some tastier food over here. He looked around the small room bewildered, then back at his phone screen, feeling increasingly confused. That voice spoke up again. This time it seemed to be talking to itself. Whatever, I'm too hungry, I'll just eat this for now. On the phone screen was an online store for pet food. Yongjin had intended to buy more food for it, but as he was scrolling, the mysterious voice continued, After you finish eating, bring some delicious food home. Yongjin scrambled up, his eyes darting around the room. A deep, warm voice sounded out, seemingly coming from the dog sitting comfortably nearby. What are you looking for? Yongjin was startled. He threw open the window to check, muttering, Where is that voice coming from? That voice spoke again, clearer this time. You're only just now hearing me. Yongjin whipped his head around, his eyes dark-ringed from lack of sleep, fixed on the empty space in the room. Here? He froze, a cold sweat breaking out, and then he saw it. The little dog was baring its teeth, looking like it was grinning at him. Yongjin faced it, standing motionless and pensive for a few seconds. He slowly sat down, picked up the dog and examined it carefully. Then he began to grope and touch every part of its body. He turned it over, flipped it around, inspecting it so thoroughly that the dog began to feel uncomfortable. It got angry and snapped, Hey, how rude. The shout right in his face made Yongjin jump. He quickly put it down and took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance to observe. Looking at the harmless appearance of the creature before him, he thought to himself, Whoa, this dog can talk. This is all beyond my imagination. Am I dreaming? His head was spinning, after the recent string of unbelievable events. Seeing his dazed expression, You're confused, not daring to believe what's happening. Right, I've been here all day, and you're only just now hearing my voice. After speaking, Jin used its spiritual power to control a nearby cabinet. Click, clack. The cabinet door popped open, and a bunch of clothes and socks flew out, hitting Yongjin right in the face. Annoyed, he pulled off a tattered shirt. He threw it away in disgust, letting out an involuntary shout. But in that moment, he suddenly realized something. The shirt was missing a sleeve. Remember now, it's from yesterday. The horrifying memory suddenly rushed back. The female demon, the chase, and the feeling of his arm being crushed. The last memory was its wide-open mouth, about to swallow him whole. A sharp stabbing pain flashed through his mind. Yongjin quickly put his hand on his shoulder, checking for the existence of his left arm. It was still there? He was confused, caught between memory and reality. What the hell are you talking about? You're thinking, how can this be right? As if reading his mind, the dog named Jin continued. Who do you think I am to be able to stop that demon? And also talk to you? Seeing Yongjin's utter confusion, hearing this for the first time, must be quite shocking, huh? Too much strange information at once made Yongjin freeze. Who am I and where is this? Jin offered a piece of advice. Call the person responsible for you here. Huh. Yongjin didn't understand. The one who gave birth to you and protects you. I need to learn about your family. As soon as he finished, Yongjin replied tonelessly, I don't have one. hearing that the dog turned its head to look around the house, then suddenly asked, "What, you don't have parents?" He got off the bed and answered casually, "I already told you." "What about another guardian?" "There's no one." Watching him casually twist open a water bottle, Jin sighed in frustration. What a hassle. But it also thought to itself, so this kid has lived a very resilient life. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person. Meanwhile, Jin was also lamenting internally. What the hell is this situation? I can't clearly remember last night, and now this. Jin looked at his back and spoke in an accusing tone, "And hey, I saved your life. So how come I haven't heard a thank you, Yong?" Jin turned his head and gave it a scornful look. "You saved me. A puppy is stronger than that monster, so you're a monster too." Hearing this, Jin was so angry it was speechless. It coldly declared, "You dare call me a monster. I am your ancestor." The firm declaration made Jin freeze. Sweat dripped down his face. An ancestor. He stared at the dog in front of him, muttering blankly. A dog is a person's ancestor. So was I a dog before? Stupid, Jin snapped, fuming. I'm not a dog. Then what are you? He asked casually. Jin was about to go crazy with this descendant. I'm just in this body. To you I look like a dog, but that's not what I really am. Oh, Jin replied indifferently. So you're possessing a dog? You could say that. The dog nodded smugly. But right after he said bluntly, then you're still a dog, aren't you? I told you I'm not, Jin snapped, trying to explain. But without a suitable human body, you're still a dog for now. I said I'm not. Okay. He nodded as if he understood. So the ghost of my ancestor is possessing a dog. Sounds a bit salty, Jin muttered, but it makes sense. Calling me a ghost is also correct. Jin got straight to the point. So what do you want from me? He wearily offered a few theories. Want me to perform a ritual offering? I don't have money for that stuff. Hearing that the dog just silently turned its back, the boy Jin muttered thoughtlessly, if you need that many offerings, why not find a richer descendant? At that moment, Jin's face fell. The little dog didn't answer but just circled on his blanket, sniffing continuously, pacing back and forth as if looking for something, afraid it would relieve itself right there. Jin pointed and warned, hey, what are you doing? If you need to go to the bathroom, go somewhere else. Misunderstood, Jin slowly stopped. It immediately switched to looking pitiful, expressing its sorrow. Such a poor family line. There's no one left now. What? Jin was a bit taken aback. You mean there are no other descendants? So I'm the only one? That's right, Jin replied with a sad face, then turned his head back. From now on, let's help each other out. So you're going to stay here forever? He asked indifferently. Jin squinted helplessly. Where else can I go? At that, Jin yelled frantically, what are you talking about? If you're so tough, go sleep outside. As he finished speaking, he grabbed the edge of the blanket and flung Jin to the floor. The little dog lay sprawled out, whimpering in pain. Such an ungrateful descendant. All right, just stay out there and talk, Jin retorted. I still have to go to school. I can't afford to raise you. But even though he said that, his hand was still holding his phone, tapping away, searching to buy wheat grains for it to eat. He even said sarcastically, an ancestor like you. Demanding all this fancy food, I'd have to sell the house. Jin's words made too much sense. Even though Jin was angry, he could only remain silent. Suddenly, the little dog's ears perked up towards the window, as if it detected a strange noise. Sensing danger, it suddenly jumped up and barked loudly, woof! Jin, who was glued to his phone, jumped in surprise. What is it? He turned his head. He saw Jin jumping up and down strangely. What are you doing all of a sudden? There's something outside. Jin whispered, his ears still pricked up, listening. What? Jin shot up, his face panicked. The dog stared towards the window and said seriously, you've brought something back with you. The stone statue from this morning? That was chasing. You and Hisu is silently approaching the alley. The sound of heavy footsteps thundered. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no one there. Jin quickly dismissed, not believing it. Hurry up! Jin leaped and clung tightly to his head, urging him on. Go where? He asked in pain. Outside. Jin froze. What? Stay still, Jin suddenly commanded. He had to be quiet for a few seconds to feel. The result was nothing unusual. He quickly grabbed Jin, pulling it off his head. Stop sitting on my head. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying earth-shaking sound rang out, making the whole room tremble. The rumbling sound came again. A frightening reality, not a hallucination, made him sweat buckets. Then Jin grabbed Jin's hair and pulled his head up. The pain made him scream. Outside the window, the streetlight flickered. The main door was still shut. With Jin on his shoulder, Jin cautiously checked his surroundings. Suddenly, the dog used its two front paws to pull his head hard to the right, and there he was, stunned by the sight before him. Outside the glass door, half the form of the statue from the schoolyard was standing menacingly. Its every step caused a deafening noise, and it stopped right in front of his house. The statue, why is it here? Yongjin whispered in panic, hiding behind the stairs. You know it. It's the statue from school. Why did it turn into a monster like this? Jin peeked out and warned. It's not an ordinary monster. It's an evil spirit. An evil spirit looks like this. Yongjin stared at the monster. That's right. Jin placed a paw on his face. If there are evil spirits, there are also good spirits. Each kind has its own form. And in this country, there are many such things. Just take it for granted. Meanwhile, the evil spirit placed its stone hand on the glass, slowly lowering its head to peer inside. You mean it came here because of me too? Yongjin wondered. Seemingly having found its target, the evil spirit slowly broke into a horrifying grin. Exactly, Jin replied, both of them keeping their eyes glued on it. But why is it following you, although evil spirits are fierce? They don't just follow people for no reason. Well, Yongjin remembered pushing it into a garbage truck. He pondered for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and admitted, it seems I picked a fight with it first. At that moment, Jin shouted a warning, it's coming in! Bam! The evil spirit threw a massive punch at the door. The door frame and shards of glass shattered. The terrifying force knocked Jin off of Yongjin, and he was also thrown to the ground by the pressure. It seems that for an evil spirit, its intelligence isn't very high. Due to inertia, it face-planted inside. Looking at the devastated scene, Yongjin cried out in worry, it's destroying my house! Forget the house run. Jin rushed over and yelled in his face. The evil spirit glared at them both, radiating killing intent. Yongjin was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Jin rushed forward. You run first! Ancestor, what are you going to do? Yongjin was confused by its action. Just do as I say. Jin turned his head and ordered. The evil spirit staggered up and chased after Yongjin, making him turn tail and run for his life. When he looked back, he saw the small figure of the dog, standing tall, facing the giant monster head-on, without any fear. Really, is that my ancestor? Then Jin showed his authority, looked straight at the evil spirit and shouted, You bastard! The debris at its feet began to shake. From an invisible source of energy, an explosion of inner power, pink lightning bolts wrapped around Jin, who radiated increasing power. It declared sternly, You dare touch my descendant. The dog opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a world-shaking move. But the sound that came out was just woof, 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 woof. The evil spirit stood still, staring at the farce before it. It simply swatted Jin away, sending him flying several meters. The dog rolled a few times and landed with a thud on the pavement. Then it scrambled to its feet and bolted after Yongjin, to the evil spirit's bewilderment. Finding it strange, Yongjin asked while running, Huh? You're running too? The awkward question made Jin bristle. So who did you think I was? I just thought you could hold it off for about 10 seconds. Yongjin replied indifferently. But it's weird, how did you manage to save me so well yesterday? Or were you lying? You're such a pain. What do you get from mocking me, huh? Bam! Before he could finish, the evil spirit caught up. It swooped down from above and grabbed Yongjin. Ah! He was terrified. Damn it, it got me! Suddenly, the jacket slipped off Yongjin, causing him to fall straight to the ground. The evil spirit held the jacket, froze for a few seconds, then happily put it on. It even zipped it up, smiling with satisfaction. Hurry, get up! Yongjin shakily got up. The evil spirit, in a bizarre state with his jacket on, placed its hands on the ground in a starting position. Seeing that the two of them had another panic attack, they sprinted forward frantically. Just as the evil spirit was about to take off, a sudden voice rang out. Come here! The words emanated. An aura appeared in midair. Hisu, with a speaker in her hand, was playing Buddhist scriptures at full volume. The sound struck the evil spirit's mind directly, making it writhe in pain. Jin looked at her stunned. Hisu stood there without a hint of fear, hand tightly gripping the phone connected to the speaker, continuously playing the exorcising chants. It's Hisu! Luckily, she arrived just in time. The 8-hour-long chanting video on the phone, she was still playing it, and the sound from the speaker caused the spirit's body to immediately burst into flames. Is it scared now? Yongjin asked, trembling. He watched the flames consuming the monster, then suddenly exclaimed, Ah! My jacket! Hisu still didn't take her eyes off the fire. Suddenly, Yongjin froze. Something wasn't right. Did we win? As soon as he said it, a hand and a foot, completely unharmed, stepped out of the flames. The evil spirit had resisted the power of the Buddhist scriptures. It slowly stood up, raising its head with an even more terrifying appearance than before. Then Hisu backed away in astonishment. Impossible. Her Buddhist scriptures had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared right in front of her and swung its fist. Watch out! Yongjin rushed forward and shoved Hisu aside to help her dodge the blow. A hard shove sent them both tumbling to the ground. Yongjin groaned in pain. Hisu turned back in fear and saw the evil Spirit had raised its foot, aiming straight for the speaker. A massive stomp and the speaker was smashed to pieces. The concrete pavement also cracked. The evil spirit bent down and picked up a broken piece of concrete, placed it on its shoulder, wound up and spun, throwing it straight towards the two of them. Be careful. Pieces of concrete rained down on Hisu, scraping her legs. Youngjin quickly raised his hands to shield her, but was still hit by large rocks on his body and head. A terrifying explosion occurred. After the dust settled, the two lay on the ground. Youngjin struggled to sit up, trying to call out to the motionless Hisu. Lee Hisu, the evil spirit, emerged from the explosion. Youngjin looked at it in shock, but a strange sound from Hisu's direction caught his attention. She was trying to light a bundle of incense sticks. Hey, we have to run, Youngjin yelled. Please, Hisu begged weakly, still stubbornly trying to light it. Youngjin, growing impatient, was about to yell again when he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in utter terror. The evil spirit was standing right over Hisu. Its two hands were lifting a car, preparing to throw it down. An image of his pet dog Jin suddenly flashed in his mind. You said you'd go outside. Youngjin risked it all, crawling up and scrambling towards Hisu. Then help me. He gathered all his strength, let out a yell, and jumped forward to shield Hisu, ready for death. But instead of a feeling of pain, his foot suddenly stepped into an empty void. Around him was a completely unfamiliar land. The space began to transform. Youngjin was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. What the hell is this? The sky before him suddenly grew dark. Where did everyone go? A sense of unease rose within him. He unconsciously called out, Lee Hisu ancestor. Suddenly a pair of legs appeared behind him. A deep, warm voice spoke. Only now do I hear my descendants call for help. In desperation. Hearing the familiar voice, Youngjin was stunned. He whipped around and called out in amazement, Jin! A man in black traditional clothing emerged from the white smoke, his appearance extremely mysterious, especially his golden pupils, shining brightly into the darkness. Who are you? What's with this outfit? Youngjin asked, bewildered. Who else could it be? The man replied calmly. Youngjin was startled. You don't recognize my voice, my descendant. The man smirked. His face suddenly blurred, shifting between human form and the face of the dog Jin. Youngjin finally started to realize this person's identity. He muttered, Ancestor. That's right. The man stepped up right behind him, his voice firm. I am your ancestor. The sudden closeness sent a chill down Youngjin's spine. The man gently took his hand and began to speak. In the beginning there were 12 gods. He continued, and I am the god who rules over the dragons. A warm surge of power flowed from his hand into Youngjin's body, making his palm glow brightly. From it, a world-shaking energy exploded. In that instant, Youngjin returned to reality, the words still echoing in his ears. I will lend you my power. Without a second's hesitation, he immediately used the power he just received, summoning a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Hisu witnessed that scene, unable to believe her eyes. Youngjin shouted, his eyes blazing as he charged straight at the evil spirit. The ancestor's power formed a giant blade, slicing the car in two with ease. A deafening explosion rang out. Seizing the moment while the evil spirit was still dazed, he rushed forward, delivering a sharp slash across its ugly body. Following the momentum, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Youngjin! Hisu screamed worriedly. What the hell was that? The car really got cut in half, he said with difficulty. What are you doing? Jin in his dog form yelled furiously. Get up now before it chops you to pieces. So Youngjin scrambled to his feet and picked up the sword again. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn, this is heavy. Suddenly he was startled. He realized the gash on the evil spirit had already healed. It was growling angrily, its red eyes glaring as it charged him like a hungry tiger. It swung its elbow, delivering a massive blow to Youngjin. He couldn't defend in time and the sword flew from his hand, while his body was sent flying into a nearby pile of scrap. As he scrambled to get up, the evil spirit was already standing tall. Right in front of him, it let out a roar and lunged, making him turn pale with fear. Jin suddenly leaped onto the evil spirit's face, shouting, Run now, hurry. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Youngjin immediately turned and fled. Why are you running, you idiot? Jin, provoked by him, screamed in a rage. You handle it, he flatly refused. Seeing its prey about to escape, the evil spirit grabbed Jin and tossed him aside, then leaped up, catching up to Youngjin in an instant. Use the sword! Jin shouted from a corner where he lay. Youngjin gritted his teeth, spun around and tightened his grip on the sword. He suddenly swung a horizontal slash. The evil spirit was forced to bend over to dodge. Taking advantage of that moment, he put all his strength into the next slash. Youngjin, you can do it, I'm here! Hisu suddenly screamed encouragement. As if gaining more strength, Youngjin swung the sword wildly. The evil spirit looked at him, getting annoyed. Suddenly the sword slipped from his hand. It flew through the air, cutting off several nearby flower bushes before soaring high up. In the blink of an eye, Yongjin turned and ran again. The evil spirit immediately stuck to him like a leech. The sky was filled with falling flower petals. Suddenly, the evil spirit's eyes widened. A bad feeling arose. It cautiously glanced upwards. As it ran through the brilliant rain of flowers, a single petal gently covered one of its eyes. Its pupil contracted. Flood of memories suddenly returned. In a room, a flickering light cast two blurry shadows on the wall, an athlete and a man in a hard hat. Two artisans were chiseling a human head out of iron. The screeching sound of a saw filled the air. A photo of the athlete appeared. Not long after, the human-shaped statue was completed, causing a stir among the public. "Oh my God, it looks exactly like him!" Even a reporter from the TV station came to film. That statue depicted a legendary track and field athlete, South Korea's #1 pride. The host looked at the statue for a long time and then wondered, but why is he bald? A cherry blossom petal gently fluttered by, obscuring the memory of its most glorious days. Groups of tourists visited. Children ran and played. Beautiful girls posed for photos with the statue. Standing under the bright sun, it proudly listened to the conversation of two girls. "Come on, pose like him," accompanied by their clear laughter. Suddenly, the statue glanced down. A female voice exclaimed, "Oh my God, he's taking a picture right in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap was posing exactly in the statue's starting position. A middle-aged woman approached the man, her voice full of admiration. "Our son is also a big fan of track and field. He really admires you. Thank you for being such a great inspiration. We really enjoyed your memoir." But even standing on the high pedestal, the statue heard every word clearly, and then it began to cry. Time passed. A rope was tightened around its shoulder. A crane hooked it up. From then on, it was left alone, standing silently in the cold rain. Raindrops rolled down the corner of its eye, just like the tears of sorrow and loneliness. Snapping out of the memory, the evil spirit silently watched Yongjin, who was still running for his life. Suddenly, its steps slowed. At the same time, Yongjin tripped and fell face first onto the cold ground. He whipped his head around in panic, then covered his head and screamed in fear. The evil spirit rushed forward, but strangely, it ran past him. Yongjin stared blankly, lifting his head to watch. The evil spirit ran straight towards the banner of an old marathon. It puffed out its chest, spreading its arms wide in a victory pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered. It opened its arms, running with a bang through the iron finish line barrier, immersed in the glorious feeling of coming in first. The sound of cheers and enthusiastic applause from the crowd echoed endlessly. In its mind, it proudly bit the gold medal. It imagined, picturing the woman from long ago praising it, people asking for its autograph. It had become a celebrity, an idol loved by children everywhere. The evil spirit kept running and running towards the flowers, as if running towards victory, resplendent in its own illusion. Meanwhile, Yongjin and Jin could only stare blankly, not understanding a single thing. Lehigh. Shu also stood there with a giant question mark over her head. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The evil spirit vanished in a blink, leaving three people standing there bewildered. "What the hell?" Jin squinted thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke in a raspy voice. "It seems that it has achieved its purpose and passed on." "Why so suddenly?" he wondered. "As I said," the dog explained, "evil spirits are not dangerous, as long as you follow their rules." "What is that rule?" "It depends on the purpose of each spirit's existence," Jin said slowly. "That's why I asked why it was angry. It's definitely your fault." Are you kidding me?" Yongjin immediately retorted. Not long after night fell on the city, Yongjin was back in his room, groaning in pain while checking the wound on his hand. He grimaced and asked Jin, "Are my ribs cracked?" "You don't have to worry." The dog reassured him, then suddenly turned to look at Hisu, who was sitting quietly in the corner. "Girl, are you okay?" Hisu scratched her arm, hesitating to answer. Then suddenly she bowed her head and shouted, "Thank you!" Yongjin stared wide-eyed. Her face was flushed with embarrassment and shame. "You're Yongjin's ancestor, right?" Late at night in the quiet, at the marathon finish line, the iron barrier was broken in two. It suddenly flashed with a strange light, and then became whole again. A car broken in half nearby suddenly flew into the air. The broken pieces automatically reassembled perfectly. The shattered glass window of a shop healed itself. A broken plum blossom branch automatically reattached to the tree. Under the streetlight, the shadows of three children, two boys and a girl, appeared. They had their arms around each other, laughing happily before vanishing into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword was placed ceremoniously on a shelf. Hisu hesitated for a moment before daring to ask, "Are you Yongjin's ancestor?" Jin paused for a few seconds, then raised his eyebrows. "So you can see me?" The little dog wondered. "Are you a shaman?" "Yes, The girl quickly shook her head and replied softly, "No, I'm not a shaman." "Are you the daughter of a shaman?" Ha ha ha, Jin laughed. A shaman's daughter. Remembering how Jin saved her life before, Hisu spoke with immense gratitude. Last time you saved me from that monster, but then I fainted. She smiled gently. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Thank you so much. Hey, Youngjin suddenly interjected. He stared wide-eyed at Hisu, in disbelief. You can hear this dog talk. Mm-hmm, she nodded honestly. Hearing that Youngjin let out a sigh of relief. So I'm not schizophrenic. Hisu looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Schizophrenic. Just then, Jin smiled and asked her, how did you know I was this kid's ancestor? Well, Hisu looked at the dog and the boy sitting in front of her, and then unconsciously imagined Jin in human form and compared him to Youngjin. Then she smiled honestly, because you two look a lot alike. What Youngjin couldn't accept this fact. She blushed and explained quietly, Youngjin, don't you see it? See what? He raised his eyebrows and pressed. Your ancestor's appearance. Jin suddenly turned to ask Youngjin quizzically, you can't see my super handsome appearance, huh? The little dog was extremely confident in his outstanding looks. He said smugly, it's only natural for women to be intimidated by my beauty. Youngjin snorted disdainfully. He grabbed a mirror and held it in front of Jin. You're so handsome. As he finished speaking, the man and dog immediately pounced on each other, brawling furiously. In the middle of it, Hisu took out her phone. Youngjin, look at this. Just as he glanced over, she snapped a picture. A filter of a rabbit gnawing on a carrot appeared right where Jin was in the air. What is that? He yelled out. Youngjin stared at his phone and screamed. Oh my God, how did you do that? He absolutely refused to believe his eyes, telling himself it must be an app glitch. She turned and said to Jin, Grandpa, could you move closer to Youngjin? Instantly a filter, a disgusting one, appeared right next to Youngjin's face. Next was a mask filter, and it did the exact same thing. Still stubbornly refusing to believe it, he intentionally waved his hands wildly around himself to check if the figure of Jin was really there or not. Jin just frowned, acting unconcerned. The night grew later. The streetlights outside were on. The clock showed 9:05 p.m. But aren't you going to go home? Youngjin suddenly asked. It's already 9 o'clock. Hisu flinched, stammering about to say something, but then stopping. Finally, she mumbled, I can't go home. Youngjin took a sip of water and stared at her. Why? He asked. Hisu took a deep breath to gather her courage. My mom, she's haunted just like me. She's powerful enough to summon a demon with ease. Hearing this, Youngjin's eyes went wide. If I go home in this state, her voice trembled with a mix of fear and sorrow, Mom will forcibly possess me again. And then she'll come for you, just like that other evil spirit did. Why would your mom come for me? He asked curiously. Because she wants your body, she answered bluntly. Youngjin was stunned to hear this. Why my body? Youngjin frowned. Hisu whipped her head around, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Because you are a spirit vessel. Hisu stood up, grabbed a bowl, and approached him. Wait a moment. She filled the white bowl with water and held it in front of him. Her reflection was visible on the water's surface. This is a normal person, she said in a low voice, then decisively poured the water out. Next, she held up the empty bowl. And this is you, she explained gravely. In the future, more and more spirits will want to possess the empty vessel, which is you. Youngjin could only swallow hard. I didn't know how to explain it before, so I didn't say anything. What those spirits want is you, she said, looking him straight in the eye. What the heck? Youngjin frowned, bewildered. You didn't know? Jin, who had been quiet until now, suddenly chimed in. The dog spoke bluntly. All these strange things keep happening because of you. Upon hearing that, Youngjin's face went pale. He suddenly recalled the words he had said to Hisu. What did you do this time? Weird things keep happening ever since I got involved with you. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Back then, she had repeatedly tried to explain. No, it's not me, but you wouldn't listen. Youngjin's expression darkened. Nothing happened before your birthday. Hisu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. After saying that, she fell silent. Suddenly, she approached Jin and quietly knelt. She spoke respectfully. Sir, she pleaded earnestly, please help me. Jin looked at her for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, You said your mother is a shaman. She worships a demon as if it were a god. Hearing that question, Hisu flinched. She doesn't know what she's doing. Hisu quickly explained. My mom, she wasn't famous for fortune-telling before, but she always prayed with all her heart. Then the image of a woman sitting in the middle of a forest appeared in her story, until one day, she came back saying she had received a god. After that, her shrine, which rarely had visitors, suddenly became so famous that people had to book appointments a whole year in advance. She remembered the moment she stood hiding behind the door, curiously watching the clients who came for readings. But I saw that thing. It wasn't like a god at all. Her voice trembled as she thought of the demon's horrifying smile standing behind her mother. When she was little, she had naively asked Mom, "Is the spirit you're worshipping really a god?" Immediately, a resounding slap sent her sprawling to the floor. She clutched her face in pain, listening to her mother's curses. "How dare you blaspheme the god?" Her mother's terrifying face from that moment still haunts her to this day. "It is an evil spirit." Jin's voice rang out, cutting through her flashback. Hisu pressed her lips together and continued in a low voice. "From that day on, I tried to escape the spirit possessing my mom, but it was no use. In the end, it summoned the dark spirit and forced me." After listening, Jin nodded. "A spirit shaman?" "I see, no wonder." The usual rituals had no effect. At some point, Jin had hopped onto the bed and was playing on his phone, acting uninterested. "I will help you," Jin said unexpectedly, making Hisu look up, not believing her ears. He chuckled and explained, "You risked your life to save Jin. You deserve to be helped." He turned to Jin. "This is the right thing to do, isn't it, Jin?" Jin was bewildered. "Why me all of a sudden?" "I have to help too." Meanwhile, Hisu was bowing her head repeatedly, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Ignoring Jin, who was holding his head in protest, Jin just smiled contentedly. "It's late, let's go to sleep." The girl obediently nodded, took a roll of toilet paper to use as a pillow, and lay down. "Hey, hey, hey!" Jin yelled. "What do you think you're doing?" I'm getting ready to sleep," she replied coolly. "Why are you sleeping here? I told you I can't go home." "Then sleep at a friend's house." "I don't have any friends," she said sadly, shaking her head. Jin thought for a moment. "Isn't that girl with the bun on her head your friend?" "She's the dark spirit's friend, not mine." "Come on, just pretend to be close for a bit." "No." Jin buried his face in his hands, defeated. "Jin," she pleaded in a small voice. "Please listen to me." "Listen to what? Please let me sleep at your place." "No," he replied coldly. "I'll just sleep, I promise." "What the hell are you saying? Can't you take a hint?" he yelled in frustration. "Just go to sleep." "What else are you going to do?" Jin stretched out on the bed, his voice teasing. "Sleeping in the same bed, huh?" he said, glancing at Jin. "I'll be outside." "What the hell are you talking about?" Jin's face turned red with anger as he yelled at him, leaving the room. Jin," Hisu said apologetically. "Sorry, but can I borrow a pair of shorts?" "An old pair is fine." Jin's face went blank. That night, the lights in the small house went out. Hisu lay quietly, her eyes shut tight, but her face suddenly turned pale. In her dream, she felt someone grabbing her hand tightly, a blade pressed against her. "Mom, I'm sorry," she begged in fear. Her mother stood outside the door, her gaze icy. "Mom," the door slammed shut. The corner of her mother's mouth twisted into a horrifying smile. "Mom, I know I was wrong." She sobbed hysterically, banging on the door. "Let me in!" Inside the room, a blood-stained handbook lay next to a mysterious jar covered in talismans. She panted, exhausted. "I'm so scared." Hisu cowered in a corner. Suddenly, a ghost lunged in front of her. Its two eyes bulged out. "Hello, Hisu. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Mom," she moaned in her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Jin immediately went over and lay down beside her, helping her calm down and drift into a peaceful sleep. Elsewhere, flickering candlelight illuminated a row of Buddha statues. A woman sat before an altar. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table covered in white rice. It was Hisu's mother. She glanced coldly down at the table, then suddenly slammed her hand down, sending rice flying everywhere. "Lee Hisu, you little brat!" she roared in anger. The whites of her eyes were showing. "Where the hell did you go?" she seethed, grinding her teeth. Surrounding her were the spirits of children, crawling all over her body. Her voice echoed chillingly, "When she comes back, I will shove her head into this jar." The next morning, Jin was groggily curled up in bed. His face was haggard, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. Jin picked up his phone to check the time. At 46. He sluggishly got out of bed, walked to the bathroom door and turned the handle. As he opened the door, he scratched his head and let out a long yawn. His sleepy face looked pitiful. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the sight of Hisu brushing her teeth, acting as if she owned the place. They both froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. A second later, she let out a small "ah" and slammed the door shut. But Jin just stood motionlessly outside the door, his mouth agape in shock. The white dog Jin trotted up from behind, his voice deep and knowing. "Good morning." My Jin, so bright and early this morning. Quite a change from last night, isn't it?" A while later in the sun-drenched apartment, Hisu sat dazedly on the bed, watching Jin struggle to tie up a garbage bag. "Where are you going?" she wondered. "There's no food left in the fridge," he answered curtly without turning around. He irritably remembered the scene with Jin, complaining about the cereal on the table. "What is this stuff? Are you going to go buy me something good to eat or not? My ancestor seems to be a bit picky." Youngjin explained reluctantly, then added something that surprised Hisu. And you're a guest, so I should treat you to something right. Hurry up, Jin whined, rolling around on the bed. I've barely eaten anything. Remember to buy some more beef. Youngjin grumbled, so annoying. I'll go with you. Hisu stood up, beaming. Fine, he replied wearily. A few moments later, they were at the garbage disposal area. Youngjin gently set the trash bag down. Suddenly, Hisu spoke up, complimenting him. You're still in school, but you seem so mature like an adult? She smiled, looking at him with admiring eyes. Just my circumstances, he replied modestly. The two walked in silence. Youngjin felt a bit awkward and embarrassed by the compliment. He sneaked a glance at her. Hisu was as radiant and bright as ever. She smiled warmly, looking up at the sky and remarking, It's a beautiful day, isn't it? He suddenly remembered the harsh words he had said to her and felt extremely guilty. If I hadn't met you, none of this would have happened. Her shocked and sad expression from that time came back to him. He blamed himself. It's all my fault. Lost in thought, his steps began to slow. Suddenly, he gathered all his courage and called out, Hey! Hisu turned back. Huh? He mumbled, only managing to get out one word. Seeing him hesitate, she waited silently. Abruptly, Youngjin let out a cry, clutched his head in frustration and crouched down, much to her confusion. He kept his head down, not daring to face Hisu, but his voice was incredibly sincere. I'm sorry. For what? She asked, scratching her back, confused. I said some harsh things to you. It was all my fault. It took Hisu a moment to understand. She was too surprised to speak. Youngjin kept his head down, his voice a whisper. Even so, you still helped me so much. His hands started to sweat, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you. In reality, he was so embarrassed, his face was bright red and he was sweating buckets. He still tried to express himself. Whatever happens from now on, I will... You really are more thoughtful than most people. Hisu suddenly bent down, looking him straight in the eye. Huh? He jolted and shot straight up. You don't have to think about that at all, she said. I don't mind. Hisu crossed her arms and smiled brightly, reassuring him. Besides, it was partly my fault, too. You got hurt because of me, too. Right, so we're even. So, Youngjin, flustered, didn't know what to say and just turned away. Okay, I get it. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Come on, let's hurry up and buy the groceries. After that, the two of them went into a nearby supermarket. Hisu had just put a large bag of candy into the cart when Youngjin stopped her. Hey, what are you buying this for? He asked, confused, his hand still trying to hold onto the candy bag. So you have something to eat when you're hungry, she explained. All right, thanks, he replied helplessly. Are you buying anything else? She asked innocently. That's enough for now, he said dejectedly, then added, Hey, I'm almost out of money. Why? Hisu didn't understand. Just buy it, I'll pay. Huh? Why would you pay? She pulled out a credit card, grinning with delight. What's the big deal? It's Songjin's money, almost 10 million won. He was speechless, completely at a loss. Just consider it an exorcism commission fee, she said cleverly. After buying their things, they left the supermarket. Hisu happily hugged the bag of candy, munching away, while Youngjin was loaded down, carrying a huge bag of groceries. He thought to himself in amazement, This is the first time I've gone to the supermarket and bought this much stuff. You're a pretty good cook, by the way, she suddenly remembered, and praised him. It's all right, he replied. Hisu didn't notice his unimpressed expression. She was still excitedly saying, with all these ingredients, we're going to have a really delicious meal. Suddenly, Youngjin's eyes widened as he realized something. In front of him, John was staring at his phone and walking closer and closer. Red alert sirens blared in his head. Why isn't he here yet? John looked up, frowning in confusion. Then suddenly he exclaimed, Huh! In front of John now was just one person. Hisu standing there looking bewildered, holding the bag of candy. John recognized her as Youngjin's rumored girlfriend. Hi, she said, flustered with a bright smile. Hey, he replied politely. Not far away. Youngjin was kneeling in the middle of the street, gasping for breath. Damn it, why is John here? He thought, exhausted. He looked up at the sky and groaned, oh, for crying out loud. That guy is definitely going to jump to all sorts of conclusions. He worriedly opened his phone. 10:58. The group chat was already blowing up with messages. I'm talking to his girlfriend right now. This Youngjin dude's girl is freaking cute. Nice. Youngjin, you just wait. Next time I see you, John, you're dead to me. After reading the annoying messages, he sighed. So tired. Youngjin put his phone away and continued walking home. Behind his lonely figure, a bizarre giant black shadow was slowly approaching. Youngjin had no idea. His eyes were still glued to his phone screen. A huge pitch-black hand reached out, about to grab him. A soccer ball flew out of nowhere, smacking Youngjin right in the head. Ow! The impact not only made his head throb with pain, but also caused the black shadow to vanish in an instant. The ball bounced away, rolling down the sidewalk. Jin rubbed his head in annoyance and turned around, grumbling, "What the—" Right behind him was a strange kid he'd never seen before. Black hair, a strangely calm face, and dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in a year. That kid even had a few smaller children with him. Jin, still rubbing his head, demanded, "Did you throw that?" The kid clearly wasn't normal. He looked at him. "You should be more careful." What Jin was completely confused and argued back, annoyed. "I'm the one who should be saying that. You should watch where you're going." The little kids with him suddenly surrounded him, tugging on his arm and lecturing him. "Mister, you have to watch where you're going." "Yeah, it's really dangerous. We were just worried about you." Jin was dumbfounded, not understanding why he was the one getting scolded, and by a bunch of baby-faced kids, no less. They waved goodbye to him, not forgetting to remind him, "Remember to be more careful from now on, okay?" Helpless, he could only reply, okay, thanks," watching the kids run off happily. He thought to himself, these kids are so weird. But the older kid with the dark circles under his eyes just stood there staring at him intently in a strange way. After a moment, he finally turned his head and calmly walked away. Jin watched him go, wondering to himself, now what was that all about? Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Hisu was wandering around alone, holding the bag of candy, looking for him. Did he go on ahead? She thought, then took out her phone to call him. At that exact moment, a horrifying giant black shadow appeared behind her. It had a large deformed foot. A moment later, Hisu and the shadow both disappeared. Only the bag of candy was left abandoned on the sidewalk. In the apartment, Jin was sleeping soundly on the bed. Hearing the door open, he woke with a start. "Jin, oh, you're back?" he asked dazedly, still drooling. "How come it's just you?" Seeing Jin's silence, Jin felt a bit confused. He jumped off the bed, his eyes squinting as he asked, "Where's the girl?" Jin was busy putting the groceries away in the cabinet. He just turned back and answered casually, "She'll probably be back soon." 15 minutes later, Jin started to worry. He called her repeatedly, but the other end of the line just had a long, continuous dial tone. In the end, the phone just played a message saying there was no answer. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously. Jin's doggy face also turned serious. Unable to wait any longer, Jin opened the door and rushed outside, still holding his phone, trying to call again. He looked around frantically, and then he saw a figure, Hisu, slowly approaching from a distance. Jin rushed over. "Hey, Hisu, where have you been?" She didn't answer, just suddenly called his name. "Jin?" Then she gave a strange smile. "Where did you go just now?" I went on ahead," he explained hesitantly, scratching his head. "I was afraid that John guy would see us." "John, who's that?" Hisu asked. "He's my friend with the glasses." "Oh," she exclaimed, then laughed again in a creepy way. "Is he a bad person?" "No, he's just a friend." "He just likes to tease a little," he quickly explained. By now, Jin was starting to feel that something was wrong. He looked up, looking straight at her face for the first time since she had returned. Hisu looked completely different. She gave off a dark, chilling vibe. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, along with a bizarre smile on her lips. He instinctively looked down at the shirt on her chest. Jin's expression suddenly changed. He realized something, but still stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Hisu's eyes turned blood red. A bone-chilling wind blew past, mingling with her demonic smile. The disguise shattered. The lower half of the imposter's face and neck cracked into bizarre red pieces, revealing its true form as an old man with white hair and a beard, wearing ragged medieval-style clothing. The old man waved a tattered piece of cloth, grinning widely with horrifyingly sharp eyes, and introduced himself, "I am the boogeyman." But before Jin could even process it, still staring in confusion, Jin screamed loudly. But it was too late. Jin watched helplessly as he vanished right before his eyes, leaving behind only a chilling, swirling pile of ash. In silence, Jin stared at the cloud of dust, his face showing a grave expression. Damn it, did I let him get away? The little dog moved forward, sniffing around trying to find any remaining trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. "It suits you, you know." Jin immediately became alert, discreetly glancing behind him. He saw a figure dressed in black only as tall as a first grader. "So what if I'm living the life of a dog?" the figure taunted. It was the boy with the dark circles under his eyes who had saved Jin before. "You're pretty confident," Jin said. The boy with the terrifyingly dark eyes looked at Jin. "It's been a while," he said, his sharp gaze calling out the dog's true name, Ding Mao Bingshu. Jin was stunned. This person was clearly connected to the demon world, and possessed no small amount of power. He looked at the boy's small frame and asked suspiciously, "What's with that body of yours?" The strange boy suddenly smirked, but his eyes were filled with resentment. "I can't tell if you're really asking, or if you're trying to mock me." Jin truly meant no harm, just cluelessly scratching his doggy face. "How did you break the seal?" the boy demanded, seething with killing intent. "I don't know." Jin replied calmly, shaking his head and smirking. Or maybe one of you is dissatisfied, or perhaps some demon lord wants to bother me. The small boy, slightly annoyed, didn't bother to answer. He pulled out a paper fan from the strange box on his back. The fan emitted sparks of electricity and a strange blue aura. A small tornado swirled and shot quickly in front of Jin. At the same time, a long cloak, blue and red, appeared on the boy. The attack created an extremely powerful gust of wind, making Jin's dog body feel like it was about to be blown away. Those gusts of wind transformed into giant spears, sharp and numerous, flying towards him. Instantly, Jin transformed back into his human form, ready to defend himself. But before he could do anything, the barrage of wind spears stopped short, all pointed directly at his neck. The fan in the boy's hand still radiated a huge amount of energy. The cloak billowed with ethereal flames. At any moment, I can tear you to pieces and seal you again. The little kids around were no pushovers either. Their bodies radiated a white magical energy, and their ancient-style clothing resembled that of divine officials. The motionless steel vortex then sprouted. Hundreds of sharp spikes, all pointed directly at Jin's face. I alone am enough. Let me ask you this, Jin said calmly without a hint of fear. He easily transformed back into a dog, escaping the matrix of spikes and questioning him. My body. You guys were the ones who messed with it. Weren't you? The boy remained silent. Then he suddenly smiled strangely. He folded his paper fan and tapped it hard against his palm. At the same time, the rigid vortex behind him shattered, collapsing and disintegrating. The boy put the fan back on his back, and the ethereal cloak also vanished. As he took the lid of the box from the kids, he replied, "Why don't you go ask the angels?" With that, he turned to leave, but still clarified. This is the first time I've seen this happen, too. Why was I sealed? Jin suddenly asked, causing the little kids to turn back with wide eyes. Because you were afraid of me. His question made the boy stop in his tracks. He turned his head to look at Jin, frowning slightly, his lips moving. But in the end, he just remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spat out a curse, "You idiot." The boy's figure vanished in a puff of white smoke, not even waiting for his underlings. "Idiot? What do you mean, idiot?" Jin grumbled, annoyed. "He says that and then just leaves. A gentleman like me will let it slide this time." Only then did Jin remember what was important. This isn't the time. He buried his head in the ground again and continued sniffing, not noticing the innocent calls. "Puppy, puppy?" Jin looked up and jumped back in surprise. A child's face with bright eyes, a round mouth, and drool dripping down was right in his face. It kept mumbling, "Puppy." A group of kids surrounded Jin, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is the guy you're looking for the one in black? With the messy hair?" One of them asked. "We can find him for you." Meanwhile, another kid was still gleefully touching Jin's ear, exclaiming, "It feels just like a rabbit's ear." The children insisted that they knew where he was. Creak, creak. The sound echoed steadily in a damp, filthy room. The ceiling was plastered with exorcism talismans. A rough hand was continuously sharpening a razor-sharp knife, humming a gruesome melody. Woken by the noise, Jin groggily opened his eyes. "Yummy, let's have a treat." What met his eyes was the figure of a terrifying old man, squatting on the floor. "What is this? Where am I?" Jin looked around, bewildered. Only then did he realize he was tightly bound in a pile of straw, tattered and torn. The sound of the sharpening grew more frantic, mingling with a ghastly song. "The tiger gets the crybaby, the bad kids go in the sack." The man tilted his head, revealing malevolent eyes on his old, wrinkled face. Jin's eyes widened in horror. He realized it was the same old man who had disguised himself as Hisu earlier. Fear drained the color from his face. He gritted his teeth, straining to break free from the straw binding him. "Jin!" A mournful voice made him freeze. Looking to his side, he saw Hisu tied up in the same way, her face flushed from crying. "You too." Suddenly, a pile of white salt poured onto the floor, right in front of Jin. The old man continued singing, not paying attention. "Salt them well, make pickled fish. Looks like we're about to be turned into pickled fish." Hisu sobbed. "I've heard this song 4 times already." Pickled fish. Jin was horrified. Right after that, he felt salt pouring from all over his body. The old man stopped singing and gave a dry cough. Jin stared in shock at his body being covered in salt. But what horrified him even more was that he was completely naked. Jin let out a miserable groan and buried his face in the salt, his face turning beet red. "My clothes! Where are my clothes?" He mumbled to Hisu, "Hey, did you see everything?" "I didn't see anything." Hisu replied awkwardly, turning her face away. "You don't look at me either." Just then, the old man stopped sharpening the knife. He stood up, holding the sharp weapon. The sound of creaking footsteps approached. Jin didn't dare lift his head, sweat pouring off him. Hisu also lay face down, holding her breath and listening. The sound stopped. The silence was terrifying. "Is he gone?" Youngjin thought, then dared to glance over. A hideous old face with a savage smile met his eyes directly. "You're awake!" the old man cackled gleefully. "Huh!" Youngjin froze speechless. The old man's neck suddenly stretched out, placing his head right on the floor, staring into his eyes with a horrifying gaze. "Naughty child." "Huh?" Youngjin asked, bewildered. "Why am I a naughty child?" Hisu, who had stopped crying at some point, also turned to protest. "That's right, we're good kids. Good kids are supposed to get rice cakes." Her fear had turned into indignation. "Give us some rice cakes, hey." "Don't provoke him," Youngjin whispered frantically. "You two," the old man growled. "How will you prove you're good children?" "Then how do you prove we're bad children?" Youngjin retorted tensely. "Are you dutiful children to your parents? Try and prove it." "What?" Youngjin was stumped. This he couldn't answer. "I don't have parents." Hearing that answer, the old man's eyes looked like they would pop out. He hissed angrily, "You disrespectful thing! How dare you be disrespectful to your parents?" Youngjin and Hisu flinched in fear. The old man raised the knife, pointing it straight at Youngjin's face with a triumphant smile. "Good. You're the perfect kind to be pickled." Youngjin went limp, lying flat with no energy left to argue. "That's not it." Hisu quickly cried out, "Youngjin really doesn't have parents." But the boogeyman didn't care at all. Smiling widely, he said, "You're the unfilial type, too." Hisu chimed in, "It seems like being unfilial is the only crime here, huh?" The man turned back to criticize Youngjin. "Disrespecting your parents is the same as killing them. That's a mortal sin." He crazily swung the sharp knife up, preparing to strike. In that life-or-death moment, Youngjin spoke calmly. "They passed away." The old man froze. His yelling also died down. Then he whipped around, pointing straight at Hisu's face. "Then you are the unfilial child." "It must be so." Both of them were stunned, not understanding what was happening. "What now?" Youngjin muttered, annoyed. The old man began to describe an image of a young woman sitting before an altar praying. "Oh, boogeyman, my daughter doesn't listen and is misbehaved. Please take her away," signed Hisu's mother. "Your mother prays to me every night. To take a naughty daughter like you away," the old man said. Hisu was stunned. Her face sad and disbelieving, she stammered, That's my mom." Suddenly a loud noise came from outside. Ring, ring. The jarring sound of a bell cut off the conversation. The boogeyman fell silent and glanced at the door, his expression thoughtful. He walked toward it, turning back to instruct the two frightened figures. "Wait here quietly." His silhouette gradually disappeared behind the door. When the loud noise stopped, the door slammed shut. Youngjin and Hisu looked at each other, bewildered and feeling a small sense of relief. He arched his back, trying to sit up. The tattered cloth made it very difficult to move. Hisu had to shake her head to get the salt out of her hair. "This is our shrine," she suddenly realized. "What?" he asked in surprise, then buried his face, groaning wearily. "Ah, we're doomed." "What's wrong? Weren't you planning to come here too?" "What can we do now that we're here?" Youngjin grumbled. She waved her hand, suggesting, "Just take out your knife like this." "I left the knife at home. Forgot the offerings too," he replied helplessly. Hisu's eyes widened innocently, spreading her hands in a cute way. "Doesn't it just appear if you do this?" "It did last time." "What?" he asked, bewildered. In this tense situation, the two of them were still chatting calmly. "You think this is a comic book?" Youngjin had had enough. "If not, then I'm sorry." "First, we have to get out of here," he said. "If we go through that door, we'll definitely run into that old man again." "Youngjin," Hisu suddenly called out. She had stood up at some point. She pointed seriously to another door behind them. The two decided to leave through that exit. Salt fell from their every step. As soon as they stepped out, Youngjin's eyes widened in amazement. He looked around, from the brightly lit ceiling to the sculpted walls, with intricate religious figures and detail. He gazed in awe at the giant Buddha statue, then at the large swords stuck in the ground around it, wondering, what the hell is this? "Youngjin," Hisu called. She had just found a wardrobe in the back. "How about we wear these for now? It'd be too embarrassing to go out like this." They took off the tattered, salt-covered rags, with their backs to each other. "Don't you dare look." "You two." Each in a corner. They silently put on the temple robes. Youngjin picked out a white outfit, with only a sash to tie at the waist. The hem occasionally flew up, revealing his thigh. He shyly covered himself, flustered. "Where are my clothes? How am I supposed to go out like this?" Hisu, now in a yellow kasaya robe, smiled and replied, "I'll pay for the taxi." "No need." She pointed to the large, brightly lit door ahead. "That leads to the courtyard, right?" But then he suddenly saw something. He frowned, breaking into a sweat. His expression turned serious. "Hey." "Yeah." Outside the bright door, there was a rather tall silhouette. "I think someone's there," he said. The two of them stared intently at the door in silence. The figure had gotten very close. The door slowly swung open. A person in a red shirt and purple pants was entering. tense and scared. Youngjin and Hisu quickly hid in a small cabinet, placed in the corner of the wall. Outside, the sun had nearly set. Darkness was creeping in. The temple courtyard was deserted, only the evening light casting the shadow of a lone tree. After sitting in the cabinet for a while with no sound, he wondered, why is it so quiet? Youngjin cautiously reached a hand toward the door, intending to peek out. Just as he opened a small crack, a face was pressed right against it. Its wide-open eyes stared straight into his. The corners of its mouth curled into a terrifying smile. Youngjin froze, then became strangely calm. He quickly slammed the door shut. He pressed against the cabinet crack with both hands. Only then did he turn to look at Hisu with a grave expression. "We're dead." "What's wrong?" she asked, a little spooked. But it was useless. The person outside easily opened the cabinet door on Hisu's side. A large figure appeared, but its head was hidden by the cabinet frame, making it look even more terrifying. Hisu suddenly froze as if she recognized the person. She grimaced, then backed away, calling out to Youngjin's astonishment, "Mom!" Immediately after, a hand reached in, grabbed her by the head, and violently dragged her out. "Ah!" Hisu screamed in pain. "Lee Hisu!" Youngjin yelled in panic, unable to do anything. The woman pulled her out and threw her onto the cold, hard floor. Hisu trembled, not daring to look up. A cold voice spoke. "You're back. Why didn't you say anything?" The dark figure became clearer. "Hisu," the woman called her daughter's name coldly. "I was so worried." She glared down at her daughter for a moment, then glanced toward the cabinet. Her eyes were sharp as ice, stopping on Youngjin's panicked face, who was still sitting stunned inside. She smirked as if asking, "You brought a friend home too?" Youngjin tried to break the thick tension. He awkwardly crawled out from under the table, trying to act calm. Ah. He stood up and quickly brushed off his clothes. "Something urgent came up at my house, so I should probably head home." The woman just stood there silently. The corners of her mouth curved into an unchanging smile. "Well, next time. I'll come visit again next time," Youngjin added, trying to dispel the terrifying silence. Hisu's expression was one of desperation. She looked up at him with confusion. Youngjin grew even more tense. He turned to her and blurted out a lie. "Hey, Lee Hisu, I don't know the way home." "Can you walk me home?" The woman still said nothing, just maintained that chilling smile. Youngjin quickly grabbed Hisu's hand. The two of them awkwardly turned about to run outside. Suddenly, the woman puckered her lips, letting out a strange whistling sound, just like before. That sound made Youngjin freeze, his feet feeling like they were nailed to the floor. The woman slowly turned back her voice, gentle as if reminding him. "When you meet a friend's parents, you should greet them." An icy chill ran down his spine. Youngjin looked down at his feet in confusion. A severed hand, grayish and gruesome, was gripping his ankle tightly. Immediately after that, a series of other hands burst up from the floor, clutching him tightly. Dozens of faces dry as bone, with deep, empty eye sockets, were wailing, letting out muffled, silent, desperate moans clinging to his body. Hisu's mother's true form was now revealed. Her eyes glowed sharply. Her voice was cold as ice. "Insolent! Weren't you raised properly?" Darkness rushed in, engulfing Youngjin along with the horde of ghostly hands. He stood stunned, completely overwhelmed. She called his name, her pupils constricting, locking onto him. Children who aren't disciplined need to be taught a lesson. Just then, the evil spirits lunged forward, throwing both him and Hisu to the ground. "You don't need to turn around." Hisu's mother's face broke into a triumphant smile. "Because either way, you can't get out of here." At that exact moment, a mysterious voice echoed from the door. "What are you doing?" It was the boogeyman. He walked in dressed in tattered rags. Hisu's mother glanced at him. "Husband, once your work is done, you should leave." The evil spirits clinging to Youngjin suddenly tightened their grip. The boogeyman narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment. As if understanding his thoughts, the woman replied, "That's him." "Is that so?" the boogeyman said coldly. Today, Youngjin and Hisu looked at him with a faint glimmer of hope. But then he suddenly spoke, a sentence that made both their faces turn pale. "These kids are good kids." He criticized the woman. "But you are a terrible mother." He pointed a finger straight at her face and growled. "Terrible parents also need to be punished." Hisu's mother scoffed. "Has this old man gone senile, what?" "Do you know why you're trapped in here?" she asked. "Let me tell you." She flicked a finger lightly. A white silk ribbon flew out from nowhere and snaked towards the boogeyman. He swung his sword and cut it, but the ribbon immediately wrapped tightly around his hand, then bound his entire body. Hisu and Youngjin watched the scene in horror. Completely wrapped by the silk ribbon, the boogeyman was shrunk down, in the blink of an eye. She pointed a finger down, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. She flicked her fingers and a talisman sealed the jar's mouth. "So old and yet you don't know your place," she said coldly. "You can't even recognize your own master. What good are you?" Youngjin watched her warily. The woman turned back and smiled at him. "Have you kids finished eating?" She suddenly asked an unrelated question. The evil spirits clinging to them suddenly let go. Immediately after, Yongjin felt his head spin, his limbs exhausted with no strength left. He shivered and looked down, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Her voice was icy. "Didn't you say you wanted to go home?" Yongjin was confused. His body couldn't move, he was completely paralyzed. "Yongjin," Hisu whispered beside him. "Look!" In the distance, the evil spirits were gathered giggling amongst themselves. "I think we've been tricked," she said. Suddenly, an invisible force pushed hard, knocking Yongjin flat on the floor. "Go on, leave!" Hisu's mother's voice rang out, now as cruel as a demon's. "You can't leave." "Mom," Hisu said fearfully in a small voice. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face pale. "Please stop, Mom." "Mom!" The woman stared hard at her. "You know full well I'm not your mother. What game are you playing?" She warned, "Be quiet and stay put, before I lock you up with them." Then she turned back to Yongjin, smiling triumphantly. "Now it's your turn." Just then another voice called from outside. "Goddess, are you there?" Interrupted. Hisu's mother shot Yongjin an annoyed glance, then turned and went outside, slamming the door shut. The scene around them suddenly changed. They were back in the original room. Yongjin was still dazed. "We're back again." He let out a shaky breath. "Your mom is really scary." "That's not my mom," Hisu whispered. "I know," Yongjin replied. "I was just saying. I'm sure she's normally very kind. My mom is very gentle and kind. She's never even spoken a harsh word to anyone." She was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Memories of her gentle mother before she was possessed, and the cruel reality of her possession intertwined, making her heart ache. "Yongjin," she called out dejectedly. "What is it?" "I'm sorry," Hisu said suddenly. "I got you into danger because of me." "You—" Yongjin rolled his eyes in frustration. "Seriously? In your eyes, I bet. I'm just a selfish, annoying brat." "Right?" she asked pitifully, her eyes starting to well up. "No," he replied, then added, "but you're really starting to annoy me now." "I'm really sorry." She burst into sobs. Hisu's crying gave Yongjin a headache. "Stop crying and stop apologizing," he sighed. "I think we're really doomed." Hearing that, Hisu cried even louder. "We really are doomed." She apologized while blaming herself. "I'm sorry for asking for your help. You must be scared too." "But," she choked out, "but if I don't do anything, then my mom—" She sobbed as she recounted. "I saw my mom's skin rotting." Back then, Hisu remembered that horrifying day, when she could only hide in a corner, watching in terror as her mother's flesh slowly decayed. The demon in her body had said, "This body won't last much longer." "Why are you only telling me this now?" Yongjin demanded. "I didn't want to be a burden to you." "You're already a burden," he snapped. Hisu turned her face away, sniffling. "That was before that evil spirit possessed my mom." What if it's too late?" "Hey," Yongjin's voice cut in. "Don't jinx it, and stop apologizing." The atmosphere fell silent again. Maybe possessing someone has some kind of condition. Yongjin suddenly spoke up. "A condition if the body is decaying, then it has to find another body to possess," he explained. "But it didn't possess you, even after being driven away." Hearing that, Hisu's eyes widened as if she realized something. "In that case," Yongjin continued his reasoning, "a normal person's body would die if possessed for too long. It needs another body." "I think it said that." "So that's it, it's planning to possess you. Does your family also have a spiritual lineage?" Hisu suddenly asked an unrelated question. Why would an ancestor suddenly show up to help in person? "My family has been shamans for generations." "Are you kidding me?" "No, I'm not kidding." Suddenly he realized something. His fingers twitched slightly. "Hey!" Yongjin's face lit up. "I can move a little, you try too." Hisu obeyed, trying to move. While she was still motionless, Yongjin was already able to wave his arms back and forth. "I still can't." "I can—" Yongjin suddenly sat bolt upright, overjoyed. "Hey Lee," Hisu grabbed my shoulders, he said. Okay. She obediently held onto his shoulders. Yongjin swayed his body to gain momentum. 1, 2, 3. He pulled abruptly, but it was no use. It only managed to pull his robe down. "This is so annoying," he said irritably. "You can move too. Stop pretending and get up." "I'm not pretending," Hisu said pitifully. So Yongjin had to pull his robe back up. Just then a voice called from the doorway. "Bridal chamber, huh?" Jin had appeared from nowhere. Seeing the dog, Hisu's face brightened up completely. "Ancestor." "Oh." Yongjin was also surprised. But behind Jin were other people. It was the group of kids who had teased him earlier. "Hey, he's not wearing anything. Oh my god, a pervert." One was carrying a giant sword. He swung it around effortlessly, grinning brightly. "This is yours." Yongjin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the sword. His hand slowly reached for the hilt. But as soon as he touched it, the incredibly heavy sword immediately clattered to the ground. His hand had no strength at all. A sharp pain shot from his swollen red hand to his brain. Yongjin let out a small cry. The kids burst out laughing. "Dude, what kind of joke is this?" Oh man, he's so weak he can't even lift it. So weak, but what is this place? Another kid asked curiously, which made Yongjin also look around in surprise. There really are a lot of strange things here. Seeing Hisu still on the floor, a little girl with pigtails sat down next to her and asked, Miss, are you a shaman's descendant? Yes, she replied softly. So are you good at magic? The little girl's eyes sparkled. Do you want me to help you up? No, no. In response, Hisu immediately sat up. A moment later, the group arrived at another place. Whoa, this must be a temple. Two kids exclaimed excitedly, It's huge! Hey kids, you guys shouldn't go in there, Yongjin warned. Well, now you're the oldest one here, right? Hisu put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. That's right, you've become our leader. The kids cheered along. What's wrong, Lee Hisu? Are you okay? Yongjin looked at her confused. They are child spirits, voice said beside him. Yongjin turned to see Jin explaining. Those kids can't control their own bodies, so they possessed other children to move around? Ah, I don't really get it, but do you know them? They are spirits from heaven. There's no need to be wary of them. So, they aren't human, Yongjin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hisu was happily playing with the kids. Where's the candy? Where I'll take the chocolate flavor. Yongjin watched them helplessly. No need to be wary. But could they maybe be a little quieter? In another room, Hisu's mother pushed the brown jar forward. Place this jar next to the child's bed when she sleeps. She instructed a haggard-looking girl, who was being followed by a child spirit. But absolutely do not look inside. Thank you, shaman, the girl said gratefully, taking the jar. The woman closed her eyes using a fan to cover half her face and blew out a stream of hazy red air. The spirit clinging to the girl's shoulder smelled the air and immediately vanished. I don't know why, but I feel much better after talking to you, girl said surprised. Her pale face broke into a relieved smile. My body feels lighter too. I am using my own energy to suppress those evil things, so don't let your guard down, she said, lowering her fan. If this method still doesn't work, we'll have to perform an exorcism ritual. Yes, so how much will it cost? The woman smiled faintly. Just take it. I'm trying to save you, why would I take money? The girl was stunned, then so moved that she looked as if she were seeing a living saint. Just leave 10,000. One as an offering that will be enough, she added in a gentle voice. Yes, thank you so much. When the girl had bowed her thanks and left, the smile on the woman's face became unreadable, her eyes flashing with a wicked gleam. Either way, you'll have to come back to give thanks. To me, she thought to herself. Next time you come, I might not be here. Oh, why is that? Instead, there will be a young boy sitting here, she said, an image of Yongjin flashing in her mind. From now on, you can talk to that boy. I've already told him about your case. Then what about you, shaman? I'll be going to the mountains to meditate for a week. After a while, she laughed, but there was something hidden in her eyes. Don't worry, that kid may be young, but his spiritual power is very strong. Just think of him as me. She gave a meaningful smile. He also serves the same God as I do. Suddenly, noise from outside caught her attention, startling the girl. Is someone there? It's nothing. She calmly sipped her tea. I have a cat. It's probably just chasing a mouse. Outside the room, a large sword fell to the ground. What are you doing? A child scolded. You're always breaking things. We can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Hisu approached a corner of the room. Huh? What's this? It was a brown jar. Curiously, she reached out to open the lid. Why is there a jar in a shrine? Hey, don't touch that! Jin turned his head and yelled in a panic. Get back now, another child shouted a warning. Hisu backed away in terror. Her hand accidentally knocked the lid off another nearby jar. Huh. A large explosion occurred, sending Hisu flying. One of the children tried to use his power to catch her, but he also tumbled to the ground. Hisu! The boy called out worriedly. Hisu gritted her teeth, pain evident on her face as she sat up. What just happened? Then Yongjin, holding a sword, rushed towards her, yelling, Lee Hisu, get out of the way. Hisu turned around. She froze. Floating right behind her was a faceless spirit with twisted, deformed fingers. Her face turned pale with horror. Her eyes went blank, her mind completely paralyzed. Gripping the sword tightly, Yongjin roared, and then threw it with all his might straight into the middle of the spirit. The sword pierced through it and stuck firmly in the wall behind. The demon vanished into thin air. The children standing by applauded in approval. Man! Yongjin panted, completely exhausted. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. So many little mice. Yongjin froze, his whole body stiff. Hisu's mother stepped out. You're all being too loud. The children turned their heads to look at her. She turned to Yongjin, her voice dark. Yongjin, all recovered, are we? Yongjin didn't react, just stood there frozen. A sinister laugh began to echo. He glanced in terror at Hisu's mother. She was smiling demonically, her eyes completely white, emitting a blazing red light. You truly have a perfect body. Yongjin and Hisu were both terrified, watching her slowly approach. You should have stayed hidden. Don't meddle in my affairs, you fool. Yongjin's face was pale. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak. She took a drag from her pipe and blew out a puff of red smoke. Just then, the child spirits all inhaled the smoke in unison. They all stood up, moving soullessly as if controlled. Are you going to use these evil spirits to play your games again? A clear voice rang out, catching her attention. The child, holding the prayer beads, stood protectively in front of the other spirits. A soft blue light emanated from his body. I won't let that happen. You've done something very wrong, haven't you? Hisu's mother sneered, her face full of contempt. A shaman doing these things. The child in red spoke up. It's always the shamans with strong spiritual powers who do such evil things, the child in blue explained. The boy's eyes lit up. He asked angrily, where are these children's fingers? She said nothing, just pursed her lips in disdain. Just then, a call made her shift her gaze. Shaman? The girl holding the jar stood there stammering, What is this? Her face was pale and covered in sweat. Her horrified gaze darted in another direction. Yongjin, also scared, followed her gaze. Their eyes met. The jar in the girl's hands suddenly cracked. A strange red light flashed from the crack. The jar shattered. Something like an orb escaped, transforming into a monstrous spirit. It opened its wide mouth and lunged at Yongjin. Terrified, he instinctively raised his hands to block. That body is mine. The spirit shrieked, opening its mouth to devour him. But just then, it suddenly exploded, falling in front of Yongjin. A cold voice rang out. How dare you? Hisu's mother clenched her fists, her eyes full of contempt. How could it possibly be yours? Her blazing red eyes showed absolute possessiveness. He is mine. Yongjin watched the scene, scared out of his wits. A giant black circle appeared right in front of Hisu's mother. Tisk. She clicked her tongue, then turned to look at the girl lying motionless on the floor. One down. Suddenly the sound of a chant rang out. Startled, she whipped her head around to see the children with their hands together chanting non-stop. They had her surrounded. You got a lot of tricks. She scoffed, then pulled the hairpin from her hair. These cheap tricks. She took the pin and cut a line across her finger, drawing blood. Her blood dripped down, spreading across the floor like red snakes, then formed two glowing red words, resentment. This resentment. The boy stared in shock at the evil energy before him. Her face now looked incredibly fierce. A smirk lifted her lips, stretching from ear to ear. It's not that easy. She thought of the angry citizens, the protests, the piled-up resentments. That curse will be sown all over this world. She approached the boy and leaned down. What's the point of believing in gods? She then whispered. You asked me where the hands were, right? She opened her mouth wide. Inside, instead of a tongue and teeth, were countless children's fingers. The boy, seeing that horrifying sight, screamed in terror. His desperate scream seemed to delight her immensely. She laughed loudly. The red aura radiating from her body was like a magnet, attracting countless demons and monsters. When the girl looked closely at the crowd before her, she was startled. Brother, these kids... Before she could finish, fear took hold of her as she saw the mindless, senseless monsters rushing towards the boy. The black shadows opened their mouths menacingly. Meanwhile, Hisu's mother was absorbing a strange energy into herself. The little girl quickly rushed out, trying to block something, but with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. The boy next to her saw this and asked worriedly, Han, but then he realized the horrifying truth. Those unborn babies have been possessed by demons. He looked at the deformed ghouls with a heavy heart. They can't blossom into flowers. They can't become human. And they will never see their parents again. The little girl's eyes welled up. Shimmering tears rolled down her cheeks. What do we do? They're so pitiful. The girl screamed in despair. Wake up, everyone. Let's go see Mom. The woman sneered contemptuously. What the hell kind of act is this? She ignored them and continued to absorb the energy. The ghosts went berserk, frantically lunging at the little girl. The boy, seeing this, screamed in terror and looked up at her with eyes full of hatred. You think you won't be punished for this? Suddenly, a hand from behind forcefully slammed the boy's head to the ground. Despite the pain, he still managed to look up and threaten. When my brother gets here, you're dead for sure. She just glanced at him and sneered, her tone full of mockery. Go on, call him. Call your brother or anyone else. I'll send all of you to the other side at the same time. After saying that, the invisible hand holding the boy's head down began to obscure his vision. Through the small gap, he saw that she couldn't care less, turning around with a sharp, triumphant gaze. Now there's no one in my way. Shall we get back to work? After this, I'll become a god. No, even more than that. Yongjin looked at her with hatred. Beside him, Hisu's eyes flickered with fear. Yongjin gritted his teeth, helpless. As she reached out to touch Yongjin's head, something suddenly tore through the air, making her freeze and quickly step back. It was a knife thrown with such force that it embedded itself deep in the wall behind her. Before she could recover from the shock, a mocking voice rang out. A god and even more than a god, how ridiculous. Since when did a creature like you dare to speak the name of a god? The one who had just spoken was Jin, in the form of a dog, but his entire body radiated an oppressive, murderous aura. She stared in shock, clutching her bleeding wrist. A dog, she mumbled, looking at the dog still standing firm in its spiritual circle. To still be standing like that? It's not an ordinary dog. Jin frowned. It seems you can't see my true form. Must be because your eyes have lost their divine power, right? She asked suspiciously, What the hell are you? From beneath Jin's paws, a small light emerged, gradually growing brighter and enveloping him. After the light faded, Jin appeared in his original form as a god, standing there with his arms crossed and an arrogant expression. What else but a god? Both Yongjin and Hisu were utterly astonished. Hisu's mother was stunned, unable to believe the sight before her. To the two terrified children, Jin's appearance was like a final lifeline. Hisu's mother gritted her teeth, her eyes wide. A god! But Jin remained expressionless. Can you see my true form now? After a moment of being frozen, she suddenly smirked, seemingly still confident of her victory. Then she laughed demonically. Well, you're a pretty handsome big brother. Jin just gave a light, disdainful laugh. The two faced off, neither willing to back down. She continued, Keep that form. If you don't want to die in the body of a dog. She squinted, sizing up Jin's attire. Looks like some kind of martial god. Yongjin was full of questions. What? Why is my ancestor just standing there? But Jin was calmly watching her ramble, his gaze suddenly shifting to Yongjin. From Jin's perspective, the boy was sitting powerlessly on the ground, surrounded by red energy. Hisu's mother, noticing Jin's distraction, asked, Where are you looking? Don't even think about trying any useless tricks. Yeah, Jin replied. It's just that you're in a human body. So I was hesitating a bit. Yongjin seemed to realize Jin was planning something. He thought to himself, Is my ancestor planning to do something to me? In this condition, pushing aside her questions, she began to chant, her mouth curving into a smile. Like this, huh? If you claim to be a god, then let's see if you can block a shaman's attack. As she finished speaking, she launched an attack, with terrifying destructive power towards Jin. Ancestor! Yongjin yelled in fear. With just one move, she sent Jin flying like that. She clicked her tongue. And you call yourself a god? Turns out you're just an empty barrel. That makes a lot of noise, she thought triumphantly. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly red light. If you were really a god, then expelling me from this body would be a simple matter. Jin remained silent and motionless, enduring the humiliation. Could it be this god has been tamed into a stray dog? She scoffed. Yongjin's face was a mask of utter confusion. His mouth hung open, speechless. And you still have the nerve to pretend to be a god? Suddenly, her gaze shifted back to Yongjin, making his face turn pale. Hey, Yongjin, is your little god all you've got? Her eyes blazed, her smile growing excited. In that case, obediently hand that body over to me now. He bowed his head in fear. I will be merciful and spare your little friends. The bigger a scene you make, the more you'll lose. Hisu's mother's large hand reached for Yongjin. More accurately, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him towards her. She growled, You don't have a choice. Despite his fear, Yongjin tried to sound brave. Why not? What if I bite my tongue and kill myself right here? Before he could finish, Hisu's mother cut him off. Go ahead and try. I'll take your corpse before you even have a chance to die, she said, her expression growing more and more excited. I'm much greater now than I was before. Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted. Hisu's mother, annoyed, glanced in that direction. A small but determined hand was clutching her dress. It was Hisu. She was sprawled on the ground, completely drained of strength, but her hand still gripped the corner of her dress as she said shakily, Don't do it, Li Hu. Yongjin looked at her worriedly. Please get out of my mom's body. Hisu pleaded in agony, tears streaming down her face. Then her tone suddenly changed. She commanded, Get out of there now! Her expression didn't waver. But when she heard the girl choke out Mom, her body seemed to lose some control. She suddenly kicked the girl away without mercy. It happened so fast that Yongjin was stunned into silence. Did you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? So I let you live until now. She wearily held her forehead, looking down at the motionless Hisu. It's just that you still have your uses. She began to chant again in front of Yongjin's horrified face. But don't worry, I'll soon send your beloved mother along with you. Seeing Hisu in imminent danger, Yongjin screamed in desperation, lunging forward to protect her. The girl just smiled gently, like a final word of comfort. I'm sorry. Yongjin froze. He watched her close her eyes, accepting her death. Hey! He roared, charging forward helplessly. But Hisu's mother's spell, for some reason, dissipated just before it hit her. And then a childish voice called out, Mommy! The scene suddenly changed, going back to the past. A young Hisu was holding a string of beads. Here, this is a bracelet made from Bodhi tree seeds, her mother explained affectionately. It's really popular right now. You should wear it too. Hisu looked at the oversized bracelet on her wrist. How can I wear this? It's so big and tacky. It'll help protect you from evil, her mother replied. Hearing protect from evil, the little girl paused. Is it about that again? She looked down, hiding her sadness. I don't like it. My friends always tease me for being a shaman's daughter, and now I have to wear this too. She continued speaking hurtful words, ignoring her mother's expression. Mom, don't put charms in my backpack anymore. Last time I took out my books, they fell all over the classroom floor. It's because I worry about you. If I get ostracized by my friends because of you, will you take responsibility? The little girl couldn't hold it in anymore. She said loudly, other kids don't need these things, and they're living just fine. Why do we have to live like this? She quickly wiped her tears. I hate it. Okay then, what about this charm? Her mother asked, opening her arms wide. I told you I hate charms, her mother smiled. This is Mom's charm. No matter where my daughter is, just call Mommy, and I'll come running to hug you. This charm is very sacred. With that, she hugged her little daughter tightly. The scene froze on a picture of the two of them together in that memorable moment. Back in the present, the attack had stopped at some point. Tears streamed down the mother's face. Hisu looked up and realized something was different. Her mother seemed to have regained some of her consciousness. She called her daughter's name. Run, my dear. Both Yongjin and Hisu were stunned. Mom! Hisu called out joyfully, but her mother suddenly changed direction. Realizing something was wrong, the little girl called out loudly, Mom! She ignored her and pulled the large sword from the wall. She held the sword tightly in her hand. Mom, what are you doing? Hisu asked desperately. Her mother didn't answer. She just raised the sword high, the sharp point aimed directly at herself. No, Mom, what are you doing? Realizing her intention, Hisu could only beg helplessly, don't do it. She didn't listen, just affectionately called her name. Hisu, my daughter. Hearing that call, she froze. Mom, witnessing that horrifying scene, Jin and Yongjin were both stunned. Hisu's eyes seemed to lose all their light. She rushed forward to catch her mother's collapsing body, wailing helplessly. Mom, no. But there was no reply. Why? Mom, look at me. The image of Hisu, with her radiant smile, from before returned to Yongjin's mind. It's okay. I know you'll help me. Please, Mom. Hisu clung to her mother, crying her heart out. Yongjin was once again plunged into dark memories. Guilt-ridden words echoed in his ears. Yongjin, this is all your fault. Give me your body. He covered his face. An image of countless people crying out, criticizing him appeared. You shouldn't even exist. You're the one who killed your own parents, you demon. From the wound on Hisu's mother's body, an evil spirit crawled out. It asked angrily, You bitch, how dare you do that? Seeing it appear, Hisu also stared with furious eyes. You bastards! The evil spirit cursed while chanting a spell, then raised its blade. Die! Hisu quickly hugged her mother tightly to protect her. But suddenly the weapon in the evil spirit's hand vanished, flew high into the air, and then embedded itself in the ground. What? It turned around, confused. The person holding its weapon was a young boy, but the aura he radiated was anything but ordinary. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was Yongjin. The sound of the blade scraping against the floor echoed, a harsh screeching. What the hell? The evil spirit sneered, its smile stretching from ear to ear. Are you guys tired of living? You've got a lot of nerve. As soon as it finished speaking, Yongjin vanished from before its eyes. The evil spirit was still looking around in confusion when he appeared right behind it. A slash lunged forward. It managed to dodge, but the prayer beads around its body were cut through. Damn it! The evil spirit backed away, looking at the scattered beads on the floor. What's going on? My magic, how is it broken? You're just a bunch of pathetic humans. It opened its mouth and blew out a puff of hazy white smoke. The nearby corpses opened their mouths and absorbed the smoke, then turned into vines that wrapped tightly around the children. The evil spirit's broken arm was also rebuilt by those corpses, forming a new arm. It grabbed a spear. You bastard, Yong! Jin charged forward, swinging his sword down. The evil spirit quickly used its spear to block. The two struggled. Suddenly, Yongjin used his strength to throw it back. Then a clean slash cut the spear in half. The evil spirit's jaw dropped in shock. Yongjin gave it no time to recover. He jumped up and landed, then plunged the sword straight into its hand. Ah! It screamed in pain. It quickly pulled its hand back, doing a flip in the air to create distance, and landed on a high platform. Who are you? Just a moment ago you were vomiting blood from my spell. It roared furiously. In any case, you're still just a lowly human. Yongjin suddenly burst out laughing. Laughing brother! A child called out. Yongjin gripped his sword and charged straight at the evil spirit. It was surprised, but then its eyes noticed a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it threw the jar straight at Yongjin. "Here, catch this." Its face showed clear delight. But on reflex, Yongjin swung his hand and smashed the jar. Immediately, a swarm of pitch-black insects poured out, swarming all over him. "You idiot!" The evil spirit grinned broadly, then landed a kick that sent him flying. To stay upright, Yongjin slammed his sword into the ground, anchoring himself. He looked up, his eyes filled with hatred, staring at the monster before him. The evil spirit laughed, its voice full of mockery. "That's not an ordinary ghost. It was created from goo poison. You're not strong enough to beat it, kid." The giant monster with a centipede body and a demon face looked so grotesque that it scared the children. "Gross, what the hell is that?" Yongjin stood tall, facing it. On the outside, he appeared calm, but he knew his wounds were worse than he thought. "I have to get back into a human form," the evil spirit thought to itself. It aimed for the woman lying motionless on the floor. "Let me just borrow this body for a bit." It grabbed the girl by the neck. "I don't really like it, but you won't dare attack one of your own kind." "Right." It breathed a puff of white smoke onto the girl. She immediately absorbed it. Suddenly, a deafening, earth-shattering boom rang out. The wall was breached. The evil spirit turned around, startled. Before it was an unbelievable sight. Yongjin, with just one hand, had completely severed the centipede demon monster. Yongjin turned to look at it. The evil spirit felt a cold chill run down its spine. "To sever goo poison with just one slash!" Suddenly it burst out laughing, a twisted smile on its face. "So unbelievably stupid. Cutting it like that won't kill it." Just then, the cells inside the centipede began to stir. "You'll only make it multiply." From the two severed pieces, two new monsters formed. They roared in unison. "Hey," the evil spirit ordered, "don't kill that kid. Just tie him up. I need that body to become a god." But then in its ears, it only heard the agonizing screams of the monsters. It turned back in shock. Both centipedes were no longer moving. That whole mess was caused by Yongjin alone. The evil spirit's jaw dropped. Yongjin turned to look at it, gently licking his lips. Startled, it fell to the ground and scrambled backwards. "Impossible. Is he eating demons too?" The spirit in Hisu's mother watched Yongjin approach step by step, speechless. Jin in his dog form also sensed something was wrong, and ran over. "Hey!" Yongjin, his pupils, a blazing murderous red, turned around. He swung his sword. Clang! The blade struck the ground, sending stone fragments flying past Jin, missing by mere millimeters. Work done. He turned away, leaving Jin with wide, horrified eyes. The demoness, seeing him approaching her, was utterly terrified. The black smoke around Yongjin grew thicker, striking fear into her. "What is that? He's not human anymore." As she thought this, she bolted for the door. "This is too dangerous, I have to run." The door was smashed to pieces. Thanks to that, the demoness escaped outside, her face twisted in pain. Just then, Yongjin caught up, kicking her straight in the body. He landed with one foot planted firmly on the demoness's neck, smashing her face into the ground. A long drag mark was carved into the stone. The demoness's entire face was covered in dirt and dust. Yongjin's foot was as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for her to lift her head. When she saw the sword being raised, the demoness was terrified. The moment Yongjin lifted his foot, she tried to escape. Seeing her prey trying to run, he gave her another kick, sending her face first into the dirt. Yongjin's expression was as calm as if he were looking at an insect. Images flickered back like a shaky film, the scene of a person falling cursed by the world. The more she remembered, the more it drove her mad. It's nothing, but the nightmare still clung to her. The image of a pyre with a girl upon it left her unable to accept it. But we are gods. The sounds of resentment, the cries and screams, the crackling of fire echoed in her ears. The final image was a twisted smile in a sea of flames. The scene changed again. On a clear blue day, silk cloths fluttered gently in the wind. Offerings were piled high as mountains, money, white rice fruit. Someone even offered up a whole roasted pig. The villagers bowed their heads reverently, uttering solemn prayers. Before them stood the village shaman, holding a fan in one hand and a bell in the other, performing the ceremony. As the ritual concluded, the shaman turned and smiled. "The gods have heard our prayers. Tomorrow it will rain." Unfortunately, the next day the sun blazed as fiercely as ever. The shaman's hands trembled, her pupils constricted. "Why?" she asked herself 1,000 times in her heart. "Why isn't it raining?" She angrily kicked over the offering table. "Damn it! How did it come to this?" Sweat poured down her face like a river. "I can't feel anything anymore. Has my power weakened? No one will take me seriously anymore." The villagers had all left. "Why?" She looked at the sacred painting that had hung there for years. A fear crept into her mind. What if there are no gods? Thinking of this absurd hypothesis, the shaman stood there, stunned. "That's right. From the very beginning, it was all thanks to my own talent." She was suddenly pulled back to reality by a whispering sound. A few remaining villagers were staring at her, then turned and left in fear. Seeing herself being ostracized, the shaman's mood worsened. In a dilapidated tavern, rumors spread faster than the effects of alcohol. "Hey, what's the deal with that shaman? Heard she was punished by the gods." "Lost all her powers," a drunkard slurred in reply. "Is that so? I also heard." "She even destroyed her own shrine with her own hands." "What a fraud. I never trusted her from the start." But they didn't know that. The shaman was standing right behind them, listening to every last word. "Hey!" Her icy voice rang out, making a man choke on his drink. "A great plague is about to sweep through the village. You must perform a ritual. Pray to the gods if you want to survive." But times had changed. The villagers looked at her with contempt. "A ritual? What are you talking about? We're out of rice. What are we supposed to offer? Or are you telling us to go steal?" Another person jumped in to argue. "Come on now," a sleazy guy interjected. "After all, she prays for the whole village." "Prays for what? She doesn't have any powers left. She's just tricking us." Everyone shooed her away with scorn. "A woman like you, why should we believe you?" "A plague? What nonsense." "It's all lies. Get lost, you crazy hag." She growled, "How dare you now?" The cursing crowd suddenly fell silent. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat them alive. "You dare disrespect a shaman like me? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" With that, she let out a peal of insane laughter. The crowd seemed provoked. A scruffy bearded man pointed a finger straight at her face. "You witch, you say you were chosen by the gods. Your recent rituals haven't worked a single time. It's all a lie. We're about to die from a plague and you're still running your mouth." But the shaman said nothing, only leaving behind a gaze that seemed to pin her prey. A few days later, "Oh God, Mr. Kim is gone," the neighborhood women whispered amongst themselves. "As soon as the shaman left, our village ran into trouble. Before, Mr. Kim cursed her and didn't believe in the gods. Now his whole family is sick and dead. His wife and kids are bedridden too." Hiding behind a nearby wall, the shaman listened, a satisfied smile spreading across her lips. She knew it wouldn't be long before these people would have to beg her to come back. "The gods truly cannot be trifled with." It's because Mr. Kim kept saying the shaman lost her powers that things got this bad. "I heard the Park family is also performing an exorcism. They did so many evil things in the past and couldn't even have children. Only now do they turn to the gods for help." In a cheerful mood, the shaman gently blew out a stream of black smoke. From the freshly dead corpses, countless invisible hungry ghosts crawled out, obediently slithering onto her. At the same time she left, leaving behind a crowd of people being gnawed away by fear. Now we can only rely on her. "Hey, Dongi's mother, watch your daughter carefully. Things are chaotic these days. Don't let her go out to play at night." After that incident, wealth and fame returned to her. In the midst of memorial services, the woman wore a contented smile. More time passed. In the middle of the night, a desperate cry rang out. "Dongi, oh my daughter." The mother sobbed, tears streaming down her face. The villagers who heard the story were also terrified. "What happened?" "The girl is missing. I told you not to let her go out at night." "She must have been taken by a ghost." "Don't say such unlucky things. She probably just got lost somewhere." "Everyone hurry and help find her." Under the full bright moon, in a dark and gloomy corner, a skinny little girl was curled up on the cold ground. She trembled, clutching her stomach, her body nothing but skin and bones. The shaman smiled and called, "Come now, child." She sat down, holding out a fragrant piece of cake, her voice full of wicked charm. "Are you hungry, Sui?" The little girl's eyes lit up, her face filled with longing. Sui was too weak to even speak. The little girl could only let out a faint whimper, trying to reach her frail hand toward the piece of cake. "Go on, eat," the shaman said cheerfully. But then from her sleeve she pulled out a large axe. The gleaming axe blade swung up and then chopped straight down. The target was the hand reaching out. Once finished, the shaman covered a nearby jar with a lid and left. She didn't know that. From a distance, another little girl, with a face full of freckles, had witnessed everything. The little girl stood behind a door, her face pale with horror. The shaman returned to her room, looking around. "Dongai, where could she have gone?" she mumbled. "Playing out at night without telling me. She'll be taken by a ghost." In the corner of the house, inside a large jar, Dongai was holding her breath in fear. The next morning, the shaman held another ceremony. Dongi's mother stood in the crowd, her eyes red from crying, praying deeply for her daughter. Suddenly, she gasped. Dongi was climbing out of the jar, running frantically toward her. Seeing her child, the mother burst into tears of joy. The child hugged her mother, trembling, and pointed at the one who caused all the trouble. The entire crowd was stunned. No one could believe their eyes. Exposed, the shaman's face darkened. In the dark night, lit by flickering torches, a terrified man fell to the ground. His trembling hand pointed to a bamboo tube. From within, a knuckle bone fell out. The parents who had lost their child screamed in agony. The shaman was quickly tied up. Curses filled the air. Give me back my child, you evil demon. She smirked. Regretting it now, are we? What? The shaman laid her cards on the table. You yourselves wanted this. When you wanted to use me, you said nothing. But when it affects your own interests, you scream and shout. Your children died because of your own bottomless greed. Those words made the villagers' faces turn pale. You fools must pay the price. Laughter hissed through her clenched teeth. The villagers could take it no more. A torrent of spit and curses rained down on her. You madwoman, aren't you afraid of the gods' punishment? The shaman's smile suddenly twisted. The gods, why would I be afraid of them? If the gods existed, I wouldn't have survived to this day. In the crowd, a woman snatched a torch, and in a frenzy rushed forward and threw it straight at the shaman. Die. The curse of the mother who lost her child rang out. The fire caught the straw and wood gradually spreading to her body. But she remained calm. Even if the gods were to appear, they couldn't do anything to me. The entire village stared dumbfounded as she was burned alive. The shaman's mouth stretched wide from ear to ear. Now that I am here, all of you will die. Her voice mingled with the flames. I am the god of resentment, the god of greed. All of you are nurturing my power. Her body turned to ash, but the horrifying sound still echoed. I will be the embodiment of God. At that moment on the ground, two streaks of red light gradually connected, forming a magic circle that trapped Yongjin and the demoness. As soon as it appeared, countless jars shook and then exploded in unison. Countless streams of red energy like snakes and centipedes escaped, rushing to coil around the demoness. They devoured her resentment, and from the dying embers, the demon was reborn. Now it's time to punish you all. The demoness's eyes lit up like headlights as she charged at Yongjin. Countless snakes and centipedes whipped at him relentlessly, but Yongjin still dodged with ease. I will kill you all, the demoness shrieked. The flames around her body blazed fiercely. She once again unleashed her attack, the power of resentment. The kids and Hisu were worried sick. Brother, be careful. Oh, one of the children looked at the cleaver struggling to block the demoness's attack and thought to himself, right now he looks even scarier than that demon. On Yongjin's face was a distinctly villainous smile. He lifted the cleaver high. The demoness was astonished. The blade, like the wind, grazed lightly past her. All the snakes and centipedes around her body were severed into multiple pieces. The demoness groaned and fell, and from her severed arm, new snakes began to sprout. She seized the opportunity, firing off countless red threads. Die! Yongjin leaped high into the air, slicing through several threads. The demoness watched in horror. From mid-air, Yongjin has swung his blade again. The black smoke around him gradually coalesced, forming a layer of dragon scales. Half of his eye suddenly turned white. Enveloping him was a giant black dragon. Great-Grandpa Jin in his dog form also gaped in astonishment. Yongjin raised the blade, the dragon's body moved. At the same time, the demoness once again launched countless snakes and centipedes. What is that kid trying to do? Jin was horrified by the sight. Dragon and centipede were about to tear each other apart. In the distance, a folding fan was opened. The bodies of the demoness and Yongjin were simultaneously frozen as if by a pressure point attack. Windbreak. A clear sound rang out. A whirlwind materialized out of thin air, separating the two entities. The whirlwind shattered the demoness, leaving only a few muffled cries before blowing Yongjin away as well. The fan folded and the wind dissipated. Yongjin looked up full of questions. The owner of the fan spoke. Freeze! A bone-chilling cold erupted from the fan's body, coiling around Yongjin, enveloping him like a cage. The person lifted this fan and formed a hand seal. Yongjin's hand holding the cleaver immediately let go. His consciousness finally returned. The one who had just acted was the earthly branch godchild, the celestial being with the world-weary eyes, who had been silent from start to finish. His little siblings ran up to him gleefully. Brother! The demoness, though blown away, still tried to drag herself forward. Seeing her legendary resilience, the children were terrified. What is that? It's so gross. The celestial being only glanced over indifferently. What are you? The demoness rasped. Her twig-like arm tried to reach for him. That power? How can you wield the power of a mountain god? But the boy's eyes looked at her as if she were an idiot. He uttered a few incredibly arrogant words. Because I am a god. What? The celestial being just slowly continued, an earthly branch godchild. His entire being exuded an arrogance that came from the heavens. My lord. The demoness was stunned. A god. Her worn-down fangs trembled. Drool flowed ceaselessly. A real god. The children's clear eyes watched tensely. Tears began to stream from the demoness's empty eye sockets. She dragged her crooked feet forward step by step. Her hand clutched the hem of the god's robe. But why? Her voice was filled with resentment. Why didn't you listen to my prayers? Why did you never come? She recalled the most desperate moment of her life. Why, when I needed you most, where were you? If you had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god abandons their own believer? The god only felt as if he were listening to a funny story. He lightly flicked her filthy hand away and dusted off his robe. Prayers look at the state of you, I'm sure. You only prayed for your own selfish, filthy desires. No god would listen to such prayers. As he finished speaking, countless small demons suddenly crawled out from the demoness's sleeves, draining her last bit of life force. You were blinded by immediate gain. Forgot your duties as a shaman and committed the 10 evils. The celestial being coldly listed her crimes. No, the demoness shrieked. What is there to feel wronged about? He sneered. Don't you see the souls that died? Unjustly at your hands. They started it. She still tried to make excuses. The celestial being was silent, the aura around him as cold as ice. Even if you were torn to pieces and burned alive 1,000 times, it couldn't compare to their unjust suffering. I sentence you to hell. The fan in his hand opened. A crescent moon-shaped seal appeared on her forehead. A vortex of black energy swallowed the demoness whole. No, you can't, she trembled. Save me, I can't die like this, she pleaded. The celestial being's eyes were just cold, watching her like a cat toying with a mouse. Please save me. It's over. The black vortex rushed forward and tore the demoness to shreds. She was completely gone. The kids looked at their big brother with admiring eyes. How are the humans? The celestial being turned and asked. Ah, the humans, one child said in a panic. She's been stabbed. The evening glow dyed the whole sky red. The celestial being walked over to Hisu and her mother. Seeing a stranger, Hisu fearfully hugged her mother tightly. Still breathing, he mumbled. He opened his fan. The symbol on it changed. A flower bloomed above Hisu's head. He waved the fan and countless petals enveloped the mother, healing the wound on her arm, then stitched up the deep stab wound on her stomach. Her face gradually regained its vitality. Hisu stared in amazement at the beautiful sight. The celestial being closed his fan and the flowers vanished, leaving behind a stream of light surrounding the mother. Mom, Hisu gently shook her. She's just sleeping. Don't worry, the celestial being reassured her. Hisu trembled, looking at her mother. On her lips was a gentle smile just like before. Tears welled up in her eyes again. How is this possible? It's great, big sister, a little girl said cheerfully. My big brother is a great god from the heavens, the kids boasted proudly. Among the 12 earthly branch gods, he is the very first. This is a piece of cake for him. Hisu, astonished, quickly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The celestial being covered his mouth and coughed once, hiding a dark red blood stain on his sleeve. No need to thank me, he said. Could I ask you for a favor? His arm trembled as he gripped the fan tightly. He had used too much power today. He lightly fanned, sweeping away the small demons surrounding the other 2 people. The glass prison holding them shattered. When that shaman wakes up, please collect the fingers of these children and perform a rite of passage for them. With that, the celestial being left. Out there in the twilight, the space was eerily silent. The celestial being stood there, his eyes filled with a certain amusement, looking at Yongjin still floating in the mist, with a dog beside him. Hey, he called. Let's go! Jin in his dog form jumped. The celestial being approached Yongjin and lifted his fan. He aimed for the top of his head and tapped it lightly. Yongjin slowly opened his eyes, waking from his coma. He was bewildered, looking at a stranger standing before him. Not only that, but he was also surrounded by a white mist, which only added to his confusion. What is this? He tried to struggle, but the smoke wouldn't dissipate. Suddenly it began to vanish. Yongjin lost his balance and fell with a thud to the ground. He quickly sat up straight and looked around in shock. A whole area of ruins appeared before his eyes. Bewilderment was written all over his face. What's going on? Where am I? Then he seemed to remember something. The image of Hisu's mother falling along with her sobs rushed back to him. He immediately scanned the area searching for Lee Hisu. Just then Hisu appeared. She stared at him intently, then slapped both of her hands on his face to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Are you okay? She stammered. Yongjin's face turned beet red. I'm fine, what about you? Seeing that her friend had woken up, Hisu was so happy she started crying. Her tears flowed again. This is great. I'm so sorry, Yongjin. It's because of me that you... I'm fine, he said, looking at her in confusion. How's your mom? Is she okay? Mm-hmm. Hisu smiled. Luckily, thanks to the little god and the great god's help, all her wounds have healed. She's sleeping now to recover. But Yongjin was even more confused about what was going on. Jin in his dog form approached at that moment. Are you back to your senses? Grandpa, he stammered, then scratched his head. What on earth did I miss? I'll tell you when we get home, Jin replied. Another voice interjected. Is that so? A boy in ancient clothing looked at Jin with a friendly expression. You're quite curious, aren't you? How are you going to explain this now? The group stared blankly at the boy. Hisu broke the silence. Let me introduce you. This is the great god, a great god from the heavens. Huh, a great god? Yongjin looked at her, then looked over at Jin, who was glaring at the boy. What are you looking at? Yongjin and the great god had a silent staring contest. Suddenly he pointed behind the boy and shouted, Hey, there's a ball coming. But this childish act made the great god so mad, he could spit blood. The children surrounded him. Brother, are you okay? The great god waved his fan, glaring resentfully at Yongjin's group. We're leaving. White smoke enveloped him and the children. They laughed and waved goodbye to everyone. Let's go bye-bye. See you later, big brother. What the heck was that? Yongjin's jaw dropped as he watched the instant teleportation. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Hisu asked admiringly. Yongjin even gets help from the gods. What a no way, he stammered. Mom! Suddenly a warm voice called out, Hisu! She quickly turned to see her mother standing at the door. Mom! She trembled, then rushed to embrace her. It's me. Yongjin, watching this warm scene, couldn't help but smile. Hiding behind the door, the boogeyman also shed a silent tear. He didn't step inside. He just watched from a distance, then picked up his basket and staggered away. He mumbled a song, The boogeyman takes the crying baby, the good baby. Gets candy and cake. His voice faded. Where he had just stood, a handful of candy was carefully placed on a piece of cloth. The sun finally set. A message appeared on the phone screen. Your order has been delivered, accompanied by a photo. The delivery was 8 hours ago, Yongjin muttered, looking at the huge bags of groceries at his door. Oh man. He checked a few items in the bags. It's all ruined. Is that kid an official here or something? Is he receiving offerings from the people? Jin stood beside him, his eyes full of judgment. That was bought by Hisu. It was just delivered. Yongjin snapped, What are you thinking? What official? Jin glared at him. Are you yelling at your great-grandpa? But Yongjin paid him no mind, punching in the code to his apartment. How dare you speak to me like that? Being ignored made Jin even angrier. I can overlook other things, but not how you address me. Then you can just starve. Yongjin carried the groceries inside. You disrespectful little brat. Jin yelled after him. Hurry up and get inside and remember to close the door. Yongjin cut him off. As he entered, he picked up the cleaver he had left outside the door. I'm hungry. Get dinner ready quickly, Jin announced nonchalantly as soon as he entered, then turned his back and walked away, leaving. Yongjin with his hands full. Wash your paws first, Yongjin reminded him as he pulled out his phone. Hisu texted him. Yongjin, thank you and I'm so sorry for everything. In the future, if you're ever in trouble, I'll definitely be the first one there to help you. She included a sticker of a muscular duck and a waving duck. Yongjin then replied to the message. After that, he picked up the grocery bags and went to prepare dinner. On the other end, Hisu's phone pinged. It was just a short reply, don't worry about it. But it was enough to make her smile happily. Back at Yongjin's place, dinner was ready. Jin was eating like he was starving. So while I was passed out, that shaman kid defeated the monster, and then healed Hisu's mother too. Right, Yongjin asked as he deboned a fish. That's right, Jin replied while chewing. Too bad. I missed all the action, Yongjin said, then glanced over at his great-grandpa who was busy devouring meat. Is he an ancestral god like you? But that guy isn't your ancestor. They both focused on their meal again. Yongjin sighed internally. So where was my ancestor then? I was on the verge of death and he was nowhere to be seen. You should have been the one to save me. If it weren't for that kid, I would have been toast. Each of his silent reproaches was like a needle, pricking the conscience of his great-grandpa, who was sitting there eating. Having hit a sore spot, Jin could only remain silent. The piece of meat in his mouth automatically fell out. It's not that I didn't want to save you. Jin explained each word heavy with meaning. It's that I couldn't. He remembered the sword on Jin's back when he was in human form. Huh? So that sword on your back is just for show. Just to look cool? Jin answered nonchalantly. I've lost all my power. That statement made Yongjin pause. He calmly analyzed the situation. Is it because of that time you saved me from that other god? Jin was a little surprised that he knew about that. A few seconds later, he answered, yes. That incident is the cause of everything. That night you actually died. The horrifying scene returned. A warm light emanated from Yongjin's chest. In my memory, I used all of my power, Jin continued, and this divine orb. The orb hanging from his waist also shone brightly, then slowly turned black. But to bring you back from the dead, your special ability to recover, is actually my power transferred to you. Yongjin froze. What are you trying to say? I've already told you, Jin replied, his face completely serious. From now on you have to help me, so that I can regain my strength. Amid the night sky on top of a tall building, a figure holding a bow. was silently observing from a distance. It was a girl with dangerous blazing red eyes. She stood under the moonlight, looking in a certain direction, then vanished in an instant without a trace. Blue sky, white clouds. A new day began. Yong. Jin was putting on his school uniform when he suddenly clutched his arm in pain. His arms and both legs were trembling uncontrollably. Why are my arms so sore, my legs too? Could I really be this worn out from just a little running? Hey kid, Jin in his dog form suddenly spoke up. Do you have anything like a historical record? He thought for a moment, choosing his words. Something like a book that records the changes of the world in chronological order. That is, you're acting like I don't understand Yong, Jin said impatiently. I can't believe you actually have one. Jin was surprised at himself for being surprised. That's hilarious. Young Jin grumbled, tossing onto the bed, a 10th grade history book. I can't believe I still haven't thrown this away. What's this? Jin asked curiously. A history textbook. Yongjin replied, then said goodbye. I'm off to school. Yeah, be careful. On his way, Yongjin was fiddling with his phone as he walked. Jin's words from last night kept replaying in his mind. You're abnormal. Recovery ability also comes from the power I gave you. If that's the case, then I should be stronger, right? Why hasn't my physical strength improved at all? Thanks to that, from now on, you won't be targeted by ghosts and demons anymore. This statement from Jin, although a bit frustrating, also brought him some relief. That's a good deal. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a sculpture. He remembered what happened last time. A chill ran down his spine and he quickly backed away. Just then, a device like a walkie-talkie, pinned to the chest of a freckled boy walking in front of him, suddenly beeped. All 5 colored lights on the device lit up at once. Youngjin didn't notice and just kept walking. The other boy's earpiece also issued a warning. The boring battle is over. He looked bewildered as the device returned to normal. The two of them just passed each other. When the freckled boy adjusted his glasses and looked up, all he saw was Yongjin's back. In the hallway, the freckled boy hid behind a corner, holding up a device shaped like 3 eyes, and started recording. To be precise, this was a homemade ghost detector. The screen was continuously analyzing the people in the frame. The work seemed serious, but his sneaky demeanor made him look just like a pervert taking secret pictures. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device. A female student with a ponytail held it up to inspect it. Hey, what are you filming? Don't tell me you're taking secret pictures. Another girl with short hair glared at him, bombarded with questions. He was flustered and quickly explained, No, I'm not filming you guys. Then who are you filming? Ah, this is a ghost detector. It's an app that senses spirits. What nonsense. The girl with the ponytail snapped. You were pointing the camera at us, too. Where's the photo album? I wasn't filming, I was just looking. Just then a voice rang out. A handsome boy put his arm around the freckled kid. Ji-won, what are you doing hunting ghosts again? The kid named Ji-won was startled. The other boy didn't say much, turning to explain to the 2 female students. Sorry, this guy is really into ghosts and stuff. He's just checking if our school has any. The girls, seeing the hot guy, immediately became bashful. It's Dokyoung. Another hand also snatched Ji-won's device. He's been like this since middle school. He's lost his ability to empathize, so please bear with him. We'll take care of him. Hey, I haven't lost my ability to empathize. Ji-won stubbornly tried to explain. Dokyoung advised his friend, Ji-won, why do you let people misunderstand you? Just stop filming. You have plenty of other toys. His friend, G.A., held up her phone to show the other 2 girls. Hey, look at his album. It's all just selfies. Oh my god, don't look. Ji-won, with his arms pinned, screamed helplessly. This crazy guy is striking a cool pose, ha ha ha. And finally, Dokyoung had to step in to end this roasting session. I'm really sorry. The 2 girls nodded perfunctorily and quickly left. When the other 2 were gone, Jia immediately returned to her usual cold demeanor. She crossed her arms and glared at Ji-won. Cut it out. Walking around with a camera in this day and age. You want to get beat up? You have to let me explain, he replied. Explain what? She sneered. You're about to be dragged to the principal's office. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Dokyoung stepped forward. Can you stop swearing so much? Seriously asking for a beating. I'm not swearing. Dokyoung turned to Ji-won. But Ji-won, why are you on this floor? You didn't even put away your backpack. What do you think? He replied curtly. Dokyoung's face went pale. Don't tell me something else happened. Hey, G.A. interrupted Dokyoung. Don't listen to him anymore. If you keep this up, he'll just get worse. What, I never do that? Ji-won retorted, feeling wrongly accused. The group was standing in the hallway of the 12th grade first class. Remember our field trip? Didn't you find it strange Dokyoung tried to convince G.A.? Ji-won's voice recorder actually recorded a ghost's voice, and the radio kept repeating, this is fun. Let's play together. Jia looked at him like he was an idiot. You moron. It's an electronic device. It was probably just interference. That's right, interference. Ji-won seemed to remember something, which made the other two freeze. He began to analyze. Ghosts are created from a strong energy field. If such a being is nearby, electromagnetic waves will be affected. Lights will flicker, sensors will malfunction. It causes interference, making devices malfunction. After saying that, he even looked at G.A. and praised her. Kang Ji-ah, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about the supernatural. Maybe you have the makings of a ghost hunter. If you want, I'll take you as my apprentice. G.A.'s face twitched. As if ghosts are real, you idiot. Have you ever even seen a ghost? Of course, Ji-won retorted. Your face. Damn it! Ji-ah couldn't take it anymore and wanted to give him a beating. G.A. Dokyoung quickly stopped her. Is this punk messing with me? Ji-ah was so angry she stomped her foot. I really want to hit you. I really want to hit you. Just then the device in Ji-won's hand lit up again. The target was identified as being in class 12-3. Is there really a ghost in here? Dokyoung was also surprised. Holy crap, it's in this classroom. Stop shouting, Ji-ah reminded him. The classroom door was immediately opened. Should we go in and check? Dokyoung asked quietly. I'll ask them for permission. It's really convenient having Dokyoung around. Ji-won was happy. Suddenly, two female students came out of the classroom. Oh, Dokyoung, who's this? Oh, a friend of mine from middle school. Dokyoung put his arm around Ji-won and introduced him. Ji-won got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a bit? Sure, go ahead. The girl with short hair nodded. The girl with long hair suddenly wondered, but what is this? He was about to press some buttons on the device. Sorry, don't touch that. Ji-won quickly pushed her hand away. If you touch it with a handful of negative energy like that, it'll break. What is this guy crazy? The class, seeing the school's hot guy, immediately gathered around. Meanwhile, Yongjin was scrolling through his phone, looking confused at a text from Hisu. Yongjin, can you come to the science lab right now? I have something I want to give you. I can't give it to you directly. They'll get the wrong idea. Can't you give it to me after school? He texted back. Where are you going? Yongjin stood up exasperated. Where are you going, John? Just going to the bathroom. With that, Yongjin looked up from his phone and was startled by the sight before him. The back door was blocked by a group of popular kids. I should just tell them to get lost. Yongjin, an introvert, was mentally exhausted just looking at them. The moment Yongjin and Dokyoung made eye contact, Dokyoung quickly dispersed the crowd. Hey, you guys stop blocking the door. Go inside. A friend laughed mockingly. You believe that nonsense too? So what? Dokyoung replied dismissively, then turned to Yongjin with a guilty look. Sorry about that. Oh my God, Yongjin thought to himself. Just one glance and it's as effective as Moses parting the sea. Truly divine, another student chimed in. Yongjin is number one. Today, Yongjin walked out of the classroom. At that moment, a piercing sound rang out. The screen on G1's walkie-talkie displayed a bright red warning with the number jumping up to 989. His phone also continuously sent out terrifying notifications. Death, destruction. What's going on? Dokyoung's face went pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it for talking to ghosts? I think I found the cause of the strange happenings. In your classroom. Meanwhile, the cause, Yongjin was completely unaware. My mom just made this. Hisu cheerfully held out a string of beads. She said to give one to you too. You called me out here just to give me this Yong. Jin was speechless. He noticed Hisu was wearing an identical one. Thank her for me, he replied perfunctorily and quickly stuffed the bracelet into his pocket. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Hisu was bewildered. Aren't you going to wear it? This? Yongjin looked embarrassed. Well, if you and I both wear this, what if people mistake it for a couple's bracelet? Hisu couldn't believe this silly thought. Yongjin, this is a prayer bead bracelet. Do you think no one else in the world wears prayer bead bracelets? You're the only one who would think it's a couple's bracelet, seeing. Yongjin remained silent. She advised, just wear it, my mom. Was worried, so she made it for you. It's okay. Yongjin replied, those ghosts and demons won't dare to touch me anymore. My ancestor said so. Really? Hisu was surprised. Yeah, he said he transferred his power to me or something. Yongjin stammered, remembering Jin's words. You should have died that day. If I tell her the truth, Hisu will definitely start crying her eyes out. He decided to keep half the truth to himself. Never mind, basically, thanks to that I recover faster. Oh, so it's your ancestors' power. Hisu nodded. No wonder you seemed so different that time. Different how? You were fighting like crazy back then. You were even flying around everywhere with a sword? I was fighting. Yongjin was shocked. When? You don't remember at all, it was at the shrine in my house. Hearing the word shrine, a hand as if by reflex shot out. The phone in Yongjin's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His hand had forcefully covered Yongjin's mouth. After that unconscious action, Yongjin also snapped out of it. The whole room fell silent. Yongjin, what's wrong? Hisu asked, confused, after he quickly pulled his hand back. Yongjin's face was pale. He looked at his hand in disbelief. I'm sorry, that wasn't me. Suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed in his ear. Death. Both of them immediately turned their gaze to the door. Ji-won was standing there scratching his head. Sorry your story was so interesting. I couldn't help but eavesdrop. Hello, I'm Gong-ji-won, a ghost hunter. He introduced himself seriously. Youngjin and Hisu looked at each other. What kind of people go to this school? Ji-won proactively held out his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lee Hisu. You know me. Hisu was surprised. I even know your mom is a shaman. What, how did you... Who doesn't know your mom is a shaman, you idiot? Youngjin muttered. Oh right, I forgot, Hisu realized. I know all the stories. Ghosts and history of this school, Ji-won continued. That's also why I came to school here. Do you two know the legend of the walking statue? No, I don't. Me neither. All the upperclassmen know about it. Ji-won ignored them. The statue at Sambo High School runs at night. Anyone who sees it run is forced to race with it. If you don't race properly or break the rules, it will impale you from behind with its flag. If that's the case, then we were almost killed, Hisu whispered. Youngjin also nodded. Given the circumstances, this could be a poltergeist phenomenon, Yuan said in a scholarly manner. Sometimes the school's flagpole gets pulled out, even without a storm. It's happened 4 times since the opening ceremony. Hisu and Youngjin just listened in silence. Recently, Ji-won emphasized his gaze fixed on the two of them. There was an incident that proved the legend to be true. I accidentally saw something very strange. He began to recount. That day when I came out of the bathroom. At first I thought I was seeing things, but it was so real, Ji-won said. The image of 2 people being chased by a stone statue was still vivid in his mind. There was a boy being chased by a stone statue, and behind him was a girl with a ponytail. Every word of his description made both Jin and Hisu jump. Hisu even unconsciously untied her hair. What's more surprising is that the statue, the next morning when I went to school, was still intact. But Ji-won deliberately drew out his words mysteriously. The energy inside it was completely drained. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. He held out his detector. Before, this statue was always at an energy level of 5. But since that day, it can't even reach level 1. In short, something has disappeared from that statue. Ji-won looked straight at Youngjin, no longer beating around the bush. So let me ask you straight. You two were there with the statue, right? No, they both flatly denied it. It was definitely you two, Ji-won asserted as if he was sure of it. How did you come to that conclusion? Usually if I say that, people would call me crazy or just ignore me. He analyzed calmly. But you guys denied it immediately. That just proves my theory is correct. He shook the detector. This device is used to measure magnetic fields. Ghosts aren't visible. They exist as a form of energy, and this machine will detect that. After listening to Ji-won's long speech, Youngjin lost his patience. Has this been scientifically proven? Ji-won immediately brought the detector closer. As soon as it touched Youngjin, it immediately lit up the indicator, jumping to level 5. That means the thing that was in the statue is now inside you. Right, that's my conclusion. Youngjin forcefully pushed the detector away. I asked if this has been scientifically proven. No, of course. If only this device reacted, I wouldn't be making things difficult for you. Ji-won replied calmly, then pulled out a bunch of other machines. But all of my devices are reacting strongly. They just keep beeping like this. Piercing beeps rang out nonstop. Now how do you explain this? Ji-won smiled confidently. What am I supposed to explain? Youngjin was annoyed. That's just your speculation. So you guys are ghost hunters. What's that? Youngjin was dumbfounded. People who hunt and collect ghosts and demons. What? The more Youngjin listened, the more confused he got. No matter what you say, I don't believe you. He ended the conversation decisively. But the stone statue or whatever has nothing to do with us. With that, he turned and quickly left. Hey, Lee Hisu, let's go. Why do you guys keep lying? Ji-won was exasperated. All right, then. I wasn't planning on taking this out. But a few fragmented sounds made Youngjin jump and turn back. Ji-won was playing a video on his phone. These days, phone cameras are almost as good as DSLRs, he said, then casually zoomed in on the image. This distance is just right. I'm screwed, Youngjin thought. I'm not a bad person. You don't have to hide it, Ji-won reassured him. Saying that just makes you sound more like a bad person, Hisu commented. What do you want anyway? Youngjin asked bluntly. I have a favor to ask you guys. Ji-won smiled sheepishly. Do you two know about the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Dokyoung was walking down the hallway when someone called him from behind. Dokyoung. He turned around curiously. A seemingly shy boy was holding out a wooden box. This is for you, the boy stammered. What is this? Dokyoung cheerfully accepted it. You can open it and see, it's my gift to you. This is the first time a boy has ever given me a gift. Dokyoung excitedly opened the box. Thanks. What class are you in? Hearing this, the other boy's voice trembled. You don't remember me, impossible, you hypocrite. With that, he stormed off in anger. Dokyoung was yelled at and didn't understand what was going on. Just then, a strange light emitted from the box. Inside was a paper doll with a Chinese character on it, along with a die. Suddenly, the paper doll burst into flames. A cloud of pitch-black smoke billowed out of the box. A new day began, with a clear blue sky and wispy white clouds. In the classroom, while the other students were attentively listening to the lecture, Youngjin was still dazed. Where did we leave off last week? He propped his chin on his hand and let out a long yawn that brought tears to his eyes. Why am I so tired? He suddenly opened his eyes, noticing something under his desk. It was his phone. The screen lit up with a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below it were 3 consecutive messages, sent at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter. Yongjin-sama. Ghost Hunter. My number is wow. This is Ghost Hunter G1. What? He texted back in surprise. How'd you get my number? The reply came almost instantly. G1 Lee Hisu gave it to me. Yongjin was annoyed. Ugh. G1 just this once. The haunted antique shop. Will you go with me, or Yongjin? No, Yongjin. You two go together. G1 Lee Hisu said if you go, she'll go too. Immediately, Yongjin clenched his fist, a little annoyed. Suddenly, a voice rang out right above his head. Hey! He jumped and looked up. The teacher was holding the attendance book and raised an eyebrow, asking, Whose empty seat is that? Yongjin turned to look at the empty desk next to him. Huh. John Dokyoung, a voice called out. The whole class started whispering. He was here. He must have gone to the bathroom. The classroom door was pushed open forcefully. Everyone's eyes turned to the student standing outside the door. Ah, that startled me. He's here. Teacher John Dokyoung is here. But Dokyoung showed no intention of coming in. The teacher spoke up. John Dokyoung, where have you been? The whole class fell silent, waiting for an answer. Sorry, teacher. Dokyoung chuckled, not looking the least bit sorry. A friend called out, Hey John, your seat is over here. Dokyoung glanced at the person who had called him. Then his gaze swept over Yongjin. He smirked, then turned to face the board, and started rolling a die in his hand. The bell for the end of class rang. Minjun and another friend blocked Dokyoung's way. Where were you for so long you were almost marked late? Were you really in the bathroom? Dokyoung didn't say anything, just held out his fist towards them. Huh. Minjun hesitantly fist-bumped him. What's this? Let's play rock, paper, scissors, Dokyoung said with a smile, propping his leg on the desk. 1 round, 10,001. I don't have any money, Minjun said with a forced laugh. Then pay with your body. Minjun rubbed his chin, thinking. 10,001. He quickly made up his mind. Okay, let's do it. Minjun threw rock, but Dokyoung threw scissors. Haha, a man's gotta throw rock. Minjun laughed loudly, excited. But then he froze when he saw Dokyoung pull out a 10,001 bill. Really? Minjun took the bill, his eyes wide and mouth agape. For real? Of course it's for real, Dokyoung replied calmly. You worked hard for it. Awesome, thanks a lot, man. Minjun cheered ecstatically. Want to play again? Dokyoung asked with a friendly smile. Let's do it, Minjun agreed without hesitation. Dokyoung smirked. 50,001 this time. What 50,001 spoken like a true rich kid? Minjun taunted, rolling his wrist. This guy's playing for keeps. This time, Dokyoung threw paper. Ah, shoot! Minjun chuckled. Before he could finish his sentence, Dokyoung landed a massive punch, sending Minjun flying to the ground. The whole class turned in shock. Hey, what was that hitting someone out of nowhere? Yongjin was also stunned. What's going on? John Dokyoung just stood there laughing loudly. He pointed at the sprawling Minjun. A man has to take risks. What's the point of just throwing rock all the time? Hey, are you okay, Minjun? A friend asked, worriedly shaking him. I think he passed out. We should call the nurse. What's wrong with everyone? Dokyoung looked around bewildered. Everyone was staring at him. It's nothing. He walked over and grabbed Minjun's arm. This guy won 10,001. What more could he want? He laughed loudly and tried to pry the bill from Minjun's clenched fist. This guy's holding on tight. Hey, Dokyoung, that's a bit too much. Friend spoke up, reprimanding him. Oh, Dokyoung's face darkened. Too much should I have pretended to lose. I already gave him 10,001. I already said he'd pay with his body. Hearing his chillingly calm tone, everyone couldn't believe it. Ah! Dokyoung suddenly seemed to remember something and moved closer to the friend who had just spoken. I think you agreed too, didn't you? The other boy was so scared he was trembling. Ha! Dokyoung's eyes turned sharp. He stood up on his toes and cursed in frustration. Ah, damn it! Dokyoung put his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. It wasn't until he was completely out of the classroom that everyone dared to rush over to check on Minjun. What the hey, are you okay? What the hell did I just see? The boy sitting next to Yongjin pushed up his glasses. It looks like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby boy spoke up. I think it's more like a parallel universe. Actually, that's not Do-kyung. It's an evil being from another world that possessed him. Youngjin just frowned, lost in thought. A moment later, two girls started whispering. Did you see that this morning? Why was Do-kyung acting so weird? That was the first time I've ever heard him swear. The girl across from him holding a mirror glanced over at Do-kyung. He's like a completely different person. So creepy. You'd think he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. His friend with the ponytail tried to reason. He's probably getting ready for a casting call. But does he really need to practice like that at school? The other friend looked wearily at Do-kyung, who was vaping, breathing out clouds of white smoke. Oh, he probably got a thug roll. The whole class was buzzing. What is he holding? I can't believe it. Hey, Do-kyung! The boy with the mushroom cut spoke up, reminding him, You're not supposed to smoke here. The teacher's about to come in. Do-kyung couldn't care less. What was that? Can't hear you, you're mumbling. His tone left the other boy momentarily stunned. He felt a bit intimidated. Speak up. Do-kyung suddenly yelled in the mushroom-haired boy's face. The whole class flinched. What's with him? Is he freaking out again? Suddenly, Do-kyung reached out and gently stroked the boy's ear. His voice softened. Just kidding. Startled, huh? He held up the vape in his hand and said with a laugh, You think this is a cigarette? But the teacher is about to come in. Wanna bet Do-kyung cut him off? He smirked, his voice low. I'll bet. The teacher will walk in as soon as the bell rings. 10,001. Mushroom Cut was trembling with fear. I bet he won't. 10,001. If you don't have the cash, you can pay with your body. Do-kyung's voice turned seductive again, his expression sinister. Mushroom Cut was sweating bullets, looking down, not daring to make eye contact. Why are you trembling? Do-kyung sneered. Hey, Do-kyung! A voice called from the doorway. It was Jia. She frowned at him. Do-kyung frowned back. Then his gaze shifted down to the hand she had grabbed. Come out here. She pulled him out into the hallway. Do-kyung yanked his hand away. What's your problem, Jia? I can't believe it. Did you really hit someone? Why? And this? Where did you get it? You hate cigarettes. Do-kyung didn't seem to care, just focused on tossing a die in his hand. Hey, are you listening to me? Jia said angrily. He stopped clutching the die. Even or odd? What? What kind of joke is this? Even or odd, he repeated with a slight smile. Come on, hurry up. Jia was a little suspicious, but answered odd. Do-kyung smirked and opened his hand. Wrong. Suddenly he squeezed Jia's cheeks, pulling her close, a sly look on his face. Then you'll have to pay with your body, right? Jia was pulled so close she was touching his body. She flinched, her eyes wide with shock. Then she slapped Do-kyung hard across the face. You psycho. With that, Jia turned and stormed off, leaving Do-kyung rubbing his freshly slapped cheek. In a corner, a chubby classmate was watching everything, smirking and clutching a talisman in his hand. On another beautiful day, Jiwon was walking down the hall. He unlocked his phone and a text message appeared. Youngjin-sama, if you don't reply, I'll post that blurred photo on the paranormal forum. Youngjin replied, Shut the hell up. Jiwon texted back, Youngjin. Just once, please. This is my dying wish. He looked up at the sign for class 12-3. You thought I couldn't find you hiding in here? Jiwon opened the door and walked in. Greetings, oh hallowed Youngjin. The signal detector on him vibrated. Jiwon smiled. Seems like he's very close. Activating Youngjin detector, he excitedly carried the device, scanning the area. He kept calling out, Youngjin. It's useless to hide. My detector can easily find you. A sudden strong force hit the detector in his hand. Jiwon's device fell to the floor. Next to him, Do-kyung had appeared out of nowhere. Jiwon flinched, a cold sweat breaking out, the smell of cigarettes. Do-kyung slowly bent down and picked up the device. It immediately started vibrating violently. At the same time, the devices on Jiwon also started blaring. Whoa, what's this? Why did everything suddenly break? Jiwon hurriedly checked his equipment, not forgetting to ask for a favor. Hey, could you call your classmate Youngjin for me? Meanwhile, Youngjin opened his phone and saw a series of messages appear on the Ghost Talk app. Help. Please save me. Death. Suddenly, Do-kyung threw the detector hard onto the ground. It shattered into pieces. You wanna die? Do-kyung glared at Jiwon, his voice a low growl. You bump into someone, you apologize first. Seeing Do-kyung's terrifying expression, Jiwon got spooked. I'm sorry. The die was tossed into the air. Do-kyung suddenly clapped his hands once, then held out two fists in front of Jiwon, his face looking demonic. Which hand? This is bad. Hisu frowned at the tarot card on the table. She turned to Youngjin, her voice fearful. Your classmate Do-kyung is possessed. Youngjin bored tapped on his phone, just grunting an to dismiss her. Hey, Dragon Jin, Hisu shot to her feet. Your name is Youngjin, so that's why I call you Dragon Jin. You don't need to explain. He buried his face in the desk. But why do I have to go? You have to go save your friend. What friend? We're not close. But just because of one card, you're sure he's possessed? Youngjin asked, confused. He seemed fine this morning. Maybe that's just how he is. He stood up, intending to leave. This has nothing to do with me. I'm out. Seeing this, Hisu's face fell. And stop calling me that, Yongjin reminded her. What if he's a good person? Hisu turned to the window, putting on a pitiful act. He's probably suffering a lot. Just like when I was possessed. Do-kyung and I were in the same middle school? A voice suddenly interjected. Ji-won had appeared out of nowhere. So I can confirm he's a good person. He's never hit anyone, wouldn't even dare to curse. Like a character straight out of a comic book. See, he's so pitiful, Hisu immediately chimed in. He doesn't even have the guts to make a bet with anyone, Ji-won continued. Hisu looked with surprise at his swollen cheek. What happened to your face? Yongjin asked. A ghost hit me. Seemingly understanding their intention, Yongjin replied flatly. I'm not going. Ji-won lowered his head, then looked up to face Yongjin. I won't force you to go to the antique shop anymore. And I'm sorry about earlier. You said it was like when you were possessed, right? He became serious. Thanks to a successful exorcism. You're here now, right? If you two aren't ghost hunters, then you two solved the bronze statue case. Right. That again, Yongjin said angrily. We had nothing to do with it. Before he could finish, Hisu cried out in fear, Oh, Yongjin! A notification appeared on her phone screen. Ji-won has transferred 50,000 won. There's the down payment. What is this now? Yongjin said, annoyed. I'll pay the rest if you agree, Ji-won said. Please help me. He bowed to the two of them. Save Do-kyung, please. Yongjin remembered the scene of Do-kyung making Ji-won fall flat on his face, along with the blaring devices, and his terrifying deep voice. Even so, he refused outright. Not doing it, he coldly walked past Ji-won. You help him yourself, Hisu. I'm going home. Yongjin! Hisu hurriedly ran after him. As she passed, she glanced at Ji-won with a look of pity, then quickly left as well, leaving Ji-won all alone in the room. Outside in the hallway, the sound of their footsteps faded. As Yongjin walked, he thought to himself, are they trying to drag me into some more trouble? Painful memories suddenly flooded back. He just wanted to live a normal life, like before. A voice from the past echoed in his head. From that day on, you were already dead. No. Yongjin told himself, from now on, my own safety comes first. I'm not getting involved in anything ever again. Lost in thought, he suddenly ran into Do-kyung. Do-kyung, he thought. A friend walking beside Do-kyung cheerfully bumped his shoulder. See, the girls are looking for you. Heh, Yongjin glanced over. This new style might suit you better. He thought they would just walk past each other like strangers, but suddenly his hand shot out and blocked Do-kyung. His hand on its own grabbed Do-kyung by the collar, to the astonishment of the friend walking with him. Even though he was the one who made the move, Yongjin himself looked completely horrified. At that moment, Hisu was rushing down the hall looking for him. As she ran, she called out, Yong. She couldn't finish his name. She froze, stunned to see Yongjin grabbing Do-kyung by the collar. Hisu quickly hid behind a wall, covering her mouth so she wouldn't make a sound. He said he wouldn't get involved, but in the end he still went to help someone. He's still as kind as ever. Do-kyung's friend, seeing this, angrily cursed. What the hell are you doing? Immediately after, Yongjin did something strange. He used his right hand to punch his own left hand that was gripping Do-kyung's collar. Sorry, he said tremulously, his face beaded with sweat. It wasn't me. Yeah, Do-kyung laughed at that. Your hand is clearly right there. What do you mean it wasn't you? Yeah, that's right, Yongjin stammered. Hearing that, Do-kyung angrily took off his tie and pulled out a die. He tossed it into the air, then caught it tightly in his palm. He hid the die in one of his two hands, then held them out in front of Yongjin with a wicked grin. Which hand? Do-kyung and his friend were snickering, while Hisu, hiding behind the wall, was worried sick. What? Yongjin was astonished. He felt his left hand start to move again. It slowly lifted, making him panic. My hand is moving on its own again. The hand automatically pointed to Do-kyung's left palm. Do-kyung paused for a moment, then opened his hand. The die was nestled inside. Correct. He walked over, placed a hand on Yongjin's shoulder, and brushed past him. Be careful with that hand of yours, my friend. After they left, Yongjin just stood there staring at his hand, his mind reeling. After walking a short distance, Do-kyung glanced back, looking at him with a puzzled expression. In class, he couldn't stop looking at his hand. Suddenly, it lifted up on its own again. What the? The hand clenched into a fist, then pointed straight at his face. Before he could react, it punched him in the face. A friend with glasses walked by and asked curiously, What are you doing? New trick, that's pretty cool. Yongjin had to use his right hand to hold his left hand down to stop it from moving erratically. Getting ready for the talent show at the retreat, his friend asked with a laugh. Suddenly, his left hand jerked up again. Hey, help me hold my hand down, he yelled. His friend immediately helped, but he grabbed the right hand. No, the left one, not the right one. Yongjin snapped. His left hand was out of control, as if it wanted to punch someone. Yongjin, the other friend, spoke up. Do I really have to be a part of this? Lame situation? This is so cringe. Yongjin had to use all his strength to restrain his left hand. Finally, it stopped moving. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. A friend playing a game at the desk in front turned around. Hey, Yongjin, do you think you have, he asked seriously, alien hand syndrome? What the hell is that? Yongjin wondered. As soon as he left the classroom, he immediately looked up the strange syndrome online. After reading the symptoms, Yongjin thought in fear, oh my god, this is just like me. Could it be a problem with my brain? I've been hitting my head a lot lately. No wonder I've been feeling so tired. Or is this a symptom of something serious? As Suho was lost in thought, a figure approached from behind and suddenly raised a hand. Faster than he could think, Yongjin's left arm automatically swung up, blocking the attack. It was Suho. He was surprised by Yongjin's reflex. Whoa! Suho laughed awkwardly. You've been punched so much, your body just reacts on its own now. What now? Yongjin thought, exasperated. It's not like that. Yongjin tried to explain, my hand right now. Whatever. Suho cut him off, not bothering to listen. Hey, is that Jo Kyung punk in your class? Yongjin glared at him irritably. Tell him to give me back my vape, Suho ordered. What's that? It's a vape, you idiot, Suho snapped. It's your stuff. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Yongjin retorted. Why are you telling me to go? It's a hassle. It's more of a hassle for you to come find me, Yongjin argued back. You have to walk through the entire 11th grade wing. This kid? Suho scowled, his eyes turning menacing. I told you not to piss me off. I said, but Yongjin. Before he could finish his sentence, his left hand moved on its own again, jerking upwards. Panicked, he quickly used his right hand to hold it down. All right, I'll go get it for you, he said hastily. See, was that so hard? Suho said, satisfied. Stop beating around the bush. I'm going, Yongjin replied, brushing past him. Look at the way he runs, Suho scoffed from behind. In the hallway, Jiwan was holding a strange device with colorful rods to measure temperature. Suddenly, the green rod lit up. He immediately pointed the meter in that direction. The screen, which was showing 9 degrees, suddenly dropped to -1 degree. That's weird. How can it be -1 degree there? Yongjin walked into the classroom and saw Do Kyung sitting at the back desk, and his heart pounded. He just stood there staring, silently encouraging himself. Just pretend you don't know anything, or we'll get into a fight. Why are you sneaking around behind me? Do Kyung's voice made Yongjin jump. Want to try another bet? No, that's not it, Yongjin said, scared. Suho told me to get back something you borrowed from him. Borrowed? Do Kyung laughed, reaching under the desk. Scared of getting beat up after losing the bet, so now you want it back. He didn't say anything about that. Yongjin averted his gaze. Suddenly, Jo Kyung leaned his head back, stared at him, and laughed. You want to take the beating for him? Who would want that? Yongjin immediately shot back. I'm not that free. Jo Kyung seemed surprised. Fine, you can have it, Yongjin said, annoyed, and was about to turn and leave. Oh, you mean that guy from earlier, right? Do Kyung suddenly said. I'll give it to you. Yongjin turned back. Yeah. But instead he pulled out the die again, tossed it up, and caught it tightly in his palm. If you guess correctly, Jo Kyung smiled menacingly. Even or odd? The class started whispering. Yongjin was terrified. Huh, no, that's okay. Hey, we've already started. Jo Kyung urged, hurry up. What's in it for me to play this? Hurry up, Jo Kyung growled, feeling pressured. Yongjin mumbled, even. Jo Kyung chuckled. Abracadabra, ta-da. He slowly opened his palm. The die showed a single dot. Looks like it's odd, huh? Jo Kyung grinned wickedly and raised his fist. Yongjin flinched. The whole class held their breath in fear. Just as Jo Kyung's fist was about to land, Yongjin's left hand suddenly moved on its own. It shot up, blocking Jo Kyung's arm and knocking it away. At the same time, his fingers flicked Jo Kyung hard on the forehead. Thwack! Jo Kyung fell backward, his back hitting the bulletin board hard. He collapsed to the floor. The whole class gasped in astonishment. It happened so fast that even Yongjin didn't understand what he had just done. What just flew by? Jo Kyung's hand, propped on the floor, twitched slightly. Yongjin flinched, his face pale. Jo Kyung staggered to his feet, one hand covering most of his face. No one could see his expression at that moment. In the tense atmosphere, Yongjin awkwardly explained, it was my left hand. He suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. Why did I say it was my left hand? So your left hand is possessed by a parasite now, a sarcastic voice called out. Still acting, another one mocked. Oh my god. I thought you were some kind of hidden master. A female student with her hair in rollers stood nearby, not understanding a thing. Huh, what's a parasite? Yongjin was sweating profusely. He stammered, speechless. Well. He glanced at the boy with glasses and continued awkwardly. Do-kyung asked me to play the role of his rival. Rival? The boy with glasses asked, confused. Huh. What are you guys rehearsing a play? In just a moment, the somewhat awkward, but unbelievably plausible explanation from Young-jin had successfully convinced the entire class. Oh, that's right, Jo-kyung is going to be an actor. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Everyone was completely sold, but Young-jin still hadn't recovered. Maybe it's because of Jo-kyung's usual image, he thought to himself. Oh well, let's just let it go. At that moment, the boy with glasses walked over looking displeased. Hey, you should have given us a heads up. You scared me to death. Do-kyung stood there listening to everyone talk about him. Wow, Jo-kyung is so good. He's so into character for every role. Oh, so you and Min-jun were acting earlier, too. You were so in character when you got hit. He could only let out a mocking laugh then. While baring his teeth in a giggle, he muttered Young-jin's name. Hey, Young-jin. Hearing the way Jo-kyung said his name, Young-jin started to feel tense again. Now Jo-kyung lowered his hand, revealing an expression no different from a demon's. He remarked, "This is really interesting." Young-jin watched, sweating bullets. I'm so screwed. At the same time, Hee-soo was walking past the classroom when she happened to hear the whispers coming from inside. Have Young-jin and Jo-kyung been close since before? But they've always been so quiet around each other. She stopped, her face showing clear anxiety and shock as she vaguely understood the situation. Somewhere else, Ji-won was opening an old box he'd found inspecting the strange characters inside. What is this box full of dark energy and this? Oracle Bone script. When he shifted his gaze to the lid, he was a bit surprised. Under the lid was an equally strange symbol. A sense of familiarity prompted him to compare it with information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking, has anyone seen this strange symbol before? And coincidentally, that symbol was exactly the same as the one he was looking at. The cursed antique shop. A thought flashed through Ji-won's mind. But why is it here? He was still racking his brain when a familiar voice called out, Hey! Ji-won jumped and turned around. It was Jia. Her face still clearly showed her worry. She opened the Ghost Talk app on her phone. A series of short, choppy messages appeared. Stop, help me, save me, death, destruction. I don't know if you'll believe this, she began, but right now Do-kyung is a ghost. His soul is probably very close by. Ji-won didn't seem surprised. He calmly fiddled with his phone. When he hit me, I heard a voice coming from inside the box. How does it work? It pieces together radio frequency sounds so that ghosts can communicate messages. What did Do-kyung say? Hey! Ji-won repeated his friend's words. Ji-won, I'm sorry. That's it. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Jia burst into tears. Tears fell onto her phone screen. Hey, for real! Ji-won couldn't believe it. Go away, Jia said, annoyed, wiping her tears. But Ji-won didn't tease her anymore, just sat down beside her. You said before that it was just a toy, but it sounded too much like Do-kyung's voice. Thinking back to facing her friend's possessed state, Jia couldn't help but have doubts. A complete 180-degree change. Maybe he has some kind of brain injury. But she bitterly came into her own conclusion. This absurd thing is happening right in front of my eyes. I guess I have to believe it. The glowing eyes and mischievous smile of Do-kyung reappeared in her mind, making her shudder. Those eyes, they didn't look human. It was so scary. Do-kyung must be so scared right now, right? She expressed worriedly. He's such a coward. What do we do now? Her voice was filled with helplessness. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? 3, Ji-won sighed. You already know. Before first period, Do-kyung was still normal. Something must have happened after first period. No way, something must have happened. Jia didn't want to believe it. Ji-won shrugged. I've found the cause. The one who caused this is still in the school. Hearing this, Jia stopped crying and exclaimed in surprise, Really? That's right. You said there was something shady at the school. Is it that? No, Ji-won replied, rummaging through his bag. He pulled out the old box. But I've collected the evidence. He pointed to a symbol inside the box. Without this situation can't be explained. What is that? Jia asked curiously. I will personally perform an exorcism for you to see. But what is it? Jia asked again eagerly. But Ji-won was already completely lost in his own world. You insolent demon, he muttered, his eyes glued to the box. The Exorcist, yours truly, will officially make his debut today. The sunset painted the street gold. Young-jin walked hesitantly, his eyes occasionally glancing down at his fist. He was still dwelling on the forehead flick from earlier. Did I really use my power? Suddenly Do-kyung appeared from nowhere and threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey! Young-jin. This sudden action scared the daylights out of Young-jin. Where are you going? Hang out with me. Do-kyung grinned invitingly. I have to go home. Young-jin tried to hide his tension, his voice trembling slightly. Then let's hang out at your place. Do-kyung persisted. Young-jin quickly slipped out of his grasp. My house? I have a vicious dog. But after only a few steps, he was yanked back by Do-kyung, who had grabbed his wrist. Hey, just hang out with me for a bit, he demanded through gritted teeth. At that exact moment, the beaded bracelet on Yongjin's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding flash of light. Ah! Du-kyung was thrown back, letting out a shout and staggering unsteadily. He looked in horror at everything before him, especially his own hand, which was flickering strangely. What is this? Even Yongjin himself was surprised by the bracelet's effect. Wow, this thing's the real deal. Taking his chance, he waved his arm, with the bracelet toward Do-kyung to ward him off. And it worked. Do-kyung didn't dare get any closer. He just stood in place, glaring resentfully at Yongjin's retreating figure. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Man, how much longer? Until my power is fully restored. That night in Yongjin's room, he watched the dog flipping through a book, reading like a person, and asked hesitantly, "So you're saying my brain isn't damaged, but it's because of your power?" The dog just let out a ha-ha. "I'll smash your peanuts right now." Yongjin glared, threatening him. "Peanuts?" At this, the dog finally looked up. "Hurry up and get them out so I can eat my sorrows away." But because of this left hand, the whole school... He raised his fist, shaking with frustration. "I already told you," the dog replied nonchalantly. "The power I transferred to you saved you. Thanks to it, ghosts and demons no longer target you." "Not targeting me, are you kidding?" Yongjin raised an eyebrow. "This power of yours is what picks fights with them. It even controls my hand to hit myself. That arm isn't yours anymore." The dog sighed and explained. "What if it's not my hand, whose is it?" The dog looked up, revealing a horrifying truth. "Your real hand was chopped off by that doll demon." Yongjin's reaction, needless to say, was complete and utter shock. Let me put it in a way you can understand. It looked towards the hand, resting on Yongjin's left arm, then emphasized every word. "Your left hand is my final piece of power." Hearing the words Black Dragon and final power come from its mouth, Yongjin was completely stunned with amazement. The sun was setting, painting the entire space in a shade of red. A text message was displayed on a phone screen. "Haunted antique shop. You must go with a shaman. If you go in alone out of curiosity and get stuck with something, no one will be able to save you." Two friends stood in front of a shop that looked like nothing more than an abandoned warehouse. "Could this be the place?" Jia clicked her tongue. "It just looks like an old house." While G1 was scared of his own shadow, Ga was unusually calm. "Anyway, let's just go in and see." "Hold on." G1 put it down his backpack and rummaged through it for something. "If we both go in together, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone." Although he was scared to death inside, he still tried to act brave. In another scene, Jin in his dog form was recounting his legend. "My power was originally formed from 4 dragons. The red dragon, the azure dragon, the white dragon, and the black dragon." His eyes suddenly grew pensive, but now they have all vanished. "Only the black dragon remains." He looked at Yongjin's left arm. "That arm of yours is the last remaining piece of my power. It was formed from the power of the black dragon." Yongjin's jaw dropped as he listened. "It's the strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons," Jin commented. Yongjin was petrified. "The black dragon." He held out his arm. "What if you take this arm back?" Jin looked at him like he was an idiot. "Then you'd lose an arm. The arm would disappear completely. It would be gone forever." Yongjin was utterly devastated. More accurately, it's already been crushed. "Everything I'm telling you is the truth." But hearing it just made Yongjin want to cry. "Come on, hey!" Jin asked curiously. "Why? Do you hate it so much? With your ordinary body, this power isn't a disadvantage. It's ruining my school life," Yongjin complained. "Don't you get it, ancestor?" "Oh, by the way, kid," Jin suddenly cut in. "Are you even listening to me?" Yongjin was speechless. "Now I want to ask you something," Jin said. "What is it?" He held out a history book. "Are there any records of the Earth God or about the Mi clan? For example, the what?" Yongjin was confused by the strange names. "This book has no records after the Dangun era. At all." Yongjin took the book and muttered, "This is all about the 3 Kingdoms period." Jin shook his head. "Besides this, what else is there?" Yongjin flipped to another page. "Is this what you're looking for? This is all there is. There's nothing else." "That's strange." Jin's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. "What is it now?" Yongjin was at his wit's end. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yongjin turned around curiously. "Yongjin!" a voice yelled from outside, making him jump. In a musty and gloomy old room, Ji-won placed a mini camera on a shelf. The place was cluttered with ancient artifacts, from earthenware jars to wall scrolls. "Is anyone here?" he called out. "Here to buy something." A raspy voice replied, making Ji-won jump and turn around. An old woman emerged from behind a curtain, emitting a foul, unpleasant odor. Seeing the terrifying old woman, Ji-won stammered. He waited until the camera was running before daring to speak. "Hello?" Outside, Jia stared intently at the screen of the ghost detector, her face tense. She tried to recall Ji-won's instructions. If no one's there, but you see blue streaks of light like this, call me right away. Inside, Ji-won got straight to the point. The cursed item is from this shop, isn't it? The old woman glanced at a wooden box. So what if it is? So it is this thing. Ji-won gritted his teeth. Please tell me how to break the curse. The responsibility lies with the one who cast the curse. I just sell the items, she replied slowly. Then was the person who bought this a student from Sambo High, wearing the same uniform as me? I don't disclose customer information. It's not going to be easy to get info here, Ji-won thought. The old woman looked at him, her expression wary. Why are you here talking nonsense? If you're not buying anything, leave. Oh, well, that's a relief. Ji-won sighed. I was just testing you. I'll buy this item. He fiddled with the box. My friend bought this item here and sent me. But this is an item used to curse others. It'd be a little troublesome if you can't keep a secret. The old woman still didn't seem suspicious. A moment later, she brought out a wooden box and a brocade pouch. This cursed item can take effect just by looking at it. You are not to open it and look inside, understand? Ji-won was baffled, staring at the old woman as she pulled a yellow talisman from the brocade pouch. This talisman is for the caster. Her voice rasped as she warned, and remember, if you just want to play around a little, then you must tear this talisman within 49 hours. If I tear it, the curse will be lifted, Ji-won asked. That's right. The old woman smiled kindly. 49 hours, huh? Ji-won thought, then casually asked, so what happens if it's over 49 hours? She kept the smile on her face. Who knows? The space went dark, mingling with her savage laughter, which made Ji-won freeze. He could only nod perfunctorily. I've been feeling all tingly this whole time. I know how to break the curse now. Time to bail. Right. Thinking that he put on an obedient face. Oh, then I'll be careful. May I ask how much it is? Can I pay with a card? Ah, but I guess these kinds of things are cash only, huh, Shoot? I didn't bring any cash with me. No need. The old woman opened a red pouch. Put your fingernails and hair in here, then write your name on this stack of paper. And you'll be set. Ji-won froze. Fingernails, hair, my name. He gave a dry laugh. Wouldn't that mean I'm getting this for free? You get nothing out of it. What are you talking about? She chuckled. These things are very valuable. Oh, Ji-won quickly made an excuse. Ah, but I have hereditary baldness. And I'm undergoing treatment so I can't pull out any hair. As for the fingernails, I'll just write my name today, okay? He held out his cleanly trimmed hands. Once my nails grow out, can I come back? He looked at her and smiled innocently. I write my name here, right? Ji-won was about to pull the stack of paper over, but she suddenly grabbed his hand. Her hoarse, raspy voice echoed in his ear. Yes. A blood seal, then write your name. At that moment, a sharp blade slid out from the old woman's bamboo cane, making him scream. Ma'am, I have hemophilia. Can I do it after I take my medicine? Sorry, but where's the bathroom? I really have to pee. Ji-won quickly ran to a hidden corner and fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a red ink pen. A few seconds later, he put on an Oscar-worthy performance, yelling, ow, 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 oh my God, ma'am, hurry! My blood clots as soon as it hits the air. He clenched his finger, now covered in red ink. The old woman was at her wit's end with him. What's with all these illnesses, you kid? Ji-won quickly pressed his fingerprint onto the paper. Now I can write my name here, right? The old woman looked at him and muttered, This child is full of diseases. I must help him get better quickly. The old woman urged, Write quickly now. Ji-won slowly moved the pen, drawing a horizontal line, then a vertical one, then horizontal again. After a while, he had produced a long, squiggly name. Suddenly, he seized the opportunity and flipped through the entire stack of paper, holding it close to the mini camera hidden on his person. What the hell are you doing? She angrily snatched the paper back. Oh, I'm not allowed to look. Ji-won feigned innocence. I just wanted to compare to see if I wrote it correctly. Suddenly, whispers echoed in his ears, which then turned into piercing screams, repeating over and over. Liar, liar, liar. A chill ran down Ji-won's spine. The sound of a call alert from his smartwatch rang out, making him jump. Ah, well, I'll be going now. At that moment, the shop's rolling shutter suddenly slammed shut. Pitch-black bones appeared out of nowhere. The space seemed to warp. The entire shop vanished. Ji-won was trapped in a pitch-black sealed space. Ma'am! He screamed helplessly. Shop owner, where are you? Sensing the situation was bad, he quickly spoke into his watch. Gia, can you hear me, Gia? At that moment, a sliver of light appeared. The incredibly strong G.A. was single-handedly lifting the rolling shutter with her bare hands. She yelled, Ji-won, get out here! Ji-won's jaw dropped. Hurry up! Gia used all her might. Okay, Ji-won immediately dashed out. Suddenly, the shutter in G.A.'s hands made a series of cracking sounds. It grew sharp fangs, transforming into a giant beast's mouth, about to swallow them both. The monster's teeth slammed into the ground. The shutter slammed shut. Only G.A.'s final scream echoed out. G.A.! Ji-won yelled, stunned. At that moment, a figure rushed forward. He swung a greatsword, delivering a powerful slash at the door. The slash created a black hole-like tear in space. The monster's mouth immediately spat Ga out. Hisu managed to catch her in time. The door returned to its old rusty form. Ji-won stared in shock at the person who had just appeared. It was Yongjin. Yongjin, sama, the greatsword. He looked at his arrogant posture and thought to himself, so badass. Suddenly, a monstrous hand reached out from inside, trying to tear the rift open. "It's coming!" Ji-won yelled. Yongjin swung his sword on reflex. His hand gripped the weapon's hilt tightly. Ji-won was full of excitement. "I thought this stuff only existed in comics." "But damn it," Ji-won froze. Yongjin wasn't strong enough to lift the sword. Right after the other hand threw a massive punch, sending him flying. Yongjin Hisu rushed up to provide support. Ji-won couldn't be more shocked. He watched Hisu's skillful firecasting and exclaimed, as expected of a shaman's daughter. But she hadn't been cool for even 3 seconds, before Hisu tripped on a rock and fell flat on her face. Ji-won was so done with this pair. How in the world did these two exercise anything? The situation was hanging by a thread. Ji-won glanced behind him and was startled to see some iron bars. On the other side, Yongjin was still wrapped tightly by black arms, his breathing growing weaker. The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. It was Ji-won brandishing an iron pipe. "Looks like everything's up to me." One swing broke the first arm. Who would have thought this kid had such an insane resume? Second Dan in kendo. Hisu was surprised. The arms wrapped around Yongjin also began to retreat. Now was the time. Ji-won grabbed Yongjin's shoulder. "Run!" The group seized the opportunity and bolted like the wind. On top of a building under a blazing red sky, someone was quietly watching them. The large sword was thrown to the ground. Yongjin sat on the ground, panting. "I'm dead tired." On top of that, he heard a very annoying sentence. "Hey, are you guys okay?" Yongjin turned to give him a piece of his mind, but saw Ji-won upside down, his head bowed to the ground. "I'm truly sorry. Who would have thought it'd be so dangerous? I'm very sorry for dragging everyone into this." The words were sincere, but -1 point for elegance. "I did text Lee Hisu to come help, though." Ji-won explained, then recalled the text he had sent. "Hisu, this shop seems to be related to Dokyoung being possessed. I'm going to perform an exorcism myself. My friend is with me. Don't worry. The worst that can happen is we both get possessed and come back. It'll be fine." After reading it, Yongjin was so done with this little troublemaker. Ji-won was now pale with regret. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone in the first place. But I think sending the text was the right decision. That was really dangerous." Hisu replied gently, "Next time, let me know beforehand and we'll go together." Ji-won was stunned, then his face lit up. "Really? You'll go with me next time?" "No, I'm not going." Yongjin immediately threw cold water on his excitement. "Come on." Ji-won held out his hand. "Let's be good friends from now on." Yongjin slapped his hand firmly. "Here, high five, this is awesome." Ji-won knew that meant he had agreed. "Thanks for coming to help. You could have just ignored it. You're a really kind and righteous person." Just like Hisu said. "This feels weird," Yongjin finally said. "If you do anything wrong, this will be the last time we speak." "Why so shy?" Ji-won teased with a laugh. Yongjin sighed helplessly. "Why is no one around me normal?" "But you do exorcisms yourself?" Ji-won asked hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the sword. "Where did this sword come from?" "It looks like a great sword from a comic book. Can I touch it? We're friends now, right?" "You're already touching it," Yongjin said, exasperated. Suddenly, the body of the blade glowed as if refusing to be touched. "Oh, guess not." Ji-won pushed up his glasses regretfully. "Is that so? Must be a barrier. Only the chosen one can wield this sword." "That's so lame," Yongjin cut him off. "That's an exorcism sword." A dog's wheezing voice rang out. Ji-won jumped. "What, the dog is barking?" Jin in his dog form panted heavily. "It can only cut evil things." After saying that, he collapsed. "Ah, Mr. Hisu rushed over in a panic. "Are you okay? Have some water. I have to catch that dragon and fast." Jin thought to himself, feeling like he had lost half his life force. "Huh, is that your dog?" Ji-won asked, amazed. "How did it run all the way here?" Yeah. Yongjin replied coldly. "Can't dogs take taxis?" Ji-won was speechless. "Seriously, oh, I paid for the taxi with the money you gave me." Yongjin seemed to remember something. "You guys took a taxi here." Ji-won thought you ran all the way here. "I transferred the money to Lee Hisu myself." "Mister, are you feeling better?" Hisu asked Jin. "Why is there a palanquin here too?" Jin rasped. "So a taxi is a palanquin?" "Yeah." "But is the dog's name really Mister?" Ji-won still couldn't process it. "Yeah." "Is it a dog with special powers that you bring along for exorcisms?" "Yeah." "I get it. Sounds like something from a comic book." At this point, Ga slowly came to. "Ugh, where am I?" She looked up at the group of people huddled together, question mark on her face. "What's going on?" What just happened to me? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something really weird. Like the shop grew giant teeth and then it started dancing and spinning around. That's crazy, Hisu remarked. All right. Ji-won booted up his iPad. Now that Kang Ji-a is awake, let's get down to business. He turned the iPad screen around. You guys take a look at this. The later part is distorted so it's not clear. On the screen was footage from inside the shop. He fast-forwarded to the part showing a piece of paper, but I managed to save the most important part. A starry night sky. Someone opens the door and enters the shop. Hey, old lady, he calls out. Hello? The possessed Dokyoung looked at the other person. How much longer? Just came back, you've already lost an arm. The other person looked at Dokyoung's severed arm and asked curiously. Then he covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. What happened to my servant? Some kids dressed like you just stopped by, the old woman said. Hearing this, the other person's face went blank. She continued. It seems they wanted to save this body's owner, but someone unusual interfered. Someone unusual? Dokyoung asked curiously, then cleaned his ear. Oh, could it be Han Yong-jin? The old antique shop owner also repeated the name curiously. Han Yong-jin? There was a strange guy who beat me in a bet once, Dokyoung replied. He flicked his finger in the air. Yeah, he flicked his finger once and I went flying. So I don't think he is a normal person. How dare you go somewhere without waiting obediently? She interrupted. It takes 49 hours for the soul to separate from the body. What are you talking about? Dokyoung's face darkened. I was afraid they'd burn the talisman, so I had to do it. I already told them to tear the talisman. Nothing will happen. You shouldn't have taught them how to tear the talisman in the first place. Dokyoung raged. Seeing him like a wild beast, the old woman seemed amused. Humans may look calm on the outside, but inside they're full of fear. You have to prepare a little insurance for them, to get them to sign the contract. You're the same. Her words were gentle, but Dokyoung couldn't argue back. Besides, they won't tear the talisman, she reassured him. People these days look down on this kind of black magic. They just pray for others to fail. How can you be so sure? Dokyoung gritted his teeth. Slowly, countless red threads poured out from the old woman's body. One thread attached itself to him. Look at your little brothers. Isn't this proof? Even if they burn the talisman, you won't disappear. You'll simply return to me. She leaned on her cane and moved closer to Dokyoung. Do you hate being with me that much? Just then, a masked person suddenly appeared at the door, casually walking in. Pardon my intrusion. Elsewhere, a frightened voice rang out. What 49 hours? Hisu was stunned. A whole day has already passed. Jia replied, there are probably about 15 hours left. Youngjin continued. By the way, does anyone know who Kim Sun-woo is? Ji-won asked. The group shook their heads. There are a lot of names on that paper. How are you sure it's Kim Sun-woo? Ji-a wondered. Here, Ji-won pulled out the wooden box. I found this at school. Look. He pointed to the character carved on the box, then compared it to the name on the paper. They're identical. The group nodded. Whoa, you're right. Look at this ink stain, it's still quite fresh. It must have been recent. Ji-won analyzed. At that moment, Jin barked a few times. What's he saying? Hisu translated for Ji-won. He says that's read as do. Ji-won mumbled, then had a sudden realization. The demon of gambling. The walking encyclopedia. Ji-won took the stage again. According to my demon encyclopedia, from the late Joseon dynasty, the Dobugui was recorded as a species of demon that specialized in testing human luck through betting games. However, no one has ever defeated it. Ah, gambling, Youngjin mumbled. So those games of chance and rock, paper, scissors were its doing? First, quickly tell that shaman girl about this, Jin ordered. Hisu nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll ask my mom. Seeing the two of them nodding at a dog, G.A. was dumbfounded. Are you guys talking to this dog right now? Yeah, but you guys can't hear it. You have to have this gift to hear it, Hisu explained. Damn it, when will I ever get that gift? Ji-won lamented. The word mom appeared on the phone screen. Mom burned the talisman. Immediately, Hisu's mother's voice came from the other end of the line, mixed with a dry cough. That thing is dangerous. Are you kids okay? I just glanced at the screen, and my head is already killing me. Mom, are you okay? Hisu asked worriedly. The person you met is a Mudangui, a masterless demon, a spirit that uses other people's souls as its lackeys. In other words, the old woman at the antique shop isn't human. Not human, Ji-won was horrified. The ancient room was filled with countless trapped souls. The names signed with red marks in the book are contracts that steal souls. With that talisman, both the cursed child and the person who used it are no longer safe. Everyone was horrified to hear that. If 49 hours pass, G.A. said tensely, the body will be completely possessed by the demon. Worry was clearly written on everyone's face. The child's soul will be trapped forever in the shaman's talisman. At that point, there's no way to save them anymore. Hisu's mother continued, but she emphasized, if you manage to destroy the talisman within the time limit, the possessed child will return to normal, and the parasite in Dokyoung's body will also disappear. What about the one who cursed Dokyoung? They'll die. Their soul will be collected by the demon. Serves them right, Ga said gleefully. That kind of person's life isn't worth much anyway. Anyway, he's going to die soon. It should be fine, right? Hisu's mother replied. But you still need to bring that child here to assess the situation. You must burn that talisman before the 49 hours are up. The next day, the group went to school and split up to ask around in different classes. Ga searched in class 4, Ji-won searched in class 5. Hisu also searched in another class with the same question. Is Kim Sunwoo here? In class 2-2, a curious classmate said, Kim Sunwoo, then turned and yelled for the person they were looking for. Hey, Kim Sunwoo! Sunwoo! A seemingly introverted student jumped. Who's calling me? Are you Kim Sunwoo? Yeah, what about it? The person looking for him was none other than Yongjin. Why does it have to be me? He grumbled to himself, then got straight to the point. Do you have the talisman? Hearing this, Sunwoo jumped and fell silent. Then suddenly he shoved Yongjin hard and bolted out. Hey, stop! Yongjin hurriedly gave chase. Why are you running so fast? And so a chase began. Hey, stop! Yongjin yelled. But after just a few meters, he was panting heavily. Wait a sec. His limbs trembled like an 80-year-old's. Why is this so hard? My arms and legs feel paralyzed. Well, did you find him? Jia asked, opening the door. There! Yongjin gasped for air, pointing toward the chubby friend who was waddling as he ran ahead. That guy Ga immediately shot forward with the speed of a track and field athlete. You little brat, are you going to stop or not? But with her "you're so dead" expression, what Seong-woo would dare to stop? Hey, Ji-won shouted from a distance. You gave your hair and fingernails when you bought that thing. Right, you're screwed. That statement was like a finishing blow, causing Seong-woo to freeze in his tracks. That's a contract to offer you to a demon. Jia had also caught up. Got him? She yelled. Give me the talisman, hand it over if you don't want to die. What? Seong-woo's face went pale, stubbornly refusing to believe it. Don't lie to me. It's true, Hisu said. This is a shaman. Ji-won pointed at Hisu as he spoke. I'm not a shaman, she quickly denied. Jia looked at the chubby friend and said, but you just need to burn the talisman, and everything will go back to normal. Then, Seong-woo finally spoke up, stammering, will Do-kyung go back to normal too? What? Yeah, Ji-won replied. There's still time to put everything back in its original place. Give it here. No way, he growled through gritted teeth. So unreasonable, Ji-won sighed. Oh my God, please, Yongjin moaned wearily. What's the point now? Seong-woo's face twisted. I'd rather die. In another dimension, the name Kim Seong-woo was stamped, becoming the one marked. On the old woman's forehead, red brushstrokes followed one another, forming a seal over Seong-woo's name. The horrifying sound of scratching at the door echoed. This life is a wash anyway. Seong-woo hung his head. Now that things have turned out like this, my life is over. Anyway, he sneered. You guys hate me too, don't you? You'll probably go around bad-mouthing me all over school. Who would bother? Yongjin was speechless. If you keep acting like this, then yeah, you're pretty hateable, Ji-won said bluntly. To be honest, I didn't think it would get this serious either, Seong-woo mumbled. We get it. Just give us the talisman and it'll be over. The two kind girls consoled him. Just apologize to Do-kyung later. He'll understand. Understand my ass, Seong-woo snapped as if a nerve had been struck. What the hell do you guys know about Do-kyung? That bastard only acts nice. In reality, he does not give a damn about anyone. The other two were speechless. If Do-kyung comes back, Seong-woo bit his lip. He'll pretend to forgive me to your faces, but behind your backs he'll definitely beat the crap out of me. Because that bastard, he lifted his head and screamed, is a total fake. A memory flooded back. Middle school. In the noisy classroom, Seong-woo sat doing his work grumbling so damn loud. Why do I have to be in the same class as these losers? Weren't we supposed to be sorted by academic performance? So shall we let Seong-woo continue as class president? The teacher's voice rang out. The class was in an uproar. Teacher, a male student draped his arm over his neighbor. I nominate Do-kyung for class president. The whole class cheered while Seong-woo froze. I also nominate Do-kyung. Seong-woo's face darkened. In the end, Do-kyung and Seong-woo both went up to the front. I think letting Seong-woo continue as president makes more sense, Do-kyung stammered. Come on, don't be shy. Their friends cheered from below. The result, Jo Do-kyung won by a landslide over Kim Seong-woo. 2 votes. For Jo Do-kyung, 21 votes. Congrats, new class president. His friends surrounded Jo Do-kyung. Seong-woo was trembling with rage. He was only elected because he's popular. They should have picked someone competent. What the hell does that smooth talker even know how to do? Who were the other 2 votes from? Whispers echoed. He probably voted for himself for one of them. The kids in the back snickered. Having hit a sore spot, Seong-woo turned beet red with embarrassment. A bunch of idiots daring to make a joke out of me. You guys stole my opportunity, you know that? On the board, the homeroom teacher wrote a list of subjects: literature, math, English, Korean history. Seong-woo held his test results in his hand. Suddenly, someone in the class shouted, "Hey, Jo Do-kyung is first place in our class." Seong-woo's whole body froze. The girls started to gush. Damn, that's our class president for you. Handsome, smart, rich. He's top tier. He's perfect, not a single flaw. I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Seong-woo's face went pale. He remembered Jo Do-kyung's smile and felt sick to his stomach. No way. How can someone be so perfect? He's definitely faking it. He crumpled the report card in his hand. That fake son of a bitch. I bet he's laughing at me on the inside. That cunning bastard. Always acting so nice in front of everyone, Seong-woo recounted. So you're just salty because you didn't get elected class president. Gia said, her voice dripping with scorn. That's more like a victim complex. Ji-won chimed in. All right, are we at the fake part yet? There's more. Seong-woo shouted. This is the important part. This time it was the freshman orientation. A hand clapped Seong-woo on the shoulder. He was stunned. Do-kyung, how did he know I was in this class? Hello? Do-kyung smiled politely. You're in this class. Could you go get Dong-hun for me? Seong-woo's face went blank. Raise your hand if you agree the part where he doesn't remember my name is fake. Seong-woo turned to ask Young-jin and Hee-soo. Not a single hand went up. Damn it, he yelled. There's no way that bastard doesn't remember me. He's clearly doing it on purpose because he looks down on me. Just admit that you hate Jo Do-kyung, Gia said, narrowing her eyes. Who the hell are you that he has to remember you? Besides, Ji-won calmly analyzed. You transferred schools right after that. Who would remember someone who transferred out at the beginning of the semester? Do you even remember my name? I was in the same class too. You're just hoping that Jo Do-kyung is a fake person. Ji-won concluded. Everything you've said is just an excuse. Every word was gentle but incredibly sharp, leaving Seong-woo speechless. He gritted his teeth. A tear suddenly rolled down his cheek. I don't care if he's fake or not. That bastard has to disappear. This world is so damn unfair, Seong-woo sobbed. I tried so hard and still got nothing, but he was born right at the finish line. You think he just got everything easily? Gia said coldly. Of course, Seong-woo sneered. Born into a rich family? If that's not the finish line, then what is? Bastards like him need to be eliminated. What do you know? Gia couldn't take it anymore. The corners of her eyes welled up with tears. She knew how hard Do-kyung had to work in secret. He always has to try twice as hard as everyone else. Because he's always envied by people like you. That's why he's so afraid of being disliked. Serves him right, Seong-woo retorted. I heard he's studying to be an actor. Probably wants to play the nice guy role to get ahead later, right? Shut up, Gia screamed. This idiot? Ji-won was at her wit's end. Why won't he understand? Is it because of the talisman? Just then, Young-jin, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. That's right, it's so unfair. Gia and Ji-won were stunned. Young-jin, why are you? Because I think so too, Young-jin said, then looked straight at Seong-woo. So what if Do-kyung disappears? Will things get better for you? His eyes were cold and emotionless. Memories of envious glares, of feeling helpless, and only able to watch from a distance suddenly returned. Will the world become a fairer place? Young-jin asked. Nothing will change. You'll always just see people like Do-kyung, and then you'll find another way to do these useless things. He looked at Gia's sorrowful tears. If the time limit passes, and Do-kyung can't come back, then you've killed someone. Every word from Young-jin was like a hammer blow to the conscience of Seong-woo. Because even if his body is still here, Do-kyung's soul has vanished from this world, and you'll continue to live as you did before. That is what's truly fake. Hearing these words, Seong-woo's tears flowed again. That's not right, he silently lied to himself. The scene returned to that day. Gia angrily walked away. Seong-woo hid behind a wall watching everything. The hand holding the talisman trembled. Did it really work? He watched Do-kyung's retreating figure. A savage smile spread across his lips. That's right, this is what you call fair. This is your true face. Jo Do-kyung. He thought gleefully, tomorrow rumors will spread all over school. He'll definitely get expelled. Gia will definitely cut ties with him too. When he got home, fear once again enveloped Seong-woo. He trembled. If 49 hours pass, will Do-kyung really disappear? His hand tightened around the talisman. If so, then Jo Do-kyung's fake smile reappeared in his mind. Am a murderer. His mind uncontrollably wanted to tear the talisman to shreds. No, this is enough. This is enough to damage his reputation. But then he didn't do it. He remembered what Jo Do-kyung said when he saw him. You look familiar. What's your name? It felt like 1,000 things were fighting in his head. He saw my face. What if he comes back and gets revenge on me? Thump. Song-woo's fist slammed down on the bed. Who knew this trick would actually work? He cursed silently, his hand repeatedly pounding the bed. Countless humiliating memories flooded back. He piled all the blame onto the one who was the cause of everything. Do-kyung. Song-woo curled up in a corner. It's because he's so fake that things ended up this way. It's all his own damn fault. That dazzling smile kept replaying in his head. Song-woo buried his face in his hands, screaming in agony. It's already come to this. What am I supposed to do now? It's too late. Just give me the talisman. Hurry up. Youngjin's calm voice rang out. Ji-won finally understood. Could this be the legendary lecture? He watched the master of psychological manipulation. First pretend to empathize, then deliver profound words of wisdom. Meanwhile, Hee-soo stood behind silently observing. I can't believe it actually worked. Ji-won remarked in awe, seeing that Song-woo had been completely won over. Crying, Seong-woo pulled the talisman out of his pocket, but at the same time, a soulless voice echoed in his ear. Die! Seong-woo's legs gave out. Ji-ah, who was holding him, was pulled down as well. Hey, what's wrong with you? She shouted. Hey, give me the talisman! Seong-woo opened his vacant eyes and mumbled, I have to go to my mom. He yanked his hand away from Ji-ah, causing her to fall over. You crazy bastard! Hee-soo and Ji-won gasped. His foot stepped onto the windowsill, and just like that he jumped straight out. A slipper flew off. Seong-woo was dangling, still not understanding what was happening. When he looked down, panic set in. Save me! He screamed. I don't want to die. Don't move. Yongjin was trying to hold on to his leg tightly. Ji-won grabbed him tightly from behind. I got it, I told you not to move. Behind them, everyone else was pulling with all their might. Jia strained so hard that veins popped out on her arms. At this rate, we're all going to die, Youngjin thought. The hand gripping Seong-woo's leg was already bright red. Suddenly, the whole group lost their balance and almost fell. In that moment, Youngjin's hidden power suddenly activated. Thanks to that, he managed to pull Seong-woo up, saving everyone from the brink of death. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly jump like that? Youngjin gritted his teeth. I didn't mean to, Seong-woo argued, trembling. Suddenly, someone stared at me and told me to die. After that, I don't remember anything. He's the one who said he'd rather die, Ji-won pointed out. Hey, we need to burn the talisman quickly, Hee-soo said, noticing a mark on Seong-woo's neck. On his neck. Isn't that the symbol of the antique shop? Suddenly, the symbol heated up. Ow, it burns! Seong-woo cried out in pain. See, it's the talisman, get it out now, Ji-won urged. So Seong-woo took out the talisman. That's it. Jia snatched it and took out a lighter. Burn it now, what are you waiting for? Finally, the lighter sparked to life. But Do-kyung had appeared. A cold breath blew out the flame. Happy birthday, he said in a low voice. Everyone was terrified. Happy birthday to my lovely self, Kang Ji-ah. Hurry up! Ji-won yelled, lunging to grab Do-kyung. Seong-woo also charged in. You bastards! Do-kyung elbowed Ji-won in the head. Youngjin stood in front of Ji-ah. Hurry, burn the talisman. Tears streamed down her face, but she tried to stay calm and light the fire. The moment the talisman finished burning, Do-kyung collapsed. Did it work? Do-kyung, everyone called out to him. He slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Everyone was overjoyed. Do-kyung! But a different voice came from his mouth. Sorry, he smirked. Do-kyung already logged out yesterday. Do-kyung laughed so hard he shook while everyone else was stunned silent. He mocked them, look at your faces. Why? Ji-won was bewildered. It hasn't even been 49 hours yet. Do-kyung burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what the hell were you guys trying to do? Was that the right talisman? Ji-won turned and asked. It was it's not his fault. Do-kyung spoke up, a cunning smile on his face. That was the right talisman, but now it's just trash. It has nothing to do with me anymore. How can that be? Youngjin and Hee-soo were confused. If that's the case, then the real Do-kyung, Jia was devastated. Is gone, he said nonchalantly. You've wasted all your effort, you bunch of idiots. Why did this happen? It wasn't 49 hours yet. Ji-won picked up his phone, trying to find an answer. Do-kyung walked over and grabbed him by the collar. Oh, Ji-won. He crushed the detector on Ji-won's chest and taunted. From the moment this little toy stopped beeping, you should have realized it. Before the owner of this body faded away, he kept looking for you. Ji-won cried tears of regret. Don't cry, Do-kyung said, his smile turning vicious. He raised his claws. You'll be reunited with your friends soon enough. In another dimension, the real Do-kyung was facing a mysterious evil spirit. Do you want to make a deal with me? The deathless ghost offered. I'll give you what you want. Who are you? What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Do-kyung growled. He said nothing, just snapped his fingers. An invisible force sent Do-kyung flying into a cabinet. The old gambling demon rushed over, catching a white porcelain vase, then glared at the deathless ghost. "Damn you, how dare you!" she roared. Black smoke rushed toward him from every corner, but just as it was about to reach him, it suddenly retreated. "Who are you?" she asked in terror. "It takes 49 hours to claim a soul," the deathless ghost said, picking up the porcelain vase. "What a pathetic piece of black magic. What the hell do you want?" "The 49-hour contract. I'll get rid of it for you," he replied calmly. In exchange, he looked toward Dokyung, the unusual child who came here before. "Bring him to me alive." Back in the present, Yongjin was standing in front of Jiwon. "Stop. So you're finally willing to play with me?" Dokyung laughed vilely, lifting Jiwon into the air. "How about it, want to make a bet? The match isn't over yet." He made an offer. "Let's make a deal. If you win, I'll leave this body and return your friend to normal. In exchange, if you lose, your life is mine." "Well, if you don't agree, I'll just kill all of you right now." Dokyung tightened his grip on Jiwon's neck. You can bet with my life." Jiwon struggled to speak. "Shut up. What I want is the life of Han Yongjin." After a moment of silence, Yongjin made up his mind. "Fine." "Really?" Dokyung looked ecstatic. "In return, you have to wait until after school. Before that, leave everyone alone." "Okay," Dokyung agreed, dropping Jiwon. He leaned in and whispered in Yongjin's ear. "After school, meet me at the antique shop. Remember to come alone." He suddenly pulled Yongjin's shirt. "Oh, and don't go inside the shop if you don't want to die yet." With that, he left. In the classroom, this kind of trap is pretty common in stories. Jiwon spoke up. "If you go there alone, you'll get ambushed and ganged up on." "What is going on?" Jia worried. "The talisman was burned. And the mark on Dokyung's neck is gone too. Why hasn't he come back yet?" A thought just popped into my head. Jiwon blurted out. "Shut up!" Kang Jia couldn't help but snap. "What if Dokyung has become a plague demon's messenger?" The moment Jiwon finished speaking, Kang Jia swung a fist at him. "I told you to shut up." Luckily, Jiwon managed to dodge in time. At this point, Hisu spoke up. "My mom said that if the talisman was burned and he still hasn't returned, it's possible his soul is being held captive somewhere." "Where?" Kang Jia asked. "At the antique shop, of course," Jiwon interjected. "The gambling demon itself told Yongjin to go there. Besides, the shaman also said, that's the hideout, where the broker demon uses human souls to create plague messengers." Jiwon picked up his notebook. "The gambling demon also told him not to go inside the shop. Maybe it's because Dokyung is in there." He looked up and read from the notebook. "According to my great encyclopedia of monsters, although no one has ever beaten the gambling demon, it's possible it will keep its promise. Though I'm also worried it's a trap. There's no guarantee of winning." Kang Jia interrupted. "If he loses, Yongjin will be in danger too." "No Yongjin can win," Jiwon argued. "Huh, do you have a plan?" "The gambling demon said the match wasn't decided yet." One crossed his arms. "So the winning chance is 50-50. "That's not helpful at all," Kang Jia said, exasperated. Yongjin had been silent until now. He remembered Jo Do-kyung's words. "What I want is the life of Yongjin." He looked at his own hands, pondering. "He's not after my body. It's all because of this left arm." Suddenly, he realized something. "My left arm was created from the black dragon. It's not a weakness, it's a strength." "Hey, Lee Hisu!" Yongjin called out. "Last time you said I fought right." Yeah. But wasn't it the great god who took care of that demon?" It's true he destroyed it. But before that, it was mostly you," Hisu explained. "Before what?" "After my mom got stabbed." "Your mom got stabbed?" Kang Jia gasped. Yongjin was lost in thought. "Exactly. After that point, I don't remember anything. If what she said is true, and my judgment is correct then." He suddenly raised his left hand. "Back then, did I only use my left hand?" Hisu was stunned. "Are you left-handed?" "Wait, no." Yongjin was confused. Hisu suddenly turned and mimicked the motion of him raising the blade. The image flashed back in her mind. "Yeah, you only used your left hand." "Why?" she asked curiously. "I think," Yongjin said hesitantly, "I figured out a way." "A way for what?" everyone asked in surprise. "First, let's do what the gambling demon said," he said with a determined voice. "I'll go there alone." Why, that's like walking right into a trap," Jiwon worried. "What trap?" Yongjin interrupted. "You can't go alone, it's too dangerous." Hisu tried to stop him. "If we all go, what if we all die before we can even do anything?" Yongjin was determined. "He's got a point," Jiwon surprisingly agreed. "I'm not going alone, I'm going with my ancestor," Yongjin added. But does your ancestor have any powers?" Jiwon was still a little worried. The sun was setting. Jin, sitting on Yongjin's head, spoke up. "Well, I'll be damned. The sun must be rising in the west. I never thought I'd see the day. You'd volunteer to go hunt demons, so I should just sit here and wait to die." Yongjin replied coldly. "That's my grandson," Jin said, pleased, patting his head. They crossed through an alley and arrived at an abandoned shop. "This is the place," Yongjin was stunned. "Just as I thought. This place is radiating dark energy. Be extremely careful," Jin warned. "Are you sure you can find him?" "I can hear him. Try calling out to see if the boy answers." As soon as he stepped inside, Yongjin smelled something unpleasant. What's that smell?" "Jo Do-kyung." "If you're in here, answer me," he shouted. The surroundings were suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, Jin saw something lurking behind him. "Yongjin." "My grandson," Jin warned. "Get out of here now." But it was too late. As Yongjin started to turn, his foot stepped on something soft and squishy. Everything around him suddenly changed, stunning him. He instinctively reached his hand back, but his left hand wouldn't obey. It stayed out motionless. In such a critical situation, Jin saw that he had no reaction whatsoever. Yongjin trembled. He hadn't even had time to lift his sword before the tentacles shot forward, wrapping tightly around his arm. Other tentacles attacked simultaneously. Helpless, he could only close his eyes and brace himself. Swish. Just then, a sword flashed, slicing the tentacles in half. It was Do-kyung. He had saved him just in time. "You idiot!" he scoffed, then glared at Yongjin. "I told you not to go in there." With that, Do-kyung grabbed Yongjin by the collar and dragged him away. The suddenness of the event sent Jin flying. He was immediately entangled by other tentacles. "Yongjin!" he called out in fear. Inside the shop, a giant something was rising up. The old woman's voice echoed. How dare you betray me?" On Do-kyung's neck, a strange mark suddenly appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. He smirked triumphantly. He grabbed Yongjin by the collar and ran off with an excited face. "I'm free on the rooftop." Do-kyung was now possessed by a demon. He laughed bizarrely, dragging Yongjin along behind him. "Yongjin, you saw that, right?" He bared his sharp teeth. That woman's expression. Seeing him struggling, he turned back and snapped. "Hey, stop struggling, I just saved you. If you don't listen when I'm being nice, you want a beating?" He dropped Yongjong, causing a pile of construction materials to collapse. Do-kyung jumped down and quickly ran over to him. Yongjong fell weakly in the thick dust, coughing violently. Do-kyung stood there, coldly, hands in his pockets, watching him. A die fell. Do-kyung covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless other cups appeared, surrounding Yongjin. "What is this?" he asked, bewildered. "What else?" Do-kyung laughed aggressively. "We agreed to bet our lives, didn't we? Come on." The dice started moving from cup to cup, at a dizzying speed, making Yongjin's head spin. "Now guess," Do-kyung commanded gleefully. "How the hell am I supposed to guess this?" But then Jin decisively placed his hand on a cup. He slowly lifted it. Luckily, the smoking die was right inside. All the other cups instantly vanished. Do-kyung froze. How did he guess it perfectly? The odds were 1 in 100. After all, I won. Yongjin sighed in relief and looked up at him. "Best 2 out of 3 wins." Do-kyung suddenly changed the rules. "Why did you suddenly change the rules?" "Because I want to," he replied curtly, taking out another die. "This time, whoever rolls the higher number wins. I'll go first." "Why do you always get your way?" Yongjin complained. The 6 dice stopped rolling. 6, 6. Yongjin read. He angrily scolded. "Who allowed you to change the rules like that? I already won the last round. I'm not playing." But his left hand unconsciously slammed down, grabbing the die. "What are you doing?" Do-kyung asked, confused. Yongjin frantically used his right hand to hold his left wrist. "I said no, stop." His left hand still wouldn't obey. It threw the die to the ground. "Wait a minute, that wasn't me," he stammered an explanation. "He threw it." Do-kyung laughed triumphantly. "Either way, your die will only land on one. I'm sure to win." But the situation suddenly changed. Crack Jongin's left hand crushed the die. Both of them stared in shock at the shattered pieces on the ground. Reading the number on the largest fragment, 7. "Are you kidding me?" Do-kyung roared in anger. "You lose." "Why did I lose?" Yongjin calmly provoked him. "It still could have landed on 6, but you broke it. There's no rule against breaking it." Yongjin argued. "Who says you didn't say so beforehand?" "It's an unwritten rule. Like you said, there's no rule that says we have to play 3 rounds and win 2. I should have won from the last round." Do-kyung let out a dry laugh, then covered his face and laughed out loud. "Looks like I'll have to beat you to a pulp." A stream of black, dark energy radiated from the palm of his hand. "That's right. That demon didn't say I had to bring it back in one piece, as long as it's still breathing right." As soon as the thought finished, Do-kyung suddenly vanished from where he stood. He shot towards Yongjin like a flash of lightning, throwing a punch with the demonic face. Yongjin was alarmed, but quickly composed himself. He reached behind his neck and drew the blade his ancestor had lent him. Then he decisively swung a slash at Do-kyung. The blade, following its momentum, stuck into the ground. Do-kyung, with the incredible speed of one possessed, easily backed away to dodge the blow. He was extremely surprised to see Yongjin could react so quickly. Yongjin gripped the blade tightly, but he couldn't control it. The blade raised itself forward. When did I grab the sword? Du Gyong's voice was replaced by a roar. He furiously questioned, "You're not a normal person. Are you? Why didn't you say so before?" The blade unconsciously moved again, pointing straight at him. Another voice came from Yeonjin's mouth. "I will cut off your head." "You bastard," Du Gyong was furious. "Hey, that wasn't me," Yeonjin quickly explained, trying to buy time. "Wait a minute. If you're not convinced, let's play another round." He retorted angrily, "The fun is over, you." "Huh." Yeonjin was scared. He offered a deal. "If that's the case, the match I won fair and square. Let Du Gyong go." "That bastard Du Gyong again?" he growled. "Didn't I already tell you he's been dead for a long time?" Hearing that Yeonjin's face fell. "But you said if I won, you'd bring him back." He gloated teasingly, now that he had a grasp of his weakness. "All right. If you want, I'll give you this corpse for a funeral." He unleashed his true power. "But first you have to beat me." Du Gyong charged aggressively towards him. Swoosh. A net gun was pointed straight at him and the trigger was pulled. A rainbow-colored net flew out, capturing Do Gyong and knocking him to the ground. What the hell is this? The net took effect, causing the demon to cry out in agony. Yeonjin was stunned. He looked in the direction the net was fired from. "Even if you win, he'll just cheat anyway," Ji-won said, still holding the gun beside him. Haisu was worriedly calling Yeonjin. "How did you know to come here?" Yeonjin asked dazedly. "Turn your tie over and see." Ji-won smiled. Yeonjin did as he was told, and saw a small device attached to it. "What is this?" "It's a location tracker," Ji-won explained. "Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but I was worried. You told me not to come, but this is too dangerous. How could I let you fight alone?" But more importantly, he held out a sword. "My swordsmanship is even better than yours." "Yeonjin, hurry up and do it, just like last time." Haisu awkwardly urged, "Do what?" Suddenly, 2 giant dice cups appeared in the sky. They fell down and covered Ji-won and Hee-soo, making a deafening sound. Yeonjin was terrified. He looked up at Do Gyong, who was floating in midair. He slowly descended his head, bowed, scolding, "You bastard!" He raised his head, revealing his glowing demonic eyes. "I said to come alone." Yeonjin was terrified, but it's okay. Do Gyong spread his clawed hand. His voice softened. "This is more interesting." He conjured another cup, and with a flick of his wrist unleashed his power. The 3 cups moved in constant rotation, much faster than before, then lined up in a row. "What are you doing?" Yeonjin asked, scared. "Only one box is empty," he said coldly, swiping his hand across a cup. "This is useless. Once trapped, they are completely separated from the outside world." Inside, Haisu scaredly called out, "Yeonjin, what is this?" "Trapped again." Ji-won yelled, "Come on!" Du Gyong stood in front of the 2 cups and ordered Yeonjin, "Choose one of the 2 boxes." "Huh? You have to at least save one of them," he coaxed. "Don't worry, just pick one. I'll handle it so quickly. Won't even realize it's been eliminated." He smirked, mocking Yeonjin. "Pathetic, isn't it? They came here to save you." Yeonjin remained rooted to the spot, staring at the 2 giant dice cups. "And now one of them has to die by your hand," the gambling demon taunted. "Let them go," Yeonjin growled. "You said you only needed my life." "Yeah, I don't feel like it." It immediately retorted. Its hideous face opened in a laugh. "Why should I do what you want? From the beginning, I could have finished you off easily. I just like to gamble." He forced him to choose again. "Now which one do you want to save? Choose quickly before they suffocate in there." Hearing the word suffocate, Yeonjin panicked. What's so surprising? With a box that sealed, where's the air to breathe? Ji-won and Haisu inside were having more and more trouble breathing. "The more you stall, your friends will—" He choked himself, pretending to suffocate to taunt him. "Choose Yeonjin." Yeonjin's face darkened. He stood motionless, not knowing what to do for a moment. Look at his expression. "You should have been scared from the beginning," he silently sneered. "This is so satisfying, you bastard." He touched the cup on the right. "Hint. Let me give you a hint. The girl is on this side." Then he burst out laughing maniacally again. A life or death situation. Suddenly a voice rang out in Yeonjin's head. "Kill him!" His eyes turned bloodshot. But thinking about Do Gyong's safety, he tried to resist that command. "I can't. If I do, Do Gyong will—" He shifted his attention to the cups. Or should I just slice the box? But what if I accidentally hit them? A pair of glowing red dragon eyes flashed in his mind. Yeonjin's hand unconsciously tightened on the blade. His legs moved on their own and automatically lunged forward. The blade swung back to gather momentum. Seeing his decisive action, the gambling demon was also shocked and scared. So Yeonjin brought down a heaven-sent slash, carrying the power of a dragon onto the 2 cups. They cracked, but miraculously, Ji-won and Haisu inside were unharmed. Instead, the one who took the hit was the gambling demon. A deep gash appeared on its chest, glowing with red sparks. Young Yeonjin just now realized, this blade is specialized for destroying evil things. "Gah, I'm really dead this time." Ji-won sat down on the ground, scared. He clutched his stomach, feeling all over his body. Strangely, there were no wounds at all. He looked behind him and couldn't believe his eyes. The demon's true form was lying sprawled on the ground. He quickly opened his camera to scan the frequency. As expected, it was an extremely strong magnetic field. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yeonjin urged. "Why aren't you taking Do-kyung away?" The demon looked up at him, in disbelief. How did it freeze? When he saw the reflection in Yeonjin's eyes, a giant, powerful dragon was enveloping him. "Hurry up and run," he replied. "After I take care of things here, I'll follow right after. It's more dangerous to go with you." "Let's go, Haisu," Ji-won cut in. "We'll only get in his way. Look at its condition." Yeonjin definitely has the upper hand now. The demon propped itself up, gritting its teeth in anger. Swoosh! A slash from the air came straight down on it. Yeonjin continuously swung his blade. It could only groan and endure. Seeing the blade right in front of its face, the demon was suddenly startled. Impossible. It suddenly remembered the image of the faceless demon. The seal between its eyebrows suddenly glowed, radiating a demonic purple aura. The demon itself didn't understand what was happening. The veins on its hand bulged, its body suddenly transforming strangely. Its eyes glowed purple, its head tilted back and slammed hard against the ground. Everything happened too fast, leaving Yeonjin to just stand and watch, not understanding a thing. It let out painful gurgling sounds. A memory suddenly flooded its mind. "Bring him back to me alive," the faceless demon ordered. He was intently looking at the vase with a tube in it. "Strange. Why don't you go and get him yourself?" the old woman angrily said. He placed the vase back in its original position and said slowly, "If I could catch it myself, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this stinking place." Hearing that, the old woman broke out in a cold sweat. "You insolent brat! You had this all planned out, didn't you?" The faceless demon didn't care. He summoned 2 demonic cards in his hand. "I've already prepared everything that's necessary." He flicked his wrist and threw the 2 cards. They created a bizarre arc of demonic energy. One card stuck straight to the old woman's forehead. The other one imprinted on Do-kyung's neck. The demonic card immediately merged with his body, emitting a purple light that rooted itself around his neck. "Ah!" Do-kyung cried out in pain, his hand on his neck. "You—" "What the hell did you do?" A stream of black energy condensed on his hand, turning his arm into a grotesque sight, with sharp claws. "What is this?" Do-kyung was shocked. In just a moment, his entire body was affected. The whites of his eyes were now a soft purple. He suddenly felt a surge of unprecedented power. A blinding light beside him caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had grown back. She was trembling, trying to control her new power. Her power was enveloped in an orange light, much stronger than his. The faceless demon didn't care and turned to walk towards the door, only leaving one sentence: "The deadline is tomorrow." That night, amidst the city lights, Do-kyung ran like the wind into an alley searching for someone. Where did he disappear to? He gritted his teeth in anger. The faceless demon moved like the wind, appearing right behind him. "Looking for me?" Do-kyung glanced, turning his head back to look straight at the mask. "Who are you really?" He was not afraid at all. "Didn't you change the old woman's spell? What is this power?" Asking a disrespectful question 3 times, the faceless demon replied. His bloodshot pupils were full of contempt. "Why should I answer the question of a bastard like you?" A gust of wind brushed past. He was right behind him. Then he continued deeper into this alley. "Wait!" Do-kyung hastily yelled. "The deal. That deal." He looked at his back and blurted out, "Let's do it separately with me." "No," he replied instantly. The faceless demon turned around and covered his mouth, laughing mockingly. "Actually, I don't trust mongrels like you two. You're even weaker than your master." "She's not my master," Do-kyung yelled. "It was just for a personal reason, that I was forced to make a contract." "What does that have to do with me?" the faceless demon said coldly. "The condition of the deal is to bring Yeonjin back alive. Anyone will do as long as he's brought back alive." Do-kyung placed a hand on his chest. "I guarantee I have a free body, so I can act much faster. The house is the old woman's body. She can't leave it. The only one who can act is me. So, give me the power you gave her. I'll definitely bring that bastard back for you." His determination seemed to have moved the faceless demon. "If you want, I can give you more power. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle it." "I can handle it," Do-kyung yelled. Instantly, a black demonic card flew straight at his forehead, quickly merging into his flesh. An excruciating pain washed over him. The evil energy surged into his head, forcing him to his knees, screaming in agony. "Tisk tisk, I told you so," the faceless demon said nonchalantly. "You filthy mongrel. Your body is trembling, yet you still demand high-level power." He suddenly froze. He sat up dazed. The seal on his forehead had perfectly assimilated into his body. A strange voice came from his mouth. "You said you'd grant any request." The demon card on his neck also activated. "As long as I bring him back here, right?" Do-kyung's face turned cold, as if he had been completely possessed by the evil power. He ambitiously declared, "What I want is freedom. Back to reality." The demon had completely taken control of Do-kyung's body. It turned the tables spectacularly. Suddenly, it lunged forward and choked Yeonjin with terrifying speed. The grip was so strong it pushed him back into a passive position. Yeonjin swung his great sword, aiming straight for its head. The demon smartly let go and shot up into the air, dodging the slash. Over here, Yeonjin was in pain, clutching his throat and coughing violently. It looked up at him with a disdainful expression. "You bunch of blockheads. How long has it been?" It muttered, tilting its head in calculation. 3 minutes? 4 minutes. It bared its teeth in a sinister grin. The time it takes to stop breathing until death. At the same time, in another place, "What's wrong with you?" Ji-won worriedly asked Hae-soo. "Let me give you a hand." Hae-soo only called Do-kyung's name, her voice trembling. Faced with his pale, cold arm, she said, "Do-kyung." He stopped breathing. Those words shocked Ji-won. He immediately started chest compressions on Do-kyung. "There's no soul left." The demon squinted with amusement. "The thing you're taking is just an empty shell." It let out a loud, savage laugh, mocking Ji-won and Hae-soo's desperate efforts. "Are you trying to hold a funeral for him?" "Soul." A thought flashed through Yeonjin's mind. He spun on his heel and gritted his teeth, and ran with all his might towards the antique shop. But the demon was faster. It blocked his path like the wind. Its purple eyes flashed. It delivered a devastating kick to his stomach. "Where do you think you're going?" Yeonjin was sent flying, his whole body slamming hard against a wall, breaking out in a sweat. This power is so hard to control. The demon landed baring its sharp teeth. "But you're not allowed to die. My mission is to capture you alive." Yeonjin, sitting in the rubble, gritted his teeth and endured. He gripped the blade tightly. "Left hand." He commanded, "Kill him for me." The dust cleared to reveal Yeonjin's glowing red eyes. He shot forward, slashing horizontally. The demon immediately jumped back to dodge, a little surprised and angry. Yeonjin crouched down to gather momentum, then shot up, at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Swish A/ hit right in the middle of the demon's chest. It roared, a surge of dark power gathering in its fist. Then it came crashing down like a meteor, aiming straight for Yeonjin. He braced himself with all his might. His face drenched in sweat, he raised his blade to block. But the force of the punch was too great. He was knocked back and fell straight to the ground. The blade plunged deep into the pavement, causing it to crack. The demon landed lightly, looking angry from its wounds. Purple light began to seep out. The mark on its forehead lit up. "I've had enough of this," it growled, looking at his left arm, which was radiating a strange power from Yeonjin. "What the hell is that thing?" "You don't need to know," Yeonjin panted, replying coldly. "I was just wondering why that masked guy was looking for you." The demon glanced at his glowing figure. So there was a reason, after all. In another place, Ji-won was still trying to do chest compressions. "Do-kyung?" "Ji-won, could it be?" Hae-soo panicked. "Do-kyung's soul is still here." A voice cut in. The two of them looked in surprise at the newcomer. A man in a shirt, with earrings, was approaching. "Do you want to break his ribs, or something pressing that hard?" Back to the fight, Yeonjin charged forward to attack again. The demon leaned back to dodge the blow. The pain from his arm shot through, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. He was about to fall, but he still managed to swing his blade, aiming for the demon's head. The blade was right at its side. The demon was a little scared, but just then he was exhausted. The blade stopped and then fell. Yeonjin collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably, but his eyes were still full of determination. The demon lifted a foot and stomped hard where he had just been. Luckily, Yeonjin had managed to roll away. He knelt on the ground, trembling. With the last of his strength, he plunged his blade into the ground to steady himself. Yeonjin froze, glancing at the blade. He forced himself to stand up, his eyes showing no intention of giving up. "At this rate, I'll die before I can defeat it." The demon tilted its head, observing Yeonjin's staggering body. "This bastard is like he's possessed by someone." Left hand, Yeonjin's blade automatically stabbed forward, pulling his whole body with it. The demon also lunged forward, but its eyes seemed to hide another thought. Suddenly, it relaxed its clawed hand, its surrounding power dissipating. Yeonjin was surprised. The demon unexpectedly used its other hand to punch him hard in the chest. The ancient symbol on its forehead appeared again. As expected, it grinned sinisterly, confirming its suspicion. Yeonjin was sent flying, the ground beneath his back cracking. The right side has no power at all. The demon thought to itself. It laughed contemptuously. "Hey," it called to the motionless Yeonjin. "I don't know what the hell you have on your left sides, but it doesn't seem to suit your weak body, does it?" Yeonjin opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he struggled to sit up. "Wait a minute," he yelled hastily. But in a flash, the demon was right beside him, gripping his right arm tightly. "Look!" It looked at him with disdain. "The right side is no different from a noodle." Yeonjin was stunned. "Ah, ah!" He cried out in pain as the demon easily twisted his right arm back. His left hand dropped the blade. The demon stomped hard on him, pinning his left hand to the ground. "Who told you to resist? You deserve to be beaten," it said, grinding its foot on Yongjin's left hand. Its eyes lit up, baring its sharp teeth. Now for this damn left hand. Its foot pressed down. "Ah!" Yongjin's face contorted as he screamed. A stream of red energy surged from his broken left hand and into his right. His right arm healed as if by magic. Before the demon could even understand what was happening, the blade had already flown past behind its head. The hilt landed neatly in Yongjin's right hand. They both glanced at the newly healed arm, completely astonished. Yongjin's right hand swung the blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. But before he could attack, an object flew and pierced straight into the demon's neck. It was powerless. Its body sent flying and crashing into a stone pillar of a nearby building. A glowing white arrow pinned the demon's corpse, sending it to meet its maker. But Yongjin couldn't believe his eyes. He turned his head to look at the person who had just attacked. High above the silhouette of a person holding a bow was faintly visible. Yu, with her white hair streaked with red, was looking straight at Yongjin. On the edge of another towering building, Z, the mysterious masked figure, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. "Things are getting more complicated now." Over there, a handsome young man with golden eyes and earrings smirked. He coldly ordered Ji-won get out of the way. "Who are you?" Ji-won was dazed. The young man didn't answer, but focused on assessing Do-kyung's condition. Hey, what are you doing?" Ji-won yelled when he saw him about to touch his friend. High above, Z finished, the seal creating a blinding blue flame. "Excuse me," he said, then vanished. At the same time, the flame from his hand shot away. Below, the young man with the earring suddenly frowned, froze on Jo-kyung's pale face. A single tear unexpectedly rolled down. "Look!" the young man shouted. "Jo-kyung!" Heejin and Ji-won called out worriedly. As soon as they spoke, Jo-kyung bent over, choked, and then his eyes flew open. He turned and vomited violently. "Are you really Jo-kyung?" Ji-won asked suspiciously while patting his back. "It's really him." The young man with the earring suddenly spoke up. "Hey, you!" Ji-won turned to say something, but the other guy had already turned and left. "It's late, hurry home." He waved goodbye. "Ji-won," Hisu called out, "take care of Jo-kyung, okay?" "Huh, oh, leave it to me." "I will." She suddenly paused, remembering Yonjin's warning. "Run, it's more dangerous for you guys here." At an abandoned building, the red-haired girl held a bow and arrow with sharp eyes. It was the earthly branch god Yu. Yonjin swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he looked at the girl. A stream of light suddenly condensed, forming an arrow on the bow of the Grand Master. She drew the bowstring taut. A brilliant light flared. Clairvoyance! The arrow shot out like a flash. Instantly, Yonjin's feet burst into flames. He launched himself high into the air, dodging the arrow's path by a hair's breadth. But before he could compose himself, another arrow pierced his shoulder. The powerful impact sent him flying, slamming hard against a wall. The Grand Master landed gracefully in front of him. She looked at the arrow and muttered, "What the?" I clearly heard it was on the left side. Clang. Yonjin dropped the sword in his hand to the ground. Then he suddenly grabbed the arrow embedded in his shoulder and yanked it out. A blazing red flame from his hand instantly burned the arrow to ashes. That flame then wrapped around the sword on the ground. Quick as a flash, Yonjin snatched the sword and swung a powerful slash towards the Grand Master. She had to lean back, trying to dodge the attack. But instead of fear, she smiled with excitement. After a few somersaults, she stopped amidst the thick smoke and dust. Yonjin looked up. His face looked demonic. 2 pitch-black eyes and a horrifyingly wide grin. The Grand Master raised an eyebrow, looking at him like interesting prey. "It's definitely the left hand." Elsewhere, Chen was tied tightly to a wall. Zigui sat beside him on guard. His eyes were streaming with tears, filled with resentment as he thought of Yonjin. "How dare you do this to me?" Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appeared behind the door. "Who's there?" Zigui asked in a low voice. The person just calmly flicked the ash from their cigarette. He wore an earring, the corner of his mouth turned up in a smug smirk. "Are you on that kid's side?" Zigui stood up, his voice sounding like it came from hell. "Think what you want." The young man shrugged. "Then I'll have to take you hostage." "All right, if you've got the guts, come at me." As soon as the words were out, Zigui immediately transformed into a horrific shape. Tentacles shot out from his body, wrapping tightly around the young man. "If you dare to be arrogant, I'll kill you," he threatened, tightening his grip on the young man's arm. The young man casually took a drag from his cigarette. "Is that all?" Being looked down upon, Zigui's eyes turned red with anger as he roared, "You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds." Boom! He lunged straight at the young man. Thick smoke and dust billowed up and then quickly dispersed. Zigui was stunned. The young man stood there calmly, putting out his cigarette. Around him were the tentacles, beaten to a pulp. Is that all you've got? He asked in a hoarse voice. Who are you? How could you? Zigui stammered, not believing his eyes. The young man smirked. Me. He ripped off his earring. It instantly transformed into a Ruyi Jingu Bang, bursting into roaring flames. I am none other than Sun Wukong. Wukong tightened his grip on the staff, transforming it into a sharp spear. Then he delivered a powerful slash towards Zigui. A deafening explosion occurred. Huh, are they setting off fireworks? Nearby residents gossiped. Sun Wukong took out his phone and snapped a picture. He smirked, proudly capturing the moment the sky exploded, an explosion of his own making. High above the bright streaks of fireworks painted a beautiful scene. But below the scene was the complete opposite. Crumbled walls, thick smoke, and dust. In the middle of the ruins was the figure of a brown-haired teenager. He held a spear in his hand. He bent down to pick up a bag lying on the ground. A few sobs caught his attention. The brown-haired teen turned his head. Not dead yet. A scratched arm was tightly clutching something. Before him was the monster, covered in injuries, its clothes tattered. It was holding something tightly in its arms, sobbing uncontrollably. My children, oh no, I couldn't protect you. Its voice trembled, eyes welling with tears. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a spear tip plunged down onto its head. He looked at it coldly, his voice full of contempt. Think you're human? You're just a pile of grudges. He glanced up and saw a strange sight. Chen was pinned by a large rock, with only 2 small legs sticking out. The surprised teenager walked over and lifted the rock, seeing Chen lying motionless. In another development, Yanjin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He tightened his grip on the spear and charged towards Grandmaster Yu. A powerful blow slammed down, cracking the ground. She launched herself into the air to evade. Just as Grandmaster Z said, the Black Dragon. She looked down at Yonjin, who was radiating killing intent. Suddenly, Yonjin snapped out of it. The blackness in his eyes gradually faded. At this moment, Grandmaster Yu had drawn her bow, aiming straight at him. Imprison! She shouted. The arrow shot out, piercing straight into Yonjin's arm. Before he could even process it from where the arrow was embedded, iron chains began to appear. Ah! Yonjin screamed in pain. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around his arm, pinning it to a nearby pillar and driving deep into the ground. Grandmaster Yu held 2 long iron rods in her hands. She scraped them together, creating a screeching sound. The 2 iron rods sparked with red light. Then one of them transformed into a sharp sword. You're right-handed, aren't you? She asked softly, placing the sword close to Yonjin's shoulder. Huh? He asked, bewildered. Then that's fortunate. I'll cut and cauterize at the same time. This might hurt a little. Wait! He shouted, his eyes wide, trying to stop her. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, making her pause. Grandmaster Yu. That commanding tone belonged to Chen. She slowly turned her head, gritting her teeth. In front of her was Chen, but in the form of a small dog. Yonjin, drop the blade now, he commanded. Instantly, Yonjin's hand holding the blade trembled, dropping the weapon to the ground. Grandmaster. You couldn't help but be surprised. Does it hurt a lot? Chen asked Yonjin softly. Chen. The Chen of today is no longer in the form we know. Grandmaster, Yu thought to herself. Still not stopping. The brown-haired teenager suddenly walked over. He smirked. Why are you attacking an innocent mortal like that? Mortal Grandmaster Yu was surprised. His arm is about to be severed. Neither Grandmaster Wei nor Grandmaster Z are here. She quickly stepped back, dispelling the chains. Yanjin, Chen called his name urgently. The brown-haired teenager raised an eyebrow at Chen. Then he turned to another creature that was trying to get away. Huh. You haven't finished dealing with that thing yet. Grandmaster. Yu whipped her head around in alarm. Quickly, she drew her bow, aiming at the bizarrely shaped creature. Spare me, it screamed in fear, tears welling in its eyes. It's all that old woman's fault. As soon as the words were out, an arrow flew and embedded itself right in the middle of its forehead. That damned old hag, it screamed resentfully, then dissolved into fragments, vanishing into the air. A stack of paper talismans fell to the ground, but the characters on them also gradually faded. A gust of wind blew, carrying everything away. Only 2 arrows were left lying bare. How strange, Grandmaster, you wondered. How could a lowly demon hit by a divine weapon still be able to move? The brown-haired guy teased. Wasn't it because you hit it too softly? She ignored him and got straight to the point. Don't you find something very strange? Demons usually live in hiding. Why would they suddenly appear here? Hearing that the brown-haired guy also paused, holding a cigarette thoughtfully. He glanced towards Yonjin and Chen. I think that's the reason right there. Chen, in his human form, swung his hand and slapped Yonjin hard across the face. Isn't the timing just too convenient? The brown-haired guy said. She also turned her head to look. He bent down and gently touched Chen in his dog form. Hey, uncle, stop hitting him. It's been a long time since we've met. Why are you ignoring each other? Chen glanced at the brown-haired guy and smiled faintly. We're sad, you know. Night had fallen, the streetlights were on. In the small room, the brown-haired guy and Grandmaster Yu sat properly in front of Chen. Now talk, Grandmaster, you commanded? She glanced at Yeonjin, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Who is he? My grandnephew, Chen replied. Did turning into a dog make you spout nonsense? The brown-haired guy laughed. That's your body, isn't it? Right. Chen was silent for a moment before speaking. That's right. But I'm not clear on the whole story either. I only know that after the seal was broken, when I woke up I was in this body. And my own body had a new ego. It could move on its own, even talk. Grandmaster. Yu's eyes widened. Huh. I don't know if it's because the chakras were already open or what. Chen continued, but the lowly demons kept attacking. That process caused the body's ego to weaken. I intended to re-enter it, but it only accepted the black dragon and rejected me. Chen in his dog form frowned. Since then, I've tried a few more times, but all have failed. How absurd, the brown-haired guy remarked. So after the seal was broken, Grandmaster, you concluded. You woke up in a dog's body, and your real body has another. Ego and even took your power. It seems this isn't a trick you all cooked up, Chen said warily. What the hell does this have to do with us? Grandmaster? You gritted her teeth. Logic, the brown-haired guy suddenly interjected. Why not try thinking in that direction? If that's the case, Chen growled, his eyes full of rage. Why did you seal me? Does that fit with the logic you're talking about? These words left them both speechless. It seems he doesn't remember anything, Grandmaster, you thought. Just as Grandmaster Ziwei said, he doesn't remember anything. She lowered her head, her face expressionless. If that's the case, then just live like that. She lifted her face, her blazing red eyes staring at Chen. That way I can kill you at any time. So if I were human, you'd kill me too? Chen asked. If you're doing this just because of my origins, then... The brown-haired guy reached out and patted Chen's head, a smile on his lips, but his words were full of threat. We've said this much. It would be better for you to know your place. This time it was Chen's turn to be silent. He recalled the words of the Supreme God. At any time, I can tear you to pieces and seal you again. Are you messing with me? Chen angrily tried to snap at his hand. Whoa! The brown-haired guy quickly pulled his hand back. Did you really turn into a dog? All right then, I won't ask any more questions, Chen said coldly. In return, can you do me a favor? A favor, help me find a book. A complete record of history, since after the Great War. What do you need a book for? The brown-haired guy seemed confused. Just search it on Tube, it's faster. Looking at this house, you probably don't have a computer. He observed the room. Don't even know if there's Wi-Fi. He held an iPad in front of Chen. Use this, turn on the data, and figure out how to use it. Just ask your grandnephew. He added, but you probably won't find what you're looking for. You know what I want to find to say that... Chen got angry. Aren't you trying to find information about the earthly branch gods? The brown-haired guy said bluntly. There isn't any. The era we used to live in, he began, his expression turning mysterious. Even the moment you were sealed, and everything after that, has all been erased from history. There are no records of the 12 gods. The brown-haired guy uttered a sentence that left Chen frozen. He affirmed, we have been erased from history, because of some dragon. Time passed and the sky had turned dark. You sighed. That's enough nonsense. The brown-haired guy mimicked Yu's earlier words. He perfectly copied her expression. Just live like that. That way I can kill you at any time. Shut it. Yu was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide. If you dared to say that back in the day, the red dragon would have turned you to pulp. He scoffed. Humph, you even dared to pet Chen's head. That's a dog that has no power left. So he seems pretty timid. But what do we do with that boy now? We can't separate the black dragon. Moreover, it seems to have spread throughout his entire body. Her face turned pale as she shouted. If that's the case, is only his head left. What do I do? You despaired. From now on, will I be hated by humans? Just eliminate Chen and it'll be fine. He offered the solution and quickly turned. While he's weak, I'll go take care of him. Don't be overconfident. You quickly grabbed him, gritting her teeth warily. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he'll do? Z said if we can't separate it, just keep monitoring. All right then, he replied. There will be plenty more to do with Chen later. You handle it yourself and report back to Z, okay? The brown-haired guy bent down and got into the car. Bye. Sir, are you heading straight home? The driver asked. Yeah. So from the beginning, you had no intention of messing with Chen, huh? You only just realized. Hey, give me a ride to Hongdae. In the middle of the night, the clock struck 3 a.m. Chen remained motionless, staring intently at his grandnephew. One dog frowned, one person lay still. Finally, Yeonjin spoke up. Why are you staring so intensely? Why are you awake already? Who can sleep when someone's staring at them like that? Yeonjin, Chen called his expression serious. I have to scold you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? That will harm you. Don't do it again. Why, you said that power wouldn't harm me. No. That left arm isn't yours. What I mean is don't rely on it too much. Just the left arm. Yeonjin remembered his left leg. The right leg used the power you infused to take over my body. Right is my body, just your vessel. So you heard everything? Chen remarked, but remained calm. That's why I said it's very dangerous. The most dangerous thing is you. Yeonjin cut him off loudly. He clenched his fist, restraining himself. Saving me more like abandoning me until I was about to die. To take this body. You said the demons were targeting this body, but the most dangerous demon is right here next to me. Isn't it? That's not it. It's true I lied to you at first. Only at first, Yeonjin caught the keyword. The thing about the left arm doesn't count as a lie. At Hisu's family shrine, at school, there were plenty of opportunities. You only tell the truth now that you've been found out. Do you think I'm stupid? I wasn't sure either, so I needed time to think. Now that I think about it, Yeonjin cut him off again. We've never had a serious talk about this. What do you want from me? Do you want this body? Chen frowned silent for a long time before speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared at Yeonjin, his eyes glowing. It is my body, and you should have. Chen opened his mouth coldly. Never existed. A horrifying scene appeared. A man was crying and blaming. It's because of you that your parents died. Behind him, many others were crying and wailing in sorrow. You should never have been born. Yeonjin froze. A feeling of anxiety and fear surged through him. The clock on the wall showed 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Yeonjin asked Chen. If that's the case, Yeonjin continued coldly, this is my house. He didn't say much more. He directly picked up the dog, took it outside, and slammed the door. Get out of my house immediately. Chen could only stand there speechless. Outside it began to drizzle. Yeonjin was sleeping soundly under a warm, soft blanket. Before long the rain grew heavier. The sound of rain pattering on the roof woke him up. Why is it raining right now? He grumpily pulled the blanket over his head. In a bad mood, Yeonjin opened the door and stepped outside. He was startled to see Chen still sitting there, huddled up, silently watching the rain. He was about to quietly close the door, but a voice made him pause. No, I have nowhere else to go. Yeonjin stood behind the cracked door, silent. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Chen expressed his remorse. It's your body now. I don't intend to do anything to it. You don't have to worry. Yeonjin's heart was a little moved. He lowered his head and turned to go back inside. The next morning, after a long, tiring night, Yeonjin woke up. He removed the medical bandages from his body. He stood in front of the mirror, touched his arm, and smirked. Even a monster isn't this freaky. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he was horrified to find a pair of dog paws stepping on the brand-new tablet on the bed. Oh my God, get off! He rushed over and shoved Chen to one side. How rude, the dog grumbled. But Yeonjin paid no mind. All his attention was now focused on the tablet. Where did you get this? Those people from yesterday gave it to me. They said this was a book. They gave you this. That's right. They said if I open something called YouTube, I can watch the history records. They said to just ask you and you'd know. Seeing Yeonjin's eyes glued to the tablet, Chen realized. So you like this thing, huh? Just show me that YouTube thing, and I'll give it to you. Really? Yeonjin was surprised. In return, I have one condition. What is it? Chen gave him a dangerous look. Then he made a very simple request. Make me breakfast. As soon as the words were out, Chen's stomach rumbled. At school, Yeonjin heard his classmates buzzing about Jo Gyung. I heard he's going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what I thought he was just practicing his acting. I heard Jo Gyung even taught the Dogyun crew a lesson. What's going on? Yeonjin wondered. It seems he still remembers everything from when his soul left his body in another classroom. Jo Gyung was bowing his head, apologizing to a classmate. You bet 50,000 and got your jaw broken, remember? When did I get beat up? I don't remember anything. Jo Gyung waved his hands dismissively. They all happily forgave him, Yeonjin thought. Or maybe he's been cast as a character. Who's seen the light and been enlightened? A female student said. This is the importance of maintaining one's image, Yeonjin thought idly. I told you so. A chubby classmate spoke up. As soon as Yeonjin sat down, Jiwon stated firmly Jo Gyung was possessed by a villain from another world. But after a series of events, that person was exorcised and he has returned. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Jo Gyung was standing by the window, scrolling through his phone. Class 2-3, only 2 more people left. Who is it this time? Jiwon stood behind him, asking idly. Jo Gyung ran off in a hurry, calling Shongwoo. Jia was surprised. Jiwon walked to the classroom door, crossing his arms. He watched Jo Gyung's retreating back and cheered. Run faster. Jo Gyung, go apologize to all of them. Being too kind is a crime in itself. Yi retorted, "Hey, that's not Jo Gyung's fault." She gritted her teeth, blaming. "Why does he have to do that?" "Just because that damned class president dared to use a hex on someone. You know it's not just because of that," Ji-won defended. "It's because he's jealous," Jia blamed. "Right, he's jealous of Kim CEO Woo." Before Ji-won could finish, Jia left him standing there and rushed after Jo Gyung. "Hey, Jo Gyung, you're not allowed to apologize to that bastard." Ji-won stood stunned, watching them go. Then he muttered the rest of his unfinished sentence. "He put chocolate in your desk on White Day. And you ate it with Jo Gyung. What else?" In class 2-2, Jo Gyung slowly walked in. All eyes turned towards him. "There's Jo Gyung." CEO Woo was huddled in the corner. Hearing that name, he was terrified. "I'm done for. From now on, I'll be ostracized by everyone." But Jo Gyung cut through that train of thought by calling CEO Woo. CEO Woo was holding his head in fear. Hearing his name, he let go. Jo Gyung was standing right next to his desk. CEO Woo looked up. "I'm sorry, I'm only just now remembering everything," he said gently. Hearing the apology, CEO Woo's eyes filled with tears. "I'm the one who chose, but I didn't remember." Class President Jo Gyung called gently, a warm smile on his face. His sincere call made CEO Woo unable to hold it in any longer. He whimpered, burying his head in his desk and sobbing. "I'm sorry, Jo Gyung." "It's okay." Jo Gyung gently placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Jia had just reached the classroom door. She stood outside witnessing the entire event. Jo Gyung and her eyes seemed so kind right now, as if he were radiating a halo. It made her heart flutter. She remembered a conversation she had with him before. Hey, what are you doing?" "Memorizing the names and faces of our classmates," he answered kindly. "I borrowed this from the teacher under the pretense of being the class vice president." "Wow, that's really amazing," she just commented idly. Suddenly, Jo Gyung stopped. "Oh!" He looked at Yeonjin's photo and birthday and said, "Yeonjin's birthday is coming up." After saying that, he turned and smiled at her. That bright, sunny smile left a deep impression on her mind. "Jo Gyung, are you really an angel?" In the classroom, Jia placed a carton of milk on Yeonjin's desk. "Here." Today, Yeonjin was on his phone. He looked at the milk in surprise, then turned to her. Jia shyly turned away and reluctantly said thanks. "Huh," he was surprised. "Humph," she huffed in annoyance. Suddenly, Ji-won grabbed Yeonjin's shoulder, bent down, and whispered in his ear, "I heard from Hisu that you're the one who saved Jo Gyung, and you saved me too." She glanced around, then repeated shyly, "Thanks." A boy with glasses stood behind her. Yeonjin, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. So shocked his jaw dropped. After speaking, Jia quickly ran out of the classroom. "What was that about?" Ji-won wondered. "Yeonjin, you," the boy with glasses stammered. Another boy picked up the milk carton to look at it. "Pistachio flavor, no way." "Two timing, huh?" the boy with glasses asked Yeonjin, stunned. "Does Lee Hisu know?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" he dismissed. After that, a group of male students surrounded Yeonjin's desk. "How could you—" Ji-won covered his face in disappointment. "This guy's a real scumbag." Another male student covered his face and cursed. "The two prettiest girls in school," the boy with glasses said admiringly. "What did you do to score both of them at the same time?" "It's not what you guys think," Yeonjin explained, annoyed, but they continued to tease him. "So are you choosing Lee Hisu or Kang Jia? The puppy or the kitten?" "Are you guys crazy? Shut up!" Yeonjin snapped. Ji-won stopped joking and adjusted his glasses, his voice serious. "But Lee Hisu—" Yeonjin ignored him, continuing to stare at his phone. Strange, Ji-won wondered. Why didn't Hisu come to say hi to Yeonjin today? Another male student joked. They probably had a fight. Although he pretended not to care, his friend's words still bothered Yeonjin. He recalled the image of Hisu cheerfully greeting him every morning. "Yeonjin, good morning." Now that he thought about it, he glanced at his phone. It was already 8:19, but there was still no sign of her. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if she's even at school yet. He walked past class 1-5. Yeonjin peeked inside, searching. Suddenly, a voice made him jump. "Yeonjin." He turned his head nervously. It was Do-kyung holding out a can of Coke to him. He took it. "Are you okay?" Yeonjin asked. The horrifying memory of being possessed by the demon flooded back. Do-kyung screamed in his mind. "Stop it! Don't do that!" He scratched his head and replied shyly. "Not really. I've scheduled an appointment with the psychology department. Keep it a secret for me, okay?" "I'll forget all about it," Yeonjin replied. "But why did you call me out here? I have something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Do-kyung suddenly burst into tears which rolled down his cheeks. Really?" he said, crying. "Thank you." This sudden action left Yeonjin frozen on the spot. He didn't understand what was happening. He just saw Do-kyung bowing his head, sobbing into his hands. Under the clear blue sky, Yeonjin asked, bewildered. "You saw everything, even all the trickery?" "Yes," Do-kyung replied, wiping his tears. "You were awesome." "Not really," Yeonjin said modestly. He took a sip of Coke and then realized something. Wait a minute, so your spirit was still around. Why didn't you just go back into your body? Well, Do-kyung clutched the can tightly flustered. I was captured at that time. The image of his soul being held by a demon's hand came to mind, by someone wearing a mask. A mask, Yongjin blurted out. But on the way back to class, he still felt confused. I remember it being an old woman. How could it be a mask? That's ridiculous. He was lost in thought when he suddenly stopped. Standing right in front of him was Hisu. His mouth fell open unconsciously. The two stood facing each other in silence. After a moment, she spoke, a worried expression on her face. Yongjin, hey! Then she slowly walked past him, her long hair fluttering. This action left Yongjin dumbfounded. He turned back about to say something, but two other female friends had run up and started chatting with Hisu. The awkward situation made him just scratch his head. In the small room, the sound of a history lecture from the computer tablet was still playing. The cause was the emo incident. Yongjin opened the door and put down his bag. You're back, Jin immediately greeted him. Excuse my informalities for a moment. My descendant has returned. Yongjin's eyes widened. Who are you talking to? This YouTube thing is really cool, Jin replied cheerfully. The person in here is telling me stories. Next time, we will learn about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. All right, see you next time. Jin gave a bright smile in response to the screen. Yongjin was dumbfounded. At this rate, he probably won't get bored even if he's left home alone for 2 days. Where are you going? Take me with you? Jin asked, seeing him packing. I'm going on a training trip with my school. How can I take you with me? A training trip? Is it like a gathering for joint training? More like mental training, Yongjin replied. Excellent, how outstanding. Jin praised, his eyes gleaming. So the kids of this era still haven't lost their martial spirit. Yongjin paid him no mind and set out a large bowl of food. I've prepared food for you. There's sausages and beef jerky. You can eat it while I'm gone. At this moment, the man on the tablet screen continued to narrate. Hearing this, Jin's eyes went white with anger as he turned and sneered. Doesn't he get tired? Hey man, save it for another time. During the emo incident, asking for help from the Qing dynasty, Yongjin's face immediately turned dark. How am I supposed to explain this? In the dead of night, the voice from the tablet kept echoing, making Jin unbearably annoyed. It is said that Gojo-seon was also founded by Dan Gun, but there is still much debate. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore. He shot up and yelled, "Turn it off! Aren't you going to let anyone sleep?" There's a newcomer and he won't listen to me. Let me explain it to you, Yongjin said. This is just a recorded video. What's a recorded video? At this point, Yongjin was completely speechless. Yongjin finally finished putting on his jacket. Up so early today, why not sleep in a bit more? Jin, still tucked in bed, spoke unconsciously. I have to go to the training trip. He just turned his head slightly and tossed out a sentence. Then why didn't you go to bed early last night? I had to explain YouTube to you, so I couldn't sleep. Truly commendable. As he was putting on his shoes, Yongjin added, I'm leaving now, watch the house. Remember to bring the sword? Jin quickly reminded him. Are you crazy? Why would I bring this? Won't you need it for training? I'm not bringing it. After saying that, he left the door wide open and disappeared in front of the bus. A large crowd of students stood there. Hey, Yongjin, have you seen Lee Hisu? Two male friends teased him, making him angry. Ah, he's probably seen her. They'll definitely meet in private. I already told you she's not my girlfriend. Jiwon raised his chin deep in thought. The last time I saw her, the way she dressed looked exactly like Yongjin. What was she wearing that made you say that? Like she was wearing Yongjin's borrowed shirt. All his shirts looked the same anyway. Why so serious? Suddenly there was a call from behind Yongjin. In front of him was Hisu holding a cat-shaped bag. Take this and eat it. This action made everyone's eyes pop. Jiwon took the liberty of opening the bag. He smirked. What's this? I bet there's even a love letter inside. Inside were honey cakes. There were no feelings before. But from now on, it's real. Jiwon quickly came to a conclusion. This must be it. Suddenly another voice called out. Yongjin, it was Do-kyung. He tilted his head slightly, scratching his hair. Later on the bus, can I sit next to you? Why? Jiwon took the chance to tease. Kang Jia vs. Lee Hisu vs. Do-kyung, let's go. Let's go, you idiot. Let's do a head count to see if everyone's here. Everyone take your seats. Yongjin and Do-kyung were both silent. After a moment, they glanced at each other. Sorry, Do-kyung spoke up. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. No, it's fine, Yongjin replied nonchalantly. I was planning to sit alone anyway. What did you want to say? I just want to get closer to you. Do-kyung's eyes were half closed, a smile on his lips. These words made Yongjin extremely skeptical. On the bus, one person was dozing off. Another was resting their chin on their hand, looking outside. From the dark bushes, a head of white hair fluttered. What the? As soon as the words left his mouth, it quickly disappeared, making him unable to resist cursing. He quickly nudged the friend sitting next to him. Hey, something huge and white just appeared, and then vanished. Just fog. Something huge and white in the mountains. Maybe it's the Jangsanbyum. They say it's a ghost that only appears on Jangsan Mountain. What's that got to do with us? However fast the Jangsanbyum is, it's slower than a bus. You think so? Jiwon, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. They say its speed is so fast, it can cross from one mountain to another in just a minute. While most people didn't care, he sat motionless, his hand slightly raising his glasses. The Jangsanbyum. Immediately, Jiwon pulled out his tablet, as if he had just had an epiphany. According to my Encyclopedia of Monsters, it's an urban legend that started in modern times. It was first seen in Jangsan, so it was named the Jangsanbyum. According to witness accounts, it can imitate human appearance and voice. On the bus, Do Kyung was still laughing and enjoying sweets. While Yongjin maintained his indifferent attitude, Hisu sat in another seat quietly reading a book. Only Jiwon's eyes were shining with extreme excitement. A long white hair appeared and disappeared behind a tree. Above it, a brilliant golden orb shone. The eyes within opened, staring ahead with murderous intent. From now on, you have 5 minutes to change into your gym uniforms. Then gather in the hallway. Why so harsh? No break time. A moment later, all the students were lined up with their backs against the wall. The teacher in the red jacket slowly paced back and forth. Yongjin stood quietly in the middle. When it was time to split into groups, he sat alone in a corner. When it was time to eat, a tray of food was placed opposite Yongjin. Hey, Yongjin, I finally found you, Jiwon said cheerfully. Couldn't you sleep? You have dark circles like a panda? Seeing that the other person wasn't interested and was looking away, he quickly pulled him back. Hey, don't go. I had a hard time finding you. Do you know what the next activity is? Jiwon started rambling on again. The test of courage. A perfect choice for a school famous for its strange stories like ours. A treasure hunt in the forest. On the way here, you heard the story about the Jangsanbyum, right? Jangsanbyum, Yongjin repeated, still holding his spoon. That's right. Today we have a chance to encounter it. Jiwon was excited. So come with me. No, what's wrong with you? You said you'd go with me anytime. Jiwon jumped up. Lee Hisu said that, not me. Speaking of which, Jiwon asked, why haven't I seen Hisu? In Yongjin's mind, an image immediately appeared of him and that girl talking awkwardly to each other. He quickly shoved the spoon into his mouth. She's probably busy with something else. Ever since the incident with the gambling demon, she seems much more down. Jiwon continued, I have a good idea why. What reason during the fight with the gambling demon? Didn't you say that we'd just be in the way if we stayed? So you told us to leave. When did I say that? Yongjin was a little panicked. I didn't tell you to leave. I just told you to run ahead because it was dangerous. She thinks she can't help at all, and that she's just holding you back, that's why. Jiwon seized the opportunity to explain. Honestly, when it comes to swordsmanship, I'm much better than you. Such a cool sword and you don't even know how to use it. What a waste. I'll teach you when I have time. A moment later, Yongjin stuffed both hands in his pockets and slowly walked outside. Suddenly, a figure passed by that caught his attention. He quickly looked up. Lee Hisu. The other person immediately turned their head. Their mouth twitched slightly. Yongjin panicked, his face pale and teeth clenched. Is it really Lee Hisu? But the other person was very calm. What's wrong, Yongjin? This situation sparked countless thoughts in his mind. Back then I told you to run ahead because I was afraid it was dangerous. If that made you sad, then I'm sorry. But outwardly, Yongjin couldn't say a word. While he was about to speak, a loud voice suddenly interrupted. Hisu! A girl suddenly ran up and hugged Hisu's arm. Come to the convenience store with me. Hey now. Hisu was dazed, so Yongjin could only leave quietly. In another development, Jiwon bowed his head low. Yongjin stood up straight. Thanks for coming with me. Just so you know, I didn't bring my sword, Yongjin warned in a cold voice. I brought the 5-colored net gun. They walked together, flashlights illuminating the path ahead. If the teacher catches us, you're on your own. Nobody cares about you anyway. Hearing that, Yongjin just wanted to get angry. Do you know what the Jangsanbyum looks like? Byum means tiger in Sino-Korean. Maybe it looks like a tiger. I don't think it has a specific form. Jiwon focused on recounting what he knew. They say it has long white fur, but everyone tells a different story. It also has the ability to shapeshift. After reading the opponent's memories, it will perfectly replicate that person's form and even their voice. If so, what if the Jangsanbyum is impersonating me right now? Yongjin immediately scoffed. Jiwon held up a signal detector. Then this thing would have been screaming already. Even the gambling demon had to acknowledge its accuracy. Suddenly, the machine started blaring. Immediately after, a booming voice made them both jump. What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be back in the dorms? It was the manager's voice. Oh crap, we're caught. Run. Ji-won was terrified. Youngjin turned his head back. Sweat ran down his cheeks, his eyes filled with panic. He saw something's eyes flash with a golden light, glaring right at him. At the same time, a sudden tremor occurred. Youngjin. Someone's call made him jump. He stared into the pitch-black bushes. Ji-won suddenly appeared. What's wrong with you? Nothing. What's wrong? Did I mishear? It was 10 p.m. Youngjin walked dazedly with his hands in his pockets. So damn sleepy. Maybe I should head back to the dorm first. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him again. Youngjin, Youngjin, it was Ji-won. He was bent over out of breath. Help me out this time. Ji-won was sweating buckets. Earlier on the mountain, I was in such a hurry that I think I dropped my detector. Can you help me look for it? I'm a little spooked to go alone right now. Oh, what a pain. Youngjin was annoyed, but still turned on his flashlight. Hey, how far are you planning to go? Youngjin asked coldly when they had gone quite far. We didn't come this far earlier. Maybe you left it in the dorms? Youngjin's face suddenly changed when his eyes unexpectedly saw the words on the sign. Danger warning. Beware of slipping. Hey! He quickly grabbed the sleeve of the person in front of him and pulled them back. Didn't you see the warning sign? But the reply was completely unrelated. Found it. With that, the person yanked Youngjin's shirt hard, pulling him right to the edge of the abyss. Youngjin's hand trembled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes dazed. What are you doing? Youngjin looked at the Ji-won in front of him, whose eyes were a sickly yellow. A somber voice echoed as if from hell. In the dorm room, 3 girls were gathered playing cards. Hey, Hisu, do you have a crush on anyone? One girl suddenly asked. No, she replied immediately. Really? What about that guy in class 3? Young something? Aren't you two flirting? No way, not at all. Right. I saw you two standing and talking earlier. You should try a tarot reading, see if it's accurate. Ooh, good idea. If I were Hisu, I'd be doing tarot readings about him all day. The person Hisu likes. The girl in the black shirt flipped a card. What kind of person are they? At that moment, Hisu's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, her expression panicked. All 3 girls were stunned into silence, as if they had just seen something horrifying. On the table was the death card. Oh, crap. Hey, maybe she really doesn't like anyone. Back with Youngjin. A familiar voice rang out, startling him. Jang Sunbom. Youngjin turned pale silent. The creature standing before him in the form of Ji-won continued. It also has the ability to shapeshift. The white-shoed foot of Ji-won gently pushed Youngjin off the cliff. He fell helplessly. Only its voice echoed back to him. It will replicate the form, and even the voice of the person in the memory, perfectly. Capture him alive. It ordered in its own hoarse voice, then it hissed through gritted teeth in another's voice. He must not be harmed. Youngjin fell through layer after layer of branches and leaves. His desperate scream echoed. He tried to reach out and grab a branch, but it immediately snapped in two. His body continued to be pulled down by gravity, hitting the ground hard. He struggled to sit up, his whole body trembling. When he came to, he looked up. The demon had vanished without a trace. Seeing that, he quickly turned and ran. If that was the Youngsanbum, then where is the real Gong Ji-won? Meanwhile, at home, Ji-won's phone was ringing. Loudly. It was Dragon. Youngjin calling, but its owner was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware. On the other end, he heard the announcement, "The number you have dialed cannot be reached." Youngjin grew even more worried. Did something happen? The later it got, the spottier the phone signal became. I have to find a way back quickly. But while he was anxious, a loud voice called out, Youngjin, it was Hisu. She ran towards him breathlessly and asked worriedly, Are you okay? How are you? Youngjin was suspicious. I did a tarot reading. She quickly explained, the cards said you were in danger. Thank goodness you're okay. But how did you know to find me here? Youngjin was still wary. I always know where you are. Hisu smiled, trying to change the subject. Did you put a tracker on me? Let's go. She didn't answer, just grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him away. Youngjin stopped himself and asked in a cold voice, What are you doing? Huh, what? Why are you holding my hand? What's wrong with it? She asked innocently. There's no one around. Are you embarrassed? No, it's not that. I mean, ring ring. The phone rang coincidentally. Seeing the caller ID, Youngjin froze. On the screen, 3 words appeared clearly, Lee Hisu. Youngjin's face turned pale. Lee Hisu, how about we link arms? The cheerful voice beside him said. He stiffly glanced at the Hisu beside him, who at some point had put on a blank expression. As if possessed, her soulless pupils stared wide. Trembling, Youngjin pressed the answer button. Youngjin, Hisu's gentle voice. The real one came from the phone, leaving both of them speechless. Are you still okay? The imposter was now staring at him with a demonic expression. Cold sweat broke out on Youngjin's forehead. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied hesitantly. What's up? Ah, well, Hisu on the other end seemed flustered. I was suspicious when I saw that shirt. Yongjin suddenly said something out of the blue. His eyes were still glued to the imposter. Shirt? What shirt? What do you mean? The real Hisu asked, confused. It's nothing, he replied perfunctorily. But inside he was wildly screaming. Lee Hisu's intuition is insane. Is something really wrong? The real Hisu asked again. The imposter's expression changed slightly, but it remained silent. Yongjin was also silent, holding the phone close to his ear, trying to stay calm. Noticing something was off, Hisu asked, "It's not a good time to talk, is it? If so—" No, it's nothing." The Yongjin on the other end quickly cut her off and hung up. He stared ahead, silently calculating. Now that I know it's a fake, I'll pretend to go along with it first and then find a way to escape. He walked past the creature, trying his best to act natural. Lee Hisu, let's go. But the creature stood still. Yongjin suddenly froze. At his feet, a long strand of hair had wrapped tightly, pulling him back. Stunned, he glanced back. Cold sweat ran down his cheek. The imposter's hair had suddenly grown abnormally long. How ridiculous, the creature growled. Its neck twisted 180 degrees. Its characteristic yellow eyes were revealed. It was the Jangsan biome. Weren't you just talking to that girl? It hissed. All of Yongjin's plans went up in smoke. The hair suddenly lunged forward, yanking Yongjin high into the air. Horrified, his eyes widened as he was hung upside down, face to face with the demon. That girl is so rude, the Jangsan biome said angrily. Why would she call at a time like this? Knowing he couldn't escape, Yongjin sneered, You don't look like her at all. Impossible. It tilted its head. In your memory, this is her image. If you're going to imitate someone, you have to do it right. Yongjin exposed, looking at the familiar shirt the demon was wearing. That's my shirt. Humiliated, the Jangsan biome became enraged. Its jet-black hair lunged forward, tightening around Yongjin's neck. Shut up! Yongjin choked, trying to loosen the hair's grip. He remembered Jin's advice. Remember to bring the sword? But now he regretted it deeply. Dazzling red power was suddenly activated in his palm. Can't I get a break even out here? He held out his hand and a powerful force surged like a waterfall. Yongjin was astonished. His pupils were tinged with red in the smoky dust. The sword imbued with a deep red aura suddenly appeared. Somehow the sword had appeared. The aura swirled around his feet. Yongjin was pulled forward by a mysterious force, charging straight at the Jangsan biome. Wait! He gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his body, but the sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It swung itself, slashing at the demon's body. At breakneck speed, it leaped from tree trunk to tree trunk, heading straight into the deep forest. Yongjin's face turned pale, his strength dropping drastically. My body is moving on its own again. Before he could recover, a huge tree trunk suddenly appeared before him. The sword managed to swerve past it, and you just slammed right into it. Ouch! He slid down in pain, rubbing his bright red nose. Good thing I've got the black dragon or I would have been toast. Looking at the blade in his hand, he thought to himself, first I'll just use my left hand. Yongjin looked at the demon hiding in the distance, determined to destroy it. Suddenly, a gentle voice unexpectedly rang out. Yongjin. In the middle of the haunted forest, this sound made him jump, giving him goosebumps. From behind a tree, a woman in a white dress peeked out and stepped forward. Yongjin trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Mom. But his mind immediately cleared. No, that's not right. It's fake. Still holding the blade, he charged forward. Looking at the familiar woman with her gentle smile, he had to convince himself. It's just reading my memories and imitating them. Don't look at her. Memories from long ago suddenly flooded back. His gentle, always smiling mother. In his childhood days, he would run into his mother's arms without a second thought. But as memory and reality intertwined, Yongjin couldn't tell what was real from what was fake. Tears streamed down the woman's face. She whispered, I'm sorry for everything, my son. Hearing that, he faltered. Tears welled up in his eyes, but the aura around him still surged powerfully. The blade in his hand, moving against his will, swung high. Yongjin's face darkened as he sobbed, Wait, stop! He tried to dig his heels into the ground, but the blade kept moving forward. Yongjin tried to lock his wrist, struggling to stop his body from moving on its own. The blade kept lunging forward, aimed straight at the woman who looked exactly like his mother. No, please stop, he pleaded helplessly as memories flooded back. The nightmare from his subconscious violently resurfaced. It was you who killed your parents. A persistent howling voice haunted him. The scene was a blood-red blur. You're a demon. Tears streamed down his face with his own hands once again. No! A heart-wrenching cry rang out. He collapsed in agony. The brutal reality remained before his eyes. The golden eyes of Jangsan biome stared wide open. Its white hair surged forward like a flood, completely enveloping Yongjin. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, powerfully blowing away the demonic hair. and gently protecting him. A person holding a fan bearing the mark of the 8 trigrams appeared. It was Supervisor Tai. The illusion quickly cracked. The disguise shattered, revealing the hideous form of Jangsan Beom. It stared in disbelief, its act shattered. Meanwhile, Tai was distracted by Yongjin's sobs, looking at the other's trembling body. He couldn't help but snap out of it! The demon on the other side had silently shapeshifted. Tai also quietly opened his fan ready to fight. A freezing whirlwind, carrying the breath of hellbone wind. But its target wasn't him. As the wind swept by, a copy of Yongjin suddenly appeared, radiating a surging killing intent as it raised its blade. Tai was shocked. He quickly jumped up, fan held tight on high alert. Sword and fan clashed powerfully, sending sparks flying. Tai used his small fan to block the massive blade. Jangsan Beom grew more and more frenzied, certain that victory was his. But T, on the other hand, remained stone-faced. Suddenly the demon's eyes bulged. The blade in its hand, counterfeit, had developed, cracks from clashing with the real weapon. With a flick of his wrist, T shattered the blade to pieces. It landed unsteadily on the ground, mumbling, "That thing." The weapon in its hand suddenly transformed. The corners of its mouth curled up. It had perfectly transformed into T, grinning from ear to ear as it now held an identical weapon. "Looks pretty slick." Jangsan Beom swung its arms wildly, and a torrent of dark energy poured out. The bone wind swirled like steel blades, destroying everything in its path. Tai quickly grabbed Yongjin's collar, trying to keep them both from being swept away. After collecting himself, he stared stunned at his exact replica. He couldn't help but be amazed. This demon can even imitate a divine weapon. Tai and Jangsan Beom, now in his own form, stood facing each other. Tai stared at it, unblinking, his expression ice-cold. The next second, Jangsan Beom charged towards him to attack. Bone Wind Tai, however, looked perfectly calm. He swung his hand, opening the fan to counterattack. A single flick of his fan shattered its outer shell. Breaking through the illusion, Tai then closed his fan, his tone full of contempt. "You fool, did you think that stupid imitation?" His face darkened, and the air around him dropped significantly. "Would work on me." With that, T opened his fan again. Glowing dragon-shaped seal appeared on it. Next, he closed the fan. It now looked like nothing more than a club for Tai to strike with. He slammed the fan on the ground, causing it to sink and crack. A brilliant golden light spread through the cracks. Black markings appeared on his face, his pupils glowing amber. Earthly branch rat. Sharp stalagmites immediately shot up from the ground, hurtling towards Jangsan Beom. It was blocked by the stalagmites in front of it, as more stalagmites stabbed up from beneath its feet. Jangsan Beom leaped to another spot, luckily escaping. Tai was brought to a halt by that action. His face showed disbelief. In those few seconds, another person appeared out of nowhere, stomping on Jangsan Beom's body. He used its body as the foothold to steady himself in the air. His face was completely hidden by a mask. The masked man's actions were incredibly decisive. He immediately grabbed the dagger from his back. Then he swung his arm and threw the dagger towards Tai. Its speed was incredible. It flew as if tearing through the wind. Just as the dagger was about to hit him, Tai used his fan to knock it in another direction. The dagger flew into the air. Taking that opportunity, the masked man zipped past him, dashing in the opposite direction. Only then did T realize his true objective. A panicked look crossed his face. The masked man quickly appeared in front of Yongjin, startling him. He reached out to grab him. Taishan's 5-ring cycle. However, the masked man missed grabbing Yongjin at the last second. He had been pulled back. A thick aura enveloped him. Tai had rushed to Yongjin's side just in time, saving his life. Immediately after, he used his technique to get them both out of there, leaving the masked man behind, stunned. He held the dagger's sheath out to his side and waited as his dagger spun in the air, then slowed and fell perfectly into its sheath. Jangsan Beom stood silently behind him. His cold voice rang out, still standing there. The next 3 words were seemingly hissed through his teeth. "Go after them." Jangsan Beom was frightened by the masked man's attitude. A terrified look appeared on its face. The next second, it shot off following the masked man's command. Now he was standing there alone, seemingly lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The bright moon hung high above, shining down on the ground. Yongjin and Tai had fled to a place quite far away. Both looked rather exhausted. Tai tried to move his limbs and said through gritted teeth to Yongjin, "If you're conscious again, find your own way out of here." Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, but how did you know I was here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Seeing this, Yongjin was extremely worried. He asked with concern. But T seemed to pay little attention to his own condition, calmly pulling up his sleeve to look at his watch. He said with certainty, "We need to run further. It's going to follow." He glanced over at Yongjin. "We have to hold out until 11 o'clock. Hearing that, Yongjin couldn't help but feel surprised. 11 o'clock. He curiously wanted to ask for clarification. What's going to happen at 11 o'clock? But T didn't answer. He raised his hand to block in front of Yongjin. It's here! A hiss came from deep within the forest. Something was rushing towards the two of them. That something was none other than Jangsan-beom. It had caught up to them, its face even more terrifying. Its two eyes were wide as it screamed, "Cycle!" Streams of black energy immediately appeared, swirling towards T and Yongjin. He spread his fan and sneered coldly, "I told you those. Imitation tricks are useless against me." On the fan, this time the seal of two rats appeared. He swung the fan up, creating sharp icicles that spread towards Jangsan-beom. Bone wave. They seemed to be growing, spreading at a rapid pace. Those ice spikes shot straight towards the monster, catching it off guard. They froze it. Jangsan-beom thought for a moment that everything was fine. However, from within the block of ice, two daggers were thrown out. Tai immediately recognized them. His face held a look of disbelief. He immediately backed away, but he didn't forget to shield Yongjin. However, the two daggers were a step ahead of T. They plunged straight into his shoulder and knee. Yongjin standing behind him was safe, but his face had turned pale. He panicked and yelled worriedly, "Hey, kid!" Tai was nearly motionless. He weakly told Yongjin, "Run." He didn't want to leave him behind, so he was about to use his hidden power. "Left hand!" Seeing this, Tai yelled to stop him. "Don't rely on the black dragon." He gritted his teeth, hissing each word, "I told you to run." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man charged in. He slashed at T with his sword, then kicked him aside. Tai was sent flying a considerable distance, dust billowing up. Now, Yongjin was face to face with the masked man. His whole body froze, unable to move. At this point, he had no other choice. Yongjin had to resort to the power of the black dragon. The pupils in his eyes glowed red. The watch on his wrist showed 10:59 p.m. A few seconds later, it turned to exactly 1100 p.m. In that instant, the masked man suddenly froze. Yongjin still hadn't completely transformed into the black dragon. Seeing the masked man's reaction, he couldn't help but be surprised. Jangsan-beom, still trapped in the ice, screamed violently. Then everything became eerily silent, leaving only the rustling of dry leaves on the ground. A clear footstep rang out. The masked man immediately sensed it. From the bushes, Tai had returned. He slowly spread his fan open under the bright moonlight. The divine power within him had been fully unleashed. Celestial art. The fan in his hand created a current of air that spread out around them. The masked man immediately became wary. Jangsan-beom also recoiled inside the block of ice, its eyes wide as it stared out. Tai flicked his fan once. A strong wind rose up, heading towards the masked man and Jangsan-beom. Bone wind. He had already nimbly dodged to the side, so he was unharmed, but right after on his thigh, a rather deep gash had appeared. The masked man looked down in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jangsan-beom had taken the full force of that gale. It had been sliced into multiple pieces by the wind and slowly vanished. After the wind died down, Tai spoke in a cold voice. "From now on, 11 p.m. is the hour of the rat, the awakening of divine authority." It was the moment his power reached its peak. My power. At this point, T had transformed into a tall teenager, no longer in the form of a young boy. Yongjin collapsed on the ground, stared at him with wide eyes. What's going on? He didn't realize at all that the person standing before him was still T. "Who is that? Where's the kid?" Suddenly, a moaning sound came from beside him. When he turned to look, Yongjin was startled and jumped back. The thing on the ground was a remaining eye of Jangsan-beom. After a few groans, it also vanished into thin air. At this point, the masked man had gotten into a ready-to-fight stance, holding two swords firmly in his hands. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word to the other two. All of his expressions were hidden beneath that mask. The next second, the masked man charged towards Tai. His speed was formidable, but T was incredibly calm, his expression unchanging. The masked man didn't attack head-on but jumped high, preparing to bring his sword down. Tai just reached his hand behind him, using his fan to easily block the attack. Meanwhile, the masked man had only used one hand. His other hand was hidden behind him. Immediately after, he swung his other hand up, slashing across T's body, but he only managed to slash an afterimage of him. A cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared surrounding him. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the masked man's shoulder. In just a split second, Tai had thrown him headfirst to the ground. The masked man was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Tai didn't stop there. He pressed down hard on his face with his hand. He squatted down and spoke coldly to him. "To go this far, you must have a reason." His eyes held an uncompromising look. Tai's hand used more force, causing his mask to crack. "Who put you up to this?" The masked man didn't answer. He spread his hand, holding iron balls between his fingers. He created a black gust of wind, and while T was distracted, he escaped from his grip. The dust flew up, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. In that wind, the figure of the masked man flickered in and out of sight. Tai wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he calmly used his fan to counterattack. Celestial art. Another gust of wind began to rise. Suddenly, Tai stopped his hand mid-air. The masked man had vanished from sight. Before him now was a bewildered deer, confused about what was happening. Tai couldn't help but be surprised to see it. The deer also looked straight at him. Then it looked away and left. Tai also turned his face in another direction, seemingly thinking about something. Then he turned to look back at Yongjin. Yongjin, being stared at by him, showed a confused expression. The next second, T raised his fan. Cycle! A stream of energy appeared and surrounded Yongjin, then slowly lifted him up. He looked at T in confusion and asked, "What's this?" As soon as he finished speaking, T tapped him lightly on the forehead with the fan. Yongjin immediately passed out. That stream of energy kept him floating in the air, right in front of T's eyes. He called out coldly, "Black Dragon." His eyes were fixed on the unconscious Yongjin. Black Dragon. He still didn't move, but perhaps at this point he was no longer Yongjin. Seeing this, Tai began to lose patience. "Do you want to get out of that body yourself? Or do you want me to log you out for good?" The corner of Yongjin's mouth twitched up slightly. Immediately after, he broke into a grin that reached his ears. At this point, he had transformed into the Black Dragon. His blazing red pupils stared straight at Tai. "Give it your best shot." The Black Dragon's tone carried contempt and mockery for T. "A half-god, like you dares." The Black Dragon's next words caused T's expression to darken more and more. "Just sealing me away has left you this worn out. You think I don't know about your little show of force? Huh," he even challenged him. "Even if you could do something to me, this kid would be toast." A look of surprise appeared in T's eyes. The Black Dragon saw this and grew even more enthusiastic. "He's already died once. It's thanks to me that he's still alive," he declared with extreme smugness. "The master of this body needs me. He's summoned me several times." He used provocative words again, hoping to enrage Tai. "Let's see what you can do." His eyes flashed with confidence and pride. "Earthly branch god of the rat." At this point, T had nearly reached the limit of his patience. "Do you dare to kill a human?" As soon as the Black Dragon finished speaking, he was immediately slapped by T. He tilted his face to the side, a stinging sensation spreading across his face. "What the?" A few seconds later, his face showed clear confusion. The aura surrounding him also gradually dissipated, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. He let out a cry. Yongjin, utterly bewildered, asked Tai, "What was that?" Tai bowed his head in thought for a moment, then turned to leave first. "Follow me, I'll lead you back to the dorm." Yongjin was still sitting on the ground, watching his retreating back. A big question mark hovered over his head. He hesitated before calling out to Tae. Yongjin awkwardly asked for confirmation. "You're that kid, aren't you?" Without turning back, Tai asked coldly, "What's your name?" Yongjin looked at T in surprise and asked back, "Me." Though he didn't understand what was happening, Yongjin still answered honestly. "Kwan Yongjin." Tai, still with his back to him, said calmly, "To be honest, I don't understand what happened either." "Kwan Yongjin." His voice grew deeper with each word. "That power in your left arm?" Tai warned seriously, advising Yongjin don't trust it too much. He slowly recounted the old story for Yongjin. "Chen, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter his entire..." His tone remained unchanged. "Clan and your ancestors," Tai continued in a gentle voice. "Because of that, your clan has gone through countless moments of despair and chaos." The next words left Yongjin rooted to the spot. "Unfortunately, you were born in his very body." He remembered what Yongjin had been through and remarked, "Even so, you went against all logic to find your own self and continue living." A sentence echoed in Yongjin's mind. "You weren't supposed to..." He clenched his jaw, unable to say anything. Suddenly, Tai praised Yongjin. "Very commendable." Those words stunned Yongjin. He slowly lifted his head and looked forward. In his mind, a blurred image of his clansmen, hating and despising him. "You weren't supposed to be born," Tai continued in a low voice. "You have lived well." He hesitated slightly, but he was encouraging and motivating Yongjin. Who knows how many more adversities and trials lie ahead. You might face even more desperate situations. Hearing this, Yongjin's hand clenched into a fist. "That is what it means to go against reason." Tai suddenly turned his head back. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. But anyway, at this point tears were brimming in Yongjin's eyes. He seemed to be moved, because he had tried so hard. Tai looked straight at him, slowly stating his decision. "So to help him live a full life in this world," his voice was extremely serious, his eyes full of determination, "I will bet everything to protect him." Yongjin opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. So from now on, tears were now streaming down both of his cheeks. "You don't have to struggle alone anymore." The moonlight high above shone down on the two of them. The surrounding space also became magical. Yongjin just like that walked along the path. His eyes below were extremely dazed and lifeless. Yongjin raised his hand and just stared at it. Suddenly a weapon appeared in the space, making him hesitate. This blade. T suddenly appeared, reaching out to retrieve the blade. It's inconvenient for you to carry this, isn't it? Just give it to me. Yongjin hesitated slightly, looking at him. I have something to ask. His question made Tai freeze, not knowing how to answer. Why do you want to help me? Tai used the fly whisk in his hand to create a path. Just follow this path and you'll get back to the dorm. Yongjin listened attentively to him. On the weekend at high noon, Tai continued to speak. The disciples will come to pick you up. Follow them to meet me. Yongjin asked blankly, what's high noon? He explained irritably 12 p.m. on Sunday. After speaking, T disappeared again into the strange forest. Yongjin followed this path T had created. He looked up blankly at the scene before him. There was a scene of a tall building with a luxurious and magnificent landscape. Just then a voice suddenly called out, Yongjin! Yongjin glanced nervously in that direction. He looked at the approaching figure, his heart pounding. Lee Hisu, is that really her? Hisu ran up and cupped Yongjin's face. She asked with great concern, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Yongjin was dazed for a long moment before reacting. But at this moment, his legs suddenly lost all strength. Hisu quickly rushed to support him. Yongjin, Yongjin! He tried to reassure her. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Hisu noticed something was off with Yongjin and asked, earlier when I was talking to you on the phone, what happened then? You're not going to tell me. However, he still insisted on refusing. What's the point of telling you? It'll just make you worry more. It won't help anyway. After hearing that Hisu couldn't help but blame herself. I'm sorry for not being able to help you at all. Yongjin also remembered what Jiwon once said. Saying that is no different from saying I was a hindrance to him. Hisu might think that. He scratched his head, thinking to himself, that's not what I meant. Hisu didn't realize yet, and was still blaming herself. Even if you told me, I wouldn't be able to help. But before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Yongjin. No. She was a little surprised to hear him say that. You helped me a lot. Yongjin slowly continued. If you hadn't called then, I probably wouldn't be here right now. He scratched his head a little embarrassed. Thanks. Yongjin was so embarrassed he didn't dare to look Hisu in the eye. The thing about not being able to help, it's because I was lost. So I didn't know how to explain it to you. The GPS wasn't working either. I said that because I was afraid you'd worry. Don't misunderstand, okay? Besides, in short, you helped me a lot. Hisu was also very touched to hear these words. Thank you. She was now very happy for saying so. Yongjin really is very kind and... Yongjin hurriedly clarified. I didn't say that to flatter you. It's the truth. At this time, from another side, another frantic voice called out, Yongjin, Yongjin! Du Kyung asked worriedly, are you okay? Yongjin was a little surprised to see them. Why are you guys here? Only then did Jiwon say, you called me, didn't you? What's wrong? As for Du Kyung, he was trying to catch his breath. I haven't seen you since roll call. I asked Hisu and she said she called you at 10. They saw Yongjin's condition and were extremely worried. You're hurt. Something definitely happened. He didn't know what to say, so he just made something up. I just tripped. In Yongjin's mind, he remembered what T had told him. So from now on, you don't have to struggle alone anymore. He was silent for a while, not saying anything. After a moment, Yongjin finally dared to tell his friends the truth. I ran into Jangsan Biome and almost got checked out. Du Kyung was also extremely stunned to hear that. Jangsan Biome. And just like that, they continued to discuss the matter. What Jangsan Biome transformed into Gongji Wand and lured me away. That bastard Jangsan Biome. Hey, can you tell me? Every single detail. At this time elsewhere, the teleportation gate showed signs of appearing. The gate seemed to be about to open. The spirits also quickly noticed this phenomenon. When they saw T return, they cheered happily, Hyung. He didn't answer but collapsed onto the table. Seeing this, they immediately ran over to ask, Hyung, are you okay? Zai tiredly called out, Boksoon, bring him some water. Izzy's expression turned very sour. Yes. He couldn't help but feel angry inside. They're already starting to get along so quickly. Somewhere the black dragon was flashing a sinister smile. His eyes were bloodshot, looking incredibly frightening. Z was so worried he was breaking out in a cold sweat. There's not much time left. Before Chen remembers everything, we have to deal with the black dragon. He recalled the words the black dragon had once said. Earthly branch. God. Z, do you dare to kill a human? Zai gritted his teeth in frustration. At this point, everyone had returned. Finally home. Time flies so fast, for real. Yongjin, however, was sulking in a corner. He just stared pensively into the distance. It seemed like Yongjin had something on his mind. A voice kept echoing in Yongjin's head. My left arm is the last of the power I have left. It was created from the black dragon. The power in your left arm, don't trust it too much. Yongjin remembered Jin's words clearly. I am your ancestor. But Z had said something different. Chen, your ancestor, used that power to murder your family and your ancestors. Yongjin had returned home by now, but he still stood hesitating in front of the door. He didn't know how to handle this situation. After a while, Yongjin finally decided to reach out and enter the password. The sound of the door moving was heard very quickly. As soon as it was ajar, as he opened the door, Yongjin could hear music coming from inside. He froze for a moment when he heard the singing from inside. The man with messy hair only causes pain. It turned out the sound was coming from the computer, leaving me all alone without a second thought. Turning his back and walking away silently, you betrayer. Yongjin walked in and saw Jin, who was already sitting there humming along to the song. Turning his back and walking away, he was still lost in the song, not noticing him. You betrayer. You are a betrayer in love. After a moment, Yongjin spoke up. What are you doing? As soon as Jin reacted, he jumped up in a panic. You are a betrayer in love. He hastily reached out and slammed the laptop shut. Then Jin sat with his legs crossed, trying to look cool. You're back, huh? At the same time, over on Shen's side, he seemed to have noticed something strange on his computer. What is this, a chaotic algorithm? Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. What's up with my feed? This Chen guy is obsessed with trot music, and he even asked me to find historical documents. But at that moment, Shen's phone happened to ring. He glanced at it and saw that the caller ID said, that bastard. Later that evening at some house, the doorbell rang. The person inside didn't rush to open the door, but said through the intercom, state the password. You obediently complied with the person inside. Cluck, cluck. Very quickly, that person confirmed it. However, but just then, that person urged, Shen, have the person behind you say the password. He disgustedly refused to comply. We don't have much time. Open the door. Very quickly, a warning sounded. Wrong password. The person inside urged once more. I'll give you one more chance. You at his side was also getting impatient. Hurry up. What's so hard about it? Helpless Shen had no choice but to bare his teeth and pull his hands back to make the right sign. After completing the procedure, they were warmly greeted by Boksun. Please come in. Welcome to our family. At Zai's house, the Boksuns were playing happily in the courtyard. If you've got the guts, come at me, you centipede monster. Here I come. Inside, brushstrokes were being written out. Each stroke was incredibly forceful. Very quickly, a strange shape appeared. Yu and Shen were intently watching Zai's every move. After finishing the drawing, he showed it to them and asked, have you ever seen this symbol? Shen was still in a daze. This is, Yu at his side exclaimed. I've seen this before. She excitedly raised her hand and described, on the demon's forehead. Shen beside her was also skeptical. On its forehead. He tried to search his own memory. I think I've seen it too. Zai then corrected them. This isn't a demon's power. Shen became curious and asked further. So where do they get that power? Shen suddenly became excited too. No wonder I couldn't use my combo. You just then realizing exclaimed, what? So you couldn't take it down in one hit either, huh, Z? Was the only serious one in this conversation. It seems there's some force behind the scenes, directing and giving power to the demons. Their target is Chen's body. At this point, Yongjin was still unaware of what was happening. He was leisurely washing dishes at home. Gun Yongjin, what do we do now? Jin, having his name suddenly called, was a little annoyed. I just dozed off for a bit, and the blade disappeared. Maybe you should go back and get it. Hearing this, Yongjin fell silent and said no more. After a long while, he finally revealed the truth. The blade appeared in my hand. Jin was also stunned by this news. Huh! He continued to press. Did something happen? Yongjin froze and didn't answer further. These words kept echoing in his head. Chen, your ancestor, used that power to murder your family and your ancestors. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Jin silently waited for an answer. In the end, Yongjin decided to hide everything. Nothing happened. However, Jin was not so easily fooled. Nothing happened. But you still used the power of the Black Dragon. I told you not to use that power recklessly. He felt like he'd been hit where it hurts, so he turned his face away, not daring to look at Jin. What does it have to do with you how I use it? As Yongjin slammed the door and went into his room, he could only sigh. This kid... Jin hung his head, seemingly contemplating something. Returning to Z's side, he continued to ask, do you guys have any information about the masked man? Both of them answered in unison. A mask? Shen still didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Yu's reaction was no exception. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zai then recounted the situation to them. I witnessed a marked demon and a masked man fighting together. He looked experienced, but not strong enough to be able to grant power to demons. Power of this caliber must be at a near omnipotent level. Hearing this, sweat beaded on Yu's forehead. If that's the case, then, right in the middle of their intense discussion, a figure silently entered. Yu quickly noticed it. Mask, the other person showed no fear at this. His fist flew, but Shen dodged in time. Just like that, a fight broke out between the two. Chen smirked slyly. That guy wasn't panicking at all. The other guy was still very calm. The mask finally ripped apart. Behind it was a young man with blonde hair. He flashed a radiant smile. That's not yours, you know. The earthly branch. God, the great guardian Wu. You couldn't quite believe her eyes. Great guardian Wu. At the same time, the spirits were picking up the mask with regret. This is an intangible cultural heritage created by a master artisan. You like this a lot, huh? Just like that, Shen and Wu blamed each other. This Shen guy cut it in half. Was it Wu's fault? All right. Z was in no mood to deal with this anymore. Let's drop it. Shen's eyes then noticed something. He saw Wu holding the blade and asked, "Is that great guardian Chen's blade?" They just kept chatting comfortably, not knowing that Z was getting very annoyed. How do you have it? I thought the acolytes were always playing with it. Where'd the handle go? Why is this at Great Guardian Zai's house? Can these things be copied too? No way. Zai, though angry, still had to answer their question. That is Chen's grandson's blade. He just asked me to hold on to it for him. Wu then chuckled teasingly. I've heard the rumors, you know. They once again got lost in conversation. So he knows. Is it true? Have you guys met him? Zai, losing patience, tried to call them. Hey! But it seemed no one intended to stop. We met, but thanks to someone he passed out. That person probably already talked to him. Shut up. Zai seemed to be trying his best to control the rage inside him. He's clearly human, but she was aggressively trying to take him out. Are you crazy? I already told you he was the Black Dragon. He finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fan on the table. Zai gestured for them to be quiet. After a moment, they finally sat still. In short, the demons don't dare to target Chen's body, the place the Black Dragon has occupied. The one who needs that body is Chen. Or, why are you being so cryptic? Wu was a little distracted, chugging his water as he said, It's him. Who else? You immediately asked curiously, who? Wu didn't hesitate to answer. The one who uses power almost like omnipotence. It's him. Who else could it be? Yu was getting angry at his half-hearted answers. But who is it? In the dead of night, the entire space was utterly silent. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the forest. The man in black then asked, empty-handed, huh? The masked man didn't hide anything. It wasn't Chen. Great Guardian Z was there too. At this point, the man in black noticed. Not only that you're fatally wounded, red syrup just kept flowing from the wound. The masked man immediately pulled his hand back. It's just a light scratch. But the man in black looked very disdainful. I didn't expect anything anyway. He then questioned him. Didn't you say you destroyed Great Guardian Zai's power? The other man seemed a little annoyed and dissatisfied. Are you saying it's my fault? It's your fault for not being strong enough. The masked man being insulted? Like that was very angry. So much so that he clenched his fists. He lunged forward, swinging his sword at the other person. But it seemed the masked man had greatly underestimated his own opponent. The other person was still standing there unfazed. After asking for that much, he sends this useless guy. Truly a lazy and arrogant man. Your leader is. Give him a message. Thanks to him, things have become more complicated. The masked man, though angry, couldn't do anything. He just stood there silently. Scene changed to a dilapidated and desolate space. A young man suddenly appeared out of the ordinary. He walked among the scattered, ruined objects. The entire space suddenly fell silent. Yongjin stood stunned, lost in thought. Who is it? That face tilted up slightly, showing no emotion whatsoever. In a flash, he was stunned, his eyes wide with a flicker of fear. The other person lunged forward, reaching out with his hands, his face demonic. His hands grabbed Yongjin's face tightly, pinning him down forcefully. His eyes were filled with absolute terror. He couldn't utter a single word. In Yongjin's mind, only one question remained. Who are you? The strength from those hands was still squeezing all the breath out of him. Yongjin felt like he was about to die. I can't breathe. Back in reality, on the large bed, Jin in his animal form was lying, on top of Yongjin's face. The space was momentarily filled with a strange silence. Assassination attempt. He immediately shot up, his arm flinging Jin off of him. A look of shock and bewilderment flashed across Yongjin's face. Was it a dream? The scene changes to a large apartment building. In a kitchen with a mess of dishes, voice suddenly spoke up. Didn't you say today was a day off? Jin looked at Yongjin, who was getting dressed, and asked, Where are you going? He didn't turn around and replied immediately, A Dan Gun part-time job. He was wary upon hearing this location. Dan Gun from thousands of years ago. Yongjin cut off Jin's next sentence. Not that Dan Gun. On the phone, a job posting appeared. Roach catcher wanted. Need someone to come catch a roach right now. Giant type. Fee 30,001. Hurry. He calmly explained, it's a part-time job app. Thanks to someone, our food budget has doubled. Yongjin turned and walked towards the door, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'm leaving. I'll probably be back late. You're on your own for lunch? Before leaving, he turned back to glance at Jin one more time. He was now lounging on the bed, relaxing and watching the computer. He replied, "I can take care of myself. Hurry up and come home." The door closed with the familiar sound. Youngjin suddenly lowered his head and let out a sigh. Then he quickly walked forward. Not long after, Youngjin had arrived at the poster's house. Roach extermination post, roach catcher wanted. Need someone to come catch a roach right now. Giant type. Fee 30,001. Hurry, hurry, in a flash. He took another job, to the surprise of the homeowner. Dishwasher wanted large quantity. Fee 50,001. Time passed quickly. Youngjin was now hauling things at a warehouse with the post. Moving helper wanted. Just need to move things down to the truck. Fee 30,001. Finally, his back got to rest after a long day. Looking at the time on his phone screen, Youngjin was slightly surprised. Sunday afternoon. He remembered Z had instructed him. The acolytes will come to pick you up. Follow them to meet me. Thinking of this, he looked around for a while, searching. His hands were tapping furiously on the phone screen. That day, Zai had told Youngjin that he had gone against Providence. You have found your ego and continue to live. The phone showed a search for Providence. Noun, the right way or moral law. A natural phenomenon like flowing water. Innate and irreversible. He fell silent, just staring at it. Just then a strong beam of light erupted from the side, accompanied by a loud call that startled him. Mister? When he turned back, somehow the three Boksoon children had come down excitedly greeting him. We came to pick you up. Cut to another rather comfortable room. On the table were sweet cakes of different colors. They looked delicious just by looking. Youngjin sat on the sofa staring at the plate of cakes, but didn't move. Z sat opposite him holding a cup of hot tea, asking as he enjoyed it. Why the long face? He didn't answer immediately, just looked up at him. In Youngjin's head suddenly appeared the face that had appeared in his dream. He immediately swallowed, hiding his eyes under his hair. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "This Providence you mentioned, what does it really mean?" Zai didn't hesitate to answer, his face expressionless. All things disappear and are reborn. That is the flow of nature. Providence is the right way, following that natural flow. But Youngjin, still hiding his expression, hesitated, uncertainly. You mean... In the face of Z's unchanging expression, he blurted out, "The fact that you borrow human bodies and live in them is following nature." The silence didn't last long, as Youngjin immediately broke it with a question. "So for me not to exist, that is Providence." Z placed his teacup on the table and corrected him. "To be more precise, it's not that we borrow human bodies." He glanced up and continued speaking. "God's body is more like a sculpture." Another sentence echoed in the room. "Your body is the same." This statement surprised Youngjin. "You mean, you?" he asked with hesitant uncertainty. "A sculpture. You mean created? I don't understand what you're saying anymore." Just then Zai posed a question to him. "Do you know Dan Gun?" Youngjin replied, as if asking Lord Dan Gun, who founded our nation. He lowered his eyes and nodded. "That's right." Z immediately began to explain with a story for him to understand. Dan Gun created a land suitable for humans to live on. Dan Gun appeared a very long time ago. We are the earthly branch gods, commanded to descend to Earth to help humans. From their hands they created fire and water. We used our powers to open a new era on the barren land. And of course there were always witnesses. Those who witnessed the power of the gods, wanting to maintain that power forever. They built altars and prayed there. 64 seasons passed. Time passed year after year. On the altar where the energy of all things gathered, a body resembling a human was created. The times and all things changed through the flow of history. Finally, it appeared after days of refinement. That was the first body of a god. Everyone revered that person. The earthly branch gods loved humankind, so they entered the bodies created by their aspirations to stay on Earth and help them. That body was also like a human's. It had a lifespan, and when it had fulfilled its duty, the altar would create another new body. However, in the year of Gapjin, the month of Jongmyo, the day of Byungsul, the altar of the gods was destroyed. From then on, the gods could no longer interfere in human history, and the bodies of the gods were no longer created. We waited until our physical bodies perished to return to the heavens, but when we opened our eyes, we were still on Earth. His eyes darkened slightly. The bodies of the gods began to be born from humans themselves. Our bodies were formed from humans, repeating over and over, so we were also trapped here. In the end, we had no choice but to accept and follow Providence and the humans. The bodies of the gods that they gave birth to, they called them the children who do not cry. The more Youngjin listened, the colder he felt. Your current body is one of them. His eyes were empty and lifeless, facing a name both familiar and strange. That is Gun Youngjin. Z looked at Youngjin and spoke slowly. According to Providence, he stated the obvious truth. The one living in that body should be Chen. Chen's face appeared, devoid of any expression. Now Yong. Jin could only remain silent, as if buried by Zai's words. If you accept your fate and agree to obey this providence, I will personally send your soul to the afterlife. He coldly began to threaten. If you do not comply, every heavy word fell into Yongjin's ears. You will have to fight to the end, to protect yourself. The living room was strangely quiet. Z spoke up. I'm asking you. He asked a question, but it carried a deeper meaning. Do you want to follow Providence, or do you want to go against it? Yongjin didn't answer right away, but remained silent, showing no emotion. Yongjin was silent for a moment, then answered. Is there really any other choice between living and dying? Z showed no emotion, but just looked at the boy before him. Yongjin smirked arrogantly. Of course I choose to live. His hands under the table were clenched together, accompanied by a steady voice. I said before, you will face adversity and trials harsher than before. Z looked up and asked doubtfully, can you overcome them? Yongjin, though worried, still answered firmly. If it were before, maybe I would have given up. Visions of the past reappeared in his head. The lonely days and living a difficult, bland life. Sometimes even being humiliated and excessively teased. Yongjin felt he had been through enough bad things. The present is miserable and tragic enough. His lonely figure was a practical living proof. Because he had to endure everything alone. Yongjin's voice suddenly changed. But then warm scenes he had witnessed arose in his mind. The moments he met Ji-won, seeing him smile. The times they played together after school. Yongjin spoke as if awakened. Now it's not like that anymore. He remembered looking straight into Jisoo's eyes. Her bright smile was deeply engraved in Yongjin's heart. He looked up and said with determination, I want to live even more. Yongjin didn't hesitate, reminding Z of the past. You said you would protect me. This is entirely possible. His words made Zai freeze for a moment. Then the same voice echoed in his ear again. Aren't you going to exist forever? At least until I die of old age. An unexpected laugh burst out into the air from Z in the tense atmosphere. Right after that, he let out a loud laugh, which startled Yongjin a little. Z glanced at Yongjin with admiration. Well said. An excellent answer, Gun Yongjin. He was a little surprised and sat there stunned. Hearing Z continue indomitable, he lowered his eyes slightly, looking dangerous, and let out a sentence. A weak will is easily corrupted. Yongjin felt a little worried hearing that, even though Zai was only giving a few words of advice. You must always remember this determination. At this moment, there was suddenly a loud call. Mr. the Boksoons suddenly appeared again with beaming faces. The little girl looked at him and offered the box in her hands. A gift for you. The box was opened. Inside was a set of clothes. According to the kid's introduction, this is a divine garment. Yongjin was doubtful. Divine garment? Boksoon looked at him with pleading eyes. Try it on. Beside her, a little boy with sparkling eyes urged, Try it on, mister. They all made it impossible for him to refuse. A few minutes later, Yongjin, in a new outfit with a black and red color scheme, appeared magnificently. The little angel kids gathered around praising him endlessly. It suits you so well. You look so cool. Zain, who had been sitting all this time, also stood up to give some advice. Don't use the black dragon from now on. Use your own power to wield that blade. Z. Yongjin hesitated and shyly replied, But that blade is really heavy. If I don't use that power, I can't even lift it. In return, he received a calm look from Z. The black dragon is exhausting your body. After using the black dragon's power, how do you feel? As soon as the question was finished, it immediately brought back some struggling images of himself. Sometimes his arm would tremble uncontrollably. Even his legs, every step was a struggle. At that time, his whole body was drained of energy. It felt like he was on the verge of death. Just then, Zai's words surprised Yongjin. It doesn't make it easy for you to lift the blade. It's just using your stamina recklessly. He didn't seem to care much, but simply explained, you don't even have muscles. How can you lift such a heavy blade? These words directly hit Yongjin's pride, making him retort immediately. Why are you being so harsh? He pointed his finger at the angelic kids over there. What about these kids then? Are they all bodybuilders or something? Zai calmly answered, all of them, while also stabbing another dagger into Yongjin's heart. As long as you have divine power, you can easily lift the blade. You only have a mortal body, not divine power, that's why. Every word he spoke was a fatal blow to Yongjin, leaving him speechless. Even though you occupy that body, your physical strength isn't even that of a normal person. Do you even exercise? After a moment, Zai let out another helpless sigh. He began to instruct. Focus your energy into your right hand. Yongjin hesitated, still not understanding clearly. But how? Z completely burned through the stage of gently channeling his power, but it shocked him like this. Z pointed his finger and continued. Close your eyes. Focus your spirit, maximize the senses in your right hand. He looked straight at Yongjin, like a true teacher. And then think of the blade. Yongjin immediately closed his eyes and did as he was told. His words still echoed in his ear. It certainly won't be easy for you, but keep practicing. Just as the words ended, a sudden surge of power appeared. This directly made Zai's eyes widen in astonishment. By some miracle, the blade was now actually being wielded easily in Yongjin's hand. It took him a moment to come back to reality, looking in surprise at what he was holding. Amidst the excited cheers of the children, a hesitant voice echoed from the heavens. How did... Zai, now calm, pondered and speculated. That divine garment has the ability to transform the energy of all things into divine power. Yonjin understood and hesitantly uttered 2 words. If so... But Z cut him off and said bluntly, the divine power you can use is only temporary. He glanced at him and said with contempt, this is proof that you have a mortal god's body. An ordinary person's body could not do that. But on the other side, Yonjin acted as if he didn't hear cheering excitedly. So light, I get it now. He waved the blade around as if it were a toy, leaving Z speechless. With this, I don't even need to use my left hand. At that moment, as if realizing something, Yonjin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Huh! His gaze fell upon his own hand. The blade of punishment, Z spoke up, explaining for him. When you received it from Chen, it was in its original form. You used it in that state right away. After that, the space fell into silence again. His eyes still hadn't left Yonjin. This whole time, you... Suddenly, Zai asked a question with unclear meaning. Have you ever seen the inside of the cloth? Yonjin was momentarily stunned, muttering, inside the cloth. Z, unconcerned, emphasized his question. I mean the hilt of the blade. Then Yonjin replied under Z's silent gaze. No. Why? He remained silent amidst Yonjin's questions. Is there something in here? Finally, Zai said nothing more about the issue he had just raised. No, it's nothing. Cut to a different scene. The dishes laid out on the table looked delicious. Eat up! Sitting at the dinner table, he marveled inwardly, while Zai spoke calmly. After we eat, I'll take you back to your doorstep. As soon as he said this, it made him a little anxious and wary. He noticed his look and asked, What's wrong? Don't you like that dish? Yonjin, startled, quickly replied, No, I love it. But then he hesitated before speaking. It's just that... Yonjin looked at the dishes on the table, his voice suddenly tinged with sadness. It's been a long time since someone prepared such a feast for me. After speaking, he fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze seeming to reflect something nostalgic. In the past, his mother used to smile gently while looking at him. Back then, Yeonjin was still just an innocent child sheltered by her. After a brief moment lost in memories, he suddenly found his voice again. The stream of memories rushed back into his mind. The turbulent and painful days. The woman with tears streaming down her face and eyes filled with utter hatred. Just then, Zai broke the stifling atmosphere. If you have something to ask, just ask. Yeonjin snapped out of it, but asked a rather irrelevant question. What's your name? At this pointless question, Zai shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Yeonjin quickly tried to save face. Even gods have to have names, right? When living on this earth. He retracted his gaze and answered calmly. That's not important. It's very important. Yeonjin, a bit exasperated, spoke his mind. Am I supposed to just call you kid forever? Zai didn't want to say, so he immediately retorted. Just call me Grandmaster. This made him completely dumbfounded. What? Zai looked at the boy in front of him and spoke words like ticking time bombs. I may look like this, but in human years, I'm much older than you. I've lived in this body for 28 years. Technically, I must be 1,000 years old. These words dealt a direct psychological blow to Yeonjin. He exclaimed in shock, 28! But how do you look like an elementary school kid? This time Z was more patient in answering the question. I became like this because your ancestor made me lose half of my divine power. Yeonjin was more and more astonished with every word. Though born from a human body, conditionally it's like an altar body. He lowered his eyes as if telling a story that spanned 64 seasons. In the end, all that remains is a kindred spirit. He concluded with a sentence that returned the atmosphere to silence. That means 16 years. A familiar green fan suddenly appeared in Z's hand, along with his monotone voice. If you use divine power before it's complete, he said, testing the fan's power, obviously the body will be ravaged. His hand closed the small fan as he explained, the ability to use divine power is limited by a small body. Zai looked at Yeonjin and finished with a complete sentence. But this is a completed body. The focus of the conversation returned with Yeonjin's question. So you can't grow any bigger? Zai calmly replied, That's right. Just then he suddenly said, I don't know what my ancestor was doing either. Yeonjin was completely in the dark, based on his own speculation. Could it be related to the clan massacre? Z helplessly cut off that thought and made a suggestion. After removing the black dragon from your body, he will tell you about it. Now eat. As expected, Yeon's attention was pulled in another direction. Remove it, he replied, trembling with a bit of fear. But the black dragon is my left hand. Zai looked at the person before him with disdain and spoke bluntly. losing the left hand created from the black dragon. A slight misstep could cost you your life. The moment he finished speaking, Yeonjin jumped in shock. Huh! Seeing his expression, Z then said, "It's not like there's no way." Under Yeonjin's hopeful gaze, he continued, "This is something you must do." In the afternoon at Yeonjin's small house, he had returned after a long, tiring day. As he opened his room door, Yeonjin looked towards the bed, slightly startled. Jin was lounging there comfortably. He remembered Zai's words from the dinner table. "Propose to Chen that he go find the dragon with you." After a moment of silence, Jin suddenly called out, "Yeonjin." He was a bit startled and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" The room grew darker with Jin's question. "Where have you just been?" But Jin didn't look at him and glossed over the subject. "I already told you I went to earn some extra money." But Jin directly exposed his cover. "Didn't you just meet with Grandmaster Z?" His words made his heart sink into darkness. Jin spoke in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as a true assassin's. His words were extremely cold. "Smell a rat." Z's emotionless eyes stared at him and said, "This is something you must do. Propose to Chen that he go find the dragon with you." After hearing that, Jin was stunned. "A dragon?" However, he seemed hesitant. "But if my ancestor regains his power, what if he tries to do something to me?" Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, uttering a few words. "The dragon you find?" Then Z sternly reminded him, "Will not be Chen's Yeonjin." But Yeonjin on his side was becoming more and more shocked. "It will belong to you." And so the timeline returns to the present, as he stands opposite Jin. His sharp gaze continuously stared at him, as if in warning. Meanwhile, he was hesitating, completely flustered. "A rat." But Yeonjin gradually calmed down and continued, "Of course there's a smell. I just got back from catching rats." In addition, he added another sentence. "A dog's nose is really something else." On this side, Jin was suddenly startled. "You went to catch rats?" Noticing that reaction, Yeonjin immediately picked up his phone and questioned him. "Want me to read it to you? Need someone to catch rats? Need someone to dispose of rat carcasses?" Then he added, "The fee is 50,000 won." This time Jin was also surprised. People pay for that kind of stuff these days. The atmosphere made Yeonjin anxiously speculate. "If I ask my ancestor to go find the dragon with me now?" His eyes followed Jin's actions, and he thought again. He'll definitely be suspicious. On the other hand, he was energetically declaring, "I can do that kind of work too." Then Jin jumped off the bed to propose to him. "Next time let me come with you, Yeon." Hearing this, Jin asked with curiosity, "Why would you come along?" The answer was immediately given by him. "I have to earn my keep." However, he bluntly refused. "Forget it. If you come, you'll shed dog fur everywhere, and probably just create more work." After that conversation, the sky quickly turned the reddish pink of evening. Inside Yeonjin's house, though lying down, he kept looking at Jin anxiously. How should I say this? A cold sweat trickled down his face. I need a good reason. Suddenly, an unexpected memory rushed back to him, making him freeze. What happened? And with just that thought, Yeonjin took the initiative to speak. "Ancestor." On the surface, he still appeared very nonchalant. "Last time you asked what happened, right?" As for Jin, he replied curiously, "You're only telling me now, just waiting for the opportunity to dock." Yeonjin deliberately uttered a sentence. "I almost met my maker." In addition, he added with emphasis, surprising Jin. "That's why I had to use the Black Dragon's power." Out of curiosity, Jin immediately questioned him. "How so?" Yeonjin maintained his nonchalance and replied, "Anyway, I'm still alive. The kid who helped destroy the evil spirit last time came and saved me." After hearing that, Jin's puppy-like face wrinkled slightly. In contrast, Yeonjin was trying to lament further. What kind of ancestor? Doesn't even know what happens to his own descendant, and lets someone else's ancestor come to the rescue? He even gave a faint, troubled laugh. "What descendant? This body is yours." At this point, Jin began to feel guilty. "You brat, stop nagging about that." Then he used a serious tone to remind him, "Even if you deny it, you are still my descendant." Faced with those sharp words, Yeonjin fell silent again. "It's the truth." At the same time, he recalled Zai's words, "Mortal God can only be formed in the descendants of that clan." Then Yeonjin nodded and continued to use his phone. "Yeah, let's just go with that." Jin, who was next to him, grumbled, "You've been throwing a lot of shade, you know." But a second later, he continued, "There's something I want to ask." This time, Yeonjin slowly raised an issue. "You said you were sealed, right?" In his mind, he thought of the words clan slaughter. But out loud, he still said, "So you've forgotten everything that happened before? Like why you were sealed?" Faced with that question, Jin's mouth moved, answering bit by bit, "I don't know." Along with that, his face suddenly darkened. But one thing's for sure. Yeonjin was also drawn into that emotion, so he looked at Jin tensely. But then he uttered an unexpected sentence. "As the strongest among the descended earthly branch gods." In addition, he confidently stroked his face. "They were probably jealous, so they sealed me." This aroused Yeonjin's suspicion. He's that goofy, but he slaughtered an entire clan. Then he sighed. Seriously, anyone can talk like that. Every time something happens, you just stand there like a folding screen. And suddenly he let out a weary laugh. You're just standing guard to take back this body, aren't you? As soon as Jin heard that, he immediately retorted, I've already transferred all my power to you. Besides, what can I do in this form? However, Jin deliberately provoked him further. So you're admitting you're weak as hell now? At that moment, he revealed something in a low voice. I just need to find one of the powers I had. And that very information was what startled him. And the situation will completely change. Without further thought, Jin immediately turned over. Got him. Where is that power? As for Jin, he suddenly continued the conversation calmly. All right. At the same time, he nodded with satisfaction. I have to go find the dragon right away. It seems you want to cooperate too. Hearing this, he was stunned. Cooperate. Just like that stern gaze turned towards Jin. This isn't something I... Just a second later, Jin suddenly transformed into his old state. But something you have to do. That very thing made him jump out of his skin. After that transformation, the shock still left Jin staring at him for a moment. As for Jin, he suddenly smirked and said, Scared, are you? But Jin innocently asked back, Why would I be scared? To answer that question, he slowly sat down on the floor. I have to show my true form once in a while to fix. That insolent attitude of yours. His hand reached for a Sintamani pearl that was tucked at his side. Then he held it up, precisely right in front of Jin for him to see. Then Jin continued to request, Use your left hand to touch the Sintamani. Told to do it, he did. Faced with the strange request, Jin had to extend his hand towards the large pearl. As soon as he touched it, a blinding light immediately shone out, sparkling. It didn't stop there. The ray of light also formed a long path through the empty space. What is this? Jin followed the guiding beam of light and whispered, It seems to be Jin. It's closer than I thought. By the way, he also muttered, If we ride a horse, we can get there before dawn. However, those words only confused him. How far is it? He replied, his eyes still fixed on the ray of light. As I see it, about 500 li. Meanwhile, Jin had already looked it up on his phone. So it's about 200 kilometers, pretty far. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of surprise, as if he had just remembered something. The exchange between him and Z came flooding back in an instant. One of the dragons seems to be residing at Mount Sakri. Initially, upon hearing the name of this place, Jin still raised an eyebrow in confusion. Mount Sakri. But Z answered him right after. It's the place you went for training. With his skepticism, Jin asked again. It's there. But in contrast, he just answered coldly. I'm not sure either. Then Z gave some information about the god in animal form. But I have seen the spirit god. In addition, he also carefully instructed, usually, those manifestations only appear in lands that are sacred and safe. In the end, Z affirmed with certainty, and in that place there will definitely be a guardian god. And so, that recollection ended with Jin's astonishment. Could it be Mount Sakri? Jin also heard this and said in surprise, Mount Sakri. Sensing his curiosity, he hesitated before explaining. That's where I went for training. You saw it there. However, Jin immediately denied it and looked back at his phone. Not exactly, but with this direction and distance. At this point, he already had the map open. It seems to be the right place. Let's go there and check it out. While he was at it, he also informed him of another matter. We don't have to travel until tomorrow morning. It's only a 3-hour bus ride. Having made the decision, he suddenly fell back onto the bed. But it's too late now. Let's go tomorrow. Jin very quickly agreed. All right, we'll leave tomorrow after lunch. Hearing this, Jin hesitated. What lunch? I have to go to school tomorrow. Seeing this, he let out a cold, humph. You can't slack off on your studies. What time are you done with school? The answer was quickly uttered by him. Around this time? Only then did Jin begin to entice him. Can't you skip out halfway? That question made him feel uneasy. Didn't you just say I can't slack off on my studies? Before long, the time had changed from night to early morning. The phone in his hand now read 12:40. Jin was nestled in his bag with a calm but somewhat serious expression. Because school let out early today, he was heading home. School, or not his own life, was the most important thing. To be extra sure, Jin reminded Jin, You have to stay put in the bag, okay? He also quickly replied, Don't worry. Then, he casually said, There's beef jerky in the bag, too. I'm gonna eat it now, okay? Hearing this, he scowled with annoyance. Are you a dragon or a pig? Because he was busy arguing, Jin didn't notice the figure above him. You never learn, do you? By the time the attack was close, Jin's eyes widened as he looked at it. Facing him now were a pair of toned legs, looking like a student's. But luckily, Jin reacted in time to block the kick, coming down from his opponent. Sand and dust scattered everywhere, along with Jin's terrified face. Eyes as sharp as a wild beast's were fixed on him. The attack that Shu unleashed even shattered the sidewalk they were standing on. That power was so terrifying that it scared Yeonjin into collapsing onto the street. In contrast to him, she stood firm amidst the thick cloud of dust. With the status of an earthly branch god Grand Master, Sue glared fiercely at him. The power of the Black Dragon. Then she glared and questioned Yeonjin. "You damn dragon, are you crazy?" Now, in a state of confusion and panic, he could only stare agape at his opponent. After those incomprehensible words, Zhu swung her blades up and down, unleashing a slash filled with fury. Chen. But just then Jin suddenly appeared in the middle of the fight. Grandmaster Shu. He tried his best to calm her down while she was turning the point of her blade. "Stop right there." Then the next second, the sharp blade stabbed straight into the ground, just a few centimeters from Yeonjin. He also felt that something was wrong, so he quickly scrambled to his feet and ran. What the hell is going on? But because of the chaotic situation, he could only dash straight ahead. Meanwhile, Jin had already seen Shu's figure. Then he quickly shouted to warn him. "Yeonjin above you." At that exact moment, familiar energy suddenly radiated from his arm. Before Yeonjin could understand, one of his eyes suddenly turned bright red, and the Black Dragon's blade immediately appeared and managed to block the slash from Zhu. But that only made her believe it more. "So you're finally showing your true form, huh?" Facing him now was Shu's crazed laugh. "Chen, and that's not all," she bluntly declared, making him panic. "This time I'll chop off that head of yours." Meanwhile, Jin was still trying to persuade her. "Grandmaster Shu, stop, he's human." However, in Shu's eyes, all she saw was Yeonjin and a voice coming from him. "I'm Chen," and so she misunderstood even more. "You're Chen, who else could you be?" A second later, the blade swung continuously, forcing Yeonjin to fight back, trying to deny it. "I'm not Chen." No matter how he tried to deny it, Jin continued to shout, "I'm Chen." This time he couldn't take it anymore and cursed. "You're still bragging from in there." After scolding him, Jin continued the life-or-death chase with Shu. "Stop right there." Suddenly, just then, she crossed her two blades and chanted an enhancement spell. Her power immediately erupted, causing the ground to crack and fly high into the air. As for Yeonjin, he only had time to feel an electric current right behind him, and Shu was pouring all her power into this attack, making her eyes glow brightly. But just as the ultimate technique was about to land, someone's sword blocked it. Both Yeonjin and Shu seemed to slow down for a beat. It was because of that sound. Then a robe fluttered in the air, as the mysterious guest landed with the selfless technique. The figures of Shen and Wu gradually appeared from above. Upon landing on the ground, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword at the very end. Wu gently used sheathed sword draw annulment to dispel Technique 5. But that's not all. He suddenly created countless soldiers to attack the target. Pegasus mobilization. They followed his command, and immediately drew their bows taut. Then arrow after arrow flew straight towards Shu, forcing her to retreat. Gradually, the distance between them grew wider, leaving Shu to grit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Wu also raised his sword and shouted, "Protect me!" Pegasus mobilization. From a fighting stance, they immediately turned back. One of their hands also gripped the long, sharp spear. Then, a protective layer of two spears was extended in front of Yeonjin and Jin. By the time they realized it, their surroundings were strictly protected. In contrast to Yeonjin, Xu was facing everything alone. A little more time passed. Shen reined in his horse and handed back the phone. "Here, got the picture." Wu happily took it. "Thanks." While he was at it, he also proudly proclaimed, "The superhero has arrived," and those words made her face darken. "What?" Finally, her anger erupted, and Shu shouted, "What do you want, you damned horseface?" Being suddenly cursed at made him very annoyed. "She called me horseface again." However, Shen even chimed in, "Well, it's accurate." As for Shu, she started to lump them all together. "Are you all on Chen's side?" Hearing this, Wu quickly exclaimed, "Why are you being so intense?" However, she was still radiating killing intent and provoked her opponent. "If you've got the guts, come at me all at once." But this time he interrupted her. "Calm down." Then Wu quickly cleared Yeonjin's name. "He's human. You almost killed someone you know." Faced with that explanation, Shu frowned slightly in disbelief. "Human?" Meanwhile, Yeonjin was just sighing to himself. "I really want to go home. Forget about finding dragons or whatever." As for Shu, after a moment of thought, she still insisted. "How can that be? He smells like a dragon." Shen coolly reminded her, "Go blow your nose, lady." Then she quickly moved closer to Yeonjin to check, and Shu's expression immediately froze in surprise. "What?" With utter confusion, she pointed a trembling finger at him. "I clearly smelled a dragon's scent on him. I can even smell it now." Just then, Shen suddenly pulled Jin out. "Of course, because this uncle is sitting behind him." At first, when she saw him, Shu's jaw dropped, not understanding what was happening. Then her eyes widened as she asked, "What is this?" The explanation was immediately given by Shen, the uncle who was shouting earlier. Remember, to be more persuasive, Jin also reluctantly spoke up. I'm Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu laughed so hard he rolled on the ground, but Zhu was still clueless. The echoing laughter rang clearly in his ears, making Jin even more silent. Taking that opportunity, Wu teased him further. Not a purebred Korean dog, but a French bulldog. And only then did Shu slowly understand. This dog is Chen. The corner of her mouth began to curve up, signaling something not unexpected by Jin. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Awesome. Then Shu poked Jin's head. You look down on dogs so much, huh? How does it feel to be a dog now? His reply came out in a mumble. When did I ever look down on them? However, she gruffly cut him off. Shut it! They continued to joke around while Jin secretly glanced away. This can only be the will of the heavens. Suddenly he spoke up, reminding Shu. Shouldn't you apologize first? You almost killed a person. It was because of that she stopped laughing. But he asked back, not apologizing. Shu immediately showed her awkwardness. Why should I apologize? You're the one who made me misunderstand in the first place, Jin replied helplessly. Didn't I already say so? However, she still tried to blame him back. You should have let people know. But her words were all blocked by him. I already told you. Completely caught in an awkward position, Shu could even feel Jin's triumphant laugh. Then she quickly looked at him and continued. Because you have the form of Chen, so... The 3 words she was about to say further stopped short because she was too embarrassed. On the other hand, Jin was a bit annoyed. Do you gods just never know how to admit fault? In the end, Shu couldn't take it anymore, and dashed off in a flash. Holy crap! Wu waited for her to leave before striking up a conversation. I'll apologize on her behalf. There were some difficult things in the past. In addition, he friendly extended his hand to greet him. Nice to meet you. I am the earthly branch god Grandmaster Wu of the Heavenly Court. While he was at it, he also introduced further. My name on earth is Juno, and you are... Yongjin reflexively answered, I'm Gun Yongjin. Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Yongjin, long, huh? Then Yongjin directly bowed his head to say goodbye. Thanks for the help. We're busy, so we have to go. Over here, he looked disappointed. Too busy to even shake my hand. Just then, Jin, with a grim face, suddenly spoke up. We're on our way to find a dragon. With his next words, he didn't even try to hide his killing intent. As soon as I get my power back, I'm going to smash your noses in. That one threat made Wu instinctively cover his own nose and yelp. As for Jin, he continued to flash a wicked grin. I'm in a great mood today, Yong. Jin also quickly rushed at him, Ancestor. Let's go. But before that, he added a reminder. We have to go home and put this blade away first. On the contrary, Jin nonchalantly said, it's better with it. Let's take it with us. At that suggestion, Yongjin let out a confused, huh? What did you say? How are we supposed to ride the bus carrying this? Suddenly a voice cut in. Hey. Shen was the one who started the conversation, and he was seriously asking him, give that to me. When Yongjin handed it over, he slowly touched both ends of the blade. A second later, 2 dazzling beams of light appeared and slowly faded into the blade. In the blink of an eye, the item had been shrunk by Shen until it was invisible. He was still holding it in his hand, the last traces of divine power lingering, glowing all around. Next, Shen very calmly returned the blade to its original form. After checking it, he threw it back to its owner. Use it carefully. Yongjin, catching it, asked in confusion, how do I open this? Hua, who was nearby, started teasing again. You can't do it because you don't have divine power, huh? What a shame. Without Great Guardian Shen, your hands would be tired. Meanwhile, Shen was introducing himself. I'm Shen. Wu immediately added a clarification. He's Shen the monkey from the 12 Zodiacs. Then he slowly leaned close to Yongjin's face. I'm sure that little rat already told you how to use it. One hand gently patted his shoulder. Unless it's a dire emergency. Along with a stern tone from Shen, don't use the power on your left side. After giving the warning, he turned to leave. Hey, why are you still standing there? Shen also quickly said, this looks fun, so I was thinking of tagging along. You guys coming with? And so their conversation continued, while Yongjin was looking at the blade again. I'm busy, not free like you. Over here. Wu watched him get into the car with admiration. He's that cool. But suddenly someone called out very curtly, hey! When he looked back, he saw Jin's scowling face. Why are you following us? Are you plotting something? Faced with the accusation, Wu just shrugged and replied, plotting something. Great Guardian Chen. Were you planning on taking the bus? The fan in his hand suddenly snapped open, as he commanded it. Come forth! And in just a flash, Pegasus appeared right behind them. If you ride with me no matter where, I guarantee we'll be there in 5 minutes. Then Wu let out a sly chuckle. Wanna ride the Pegasus taxi? At the same time, in a place filled with only dense forests and vegetation, a brief glimpse. The warm breath of a creature slowly billowed out. Its body was massive, but its face was hidden behind the lush green canopy. The sky today was incredibly clear. Harmonizing with it was the lush forest. At this moment, Wu, along with Yong, Jin and Jin were riding the horse like the wind to their destination. Turn left there. Finally, the three of them landed with a thud, shaking the entire area. With that landing, Wu very casually shouted, while the other person was unconscious. We've arrived. Suddenly, Jin spoke up gently, reminding him. Great Guardian Wu, we need to go to the mountaintop. Not here. His response was calm. I know. We'll walk from here up there. But as soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers to dismiss his technique. The Pegasus that had been waiting for them vanished just like that, causing him to fall down. Now that's what I call an adventure. Contrary to that enthusiasm, Yongjin just tiredly said, I thought you gods were super busy. Let's find it quickly. But Wu just laughed cheerfully. Anyone else maybe, but I'm totally free. And so, the adventure began at Mount Yongjin. On the way, Wu suddenly struck up a conversation with him, Hey Long Long. Then he curiously asked, Do you play any games? He replied in a small voice, No. So he asked again, What about League? Even so, he firmly uttered the same sentence. I don't play. This time Wu was taken aback with shock. Why not? He didn't hide it and confessed the truth. Because I don't have a computer at home. He suggested, then go to a PC cafe. That idea was immediately shot down by him. It's a waste of money. But Wu found it hard to believe and questioned further. You don't even play games on your phone, and his reply was just as firm. Right. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. Then what's the point of living? Yongjin flatly responded, I just live. Hearing that, he offered, How about you come live at our place? We even have a gaming room. Wu quickly added an explanation. Actually, it's not my house, it's the monkey's house. Just ask him for a room. He also proudly boasted to Yongjin, Our mission is to protect humans. He'll agree no matter what. In contrast, he only showed hesitation. No thanks. Those reactions made him wonder. Do you hate me that much? But in the end, Yongjin just coolly said, It's neutral. Wu naively asked, What does hate you neutrally mean? Can you explain it more clearly? This time, Yongjin showed a bit of annoyance. Stop asking. I'm about to pass out from exhaustion. Right then, Jin suddenly spoke up in a very mysterious way. Hey, kid? And his haggard appearance was gradually revealed. Hold out your left hand. Yongjin was surprised. Are you okay? Why do you look so wrecked? In the end, he had no choice but to do as requested. While Wu was judging him, God, why are you so pathetically weak? As for Jin, he transformed into his human form and placed the jewel in his hand. As expected, it immediately began to glow brilliantly. Then a guiding path formed. To Wu's amazement, they followed the direction of the light and muttered, We have to go a bit further. As he was about to continue, Jin called out to him again. Gunyong. Jin, by now he had returned to his dog form and was very tired. Carry me for a bit. This body is so unbalanced. My legs are short and my body is like a potato. Seeing this, Yongjin remarked, You eat so much, of course you're fat. Even Wu snickered. In return, Jin just grumpily scolded him, You little devil. You should have trained your physical strength before. You can't even hold the blade properly. And so they started to argue. I can hold it now, okay? But he firmly cut him off, Shut it. A while later, Jin had been placed inside a backpack to rest. The one carrying him now was Wu. If I wasn't here with you, you guys would be in big trouble. Yongjin, walking behind, replied, Sorry. Gradually, they finished climbing the stairs. In front of them now was just a tall, large cliff face. Wu paused for a moment to guess. Is this the right way? Could it be that we have to go through this rock? Suddenly, Jin started sniffing the air with his nose, which made him sarcastically remark, Acting like a real dog, huh? Very quickly after that, Jin suddenly jumped straight into the bushes. Are we there already? The two of them followed the direction. He indicated, slowly parting the foliage. When they looked closely, they saw a creature still sound asleep in the middle of a hollow. At first seeing it, Yongjin's eyes just widened in surprise. A trash bag. Meanwhile, Jin confidently asserted, That's the spirit beast. Over here, as if sensing their presence, Dojin woke up on his own. Then he bowed his head in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you, great guardians. His blue eyes slowly met theirs. I am the guardian spirit of this mountain. My name is Dojin. Jin immediately inquired, You're a mountain god. You don't seem to be in very good condition. At that question, a look of sadness flickered in Dojun's eyes. Please don't worry. This is the result of the destruction of all things on the mountain. The ecosystem has been broken. Then he quickly got to the point. What business brings the great guardians here in person? He also immediately stated their purpose. We need to find something. Hearing that, Dojin graciously agreed. If it's something I know, I would be more than willing to guide you. What are you looking for? At this point, Jin began to ask for information. You've been sleeping on this mountain for so long. You must have seen the white dragon. The name he mentioned made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Then Dojin suddenly turned and walked away. Although I don't have certain information about the white dragon, I have something I want to show you. His tone was slow as he requested, please follow me. With this promising situation, Wu made a comment, so it wasn't a waste coming here. Then they followed Dojun to a place blocked by a large rock. Upon seeing it, Wu showed some curiosity. Is that rock the white dragon? But very quickly, he took out his phone and took a picture first. Yongjin check. While he was at it, Wu also suggested to Yong, Jin Long Long wanna be Insta-friends, but he shook his head. I don't have one. This made him exclaim in disbelief. Why don't you have anything? As for Dojun, he was slowly explaining to Jin. This is a sacred rock. It has existed since I was born in this place. Then he continued speaking while looking at the rock. At night, it often emits a white light. Jin on this side quietly observed. I don't know if it's related to what you're looking for. A moment later, he spoke up, calling Yongjin to get his attention. Hey, kid. At the same time, Jing also used his human form along with the magic jewel to verify. This time, the jewel's reaction was very different, as it no longer glowed. At that change, Yongjin's eyes widened in astonishment. In return, he remained in the same posture, but nothing more happened. The light is gone. After verifying the truth, Jin frowned slightly. So is it right or is it wrong? Before the question could be answered, a chaotic fluttering of birds suddenly erupted from the forest. Not only that, the trees were even swaying violently from some external force. Wu's sharp senses quickly tingled. This is a sign that something is about to appear. In that instant, Dojin was the only one who sensed something was wrong. However, the chain was one step ahead of him and shot out from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped tightly around Yongjin, causing him to panic. His face immediately darkened, and his eyes unconsciously looked back. In the direction Yongjin was looking, the chain was being held by a mysterious figure. Suddenly, the leaves rustled softly, revealing his appearance. Seeing the bizarre figure, Yongjin could only exclaim in confusion, a mask! Meanwhile, the masked figure had started yanking the chain to capture him. In that critical moment, Dojin suddenly rushed out and bit the chain. His sharp teeth instantly snapped the fragile chain. The other end of it was then easily caught by Wu. At the same time, he also managed to hold on to him with a smug look. Nice try. Then, Wu's eyes flicked over to check on him. Long Long, you okay? Contrary to that casual demeanor, Yongjin was still terrified. He was still tied up, while the other end of the rope was held by an arm. That scene was immediately seen by Wu in disbelief. Then he quickly checked, only to realize he was holding a masked man. Even Dojin didn't expect it and was completely stunned. As for Jin, he only had time to scream his name in a panic. Gun Yongjin. Yongjin himself didn't dare to move, because he could see a few drops of saliva falling. To be precise, it was coming from a set of sharp teeth from a beast. Gradually, the gigantic body of the were-dog came into full view, stunning him even more. Only then did Wu hastily exclaim, "You bastard, when did you switch so fast?" Jin grumpily yelled, "Or was it because you failed to catch him?" In the midst of this surprising situation, the were-dog started to turn and leave. But that action was immediately noticed by him. "Stop right there!" Before Wu could act, the masked man freed himself from his grasp. Then, he landed with the appearance of two other masked men. Right at this moment, Wu immediately drew his sword and channeled his divine power into it. Combine. Then he immediately struck the pommel of his sword on the ground. Declaration command was also given out very decisively. In a flash, an entire Pegasus troop quickly appeared with him. Pegasus infantry mobilize. Wu quickly assigned tasks. Rear guard. Protect the others. The massive army continued to grow, to increase their numbers. He himself also drew his sword for battle. Vanguard, follow me. On the masked men's side, he very aggressively yelled, "Don't let them escape!" However, Wu's Pegasus very easily charged right through them. Because of this, they quickly changed direction, in pursuit. But blocking their path were two steadfast spears. The Pegasus infantry that Wu left behind had now completely surrounded them to block their way. Meanwhile, Yongjin's vision was constantly changing at an extremely fast speed. The were-dog was still holding him at its side, while it easily leaped through the forests. Just a moment ago, he was gritting his teeth bitterly. I can't move. Inside Yongjin's mind, he was thinking about the blade. I have to get it out of the backpack. In the end, he suddenly thought of another solution. If I don't use the power in my left hand, though he had only just considered it, the demonic energy had already begun to invade his eye. Just then, Zai's words suddenly cut in. If you continue to use the Black Dragon's power, you will gradually lose yourself. Because of this, Yongjin quickly squeezed his eyes shut. At the same time, a call from Wu echoed just in time. Gun Yongjin. His horse's hooves continuously trampled through the dirt and dust, charging forward to catch up with him. Wu didn't hesitate, pulling the reins tight to speed up even more. He himself remained calm, a confident smile on his face. Just stay put, and before long, the distance between them narrowed, to the point where the werewolf's movements could be clearly seen. Seizing that opportunity, he immediately channeled his divine power into his sword. Next, Wu swiped past and sliced off the upper part of it. The sudden pain arrived, causing the were-dog's eyes to roll back completely white. The arm that had been holding Yongjin also went slack. As soon as he was released, Dojin and Jin rushed to the rescue. They quickly landed on the ground very safely. However, its eyes were still ferocious, despite its divine power being drained. Finally, the were-dog's arm and body fell to the ground with a thud. Wu's troop, along with him, immediately surrounded it to check. Is it over? Seeing this, he clicked his tongue in frustration. I didn't even get any information out of it. But just a second later, the were-dog suddenly grabbed its own arm. Then it stood up on its own, right before Wu's eyes. The sound of chewing and cracking bones was heard, frightening Wu until his face turned pale. In contrast, the were-dog calmly digested the other arm with a blazing, killing intent. A second later, the missing arm grew back as new, and that once again terrified Wu to the extreme. Damn it! By now, his opponent had fully recovered, and was even more frenzied. As for them, this unexpected situation unintentionally excited him. This bastard is truly disgusting. Back to Yongjin's side. To be as safe as possible, they were running as far away from the werewolf as possible. On his back, Dojin was currently carrying him along with Jin at lightning speed. However, the masked figures still caught up and were hidden behind the tree trunks. One of his hands was already extended, waiting for Yongjin to pass by to grab him. But this time, Dojin reacted in time, so they missed. Their ghastly nature made Yongjin so shocked he couldn't even speak. What the? Meanwhile, he nonchalantly told him, surprise, not only that they even gathered together to threaten him. Sorry to inform you, but no one knows this mountain better than us. Then, the masked man gently coaxed, no matter where you run, you're in the palm of my hand, so be a good boy. But just then, the Pegasus infantry that Wu had summoned swarmed to the side. As soon as Yongjin saw that, he frowned. They're here again. The current situation quickly shifted towards the were-dog, because it was enraged. It had pulled out its mace to charge and attack its target. The bows and arrows on this side were just waiting for that moment to fire. When the were-dog got close, countless arrows pierced its body, but couldn't stop it. Then the gigantic spiked mace immediately swung down with great force. Faced with that attack, Wu immediately rode his horse and jumped high to avoid it. But it wasn't that simple. When the links of their chain were released, in just an instant, that thing had turned into a rope, making its movements more unpredictable. Wu himself didn't expect it, so he could only gasp and exclaim, "Damn it!" right after he was hit by a direct blow, shaking his very mind. The Pegasus therefore vanished, causing Wu to fall straight into the dust. After that clash, the were-dog's spiked flail was stained with a few drops of blood. He quickly clutched his wound on his arm. At this point, Wu let out a bitter smile. So it's a long-range weapon, huh? But the battle wasn't over yet, because the were-dog was still swinging its weapon. Its brawny hand gripped the chain tightly, and just like that, it swung. The next second, the finishing blow was delivered with terrifying killing intent. Because of that, the area where they were fighting instantly shook once. On Yongjin's side, the masked men suddenly noticed the change. Jin, along with Dojin, were amazed to see the army suddenly vanish. Gradually, only a few specks of light remained, left behind as remnants, making them wonder. What? But very quickly, one of them figured it out and snickered. Looks like your side lost. But Jin on this side still insisted. Great Guardian Wu was defeated. That's impossible. Meanwhile, they continued, one brat and two dogs. Just like that, the masked man casually pointed at them. Now surrender peacefully. Suddenly his laughter died out, because of the scene before him. By now Yongjin's robes were fluttering in the wind. Jin didn't turn his head, because he didn't know what was about to happen. As for Yongjin, in his hand was now the blade that Shen had shrunk. Divine power quickly flowed into it to activate the enlargement mechanism. Finally, the gentle sound of wind along with the power fluctuation also attracted Jin to look back. When he looked back, he saw that the blade had been summoned and was ready for battle. Yongjin held it tightly and pointed the sharp end at the masked group. But Jin's astonished gaze and Dojin's were both directed towards Yongjin. On the other hand, the masked group was very dismissive. What the hell are you doing? One of them immediately guessed, looks like he wants a challenge. The other one groaned in frustration. This is so annoying. Then he spoke up. You don't understand what's happening, do you? I could take you down with just one toe. You're not even a fraction of that horse leader. He even bluntly sneered. I'd rather stand and face a wall than have to fight you. The one next to him suddenly cut in. I think fighting him is more interesting. Then he threatened him. Stop acting like a hero at your level. Don't even think about fighting us. Faced with those words, Jin still tried to grit his teeth and stay calm. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. That's the best way to protect the rest of them. That's the only thing you can do now. As soon as they finished their rambling, he asked, why do you want to capture me? But he just nonchalantly said, who knows? We're just following orders, Yong. Jin immediately questioned further. Who is your leader? Unsurprisingly, he just frowned with annoyance. You don't need to know. The others suddenly cursed. You idiot, why would you say that? Then the masked man sweetly coaxed, if you want to know, then come with us quietly. Otherwise, your adorable little teammates. I'll take them out one by one. Dojun, who was nearby, quietly watched them with a wary expression, and Jin remained silent despite their mockery. Looks cute, but he's a demon. Right after that, the masked man attacked with his chain. Just put that blade down and then we'll talk. When that attack came, Yongjin instinctively slashed it away. Seeing his resistance, he became even more annoyed. This brat is so stubborn. But among them, only one remained silent, deep in thought. In his mind now a warning replayed. If you corner him, be careful, the black dragon might appear. Back in the present, he looked at Yongjin with curiosity. If I succeed, maybe I'll get a chance to see that black dragon. The situation once again shifted to Wu and the were-dogs area. After the sky-splitting blow it unleashed, the mace was still stuck deep in the ground. Its target had already dodged and was now at a distance from the were-dog. In that empty space, the were-dog's wound gradually healed. Wu also noticed that, so he could only curse silently in his heart. This is bad. Then he shifted his attention to his injured arm. Now that I'm in this situation, I have to finish this quickly. Just like that, Wu very calmly started talking. Hey, I have something to confess. By now he was still wearing a confident smile. Because I wanted to maintain the soldiers. I haven't been fighting with my full strength. He adjusted his stance with a sword draw, more decisively. Do you know what that means? This time Wu pointed his sword straight ahead. Now I'll show you my true power. Divine power immediately surged up from deep within the earth, flowing through every crack and surrounding him. Wu's expression was also more serious than before, as he focused everything on his sword. And in a flash, his body gracefully glided past and unleashed a move. Blade Lock, that precise sword path, instantly cut off the were-dog's upper body. If you eat yourself to regenerate, then now you don't have a head to eat with. After delivering the blow, Wu gently added, and if you regenerate naturally. As he returned his sword to its sheath, it was also when he used his final technique, cremation. Just need to burn everything to ashes and it's over. With this confidence, Wu started to chat a little more. I should have interrogated you first, but since Long Long is in danger. Suddenly he saw the were-dog's hand, placing itself on its neck. The next scene, it severed the burning part of itself. He hadn't expected that at all, so he could only gasp in amazement. What? As for the were-dog, after dealing with the excess part, its cells began to reawaken. A new head sprouted straight up from the cavity with unbelievably fast speed. By now, Wu suddenly chuckled as if he understood something. So you're not an ordinary monster. Facing him was that tenacious dog head. I was just gonna play with you for a bit, then leave. Can I even end this? The scene then returned to the fight between blade and sword. Yongjin was trembling uncontrollably, while his opponent was completely calm. In the end, the masked man declared pathetically weak. Then he easily knocked him away. You're no match for me. The previous knockback sent Yongjin collapsing to the ground. The other masked man impatiently said, Bring out the black dragon, before I chop off all your limbs. Playing with a shrimp like you is nothing but torture. Yongjin faced him, and all he could show was a face full of helplessness. The others were watching with great amusement. He doesn't even know we're going easy on him. Hey, forget about that black dragon thing. Let's just tie him up and bounce. At this rate, the horse guys will be back. As for Jin, he was currently tied up and very confused. What should I do? His eyes never left Yongjin's every move, and then a thought suddenly occurred to him. I wonder if this dog body can handle it. Just like that, Jin immediately called out Dojun's name, getting his attention. Did you say your name was Dojun? Jin at his side was using his divine power while giving instructions. While I'm using my power, get the boy out of this place. However, he suddenly uttered words of warning. Please don't do that, Dujan gently advised. That body is not on the same level as you. Using your power could be dangerous. Just let me try. Please don't overexert yourself. In return, he was very surprised. How did you know about that? Faced with that question, Dujan's gaze turned pensive as he looked ahead. Seeing Yongjin getting his ass kicked repeatedly, he slowly continued. Isn't that the supervisor's original position? Looking closer, he could clearly see Yongjin's misery. Something's been feeling off to me. His heartfelt words poured out. To be born and exist in a place where one is not allowed. And now, he seemed to be knocked out, but his hand still gripped the sword tightly. What on earth is that thing? Yongjin himself? Hadn't given up, so he tried to hold on to the hilt. Meanwhile, the masked guy started mocking him again. Although the outer shell is superior to humans, his venomous words stabbed straight into his mind. Inside is just a weak human. Moreover, his expression was also extremely terrifying. With your power, you can't do a damn thing. Because it was so humiliating, everything around Yongjin suddenly went dark. From the start, the fact that I didn't use the Black Dragon's power, To fight a monster like him was already impossible. In a fleeting moment, he let his anger take control, causing his hand to clench tightly. The eyes of the black dragon opened along with a frantic flow of demonic energy. Then Yongjin's eye instantly changed to the familiar red color. Suddenly, at this moment, Dujan saw a gleaming golden ray of light. "Watch your mouth." It was radiating precisely from Jin's body. "It's not that thing." Over here, a cunning smile was clearly blooming on his face. However, Yongjin suddenly slammed his own head on the ground. That action made the masked man both shocked and confused. As for him, that smile remained on his lips, looking even more smug. "That's my descendant." At the same time, Jin's body was gradually blurring due to a transformation. Dujan's eyes went wide as he witnessed the scene. So as for Jin, he didn't forget to continue his stone-cold declaration. "I will protect my descendant." At that very moment, the rock Yongjin was hiding behind reacted by glowing. Yongjin recalled the moment Tai smirked, a wicked grin, with the thought running through his mind. Unyielding spirit, that resolute will must be remembered. Yongjin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He let out an admission. "That's right, I can't win." Then he pointed the blade forward. His voice was laced with sarcasm. "Of course I can't win, it's 3 against 1. Seeing Yongjin's expression, he exclaimed, "This guy is nuts." He somberly stated the masked men's main objective. "Your goal is to capture me alive. As for me from now on, even if I kick the bucket, I'll find any way to get out of here." Hearing that, he growled in anger, enunciating every word. "Is that so? In that case?" Immediately, the masked man aimed for Yong's legs and charged at Jin. "Chopping off your legs will solve it." He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, grinding them as he awaited the masked man's attack. He got closer and closer. Yongjin with the sharp sword in hand. Suddenly, the masked man's blade snapped in half against a wall that appeared in front of him. He was stunned by the sight. Yongjin was dumbfounded, seeing a wall surrounding him. Tense, a drop of sweat ran down his face as he tried to figure out what was happening. A foot stepped out from the thick smoke and dust. The hair in one ear, with Jin's earring, gradually came into view. At this moment, the masked man was unconscious after being slammed into the wall. His comrade wasn't any better, having collapsed on the ground. The silhouette of a dragon surrounded, a powerful source of white magical energy, the divine aura of Jin. He quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Standing amidst the spiritual power, the masked man gripped the knife in his hand tightly. Seeing he had no way out, he had an inkling of his own fate. "So I've met his ancestor." A chain flew in from somewhere in the distance. The masked man wrapped the chain around his comrade. Then he and another masked man pulled him away. The masked man stared blankly at Jin, unable to look away. His pupils reflected the calm silhouette of Jin. At this time, he was still being surrounded by Yongjin's spiritual power, full of presence. Jin shot a sharp glare towards the masked man. Oh slammed his sword into the ground. He bent over panting and complained, "So damn tired." Oh looked up, observing the dog person in front of him, and shouted, "I'm so sick of this game." It closed its eyes. Its face still held a cheerful expression. Oh frowned, vaguely realizing the dog person's preference. "He keeps smiling, it's really pissing me off. It seems the more I cut him, the more thrilled he gets." He raised the sword in his hand, stating, "Anyway, this move helped me figure something out. If my guess is right." He carefully scanned his eyes over every part of the dog person's body, with a firm thought. There's definitely a weak spot. O's face darkened as he pondered. If he could regenerate unconditionally, then why would he need to defend himself? He was suspicious of the dog person's actions. Instead, he recklessly used his hands and feet to block the attacks. O swung his sword, preparing for the confrontation. One way to find out? He quickly used the flaming sword and lunged at the dog person. O aimed straight for its arm. The blade? His sharp blade cut into the dog person's flesh. O's face relaxed as he realized his guess was correct. Just as I thought. The dog person, enraged, punched where he was standing with its other hand. O easily dodged back and landed on the ground. Then he pointed his sword forward. Charging at the dog person, he exclaimed, "It's your navel, huh?" O attacked it repeatedly with great excitement. "Let me just poke right through it." Migu appeared on his shoulder. Her enchanting voice requested, "Stop it." O shocked glanced behind him. Migu smiled, peeking her head out to look at him. Annoyed O swung the tip of his sword decisively at her. Migu, as light as an arrow, landed on the ground. She wrapped her arm around the dog person's neck, calling honey. With one hand on her hip, Migu caressed it with the other. She said playfully, "I told you to bring him back, not to fight with him." O raised an eyebrow, confused by her whimsical actions. "Let's go, it's getting late." Migu placed 2 fingers on her lips and spoke seductively. "Hey, boy." In the dog person's embrace, she blew a kiss towards O. "Bye-bye. See you later." He stared blankly at where Migu had just stood. Only a stream of red energy remained. Dujan's ears pricked up, listening intently. His body had clearly transformed. Yongjin seemed quite surprised. So he can shrink down too? The sun was setting. He spoke up. Let's see here. Yongjin was truly speechless, unable to understand. Why did you follow us back here? Dujan frankly confessed his feelings. Because I'm starting to take an interest in you. He was completely stunned. Yongjin knelt down to his level. Don't you need to protect the mountain anymore? Dujan replied, the mountain is protected by the white dragon, so I don't need to be there anymore. Yongjin frowned doubtfully. Weren't you born and raised there? He had considered it for a long time. It wasn't a rash decision. It's natural to have to leave the nest at some point. It has always been this way. I think now is the right time. Dujan hesitated slightly, then continued. Moreover, he glanced back and forth between the two. I'm curious about the relationship between you and this boy. Yongjin chose his words, wanting to refuse. Sorry, but as you can see, we already have one furry monster in the house. Unexpectedly, Dujan said, don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled. I won't be any trouble. I'll take shelter on the mountain behind your house. So he voluntarily got up to find something. What do wolves eat, I wonder? Probably the same as dogs, right? Dujan shyly accepted Yongjin's good intentions. Sorry, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Hey! Yongjin opened the cabinet and looked for some canned food. He grumbled. Aren't we poor enough and you're planning to feed it too? Jin authoritatively ordered him. Hey, mountain spirit, take care of your own food. Dujan bowed his head obediently. I understand. He turned angrily to scold him. Why are you so mean? Are you trying to burn your bridges after he helped you? With that, Yongjin continued searching. Just wait. Can he eat beef jerky? Jin quickly jumped in to stop him. Hey, wait! He took it upon himself to meticulously select something. Not this one either. He was truly a bit speechless. Suddenly, Dujan called out, young man. He looked at Yongjin with a strange gaze. What's your name? He replied, Guan Yongjin. Dujan didn't want to make things difficult for Yongjin. Guan Yongjin, whatever you eat is fine with me. But he explained, animals aren't supposed to eat human food. Then he suddenly jumped and did a somersault. A blue aura enveloped Dujan. He transformed into his human form. Dujan indifferently looked up and asked, how about now? Jin, after much deliberation, made a choice. Here, I bestow this upon you. Yongjin hesitated, then suggested, in that case, how about some instant ramen? He was startled in astonishment. Instant ramen, isn't that too extravagant? He said in distress, what's so extravagant about instant ramen? A short while later, a steaming bowl of egg ramen was on the table. Jin sat beside it, drooling with desire. The meat broth is top-notch. The taste must be exquisite, too. Dujan took one sip of the broth, and it was as if he had tasted a delicacy. He happily enjoyed the meal. This is out of this world. Yongjin was relieved, glad you like it. Just as he was about to take his first bite, a flash of light appeared beside him. Jin also transformed into a human and arrogantly demanded, make me a bowl. Yongjin grumbled, annoyed. This house is already cramped as it is. While the two bickered, Dujan obediently ate his ramen. Even if you eat in that form, it will still affect your dog body. Didn't you learn your lesson from the diarrhea last time? Are you going to take responsibility? He said nonchalantly, for the toilet. Late at night, Jin immediately tried to chase the mountain spirit away. You should go now. He immediately obeyed. Yes, I'm leaving. Unexpectedly, he threw out a set of blankets. It's late, just sleep here tonight. He was annoyed to have more competition. The house is already cramped and you're inviting him to sleep over Yongjin ignored Jin's opinion. Is your true form the dog or the human? Dujan answered without any hesitation. Both are my true form. He gave a gentle, caring smile. If so, you must know how to bathe yourself right. He confirmed, of course. Then Yongjin's expression turned cold as he immediately requested. Then go take a bath, you reek of dog. He stated frankly, I almost puked while I was eating. Dujan apologized guiltily. Jin hurriedly checked his own body odor. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Yongjin and he each rested in a corner. He suddenly felt worried. Thinking back, Yongjin really didn't know what to do. How can I get the dragon into my body now? It's already entered my ancestor's body. Old memories flooded back. Will I get it? What do you mean by that? He couldn't believe his ears. Keeping two dragons in my body. Tai glanced over at Yongjin. Use the dragon you obtained to create your left arm. Then eliminate the black dragon. That's the method I'm considering. He had stated with certainty. Any dragon is safer than the destructive and terrifying power of the black dragon. Yongjin was currently lost in thought. The white dragon is definitely safer than the black dragon. So he boldly suggested, Ancestor trade dragons with me. For a moment, Jin couldn't understand what was happening. Yongjin shot up and earnestly pleaded with the white dragon. You heard that, didn't you? Please become my left arm, it bluntly replied. I refuse. He was bewildered. Huh? It arrogantly asserted itself. I am the power of Jin the Dragon God. I cannot coexist with a human who has inferior divine power and will. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Jin, I think this is actually for the best. It unexpectedly made a cruel assessment. Imprisoning the black dragon in a weak human's body is not a bad idea. Youngjin's face turned pale. What? Panicked, he couldn't grasp the situation. I'm asking for your help. The white dragon coldly stated, I can't help you with anything. It kindly offered a word of advice. If the black dragon rampages, I can give it a slap for you. So just make sure it doesn't rampage. Youngjin was so shocked his processor temporarily shut down. Jin suddenly spoke up, pulling him out of his thoughts. Did Supervisor Tai tell you to do that? Seeing Youngjin still dazed, he continued, telling you to trade the black dragon for the white dragon. He confessed honestly to Jin. Supervisor T. It's just that the black dragon always does whatever it wants, while the white dragon is easier to negotiate with. His face immediately darkened. Do you take me for a fool? Jin changed the subject again. Where did you get the hilt of that sword? Youngjin frowned, replying nervously. I bought it on a second-hand app, he hummed, absorbing the information. You bought it. If so, Jin used his spiritual power to take out the robe. His eyes were full of scrutiny and pressure. Did you buy this there too? He was so nervous he broke into a cold sweat. This one? He recognized the item. This? His somber eyes showed that the matter was not simple. Supervisor T has worn this before. A trembling hand tried to reach up. O lay on the bed receiving treatment. My hand is still shaking. He frowned, showing his discomfort. Because this isn't a body created by the altar. Is that why it's like this? He immediately asserted, it's just because your training is insufficient. Tai beside him analyzed flatly. It's causing the balance of your body to be thrown off. That's why your divine power has become unstable. O still couldn't get out of bed. He asked wonderingly, so how on earth did you maintain balance with that body? His whole body still exuded a faint aura. The simple answer, habit. He couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, how can you live like that? O started looking for an excuse to shift the blame. And this might sound like a poor excuse, but it's all Supervisor Sewell's fault. The more he talked, the more worked up he got. From the start, I had to use my energy to stop her. O was in mid-sentence when a foot scared him. That's why I used up so much of my divine power. So I was at a disadvantage when facing that guy. Shin arrogantly looked down on the group. Hey, you useless punk. Look at you beaten to a pulp. He struggled to get up. I already told you my level is different from you guys. Shin walked past O. For now, stop messing around. Such a greenhorn. Shin struck up a conversation with T. By the way, I heard Supervisor Jin absorbed a dragon. Then from now on, maintaining his physical form will become easier for him, right? His face turned cold as he assessed the situation. Then things are really about to go south, he said nonchalantly. He's only absorbed one dragon. It's still fine, but Tai didn't think so. The white dragon represents the power of protection and restraint. It cannot regenerate, so Jin's physical form won't be free either, he stated with certainty. And even if it returns to Jin, it doesn't mean everything has gone to hell. Tai calmly closed the thick book, because it was always part of my plan, to resolve everything peacefully. A cute voice called out, brother. The kid smiled brightly and announced, the gate is open. He led the way with his hands behind his back. Let's go talk to everyone. O swung his arms and legs refreshingly, as expected of the Academy's hospital. All top-notch doctors. Shin tried to act uninterested. But in the end, he didn't even bother to turn his head. Did you manage to kill that guy? He grabbed his shirt while recounting, not yet. Right before I could deliver the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived just in time, so the guy slipped away. Shin sneered mockingly. You're just good at making excuses. O deliberately brought up the topic. Do you know who came to his rescue? He wasn't paying attention to anyone. He said a name that Shin would definitely care about. It was Migu. As expected, he immediately glared at O. Tai gently stepped through the gate. The spiritual energy surrounding him gradually spread out. T's expression became slightly serious. He spoke. Everyone. Tai politely greeted them all. Long time no see. They were all familiar faces. The earthly branch god supervisor Chook. Not far away was the earthly branch god supervisor Mayo. He was perched in the corner. The earthly branch god supervisor Me. He still had his usual gentle smile. The earthly branch god supervisor Hay. Hay stepped forward to speak on behalf of everyone. Come in, Supervisor Tai. Mayo cheerfully welcomed T. Long time no see. He looked curiously at the object before him. What is this? Hay excitedly presented his idea. I thought that after the meeting ends, since everyone is gathered here already, we could play some Yutnori together. Mio immediately agreed. I'd love to. Shin looked around, not seeing someone. Where's Sa? Yu's eyes widened slightly. You mean Supervisor T. She checked her phone again. For meetings like this, you need to give a week's notice. I'm very busy. She also added in the message, just summarize all the main points and send them to me in a message. O quickly found a place to sit down. Is that old hag still working as a fortune teller? Ty decided it's fine. Leave it, I can update her later. He noticed someone else was missing. Supervisor In isn't here either, I see. Mayo innocently asked the nearby Sul Supervisor Sul. Didn't Supervisor In come with you? She bristled and snapped back, hell no. Why are you calling my name when you're looking for that old geezer? She deflated, getting grumpy for no reason. Me frowned impatiently and urged, come on, let's get straight to the point. I had to take time out of my precious schedule to come all the way here. Hearing this, O started with the sarcasm. You used a portal to get here comfortably? As hell. And you're acting like it was a huge effort to come. Ah Shin kindly added another jab. He's also the one with the most free time in the group. Tai spoke up, cutting through the noise. First of all, he unfurled a strange drawing. Has anyone seen this before? He furrowed his brow. What is that? Mayo tilted his head in confusion as well. Hay suddenly spoke up, seeming to have a clue. This? He moved closer to take a better look. I've seen it before. Hay explained what he knew. The demon with that insignia carved on its body once murdered a human, or rather it indirectly pushed that person to their death. Yu was extremely surprised after hearing this. Things like that happen on Jeju Island too. He expressed great regret. If I had discovered it a little sooner, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. That's why I remember it so clearly. Tai asked for more details. When exactly did that happen? Hay rubbed his chin, thinking carefully. It was not long after this body of mine awakened. Not long. I think it's been about 15 years. He filtered the information. So it's existed since 15 years ago. Tai moved on to another question. So have you ever seen a mask? He was a bit lost. A mask? Tai gave a specific example. Like a haho mask, those kinds of things. Hay thought for a moment, then confirmed, I haven't seen one. But what does that have to do with this? He informed them the demons, with this insignia, and the ones wearing masks, are acting as if they're on the same side. Tai came to a firm conclusion, and there is a mastermind behind them who has been giving them orders. Mayo was extremely worried. But what is their purpose? He continued with his speculation. Judging by what's happened before, their purpose is the true body. T brought up a serious matter. I'm sure everyone knows that inside the true body currently contains a human soul. Mai was doubtful. A human? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yeah, hold on, is that really a human? I'd bet anything. That brat is more of a demon. Mai was about to ramble on with ill intentions. That's why his demon minions... But Tai cut him off. Watch your mouth. Supervisor Me, that is definitely a human. He continued to attack the person who wasn't present. Someone who carries the black dragon like that brat is a human. What a joke. He suddenly declared, I will eliminate it. From that human child's body. I was completely serious. I mean the black dragon. He looked straight into Me's eyes. To do that, I need your power. Me gave a murderous smile. You can just do it yourself. Just copy me and it'll be over in a flash. Tai was silent and pensive, but his eyes spoke volumes. He furrowed his brow, expressing his attitude. Hay spoke up, purposefully. How about we stop fighting with each other and switch to playing Ute Nori instead? Me's face darkened as he muttered to himself, this is really annoying. He clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself. That's not even that human child's body. Mai couldn't understand the reason. That body originally belongs to Supervisor Jin. Shouldn't we still follow Providence? He was a bit extreme on this kind of issue. Furthermore, I also heard that Supervisor Jin has lost his memory. Then that is the Jin that we used to know. Mai continued to ramble on. From the beginning, the only one who did wrong was the Black Dragon. Not Jin. Shin suddenly jumped in to mock. That dog. Have you had a secret crush on Supervisor Jin all this time? He couldn't listen anymore. If not, then stop talking nonsense. That makes no sense. Oh, enthusiastically supported him sounds perfectly reasonable to me. You burst out laughing, slamming the table. Mayo frowned, refusing to accept it. So, are you saying we should forgive Jin, the one who mercilessly killed thousands, tens of thousands of humans? He gritted his teeth, trying to retort. It was the Black Dragon who killed them. Hay also spoke up. So what if it was the Black Dragon? He gently analyzed the problem. It's originally a part of Jin's power. How can you be sure that the things the Black Dragon did weren't influenced by Jin's will at all? Hay's words were a bit too sharp. Because Jin himself had thoughts of getting rid of humans. He didn't even bother with Mi's feelings. So the Black Dragon just acted accordingly. Shin suddenly had a crazy idea. How about while he's still in that dog's body, we just send him off to make things easier? If we do that, the black dragon will also perish along with him. Someone pointed out the flaw. You think it's that easy to kill him? If we try it, we'll definitely go berserk. She nonchalantly started asking. By the way, that kid, Mayo raised his own doubt. I'm very curious about the kid, who was born in Jin's body. Say what you will, even though he had to contain the immense power of the black dragon. That kid is still perfectly fine. He spoke venomously again, that's right. No matter how you think about it, that's completely illogical. If he were just an ordinary human, he would have been devoured by the black dragon long ago. How could he still be safe and sound? We is just being way too stubborn. He's nothing but a demon. So just let me help you guys exorcise him already. That brat is definitely the mastermind behind everything. Z couldn't stay silent any longer. Supervisor Wei. His face darkened as he warned, if you're not going to cooperate, then please get out. Wu was also annoyed. Get over yourself, you psycho. And with that, he slammed the table and stood up decisively. Wei flipped everyone off. He declared defiantly, fine, whether it's exterminating the black dragon or finding the mastermind. You guys can do it yourselves, because this guy ain't backing down. Open the gate and let me the hell out. His eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, damn, he actually left. Shen scrolled through his phone and sneered. It'd be too embarrassing to stay any longer. So he had to leave. Obviously. Cho gently set down a glass of water. She calmly assessed the situation. Whether that child is ultimately human or a demon is no longer important. Chu summarized the different opinions. Since Supervisor Z has vouched that the child is human, there's no reason for us to have any disagreement with his judgment. Everyone listened silently to her analysis. What we need to focus on now is who unsealed. Chen. Since he couldn't have broken the seal himself, there must have been someone from the outside. Who intervened? No one objected. That person is definitely in existence, with power equal to ours. That's how they were able to break the seal. It's highly likely that person has a dream. That's somehow connected to that mastermind. We also can't rule out the possibility that they've been in contact with Chen. Chu came to a simple conclusion. Because the one who desires Chen's body the most is none other than Chen himself. Right, so, she suddenly made a suggestion. A brutal one with a gentle smile. How about we just capture Supervisor Chen and torture him with the jury punishment until he spills everything? What do you all think? If needed, we can just use Supervisor Mao's power. Who sitting beside her couldn't help but exclaim, so all that talk was just so you could use the jury punishment to torture Chen, huh? Chen hummed and joined in, hey, hey. He smirked with a calculating look. That sounds pretty interesting. But why bother with all that? Shen suddenly dropped a bombshell. Because the mastermind pulling the strings is a heavenly stem. He received a text from Z. Yongjin, be in front of your house at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Yongjin's eyes widened as he stared at the words. He couldn't take his eyes off the messages. Be in front of your house at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Let's have dinner together. Yongjin happily typed his reply. He quickly accepted the invitation. Yes, Supervisor, Shen confidently affirmed. The mastermind is a heavenly stem. His face darkened. His expression was unreadable. Mao was clueless. Huh. Su also couldn't process it for a moment. What? He grinned and pointed at Wu. The guys who fought with this one are Tianding's lackeys. They were all in an uproar again. What Tianding? He immediately confirmed. It was my first time meeting that guy, so I was half believing, half doubting the whole time. Wu recounted the situation from that day's battle. But it seems like the fox had stuffed that thing in his mouth, so even if his head was chopped off, he wouldn't die. I can confirm. He's one of the ones who used the fox speed of Tianding. He added more information. And those masked guys we were just talking about are the same. Wu almost forgot to mention an important character. Oh, even Meiju showed up. Yu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. Meiju, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Zai spoke up addressing Wu. Supervisor Wu. He clearly showed his displeasure. When I asked you earlier, you said you didn't have any useful information. He explained casually, well, I felt like saving it. To talk about it now, is that a problem? Z sighed in frustration. Hai chimed in. Come on, let's play Yutenori to blow off some steam. That evening at the mansion deep in the forest, warm water was sprinkled with a few rose petals. So relaxing. Tianding was enjoying the warm water. She suddenly paused as if realizing someone was approaching. She spoke first, her voice flat. Just leaving that matter to my kids to handle is enough. He probed Tianding with a dark tone. Do you really think that's enough? Are you planning on taking action yourself now? I can't be bothered with such trivial matters. Just to say those petty words. You dare to come in here in the middle of the night? Or, did you want to come here and feast your eyes on me bathing? He clicked his tongue, clearing his name. I've been standing here facing the wall. This whole time, you know. Tianding demanded, whatever you have to say, spit it out. The masked man carefully chose his words to negotiate. Could you stop sending your lackeys on missions? Would you? He bluntly pointed out a ton of mistakes. It's one thing that they couldn't draw out the Black Dragon, but they couldn't even stop Yongjin. Why is the work being handled so inefficiently out there? She continued to enjoy the warm water. It's nothing, and yet you come here making a fuss. The masked man couldn't listen to it. It's nothing. He deliberately raised his voice mockingly. You're being way too calm about this. Tianding casually played with a rose petal. Are you being sarcastic with me? She lowered her voice, the air around them chilling. You dare! Heavenly stem, nine-tailed fox god. Tianding glared threateningly. You have an attitude with me. Unexpectedly, the masked man didn't even tremble. Yes, it's a pity, but I do dare. A nine-tailed fox isn't anything special, you know. He even deliberately feigned innocence. Oops, my bad. My apologies. She gently blew on a rose petal. The masked man immediately collapsed as if his strength had been drained. Tianding lifted herself out of the bathtub. She slowly walked closer to him. The space was filled with steam and Tianding's spiritual energy. She gently reached out and pulled him towards her. Tianding forced the masked man to look straight at her. Nothing special. Her smile became chillingly crazed. Do you need me to show you? Tianding was about to take off the mask, but he suddenly broke free and grabbed her hand tightly. The masked man squeezed Tianding's small wrist. She winced in pain. Her arm trembled. He stood up straight, defiantly, making a request. I do. Since you've offered, I'll have to take you up on that. And in a flash, the masked man vanished. A burn mark was still visible on Tianding's hand where she had been grabbed. She rubbed the wound. She grumbled, is that damn bastard a eunuch or something? Tianding darkly plotted her plan. Early the next morning, the weather was beautiful. A peaceful day at Sambo High School. Ji-won excitedly gripped the sword in his hand. Starting now, Yongjin had his hands in his pockets, not paying attention. What now? He excitedly explained. What do you mean, what now? Didn't we promise to practice swordsmanship together? He immediately wanted to back out. No, about that. Ji-won didn't give Yongjin a chance to speak. Don't beat around the bush. He adjusted his glasses and got into position. First, I'll show you a demonstration. Ji-won focused, gripping the sword hilt with both hands. Then he swung in a powerful arc. He was startled, his face turning pale with fear. Ji-won stylishly sheathed his sword. What do you think? Yongjin's jaw almost dropped. That actually looks pretty impressive. His heart was pounding uneasily. Yongjin was constantly tormented by regret for the past. Back then he had questioned himself countless times. If the one who fought the masked men wasn't me, but him, would things have been different? He eagerly requested now. Show me your usual fighting stance. Yongjin snapped out of his daze, utterly bewildered. What? Ji-won explained. I have to check your basic skills first, so I can determine the direction of your training. From now on, he was very enthusiastic. Teaching, or you can just try to do what I just did. Let's see. He instinctively backed away. Yongjin couldn't refuse Ji-won. Actually, he watched him awkwardly take the sword. Because to prepare for a day like this, that would come at some unknown time. Ji-won wasn't actually a master. Instead of practicing standard swordsmanship, I mainly practiced the moves I liked watching on TV. He swallowed nervously, trying to hide his expression. So I don't know if Yongjin will fall for it. Seeing Yongjin get into position, Ji-won chuckled to himself. He totally bought it. He excitedly enjoyed his own prank. Ji-won pretended to be deep in thought, looking conflicted. He looked around back and forth. On second thought, I don't think I've asked you the most important thing yet. He was speechless. What's with the weird way you're talking? Ji-won sat down seriously in the middle of the path. Go on, tell me. Which of the following powers do you want to use? Fire, water, earth, or wood? Yongjin was struggling to keep up. What nonsense are you talking about? He declared loudly again, nonsense. That's the most important thing. You have to make the chi of nature transform into your own power. This coincidentally matched Z's instructions. The ability to transform the power of all things, converting them into divine power. Ji-won was still rushing him. Hurry up and answer. My watch is about to break. He decided to go along with it. Fire, is that okay? 'Cause it's strong. He nodded in agreement. Of course you would choose the breath of fire. Yongjin was confused. What? Ji-won nodded and urged, okay, I get it. He came closer to adjust his stance. All right, hold your sword properly. If you want to master swordsmanship, your starting stance has to be perfect. Suddenly, a few friends came over. What are you two doing here? Yongjin immediately tossed the sword aside. Ji-won slid after it in despair. She asked, what are you two doing anyway? He pushed up his glasses mysteriously. Yongjin said he wanted to get stronger. So he asked me to teach him a few moves. He retorted irritably, when did I say that? Ji-won replied confidently. It's because I heard the screaming desire in your heart. Obviously, he suggested eagerly. After school, do you want to go to the stadium for more practice? Youngjin refused. Not today, I have plans. Ji-won suddenly turned to ask his friend. Hisu, do you have plans with him today? Hisu looked blank and shook her head. No. And so the two of them widened their eyes and turned to stare at him. Youngjin was confused. Is it really that surprising? That I have plans with someone. That afternoon on the way home from school, every student who passed by had to turn their heads to look. What is that? What's going on? Who is that? Is there a film crew shooting nearby today? Tianding was waiting right in front of the school gate. There were whispers. Is she a celebrity? Some delinquents passing by couldn't take their eyes off her. Damn, she's a knockout. So freaking pretty. Hey, beautiful. They were laughing and joking casually until they caught her eye. Huh, we called her beautiful, that's right, isn't it? Immediately after, each of them quietly retreated. We're done for, totally screwed. Tianding quickly spotted her target. Ji-won couldn't understand. You have plans at 6. Between now and then? We still have about an hour. Youngjin was nervously watching the time. No. Who knows when the gate will open? He looked blank, not understanding at all. Gate. Where did you arrange to meet them? He decided, let's just do it tomorrow. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice called out. Tianding, acting friendly, rushed over. She suddenly threw her arms around Youngjin. Before everyone's horrified eyes, Tianding hummed affectionately, I missed you so much. Ji-won couldn't believe it, covering his mouth. Youngjin, don't tell me the appointment you were talking about was... Hisu was so shocked her face became distorted. She decided to make a swift retreat. We'll be going now, Youngjin. He frantically tried to explain. It's not what you think. Youngjin screamed desperately, but no one turned back. It's really not. Tianding had achieved her goal. He was unaware and kept yelling. Who are you, lady? Immediately after Youngjin felt dizzy, he helplessly surrendered his body to her. My whole body, I have no strength at all. She caressed him gently. Are you all right, sweetie? In the perilous situation, their two faces were too close. Hisu felt a gust of wind. It blew her long dark hair. And so Hisu resolutely turned back. She ran while shouting loudly, Youngjin! Then Hisu had to widen her eyes and gape at the scene. From her perspective, Youngjin was being intimate with Tianding. Her eyes were full of calculation. A gaze that seemed to want to devour him whole. Tianding clicked her tongue in annoyance when a playing card flew out and blocked her. A person calmly walked forward. She spoke with an innocent voice, oh my. She feigned innocence as if knowing nothing. Sorry for ruining your fun. The card from before gently flew back to its owner. She is the earthly branch god supervisor Sai. Looks like my hand slipped. Ji-won, who had just caught up with Hisu, frantically asked, What's going on? Youngjin sat powerlessly on the ground. The two big sisters faced off tensely. Tianding gave a cruel, calculating smile. There are a lot of spectators here. Are you planning to fight? She provoked him openly. But doing that would put Z in a tough spot, wouldn't it? Sai immediately lost her temper. What? She burned the card in her hand. It's been too peaceful lately. That's why I haven't had anything to do. A weapon appeared from the blazing fire. Back in the day, this kind of thing happened all the time. The surrounding students gaped in amazement. What was that just now? Tianding hummed in admiration from her spot on the ground. You're so cool, sis. Sai was not pleased. Since when am I your sister? She didn't bother saving face for anyone either. You crazy bitch! She remained silent, thinking carefully. But his instructions echoed in her mind. To avoid hindering the plan from now on, act covertly. Don't let the humans find out. Tianding's face darkened as she made a decision. In that case, let this big sis take care of her little sister for a bit. Her 9 tails radiated a mesmerizing aura. Dream fragrance. As soon as it spread, people started to collapse. Hey! No normal person could resist it. Hearing his voice, Tianding's eyes widened in surprise. Ah! I really didn't expect this. What's going on? Why aren't you asleep yet? At that moment, Sai charged forward. She slammed her spear down, punching a hole in the pavement. Tianding was a bit weary. Are you for real? But her expression didn't show any sign of boredom. I had no intention of fighting, you know, because I still want to gaze upon beautiful things. For a little while longer. Sai swung her arm in a wide arc. Let me give you one last look then. As she gathered power to execute her move, ha! Sai threw out blazing red diamond-shaped projectiles. Snake-scale fire. They struck her body precisely. Then they burned Tianding with all their might. But a purple-pink hue quickly consumed the flames. She didn't even flinch. She hummed, ah. Tianding stood casually in the middle of the road, completely naked. My clothes are all burned up. Youngjin was startled, his face turning beet red with embarrassment, while she questioned in a loud voice, You dare attack me with fire? Are you insane? Answer me. He replied with another question. Why did you suddenly descend to the mortal realm? Tianding raised an eyebrow in response. That bastard told me not to say anything for now. She was a little surprised. That bastard? She shrugged with a contemptuous smirk. But even if I told you, you couldn't do anything about it. Sai was impatient. Talk fast before I crush your chest. Tianding gave a cunning smile and criticized, so vulgar. She wasn't provoked at all. I doubt I could be more vulgar than you. Seeing her cat-and-mouse games were useless, she fell silent again. Time to go. Sai enveloped her hand in fire, revealing a layer of snakeskin. Ha! She swung her arm hard, sending scales flying around. Sai continued to use the same old trick to try and surround her. Snake scale fire. But it was too late. Tianding had vanished. Seeing she was gone, she retracted her weapon. Yongjin was still kneeling on the ground. Sai reached her hand out towards him. She lifted Yongjin's face to examine it. So it's you, the kid Supervisor Z was talking about. C looked quite interested. With no divine power yet, you resisted the illusion. That's pretty surprising, isn't it? A weak voice called out, Yongjin. Hisu struggled to sit up. Are you okay? She immediately came to a conclusion. Is this your girlfriend? What's this? You're living a better life than I thought, Yongjin. Yongjin immediately denied it. That's not it. The other students also started to come too. What's going on? Where is this? It's the school. Jiwon blankly adjusted his glasses. Why don't I remember anything, huh? Sai saw that the space was no longer private enough. Let's move somewhere else. She took the group back to her apartment. While making coffee, Sai introduced herself. I am the 6th god among the 12 earthly branches C. My title in the celestial realm is Supervisor. The 3 of them sat obediently at the table. My name in the mortal world is Sarah, Jiwon Gaped. The 12 earthly branch gods. She created a relaxed atmosphere. You can call me Supervisor Big Sis or Sis. Just call me whatever you like. They were stunned. Supervisor. Hisu started connecting the information. Then the person from before was also... She came to a surprising conclusion. That person was also a god. Just like you supervisors. I confirmed, yeah, a god. She revealed a few more things, but not an earthly branch. She mentioned a new concept, a heavenly stem. No one understood. Heavenly stem. She calmly answered their question. They are the high supervisors of the celestial realm. Jiwon guessed. High supervisors. So their rank is higher than supervisors. Yongjin frowned, confused. High supervisors. C sat down and took a sip of coffee. In the mortal world, they are often known as the heavenly stems. There are 10 of them. The god you all saw earlier is one of them. He said a name the kids might know. Ding the Fox Ancestor. His eyes widened in astonishment. Fox Ancestor, the leader of the 9-tailed foxes, Hisu couldn't understand at all. Why are they targeting Yongjin? Sai put her cup down a bit hard on the table. She crossed her arms and sat more comfortably to talk. We're looking into it. As for why the highest supervisors from the celestial realm descended to the mortal realm, all 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked in one direction. The reason seems to be you, Quan Yongjin. C kindly asked Yongjin for his opinion on the matter. Is it okay for me to say this in front of your friends? Is it? Jiwon spoke up first instead of him. No problem. He was determined to find out. We already know all the normal stuff. Isn't he often targeted by demons? Hisu wasn't a stranger to it either. Because Yongjin is the divine vessel. She immediately grasped the situation. Ah, in that case, Sai frankly and comfortably asked, I'm sure you all know that Quan Yongjin is a soul that shouldn't exist, right? And that the true owner of that body is the dog that's always tagging along with him. The 2 of them immediately froze in shock. This time it was finally Yongjin's turn to speak. No, they don't know about that. The scene shifts to Tianding's mansion. The masked figures were always on standby. She returned. Her entire body radiated spiritual energy. Beiju ran out on all 4s to greet her. Ah, Lady Tianding. Her face was flushed with excitement. How can you appear? In such a beautiful form, Tianding had taken notice of Yongjin's existence. What's with that kid? She recalled the scene from before. Why was he completely unharmed? Even though that's Chen's body, the soul inside is still human. Even a god if they let their guard down. Will have their soul sucked out by me. She let out a crazed laugh, unable to hide her soaring rage. A mere human dares. Hisu hesitated, wanting to ask. That? She still didn't know the story. What do you mean by that, Yongjin? C's eyes widened in surprise. What's this? She bluntly exposed Hisu. Don't you know everything already? C's sharp gaze saw right through her. You're a shaman, so you must know. She pointed out without any hesitation the fact that his body and soul don't match. I'm sure you've also felt that his body is empty like a hollow shell. Sai calmly explained the reason. That's also the reason why demons like to possess his body, because the body's true owner isn't inside. Right. Hisu didn't understand. So then, She couldn't believe this. Are you saying the original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time it was her turn to be surprised. Ancestor, is that what that guy said? Sai covered her face and burst out laughing. She reached for her coffee cup again. Supervisor Chen sure knows how to be a comedian. She had to admit the idea had some merit. But in a way it's also true, because the humans who created those altars are the descendants of the current clans. Ji-won heard some new vocabulary again. A altar. She analyzed, and Quan. Yongjin, you are a descendant of the Chen clan. But if not, in an instant, a huge gust of wind shot past, stunning the two of them. She still held her coffee cup in one hand. Her other hand was clamped tightly around Yongjin's neck. What are you exactly? C's sharp eyes probed him. A demon. She didn't completely cut off Yongjin's breath, including the fact that you approached the black dragon and are coexisting with it. Sai has long had her eye on you, kid. There's not just one or two suspicious things. He jumped up in surprise. The black dragon! She let Yongjin know who his benefactor was. Because Supervisor Z guaranteed you were a mortal soul, I temporarily let it go. But I still haven't completely dismissed my suspicions. About you, kid? Cruelty glinted in her blue eyes. So what should I do? Sai tightened her grip slightly. If I exercise you right now, I can find out your identity immediately. She whispered enticingly. You're curious too, aren't you? Are you really human or a demon? Hisu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sai's arm. She declared loudly, Yongjin is human. She looked blank, her face full of astonishment. Oh my. Hisu repeated herself one more time. That's right. Ji-won took out some random gadgets. If Yongjin was a demon, these devices of mine would have reacted and been beeping nonstop, he stated with certainty. Honestly, the altar or the black dragon or whatever, I don't understand what any of it is. But Ji-won spoke up, vouching for him, his faith clear. If you all are planning to harm my friend Yongjin, he resolutely drew his sword. Then you'll have to face me first. Though he tried to act tough, Ji-won's legs were shaking. Sai lowered her eyes to assess him, slightly surprised. Is that so? She gently floated towards him, causing Ji-won to fall over. He's still holding Junli's sword, challenging me. Come at me. Tai burst out laughing. She relaxed. Hisu had jumped onto the table, ready to help. Just kidding. I wasn't going to hurt him. Tai smiled and told the truth. That kid is someone we have to protect and take care of. She glanced over at Yongjin, teasingly, but I bet Yongjin feels secure, right? The kid's backup is all such a badass group of friends. What's with that outfit? His phone vibrated. The name on it was Supervisor Tai. Yongjin answered the phone, Supervisor. The voice on the other end urged, Where are you? It's past 6 o'clock. He checked his phone. It was true he was late, but Yongjin couldn't help but be surprised. I'm only 1 minute late. He hurriedly put his backpack on. I'm at Supervisor T's house. Behind him appeared a flash of light. Tai gave a seductive, mocking smile. Honestly, barging into a woman's house whenever you feel like it. Startled, Yongjin looked over, still on the phone. He was surprised to see T appear Supervisor. Ji-won, astonished, adjusted her glasses. Is this quantum teleportation or a black hole? He asked T directly, his tone slightly reproachful. Why did you drag him here? She explained. This kid was almost dragged away by Cheon-seong. Get your facts straight before you talk. Tai furrowed his brow, observing, What's this? As soon as he saw that robe, he understood. Looks like something happened. Tai decisively walked over and grabbed Yongjin's hand. Then he threw him straight into the portal. Yongjin panicked. Wait a minute. Before anyone could react, Yongjin was gone. He turned to T, demanding, Let's go to the meeting now. She refused. No can do. I have my own schedule. I'll message Nabi later if anything comes up. Tai didn't argue further and quickly left. Hisu hesitantly called out, Supervisor T. I, quite surprised, recognized her. What's this? They know each other. Hisu, worried, tried to find a way to start, She decided to try and speak directly about Yongjin's specific situation. I already know everything. Annoyed, Tai glanced at the culprit. She looked away, feigning innocence. Hisu asked sincerely with an earnest attitude, Is there anything we can do to help him? Even just a little help would be fine. Ji-won also stood tall. We want to contribute. The two of them tried to show their value. We still have a lot of high-tech equipment we haven't used. We've even fought demons before. She felt indebted to him, because Yongjin always protects us. Hisu clenched her fists, expressing her resolve. He stood beside her, silent in agreement. So this time we want to be the ones to protect him, Tai just asked flatly. Protect him how? He bluntly pointed out the key issue. You're only human. I calmly analyzed in detail. Bodies made of flesh and blood are beings that have limits. Her face was filled with unwillingness as he continued. But T kindly advised them both. If you truly want what's best for Yongjin, then get rid of that idea. Because he understood the current Yongjin all too well. Tai stated with certainty. He's not strong enough or free enough to shoulder your resolve. He looked up at the two of them. Tai didn't miss Hisu's tightly clenched hands. That desire to protect, the truth he spoke shocked her, could instead become something that holds him back. Take that to heart. Tai voiced a slight reprimand. Brother, you're being too harsh. Tai didn't care. Take the kids home safely. She turned her gaze towards the two, especially Hisu, whose mood was terrible. They returned in the late afternoon as the sun was about to set. Ji-won exclaimed as they walked. So many magical things really happened today. It was like I was watching an anime. He kept rambling on excitedly. I can't believe I got to see those scenes with my own eyes. And that wormhole from before? If I get the chance, I want to try going inside. Hisu dazedly recalled T's earlier words. Yong, Jin said he fights to protect you guys. Right, so if you guys get into a situation, that's dangerous again. He analyzed it a bit more carefully. What will his position be then? Yongjin really did say it once. It's more dangerous precisely because you guys are here. Ji-won was still lost in his own world. There's so much to write in my hunter's log, since the camera couldn't record it. Hisu spoke gravely, assessing Yongjin. Compared to what we think, she melancholically concluded the battle that he's fighting in is far more dangerous. His eyes sparkled. But you thought he was cool too, right? The one who goes against Providence. Hisu reminded her friend, Ji-won. This isn't a comic book, it's reality. Ji-won corrected herself. I'm sorry. She bowed her head slightly, her tone subdued. Even though things got that serious, he endured it all alone, without saying anything to us. He was silent, not disagreeing. Ji-won thought so too. Hisu's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. If something were to happen to Yongjin, he quickly interjected. Hey, don't say stuff like that. Hisu, filled with guilt, looked down. Ever since the incident with that virgin ghost, I've only ever caused trouble for Yongjin. She wanted to help but was powerless. I want to do everything in my power to help him. But like the supervisor said, if we're in danger, it will only make things harder for Yongjin. Hisu fidgeted with her fingers. Right now, there's really nothing I can do. Ji-won loudly denied it. What are you talking about? He pushed up his glasses, asserting confidently. If there's a domain of the gods, then there must also be a domain of humans. We can still help Yongjin. Ji-won had a very positive way of thinking. Even if we can't fight like gods, from our position as humans, we can still support Yongjin. He gave Hisu a renewed sense of motivation. Isn't that what the supervisor meant? That we should just leave it to the gods and return to our daily lives. Ji-won painted a beautiful and peaceful picture. After the battle is over, so that Yongjin can return to a normal life. He reached his hand out to her. Ji-won declared full of confidence. Have to become the strength that supports him. I'm sure that Yongjin will win. Under the sunset that painted the sky pink, the quiet row of houses sank into a peaceful evening. In the room, Jin was sitting on the bed, his ears pricked up deep in thought. A moment later, he stared intently at his own small paws. Jin suddenly recalled a day in the cold gray mist. He was standing there, his cloak billowing as if caught in the wind. Jin looked at his hands, thinking incessantly. His sharp golden eyes appeared, carrying with them an unspoken tension, and then a small sound was heard. The golden eyes narrowed slightly, as if Jin had detected something suspicious approaching. Do-John approached the glass door, bowing his head. Supervisor, inside the simple room. He looked at him with a worried expression. You don't look very well, sir. Is something troubling you? Do-John patiently waited for Jin's answer. Finally, he softly uttered, You. Jin curled up, asking helplessly, How did you know this isn't my body? Facing him was the boy. He calmly replied, The bodies of us gods. It is known that the gods are born in human form. Hearing this, Jin paused slightly. Born? He looked at the beast and spoke softly but sharply, but sharp. You make it sound as if we are actual humans. You've got a knack for joking. The atmosphere grew heavy. Do-John bowed his head, his voice quiet. I apologize. Jin's voice suddenly deepened. That's right. The scene changes to an image of him fighting. Fiercely, his voice spoke. That human's body was originally supposed to be mine. Jin continued, his expression slightly dissatisfied. So even if I regain my power, I can't use it to its full extent, because this dog's body cannot withstand that power. He looked at the other and asked directly, Then why don't you just return to your original body? Wouldn't that be better? He replied softly, his voice pensive. I've already tried several times. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. The two sat silently in the quiet room. Jin continued, his eyes slightly sad. But for things to turn out like this, what if it's the arrangement of Providence? At this, Do-John bowed his head respectfully, his voice steady. If there is anything I can assist with, I am more than willing to help you. So please do not hesitate to command me. Anything at all. Hearing this, he looked up and narrowed his eyes doubtfully. Anything. Immediately, a cooking video was shown. The voice from the video echoed softly. The amount of water is very important. The water level in the pot should be about 1 pinky joint high. 1 finger joint is about 3 centimeters. The old lady's way of cooking noodles. instant noodle artisan with 25 years of experience, cooking with grandma. Jin wore a stern expression. He held the tablet in front of the black-haired young man, his voice indifferent. Can you follow this? The voice in the video continued, when the water starts to boil. He hesitated slightly, but nodded. I'll give it a try. Scene change, a pink and purple evening sky. Outside the peaceful house. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out. You idiot! Tai swung the terrifying red broom, rushing forward relentlessly questioning. Who told you to trade the dragon with that guy? Poor young Jin held his head in panic. The dining room was in chaos. He slammed his face on the table, while he held his head. Suddenly a voice called out, Bokjun, get some water quick. Yongjin, holding his head, sighed and mumbled a defense. Well, you said the white dragon was better. He also spoke up, admitting, that's not wrong. Tai took the glass of water and growled, but that doesn't mean I told you to trade it. I clearly told you last time. He suddenly remembered what he had instructed before. The best method is to make the white dragon your left arm. And as for the black dragon, just extract and eliminate it. Pausing for a moment, Tai then asked, his voice filled with a mix of annoyance and worry. Why did you act on your own like that? His face remained calm, but his words made this atmosphere awkward. Without giving me any prior notice, you went and discussed that with Jin. Hearing this, young Jin quickly explained. I don't have your number, so how could I contact you? So things just ended up this way. Seeing him just sitting there holding his head, Tai reminded him, I'm not hitting you. Sit up straight. As soon as young Jin sat up straight, his deep voice rang out, like a warning. Weren't you the one who trembled in fear? Worrying that your ancestor would do something terrible if he gained power. At this point, T explained more clearly, and the black dragon is a very dangerous power. So if your ancestor gets it, what do you think will happen? Curious, Bokjun asked. So can the black dragon defeat the white dragon? That question made him relentlessly angry. The scene opens in a flower garden, accompanied by a soft but helpless sigh. Why would you let them fight? At this, T's face grew serious in thought. But let's put that aside for later. I can't understand the white dragon's actions. He looked straight at Yongjin, then pensively asked a confusing question. Why did it choose a way to let the black dragon remain in a human body? Having just been scolded, he could only scratch his head and sigh. About that anyway. Scolding me won't change anything. Tai looked at Yongjin and thought to himself, White dragon? What on earth are you thinking? He still maintained that quiet demeanor. Confused, he asked himself, but what should I do now? Find another dragon. After a moment, Tai spoke up. Take it easy, there are other ways. But more importantly, those words made his heart feel much lighter. But suddenly he sat up straight and gently asked about the issue directly. I heard you ran into Cheonsong earlier. You fought. Yongjin was startled and replied softly, Ah. The image of being forcibly kissed flashed in his mind. Yongjin's face showed clear embarrassment. He tried to explain it wasn't exactly a fight. It's just... Nothing happened. Tai tilted his head and asked, Then why were you wearing the divine robe? Hearing him ask about this, he was slightly startled and replied, This thing, I don't know why I suddenly took it out either. That's right, Yongjin then asked him back. Why didn't you say that divine robe was yours? Because of that, my ancestor found out about me. Hearing him say that, T calmly replied, So what? He lowered his head slightly. His voice was cold, so he knows. Tai looked up with a cold smirk. His eyes narrowed as if calculating. It's not like he can do anything to me. Next time, just give him a heads up and come here freely. The boy beside him heard this and could only reply softly, Yes. The atmosphere calmed down. Yongjin placed his hand on the table and said pensively, Right. My ancestor also told me to come up and learn a few things from you. Yes, Tai frowned slightly, his sharp eyes listening to every word he said. My ancestor also said you are the most intelligent among the GG earthly branches. Hearing this, T let out a faint laugh. How ridiculous. Yongjin, a bit confused, asked again. Yes, he then continued. Have you heard Supervisor T talk about Cheonseong yet? Hearing that, he was a little stunned. I heard they're the Cheonsangam celestial supervisors. They must be stronger than you, right? But then, without answering Yongjin, he slammed the glass of water on the table, then stood up and coldly said to him, Let's go for a little walk. Consider it a way to digest our food. The sunset scene opens, the sky dyed orange-yellow. On the stone-paved road glowing in the afternoon sun, Tai, carrying a bucket of water, walked ahead of Yongjin. He suddenly spoke up, Yongjin, name the 5 elements that make up nature. Confused, he scratched his head, trying to remember, then answered hesitantly. Water, fire, earth, plants. At this, T's voice rang out firmly. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 are the 5 elements. Every word he uttered left Yongjin slightly stunned. A drop of water falls from a leaf, creating a peaceful scene. Tai's voice continued. They are the basic energies that form nature. Immediately after, an image of a swirling yin-yang appears on a dark background, and the thing that divides them into yin and yang At this point, he concluded, is the Cheongan heavenly stems against the brilliant yellow sky. A mystical symbol appears. The divine beasts of heaven and earth rise from mist and smoke. They are what the first celestial god created, the root and the beginning of the power of all things. Hearing this, he widened his eyes. Wait, what? As they stood again on the paved road, I, walking beside him, continued to explain. For that very reason, their existence alone carries an overwhelming presence. Hearing that, Yongjin pensively asked softly, so that means they're OP as hell. He tilted his head, his serious gaze fixed forward. Tai's voice was calm. The problem lies in that very strength. The scene changes to a fierce vortex of energy, as if wanting to tear space apart. Because they were too pure and primal, they began to conflict with one another. His face was composed, but his eyes were full of meaning. And the thing created from that conflict is us. We, the Gigi earthly branches, are the beings who receive the power of the Cheongan and maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Immediately after an image of the 8 Cheongan appears, separated into groups, the 5 elements which originally moved independently were by the second celestial god connected harmoniously. Yongjin, hearing this, asked confusedly, so, was your order decided by a race? A race? Hearing him ask that, he was a little surprised. Huh. Seeing this, Yongjin explained. In the legend, the rat climbed on the ox's head to get first place. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him jump. That's the fable that the eldest brother hates the most, the other person said softly. The dragon is depicted as extremely kind, while the rat is depicted as extremely despicable. Tai turned his back holding the broom and began to speak. Anyway, to put it simply, the Cheongan. His next words stunned Yongjin. You can just think of them as our seniors. His voice was hesitant. So then, Tai nodded slightly, looking a bit reluctant. He advised, don't worry too much. The two continued walking. As he walked, he spoke, on the contrary, because we know that the ones behind this are the Cheongan, we don't need to overcomplicate our thinking anymore. At this point, T's eyes turned sharp. For a god to want to set foot in the mortal world, there must first be a heavenly will. Pausing for a moment, he continued slowly. It's probably to return the distorted order back to the flow, where it belongs. Hearing that, Yongjin grew curious. Return it. At this, T softly explained. It means eliminating an existence like you, something that should not have appeared. His face suddenly darkened after hearing that. A moment later, Yongjin asked softly, a little worried. Do we really not need to worry? As he walked, he slowly replied, a moderate amount is fine. Hearing that, he was surprised. A moderate amount? But then a worry arose in Yongjin's heart. But there are 10 of them on that side. Will we be okay? Tai's voice cut him off. There are currently only 9 gods in the Cheongan. Yongjin's eyes immediately widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He held out his hands and counted Gap Yul Byongjong. Seeing Yongjin like that, he continued to explain, among the Cheongan, an image of a dark figure holding an orb appears. Before we were created, the orb is full of colors, exuding a powerful aura. There was a god who harmonized the conflicting energies of the 5 elements and quelled the chaos that once existed. It's the very jewel on Jin's person, the Mu of the Cheongan. The noodles seem to be cooked, and the current god of the Gigi, Jin's face becomes serious. His 2 hands clenched. Is Jin the Cheongan dragon god Cheonmu? The more Jin heard, the more stunned he became. My ancestor Jin was originally... He stands before Cheonul, his face suddenly turning grim. He smiles faintly. Luckily, that is the Cheongan Kirin god. Cheonul Dujan, with the blue eyes, is looking out the window, as if contemplating something. Suddenly a voice rings out. Long time no see. Cheonul appears in a puff of white smoke, his face revealing a sharp coldness. He softly calls out Cheonmu. Jin maintained his cold expression, slightly surprised. Cheonul! His eyes now showed clear surprise. Cheonul immediately laughed cheerfully. You still remember me? This is great. Suddenly his voice rang out. You bastard! A stark contrast to his cheerfulness. Jin's face became grim as he asked, why have you descended to the mortal world? Cheonul didn't seem to care much about his attitude. He replied, I came down here because I have something to do. Hearing him say that, Jin showed a mix of contemplation and curiosity. Something to do. Cheonul didn't answer the question, just smiled faintly. I just came to say hello for a bit today. His eyes now revealed a hard-to-read pensiveness. Jin slowly spoke, I have something to ask. Hearing him say that, he gave a mysterious smile and replied softly, if you're asking about what I need to do, I can't tell you right now. But Jin denied it. No, unexpectedly. He was wondering about the clothes Cheonul was wearing. Why are you wearing such strange clothes? That question made him pause. My clothes? Cheonul rubbed his chin, analyzing slowly. Strange. The one who's strange should be you, Cheonmu. He looked at Jin. With his long black hair and ancient-style black attire, he commented. Well, you were sealed for several thousand years, so I kinda get it. But you look really old-fashioned. The one who was once the trendsetter in the celestial realm. Now here's Cheon-il say this about him. He immediately shouted in anger, "What? How dare you?" He closed his eyes, completely satisfied, and said cheerfully, "Well then, I'll be going now." Suddenly, Jin quickly drew his sword. He held the blade close to Cheon-il's neck. Seeing Jin so angry, he tilted his head slightly, smiling with hidden meaning. Does being called old-fashioned make you that angry? He was not pleased with Cheon-il's attitude. He spoke up, reminding him, "This something to do of yours." Jin's eyes were sharp as he questioned him directly. "Does it have to do with my body?" Cheon-il was not very happy at this point. He spoke up as a reminder. "You said you'd only ask one thing." Seeing his unpleasant expression, he let it go. "Never mind." "Well, it's a relief that you seem to still be healthy." Without lingering any longer, Cheon-il looked at Jin, smiling gently, "See you soon." With that, he vanished instantly before his eyes, leaving only a puff of white smoke. Jin seemed accustomed to this attitude, so he only frowned slightly in the sunset scene. Young Jin looked at Tai. His mouth uttered words full of confusion and curiosity. "The Cheongan, the ones who attacked me, is my ancestor on the same side as them?" He recalled the earlier moment and fell into deep thought. Then his claim that he's the strongest wasn't a lie after all. His voice dropped. The one who awakened Jin, who was sealed, was probably also the Cheongan. But what T said next was what truly startled Young Jin. There's a silver lining. The most formidable power, the Black Dragon, is with you. And the fact that Jin has amnesia. His eyes now held a hint of fatigue, being imprisoned in a dog's body. He can't use his power at will. That statement surprised him. Can't use it at will. Young Jin was a little skeptical. But he still uses his power very well, doesn't he? It was at this moment that he seemed to understand the 16-year-old rule. You once said, "Because my ancestor is a Cheongan." Is that why he's not affected? You once said, "If power is used before the vessel is 16 years old, that body would be destroyed." Without letting T say anything, Jin continued his analysis. "A dog's age can't possibly be 16. That statement made him sigh, not forgetting to glare at him. Tai quickly changed the subject. "Has Jin ever used his power in front of you?" Hearing him ask, Jin scratched his head and replied, "Before finding the White Dragon, he never used it. Recently, after using the White Dragon's power to blow away those masked guys, he was perfectly fine." Tai continued, "The White Dragon is of the power of protection and restraint." Looking at the flowers in front of him, his soul felt much lighter. Tai continued to explain, "Perhaps that's why it could prevent the collapse of the body and reduce the amount of divine power released." What a cheat code. Hearing this, he suddenly grew worried and asked softly, if that was the reduced power, then ultimately, hearing that, he didn't deny it. "Right." Tai's voice became solemn. "The power of Jin, when not bound by any restrictions." Suddenly he spoke up. The consequence left Young Jin frozen. "Itself is a catastrophe." Tai stared at the row of flowers before him and explained everything softly. He seemed to understand this very well. If the power of the remaining dragons also falls into Jin's hands, and he, along with the Cheongan, decide to correct Providence. At this point, T turned slightly towards him and spoke. "What do you think will happen?" Those words seemed to make Young Jin understand something. "Have you understood what I just said?" He turned to face him, speaking in a solemn tone. "For you, the dragon's power is no longer an option. It's a power you must risk your life to obtain. To do that," his deep-set rat-like eyes held an unconcealable thoughtfulness. He didn't hesitate to suggest a ploy. "Then he isn't the Tien Mu of the heavenly stems. Consider him a dragon god of the earthly branches just like me." After a brief pause, the rat continued, "That's the only way you can use him." Hearing this, Young Jin's expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a long moment, he spoke in a probing tone. "I heard that you're a heavenly stem." Those words made Jin freeze for a moment. With a stubborn look, he sighed softly. "Was it that supervisor rat who dared to tell you?" Young Jin immediately replied defiantly, "Anyone could have told me." Right then, he continued in a blaming tone, "Seriously, how many other things are you hiding from me?" Facing Young Jin, Jin just replied nonchalantly, "Well, you never asked." The answer made him angry and he yelled, "What?" Young Jin's voice rang out again. "Am I supposed to go find some heavenly stem and ask, 'Hey, are you a heavenly stem or something?'" Making him furrow his brows helplessly. The previous image replayed in his mind. Young Jin then started to nitpick. "Besides, what did you tell me at first? Something about the 12 primordial gods. Something about being a dragon god of the earthly branches." "Right." But Jin just calmly replied, "Well, I really am a god of the earthly branches." That sentence left him speechless. "Ah, that's true." With a scowl, he questioned, "But is that really something worth getting so worked up about?" But Young Jin firmly replied, "Yes," leaving Jin speechless. Suddenly, he revealed a shocking secret. "Because the heavenly stems are the culprits." He immediately frowned, curious. "What?" Not keeping Jin in suspense, Jin explained the reason. The ones targeting me are the heavenly stems. I was attacked on my way home from school today. Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. So it's just as I thought. Seeing Jin's attitude, he frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" He calmly answered, "Those guys." A look of understanding appeared in Jin's eyes. "It seems they're doing all this because of me." Seeing Jin looked worried, he reassured him. "Next time I see them, I'll have a firm talk with them. Don't worry." Hearing Jin say that, he was a little surprised and thought to himself, "Is it that easy?" Jin asked expectantly. "You'll put in a good word for me." He chuckled softly and slowly announced, "As it happens today, Tian Yi of the Heavenly Stems also stopped by." Hearing someone had stopped by, he quickly dialed Supervisor Rat's number. Jin, holding the phone, said in a panic, "Right now you're preparing with the Heavenly Stems to take over this descendant's body, aren't you?" Jin, seeing this scene, replied with annoyance, "Are you singing that same old tune again?" Maintaining his annoyed expression, he sighed softly. "I already told you last time." He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with astonishment hanging on Jin's every word. "I'm not interested in your body anymore. Anyway, don't worry too much," he said with a serious expression. "Just one word from me, and they won't target you anymore." Jin replied with the skeptical look. "How can you be so sure?" Jin, with his sharp eyes and pointed teeth, confidently declared, "Because among the heavenly stems, I was once the strongest." Hearing that, he just replied, "Yeah, right." Jin looked at him with an incredulous face. "I'm sure you believe me," Jin replied helplessly. "Please just believe me. What more do I have to do for you to believe me?" Suddenly he said, "In that case," and so Jin laid out a condition. "Next time we go looking for the next dragon, let Supervisor Rat come with us, okay?" He quickly agreed, "Got it." Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Jin, with a serious face, also set a condition. "As long as that guy isn't too wary of me, it's no problem." A moment later, he wondered, "But this brat, why does he respectfully call him Supervisor Rat, to the point of adding supervisor to his name? While I'm just a plain old ancestor, Jin felt more and more helpless as he listened, thinking to himself, "Is he really the dangerous ancestor the supervisor talked about?" Jin then made a serious demand. "You should call me Great Ancestor." Looking at his attitude, he thought, he doesn't look dangerous at all. What he said about not being interested in this body seems to be true too. Remembering the previous scene, Jin's thoughts echoed. When I got my powers, he protected me. He even said I could go with him to find the dragon's power. The space was enveloped by a cold red and the presence of a nameless crowd, making his mood heavy. On the other hand, if I keep doubting him and keeping my distance, will he side with the heavenly stems? If I were him, I probably would. Jin's face was scrunched up, his eyes clearly showing his displeasure. Jin thought to himself, and although I don't know if it's true, but if he was the strongest among the heavenly stems, then getting him on my side would be much better, wouldn't it? Seeing him lost in thought, he suddenly asked, "Is that all Supervisor Rat said to you?" At that moment, Jin suddenly remembered what the rat had said earlier. "You must use the dragon." He then asked back, "So what did you talk about with that other heavenly stem?" Jin remembered her earlier words. "You look really tacky," which soured his mood. Just a quick hello. An awkward silence fell between them. Suddenly, he looked up and asked quietly, "Can I ask you something?" Those words made Jin ask in surprise. "What?" Jin asked with an innocent look. "Is the way I dress really that tacky?" He replied bluntly and without hesitation. "You're just now figuring that out. Can I ask you something?" Jin held up a frying pan and growled, "What the hell did you stuff in your mouth? Instant noodles again, right?" He looked at his ancestor's helpless face and continued to ask, "How on earth did you even eat those noodles?" Jin immediately confessed because the dog was eating them too. Hearing that, Jin said sternly, "Wipe the noodle soup off your snout first." He was completely exasperated, thinking to himself, if Supervisor Rat saw him like this, he'd probably change his mind too. A mysterious night scene with a star-filled sky appears. The next day, the sky becomes much clearer. Outside the school, a voice rings out. Class 3 has a new transfer student. Did you see? At this time, the classroom was incredibly lively. Someone whispered, "Looks really weird." The person next to them heard and asked, "Weird how?" But before she could answer, the other person cut in, "Shut up, you two. There's a rumor that he got into a fight and was forced to transfer schools." The hallway wasn't much better. An excited voice kept ringing out. In the classroom, the other person was just as excited. "I want to take a look too." Meanwhile, Jin was walking and thinking, "I should have brought my ancestor with me." He walked to the front of the class, a few thoughts suddenly flashing through his mind. If the heavenly stems attack again, he'd know how to handle it. But Jin reached out to open the door, still thinking. Bringing a dog to school is a bit over the top. As soon as he opened the door, the shadow of the dog appeared right before his eyes. He was so scared he fell straight to the ground. Two female students saw this and wouldn't stop whispering and pointing. That's him. Yongjin's eyes were filled with confusion. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Suddenly, the dog stomped hard right next to him. Seeing Yongjin's face, she smirked slightly, mocking. The dog's face was now terrifyingly dark. She gave a sinister smile. The dog kept moving closer to him, making Yongjin's face drain of all color. Someone's voice rang out. The transfer student for Class 3. The entire hallway was buzzing at the sight of the dog pinning Yongjin to the ground. What is he doing? Beats me. Suddenly her hand reached out in front of him. The dog flashed a cheerful smile and greeted him. You okay? His face couldn't help but freeze in confusion. The buzzing grew louder. What's going on? What's happening? What's the matter? The friends in the classroom also peeked their heads out to see. It's a girl. Right, Kwon Yongjin is being ignored. Her expression darkened slightly. In Class 1-3, a voice of introduction rang out. Everyone! Du Kyung stood on the platform with the dog and addressed the class. Let me introduce her. This is Kang Agang. She's the new transfer student in our class today. Hearing the name, some female students began to whisper amongst themselves. That's the girl. The one who got into a fight and was forced to transfer. That sounds scary. There's more. He sternly corrected everyone's attitude. I've heard some unpleasant rumors about the new student. That's not true. I hope you all will stop spreading them. But it was still impossible to stop the chatter. If Do Kyung said so, then it must be a false rumor. But she just transferred, and she's already acting all high and mighty. At the back of the class, students wouldn't stop, spreading negative rumors. She was about to hit Kwon Yongjin just now for real. For real. This immediately reached Do Kyung's ears. Yongjin, is that true? He coldly replied, yeah, which startled her. Hearing that, the classmates erupted. See? The dog angrily shouted, hey! Everyone was startled by the loud noise. Oh my God, she questioned loudly. You tripped and fell on your own. Do you know him? He denied it. Not at all. The chubby kid in front of him mumbled, this is just like the opening scene of a school drama. Also, hey, some girl started to tease. Why is she wearing an eye patch? Does she have pink eye? That's to seal her power. The dog explained calmly, this eye of mine is blind. The girl awkwardly tried to make excuses. Hey, you were laughing too. You said the eye patch looked like part of a costume. Outside the classroom, a voice called out, Dog is in the classroom. The kid sitting right in front of Kwon Yongjin was suddenly called out. He felt a bit awkward. Me. She made a direct request. Give me your seat, okay? Just as he was about to give up his seat, Baek Ryong spoke up. Stay put. The two went back and forth, leaving him awkwardly caught in the middle. Move. Stay put. Move it. Stay put. Finally, he made a suggestion. Whoever talks to me more gently, I'll listen to that person. Right after. Both of them said at the same time, John Ho, I'm begging you, please stay put. John Ho Agang wants to sit here. In the end, after some arguing, the dog got to sit in that spot. After settling in, she turned back to glance at him. The dog recalled their previous conversation. The rat had said the heavenly stems are targeting Jin's body, so they will take even more drastic actions. So we have to act too. Therefore, he made a request. You should transfer to Yongjin's school. This decision made her strongly protest. Me? Why me? With a glance, he gave a convincing reason. You're the only one who can be in the same grade as him. But the dog was still not convinced. Is that the reason? At this point, he added one more thing. I heard you've already met Kwon Yongjin. Seeing she said nothing, the rat changed his mind. If you don't want to, I'll ask Supervisor Horse. The dog quickly spoke up. Who said I didn't want to? Her strong reaction made him pause. So what do you want? Finally, the dog had to agree. Fine, there's no other way, I'll go all right. Suddenly, she called out softly. Hey, Kwon Yongjin. The dog opened her mouth to say something. Last time. But he cut her off. Don't tell me you're following me again. Having hit a nerve, she immediately became flustered. Me, why would I follow you? To avoid embarrassment, the dog deliberately leaned in close and lowered her voice. I came to monitor you. If you use the Black Dragon's power, I'll kill you. That's still following me. She turned her face away to correct him again. It's monitoring. Monitoring is annoying too. I don't like it either. I had no choice. Hearing that, John Ho, standing to the side, exclaimed, Is she a tsundere? Just then, Lee Hisu opened the door and entered. Yongjin, the people in the class laughed. Yongjin's good wife and wise mother has appeared. Seeing Baek Ryong being grabbed by the collar, she froze. Things are about to get interesting. A moment later, after leaving the classroom, Lee Hisu asked curiously, Who was that student just now? He answered calmly, That supervisor dog, she came to monitor me. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be amazed. A supervisor. This reaction made Baek Ryong wonder. I thought you would have recognized her. Lee Hisu was stunned. Me, he explained. You're a shaman. Can't you see those kinds of things? You can even see my ancestor's spirit? She immediately realized. The other person had misunderstood the situation. So Lee Hisu clarified her ability. It's true that I can see the floating spirit of your ancestor, but I can't see the other gods, even Supervisor. Rat, I can't see him. Suddenly a third voice chimed in, continuing her sentence. Because that dog is not the dragon's body. They looked up and saw the dog had been sitting on a tree branch all along, so the spirit can just come out like that. Lee Hisu's eyes widened in surprise. She warned with a stern face, "Hey, girlie, stay away from him." The dog jumped down from the tree. She gave him a lecture. "You're supposed to stay within my sight. Living the good life, huh? Even going on dates. What nonsense are you talking about?" The dog pointed her finger and reminded him, "Don't use that word nonsense." At this point, Lee Hisu spoke hesitantly, "Supervisor. I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Yongjin?" She mimicked her. "Why?" Right after the dog spoke harshly. "Don't you know he has the black dragon inside him? It's dangerous, so stay away." She pointed straight at him and said, "Right now he's a ticking time bomb. No one knows when the black dragon will emerge, because he can't even control it himself." "What?" Lee Hisu circled around Baekryong. "Yongjin isn't dangerous at all. I don't know what you're seeing. That makes you say he's dangerous." The dog shouted, "I'm not kidding." Her face darkened. That power could wipe out every single person in this school. Only then did he speak up to clarify. "Because you were trying to kill me. The black dragon only appeared to defend me." The unexpected turn of events surprised her. "What, Supervisor, is that true?" Baekryong confirmed, "It's true. She attacked first." Lee Hisu was confused. The dog became angry and yelled, "If you say it like that, people will get the wrong idea." His attitude was very calm. What wrong idea? She wanted to rebut the whole story. "Do you want me to tell everything that happened?" Then in front of the dog, he recounted everything to Lee Hisu. She didn't apologize and even blamed me. After hearing his story, she put her hand out to block in front of Baekryong. "From what I see," Lee Hisu sternly turned the tables. "The dangerous one here seems to be you, Supervisor." Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she questioned the other. "You hurt Yongjin, so why haven't you apologized?" At this moment, the dog was completely speechless. The entire scene was witnessed by their classmates. "Those two girls are fighting over Kwon Yongjin, right? Yeah, that must be it. Totally." They whispered and gossiped jealously. "Did he save the world in his past life or something? Man, I wish I could live one day as Kwon Yongjin. I could make both of them happy." Down below, it took a moment for the dog to react. What, hey?" He wasn't hurt, he just fell. But her attitude was still very firm. "It was you, Supervisor, who pushed him down. So you still have to apologize." She refused. "He just fell. What's there to apologize for the black dragon?" The dog pointed straight at him, trying to defend herself. "He's perfectly fine. Besides, the black dragon can heal. All those minor wounds?" In her agitation, she let it slip. "It's not like he's human anyway." As soon as the words left her mouth, the dog realized that she herself had made a huge mistake. Lee Hisu became flustered. "What the supervisor just said," he cut her off. "She's right. I'm not really human." She quickly called after him, "Yongjin," before chasing after him. Lee Hisu paused slightly. "Supervisor." Her face was very serious as she requested, "I hope you will definitely apologize to Yongjin for what you just said. Please." After saying that, Lee Hisu turned and left, leaving the dog standing there alone. The scene changes to a campus. A few sparrows land on the statue of a man. The monkey is sitting and reading a book when beside him there's a shout, "What?" The horse's face twisted as he said to the person on the other end of the line, "What you let Supervisor Dog transfer to? Yongjin's school." "Are you an idiot? The one who's close to Yongjin is me." He covered his face in despair. "I should have been the one to go. Last time A-Gang even tried to kill him. What if she causes trouble again?" After a moment, the horse decided, "I'm going to transfer schools too." Hearing that, the monkey turned and gave him a look. "You think school is your playground? Transfer what transfer?" He casually threw a bucket of cold water on his idea. "Maybe in your next life. Dream on." The horse wailed pitifully. "By my next life, Yongjin will be long dead." The monkey criticized, "You've got a sharp tongue." He sobbed, "I want to transfer schools too." Hurried footsteps on the tiled floor. The dog's words seemed to echo in his ears. "It's not like he's human anyway." His lonely figure clutched a crushed empty can. A sentence he had heard before appeared in his mind. "The bodies of the gods are almost like," his face showed a hint of sadness, "a shaped container." The dog sat alone on a bench. She silently and pensively thought about his expression from before. "I didn't say anything wrong." In her heart, the dog tried to console herself. "It's true, though." However, his sad, troubled face interrupted her thoughts. But she held a lollipop in her mouth, wondering, why did he make that face? The phone screen showed the message interface from Supervisor Horse. The other side quickly messaged again. "Hey, he read it." Supervisor Horse messaged asking, Young, are you busy today? But I know for a fact you're free. Come hang out with me. I'll bring the heavenly horse to you. Seeing the sticker the other person sent back, he sighed helplessly. Suddenly, Baekryong looked up. Right after that, his eyes met the dog's, who was just turning to look down. To avoid the awkwardness, she suddenly blurted out a strange sentence. Who do you take after to be so ugly? The teacher immediately caught them. You two in the back. He unintentionally became the center of attention. Save the romance for after school, okay? Isn't that Yongjin again, Kwon Yongjin? A moment later, the school bell rang. Yongjin didn't hesitate. He slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. The dog immediately turned back and said, Wait, let's go together. She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, Kwon Yongjin. Are you ignoring me? Unexpectedly, Yongjin spoke up. From now on, without turning back, he rattled off a list of demands. Don't act like you know me, and don't follow me. She immediately objected. You're speaking so bluntly. I can't do that. The dog even emphasized again. I came here not just to monitor, but also to protect you. Supervisor Rat himself asked me to do so. This time, Yongjin decisively took out his phone. Then I'll talk to Supervisor Rat for you. She was bewildered. What? He said nonchalantly. Well, you didn't want to, but you were forced to come here. Seeing his expression, the dog started to panic. No, I heard the heavenly stems have already found you. It's really dangerous. Yongjin cut her off. So what? His expression was incredibly sarcastic. Like you said, this body isn't human. Even if I'm attacked, I'll recover quickly. These words caught her completely off guard. The dog was about to call after him, Hey, that! But Yongjin had already run off, warning her. If you follow me again, I'll report you for school violence. At this point, she didn't dare to do anything more. She stood in one spot with a bewildered expression. On the cobblestone street, groups of students were walking home. Yongjin aimlessly tilted his head up to look at the sky. The sky was now clear and blue, with a few small clouds drifting by. He thought to himself, no matter what, it can't be right, probably not. Thinking of the horse, Yongjin told himself, there's no way he'd ride that here. A loud engine roared down the street. He turned in surprise to look in that direction. Right after that, Yongjin saw a motorcycle speeding towards him. The bike stopped. A pair of leather boots touched down on the ground. With one hand on the throttle, the horse took off his helmet with the other. In the end, he just flipped up the visor joyfully, introducing it to him. This is Heavenly Horse number 2. Seeing Yongjin's expression, the horse was gleeful. Too cool to close your mouth, huh? Then he threw him a helmet. Get on, Yongjin asked blankly. Where are we going? He replied, because there are some friends who want to see you. The horse squinted his eyes and smiled. So we're going there. Before taking off, he even took a quick picture and sent a message with the content. Kidnapped. On the other end, the hand holding the phone was shaking. The rooster suddenly shouted in panic. He's here! The rabbit asked curiously. What? She said hastily. He's almost here. What do I do? Seeing her state, the rabbit comforted her. You were sad because you never got a chance to apologize. This is a good thing, isn't it? The rooster was still not at ease. But what if he's hostile the moment he arrives? What should I do? She replied nonchalantly. Then you can just kowtow and beg for forgiveness. A plate of cake was placed on the table. The ox smiled sweetly and wondered, I wonder if he likes sweets. The rooster held up the plate of cake and tearfully pleaded, all the items in your shop. I'll buy them all. Bring them all out for Yongjin to eat. She actually took out a calculator and did it. Your total is 368,001. The rabbit picked up a piece of cake and started nibbling. Thank you, Supervisor Rooster. I'll enjoy this. The scene shifts to a house in the forest. The sky is getting dark. 2 figures in black cloaks stand outside muttering. For days we've just been staring at a wall. We've already tried our best. To be honest, it wasn't really our best. One of them heard that and fell silent. Cautious footsteps on the floorboards. A white-haired person is holding a glass of wine. Hearing the call, with all due respect, Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. The masked subordinate reported, the guest has arrived. He continued, I will have the others withdraw. She agreed. Go. Before leaving, the masked man carefully apologized. From now on, I will not let this happen again. The Celestial Emperor didn't make a big deal of it. It's fine. And she even acted nonchalant. Because it has to be this way for that bastard behind you to get pissed off and come crawling back here every time. As soon as she finished speaking, another masked figure appeared behind him. He faced the Celestial Emperor. Seeing this, the masked bastard subordinate took the hint and left. Then I'll take my leave. He wore a mask and flashed a bizarre smile. You had quite a spectacular outing, didn't you? Tianding raised a hand near her mouth, her voice rising. What do you mean you're the one who told me to act on my own? Just as you said. He is indeed an interesting child. Suddenly he lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. Her breath was choked off, making it difficult for Tianding to swallow. His voice dropped, carrying a threatening tone. What game are you playing? You could have easily brought him here. He pinned her down in the chair with his whole body. From you, the leader, to your low-level lackeys. You're all just a bunch of clowns. Or are you trying to play spy games? The eyes behind the mask glowed a horrifying red. Just because of the commotion you caused, the entire well-laid plan has been ruined. Suddenly, Tianding parted her lips and let out a triumphant chuckle. Should I cause a little more commotion? Her expression was incredibly punchable. Next time I show up, I'll talk about destiny, shall I? And I have no interest in crushing ants. Her slender hand slowly reached for his chest. I've warned you. Thanks to you, should I fight or should I run? Immediately after, he grabbed her other hand and slammed it hard against the arm of the chair. The pressure from his hand on her neck increased, leaving a red mark on her skin. Don't underestimate me, he warned, after your failures. We, the later generation of gods, have been improved into a better form. Hearing this, she wasn't scared at all and even snorted with laughter. Even so, the essence is still the same. Tianding raised an eyebrow, looking at him provocatively. Without our power, you all are nothing but imitators. The pressure around him dropped, carrying a gloomy aura. This arrogance. Tianding's face flushed red, and in her ear was his threat. One day, it will destroy you, Tianding. Right after that, she unleashed her pure white tails. The furry tails played behind his back, while a few twirled in front of him. Tianding used her bewitching appearance to provoke him. Go on, try and destroy me right now. Seeing this, he let out a helpless sound. Right. Then the hand on her throat gradually loosened. He had completely vanished. Having achieved her goal, Tianding smiled softly. What a disgusting creature. The scene changes to a small coffee shop. A motorcycle wheel stops in front of the door, which has a closed sign hanging on it. At this moment, Yu was helplessly bowing her head to the ground. Witnessing this scene upon entering, left Yeonjin and Wu completely surprised. He frowned and asked, What are you doing? Mao, standing to one side, spoke her mind for them. She's begging for forgiveness. A fork stabbed forcefully into the cream cake on the table. Just as Wu opened his mouth to take a bite of cake, he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. You can't eat it. Turns out it was Yu, with sparkling eyes. She offered the piece of cake to Yeonjin. Yeonjin, hey, I bought this for you to eat. He hesitated and replied, then please everyone have some. Yu exclaimed, You're truly a living saint. He was also helpless. Truly unbelievable. Yeonjin looked at her as she ate the cake, and asked hesitantly, Are you also a great guardian? She smiled brightly and replied, Sorry. My introduction is the bit late, isn't it? I'm the earthly branch god Yu. My name in the human world is Yu Jong. Just call me whatever you're comfortable with. Also, Yu shot up to her feet and patted her chest firmly. I guarantee that if it's a request from Yeonjin, I'll do anything to fulfill it. Just say the word. He was startled. No, that's not necessary. She shouted, Please give me a chance to atone. Please. He was bewildered. Well then, Ms. Yu Jong. Hearing this, Yu felt a warmth in her heart and called out, He called me Miss Yu Jong. Yeonjin's voice rang out steadily. Please buy me a new uniform. I'll buy you 10. She asked doubtfully, But why a uniform? Yeonjin replied honestly. You ripped my old one, and now this is the only one I have left. Wu exclaimed. What were you thinking, ripping the kid's clothes like that? Immediately after, Yu bowed her head and slammed it on the table. I'm so sorry. It must have hurt a lot, right? At that time, when I heard about the appearance of the Black Dragon, I lost my mind. He yelled, Are you trying to smash your head open or what? Mao witnessed this with a forced smile. He calmly replied, It's okay. Yeonjin's face was gloomy. After all, this isn't a human body. I just need to get some sleep and I'll be all better. She noticed his unwell state and placed her hand on Yeonjin's, calling his name. Yeonjin. Mao reassured him in a serious tone. Your body, Yeonjin, is different from a normal person's because of the Black Dragon. Therefore, you must absolutely not take injuries to your body lightly. He was startled, his face bewildered. Yes. Wu's voice rang out. If the Black Dragon is removed from your body, you'll just be a normal human. He smiled teasingly. You can't become desensitized to getting hurt, you know. Yeonjin looked awkwardly towards Wu, unable to say a word. He said slowly, But thinking back, the times I've been injured until now, the great guardians were partly responsible. Mao smiled comfortingly. In any case, Yeonjin, right now, you're probably just a little more special than a normal person. She had an affectionate expression, but you are clearly a human. Her voice was full of determination. We will help you, Yeonjin. Return to a normal human life. You are... Yeonjin was startled. You are... Mao replied, I am the fourth earthly branch god. Mao. My name here is Yunhua. She cheerfully took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, at that moment, a finger poked Yeonjin, right after a hand gently touched his forehead. It was Cho. She exclaimed, It's true. This is indeed Chen's body. Right after, she moved even closer to Yeonjin. The two of them are strangely similar. Although Chen is a bit of a jerk, their personalities are complete opposites, so it's interesting. But Yeonjin, just so you know, the person I just called a jerk, it wasn't you. She smiled and introduced herself. I'm the earthly branch god Cho. My name here is Ji Cho. She tilted her head and smiled brightly. Outside the cafe, it was gradually getting dark. As time passed, the sky began to darken. The moon rose, illuminating everything. The coffee shop had also closed, resting after a long day's work. She was in the kitchen, diligently washing dishes. Mao sat with her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Yoonjin, on the other hand, was sleepy and laid his head on the table, drifting off. At some point, she appeared in his mind. May I ask a question? Yeonjin's lips moved. My parents passed away when I was very young. Back in reality, Mao slowly moved closer and sat next to him. Her gaze softened. Her stark white eyelashes quivered slightly. Is it because he was still deep in sleep? Is it because of me? Her hand touched Yeonjin's forehead. Is it because I'm someone who was never meant to exist? Mao's body glowed and gradually became transparent. No. Whatever happened, it wasn't your fault. The hand resting on his forehead began to glow. No matter what happened in that accident, it's not a sin that you, Yeonjin, have to bear. Yeonjin's memories surfaced. His parents were smiling in the car, then a horrific moment as the car overturned. Then his relatives screaming in anger, blaming Yeonjin. Mao appeared in his memory. So he's been trapped in this memory, living with guilt, until now. Only shattered pieces of memory remained. She closed her eyes, her body glowing again. Please excuse my intrusion for a moment. Right after Mao opened her eyes, the scene before her was stunning. Mao appeared inside the car. Her eyes glanced towards the seat beside her. A young Yeonjin, still innocent, smiling and full of life. Mao looked at him with great affection. So this was his happiest memory. Suddenly her gaze froze, her face filled with horror. A monster appeared right in front of the car. It was terrifyingly hideous. 3 glowing eyes stared intently into the car. Mao's face was shocked and stunned. That mark! The monster growled. Its feet kept poking into the car. Mao, terrified, her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with panic. This is just a memory, so I can't interfere. The car flipped over, spinning around. Mao witnessed everything from start to finish, standing there as if turned to stone, her heart aching as if cut. Tears streamed down her face without her realizing. The two beasts were still searching for their prey. Right after they dragged him out of the car, she screamed in despair, Yi Rang. Suddenly, at that moment, a beam of light shot out, causing the beast to vanish. Immediately after, Hai appeared and embraced him tightly. Mao stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. She stared intently at him, great guardian Hai. At that moment, whispers arose, oh my God. I think there was an accident up ahead. Look, the car is completely overturned. Mao dazedly thought towards them. Hey, Mr. Miss over there. It's dangerous. Get out of there quickly. Call 911 first, the crowd exclaimed. Oh my gosh, is the child okay? Are there still other people inside the car? What is happening? The car was now on fire. Luckily, the child was saved. Yeonjin cried and screamed in despair. Mom. Mom. She witnessed everything from beginning to end, standing motionless. Her hands clenched tightly. The 2 funeral portraits of his parents were placed neatly side by side. His grieving relatives continuously criticized Yeonjin. Mao looked at his small body. So that's how it was? She slowly walked forward, because it was too difficult to bear his memories. Mao hugged Yeonjin tightly as if to comfort him. She stroked his head, soothing him. This memory, I will seal it once more, okay, Yeonjin? Suddenly, at that moment, thick black streams of energy swirled up. Mao opened her eyes warily, her sharp gaze scanning her surroundings. It was the Black Dragon. He laughed demonically. I saw everything. Mao Tatbrat has a very interesting memory. A long, sharp sword appeared. Don't even try any tricks, Black Dragon. Immediately after, Mao returned to her true form. A thick aura radiated from her, enveloping her body. Mao gripped her sword tightly and raised it high. The Black Dragon was completely unfazed. Mao, her voice firm. I will definitely kick you. Her eyes were filled with determination. Out of this child's body? Mao showed no fear, pointing her sword directly at the Black Dragon. He looked down. Even if you fight, me in this place only Yong's Jin's spirit will be harmed. She growled in rebuttal, no way. Mao's eyes were filled with determination. Only you will be hurt. Her sword flashed. Suddenly a hand slowly reached out, startling her into freezing. That person was none other than Yong Jin, young master Yong Jin. His hand slowly lifted, then lowered again. Immediately after surrounding the Black Dragon were colorful threads of fabric. Mao stood frozen, her face bewildered. His eyes looked down, and he clicked his tongue with a ch. Yongjin's hand gently placed itself on her forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Right after, a blinding light erupted. Back in reality, she was startled. Her hand dropped limply. Her face was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Did you push me out? Mao recalled the scene from just now. And that other thing, what on earth was it? It's completely illogical. She fell into deep thought. If he were just an ordinary human, he would have been eaten alive by the black dragon long ago. Yeonjin was still sleeping soundly oblivious to the world. His head was resting on Mao's lap he didn't know since when. Yeonjin slowly opened his eyes. He was drowsy, seeing a silhouette of his mother. "Mom," Yeonjin unconsciously uttered. "Mom?" Mao smiled and greeted him. "Did you sleep well?" His eyes widened in shock, speechless, right after he sat up in a panic. "You must have been really tired. I even gave you a piggyback ride and you didn't notice at all." Yeonjin looked through the window. "Great Guardian Wu and Great Guardian, you have already left." He asked dazedly, "Where is this?" Mao calmly replied, "Jeju Island." "Huh, Jeju Island." Hearing this, Yeonjin screamed, "Jeju Island." His face turned pale as he asked, "Why am I here?" Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Yeonjin and drawing his attention. "As expected, you really are that child." It was Hai. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." He was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. "Yeonjin." Hai's gaze lowered. "Seeing you living so well like this, I am truly grateful." Yeonjin was bewildered, his head was spinning. "Who are you?" He smiled brightly and replied, "Your long-legged benefactor, perhaps." Night had fallen. The stars appeared twinkling in the night sky, Mao said hesitantly. It was the same back then. She spoke towards Hai, but her eyes remained fixed on Yeonjin. No, they weren't trying to cause chaos in the human world. They were acting with a different purpose, weren't they? His gaze softened. A long time ago. It seems the heavenly stems, she listened with a gloomy face, have already started targeting Yeonjin. Both of them directed their gazes towards him as he ate his meal. But there's something very strange. He asked doubtfully, "Great Guardian Mao, don't you feel like something is wrong?" He voiced his suspicion. After that incident, until before he turned 16, Yeonjin didn't encounter anything similar. Hearing this, she was startled. If their only purpose was to correct the course of nature, then afterwards they should have made more moves to try and eliminate him. That's how it should be. Mao nodded. It really is strange. I also don't understand why they stopped targeting Yeonjin, especially since after the accident, he was always left alone. Hai glanced around. If the heavenly stems had intervened 15 years ago, then Chen's seal could have been broken at any time. He continued, coincidentally, the moment the seal was broken was right before his 16th year. What I'm about to say is just a guess. Hai's face turned serious. The original target of the heavenly stems and that mysterious force, I fear it wasn't young Master Yeonjin, but rather Chen's body. A body that can wield divine power. Mao froze upon hearing this, her eyes wide. What he maintained a calm expression. I think the heavenly stems have discovered it. The rule of 64 seasons. 64 seasons is also 16 years. Hai's words were unbelievable to her. I mean, the condition for using that body. She slammed the table and stood up. This is something I think we should share with the other great guardians. He shrugged slightly. Do you still not understand what I mean? Mao's face turned pale. Great Guardian Mao, Hai continued, the ones who know that information. His words left her petrified. Are only the earthly branch gods. Mao's voice stammered. What do you mean? Her face darkened. It means once that hypothesis is out there, I can no longer share information. With the other great guardians, Mao trembled as she called out, Great Guardian Hai. Even if it's all just speculation for now, a cold aura radiated from him. But if there are any suspicious points, that's reason enough for us to be vigilant. But Great Guardian Hai, Mao's face was pale, breaking into a cold sweat. But it was the demons who killed the humans. Hai was skeptical. Does Great Guardian Mao mean... She gradually calmed down. Because the marked demons directly killed people. You think it couldn't have been an earthly branch god? Hai continued. Even if they didn't act directly at the very least, there could be a mole, providing minimal information to the other side. Mao's hands clenched into fists. The two of them fell into a quiet space, neither saying a word to the other. His voice broke the silence, shattering the heavy atmosphere. So based on this assumption, I'll investigate further and then report back to Great Guardian Z. She hesitated. If it's Great Guardian Z, Hai's lips curled into a smile upon hearing Mao's words. Then he probably won't have any suspicions, right? Her face relaxed as well, a smile gracing her lips. Then Mao asked a question that stunned Hai. But I already know everything now. Are you still okay with that? He smiled amicably. Yes, because Great Guardian Mao is a very upright person. But if rumors spread, it'll be your fault, Great Guardian Mao. Mao stared down at the teacup on the table. Great Guardian Hai. She looked up, her face sharp. I also have some information to share with you. Although I'm not entirely sure. The teacup was lifted. There's something inside Yeonjin's mind. Hai was taken aback. Do you mean the black dragon? No. There's something else that I can't explain. She continued. I don't know if it belongs to Yongjin's subconscious, or if it's something else entirely. Right now I can't conclude yet, but Mao recalled the scene at that time. It didn't give me a negative feeling. She lowered her head slightly, and it pushed me out of Yongjin's mind. He was shocked, unable to believe it. It pushed you out. Mao averted her gaze, hesitating. Yes. At night, the gentle breezes rustled, causing the leaves to sway in rhythm with the wind. The tiled roofs were beautifully and sturdily designed. So Yongjin bowed his head deeply. Well then, goodbye, guardians. He stepped into a one-way portal. Before fully entering, Yongjin turned back and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this Great Guardian Z's house?" Hai gave a forced smile. "It would be better if I could connect directly to your house, Yongjin, but I'm limited in terms of space." Mao smiled brightly to reassure him. "I've already spoken with Great Guardian Z. I'm sure he has already opened a gate directly to your house, Yongjin. So don't worry, just step through slowly." Suddenly a voice called out, "Yongjin?" Yongjin was startled and turned around. It was Hai. He smiled. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." I continued, "Considering that for now, we've only confirmed the appearance of Tianding. It's unlikely that all the heavenly stems are acting." "Yes, sir." He chuckled. "Besides, in terms of rank, I'm far above Tianding." Mao also chimed in with praise. "That's right. Great Guardian Hai is extremely strong, so you can rest assured." He was bewildered. "That's not it." Scene change. Sai was standing thoughtfully in front of the door. Her eyes were downcast. "Ah, well, the two great guardians." Suddenly a figure burst out, shattering the glass door. "My ancestor." Yongjin stood frozen. Seems to have encountered another heavenly stem. Hearing this, Mao froze, her brows furrowing. Hai's expression wasn't much better. His eyes widened. Sai was pinned down by a strong arm at her neck. A large figure was pressing down on her. He had a set of gleaming white sharp teeth. Turns out that person was Tiangang. His face was ferocious, filled with excitement. Tiangang, the invincible killing god, Tiangang. Tiangang pinned Si to the ground. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure and resist. His voice came from above her head. "Long time no see, Sister Bai." Tiangang flashed a bizarre smile, his sharp teeth showing. "I heard you played with Tianding last time." One of his hands was pressed across Sai's neck, his attitude extremely mocking and provocative. "This time play with me." Faced with such a madman, she actually smiled and said, "Business hours are over for today, customer." Tiangang was extremely confused. "You think I'm your customer?" Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Not you." Shen stood against the light, his entire being radiating a brilliant aura. "She was talking to me." Right after the staff in his hand swung down, he gave the opponent a mischievous smile. "Long time no see, huh?" Tiangang didn't turn around. His hand accurately caught Shen's weapon. Then he turned his head and called his name Shen. The two of them immediately clashed. Tiangang spun around to launch a sweeping attack on him, but Shen quickly moved forward. His vision suddenly shifted. His pupils contracted rapidly. Shen had landed a powerful punch right in Tiangang's face. The half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground. His broken blade was held right against his neck. A sudden smile appeared on Shen's lips. "Think you can handle it?" The expression on Tiangang's face instantly stiffened as he saw the blade getting closer and closer. Sai also moved to witness the Jak Yak Da. Then a loud explosion was heard, simultaneously with Shen's decisive sword stroke. She shouted loudly at him, "Hey!" Shen tilted his head back and asked, "What?" Sai angrily approached and yelled, "This is my shop." He replied casually, "I'll fix it up for you, what's the big deal?" While the two were arguing, a third voice chimed in. Whoa. Surprisingly, Tiangang was completely unharmed. "I thought being trapped in a human body would mean you couldn't use your power properly. That hurt more than I thought." Seeing this, Shen became even more interested. His smile carried a thrill of excitement. He placed a hand lightly on Sai's shoulder. Very quickly, the clothes on Shen changed. He wore a red robe with gold patterns. God of War. Next, he quickly threw another dagger. Seeing the sharp point of the weapon approaching him, Tiangang was not worried at all. It won't work. But right after, Shen suddenly jumped up and grabbed the hilt of the sword. This action left him utterly astonished. Without giving Tiangang a chance to react, he had already kicked his opponent in the side. Seeing that he still managed to raise a hand to block, Shen praised, "Not bad, you still blocked it." His face looked incredibly provocative. He started to taunt. "Same old story. Remember the old days? Back when you got beat to a pulp." After saying that, Shen quickly retracted his leg. The hilt of the sword in his hand emitted a faint glow. He held his large blade and jumped behind Tiangang. 1,000 pounds! The blade began to glow with golden streaks of light. The massive blade, carrying immense power, descended upon Tiangang. His voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. "I was looking forward to meeting you the most." Tiangang blocked the blade with one hand, a scornful smile on his face. "But this is disappointing." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed a fist and punched him straight in the chest. Shen. The sword in Shen's hand fell powerlessly to the ground. The sudden turn of events made Sai cry out in alarm. Suddenly, Tiangong exclaimed, "What is that?" Looking at the wound on the arm he had raised to block his chest. He couldn't help but be surprised. I wasn't even using my full strength. Shen's left arm was bruised red from the punch, the bone bent. "Have you really become human?" He didn't care. His face darkened as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Tiangong shrugged, feigning reluctance. "Your snake woman messed with Tianding first, didn't she? So I came to mess with you a little too." Then he pointed a sharp finger at his opponent. "But you're too weak, so I've completely lost interest." Suddenly, Tiangong said goodbye and decided to leave. "I'm leaving." As he turned his back, he paused for a moment as if remembering something. Tiangong flashed a cunning smile, as if hinting at something. "I heard that in the human world, you have to be in a specific time period for you all to unleash your true abilities." "Really?" Shen maintained a cold expression, listening to his opponent's words. "We can meet again then. I'm always ready to welcome a fight." Sai was surprised as a flame slowly rose in the room. He took a slight step back, a little surprised. Hot. And the one creating those flames was none other than Sai. "There's no need to meet again." Her expression was cold as her hand controlled the flame. "You won't be leaving here." As soon as Sai gave the order, Tiangong was immediately surrounded by flames. "Fire, Sai." Her voice carried a steely resolve, determined to interrogate her opponent. "Speak." With every sentence, every word uttered, the ring of fire tightened, making Tiangong uncomfortable. "What is your purpose?" Shen stepped up beside her on guard to provide support. "And who told you about this so-called time?" Seeing that the opponent had no intention of opening his mouth, Sai narrowed her eyes, radiating danger. Not answering, the ring of fire tightened, causing Tiangong to wince in pain. Despite being at a disadvantage, he could still open his mouth to taunt. "You're even more pathetic than I imagined." Tiangong clenched his fist, grabbing the ring of fire tightly. He threw a punch into the air. Tiangong used the absolute destruction strike to fight back. Shen quickly grabbed Si, shielding her from the immense power. A moment later, all that remained was a giant crater in the ground, and Tiangong was gone. He glanced back in annoyance. What a pain. That evening at a brightly lit mansion. "That monkey is coming back soon." Wu poured a glass of wine and smiled mischievously. "Let's finish this and clean up. Destroy the evidence. You seem to be in a mood." "I just had a thought." She scrolled through her phone, musing aloud about Yeonjin's existence. What if the cycle of the child who doesn't cry has ended? These words made him pause. "Grandmaster Yu, what is that chicken brain of yours spouting?" "Logically speaking." But you cut him off. "Hold on, hear me out." She sat up straight. "The reason we consider it logical, isn't it because it's a flow? That even with our powers, we can't stop." Yu's expression was incredibly serious. "Let's think about it more simply. That flow has now changed, hasn't it?" Wu listened intently. "In a body born from a human is a human soul." He continued her thought, to be precise. "It's not a human body." She seemed to agree. "True, but what was born in that body is a human soul. If that's the case, could it be that—" Yu continued to lay out her thoughts. "A human soul will also enter our next bodies, and after that humans will continue to be born, so—" The more she spoke, the more excited she became. "That means our mission in the mortal world is over, and we'll get to return to the heavens." Once again, Wu crushed her dream. "Nice speech, but someone isn't going back to the heavens." He brought up that one character. "Grandmaster Chen?" Yu scratched her head cluelessly. "It probably won't be the same, huh? Putting us in a dog's body would be a bit much." Wu placed his empty wine glass on the table. His hair hid the expression on his face as he said this. "I feel bad for Yeonjin too." But Wu spoke bluntly, but to say Yeonjin is completely human is still a bit of a stretch. She hugged a pillow and lay back on the sofa. "You're not wrong. That body was originally a divine body." He cut her off. "That's not the point." Wu's gaze was thoughtful. "Let's say he was wearing Grandmaster Zai's divine garment at the time." He raised a sensitive point, but the way he used his divine power was too easy. Every word he uttered shocked Yu. Honestly, what Grandmaster Wei said back then? Wei's words echoed in her mind. If he were just an ordinary human, the Black Dragon would have eaten him alive long ago. It's not something we can just turn a blind eye to. She immediately sat bolt upright. "I'm warning you, if you dare say, Yeonjin is a demon, I'll kill you." Of course, Wu didn't mean that. Yeonjin is definitely not a demon. He glanced up at her. But Wu's words carried a hard truth. "Do you think something like a demon is strong enough to suppress the Black Dragon?" He returned to his private villa in the evening. Just as Sai and Shen were stepping into the living room, he suddenly looked up and noticed something strange. Two weapons had appeared out of nowhere, ready and waiting to be launched. Before them, Shen saw Wu and Yu preparing to face off. "What are you two doing?" She immediately flew into a rage and tattled. "This bastard told me to kick the bucket to test the flow of providence. Why don't you do it yourself?" He immediately retorted, "No way. I'm busy playing the game that's coming out next year. I've been dying to play it." Shen snapped, his head aching. "Both of you stop messing around." Seeing Sai appear next to him, Yu jumped down from the railing. "Grandmaster Sai, you're here too." She greeted her politely. "You're here too?" Only then did she notice Shen's injury. "Wait a minute, what happened to your arm?" Wu also dropped his fighting stance. He bowed respectfully, "Grandmaster Shen." Then he tapped the pommel of his sword on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Before Yu's bewildered face, Wu was serious. "Please focus on what I'm about to say." He began to present his point of view. "This body, although it is a divine body, is ultimately different from our original selves. It is no longer a body created by the altar." Wu clearly stated his concerns. "And it's been a long time since we've used our powers properly." She couldn't help but wonder. "Why all of a sudden," he continued, "and we don't need a condition to activate our powers like Grandmaster Z." Wu clenched his fist. "We've been living peacefully, like normal humans for a while now, but from now on we must train to harmonize this body with our divine power." His demeanor was extremely determined, because no one knows the purpose of the heavenly stem's descent, and whether it's truly only for Yeonjin. I don't think it's that simple. The solemn atmosphere was immediately shattered by Shen's question. "Hey, you son of a bitch, are you drunk? Why are you being so serious?" Hearing this, Yu also chimed in to object. "I knew it, he's drunk off his ass. No wonder he suddenly had an episode." A little later, after Wu had passed out on the chair, he picked up the half-empty bottle of wine. He sighed. "That damn horse chugged the whole bottle." Shen also poured himself another glass of wine. So about the issues he just mentioned, it wasn't that he didn't care. If this body disappears now, will we get to return to the heavens? At this moment, Sai had an idea. If we want to verify it, we should try contacting Grandmaster Yin. He's the one with the fewest attachments to the mortal world. After all, Yu lamented. To be honest, none of us have attachments, sister. We've been troubled by this damn yoke for so long. Shen looked up and recounted. The last time I saw Yin, he was already a 70-year-old man. After that, there's been no contact for over 50 years. She had another thought. I wonder if Grandmaster Hai or Grandmaster Shu would know his whereabouts. But first, let's inform them of the situation. Suddenly, he spoke up, interrupting. "No." Shen placed his empty cup on the table. His face was serious as he instructed. "We must limit sharing information with the other earthly branch, gods, as much as possible." Someone was confused. "Why?" Sai then spoke up to answer the question. "Tiangeng knows detailed information about us. Things like the time. We can manifest our true power in the mortal world, to matters related to the altar bodies." She sat stunned, blankly listening to those words. When he told me I was trapped in a human body, it sounded very suspicious. From the start, the way he kept mentioning my true power, he added. Those weren't the words of someone who was sure of the information he had. Rather, he was trying to confirm what he had heard. You immediately cut in. Even so, to suspect the others based on that alone is... Sai tried to mediate. "It's not certain yet. It's just a theory," she recounted. "When I asked Tiangeng about his purpose for coming to the mortal world, he answered that person told him he couldn't say yet. He must be referring to the one who provided the information. And that person must know a lot about us earthly branch gods." Shen picked up the full wine glass from the table. He raised his voice slightly. "Interesting." A knowing smile played on his lips. "There's a mole among the earthly branch gods." She spoke sternly. "Are you crazy?" This time Sai brought up another possibility. Like Grandmaster Wu said, maybe their purpose isn't just about Yeonjin. You had a dazed expression, listening in confusion. But for certain, to achieve that purpose, they need Yeonjin. So what we can do now is just to keep an eye on the people around him. Cut to the next day. The sun was shining. Yeonjin sat absently holding an orange in his hand. Gong Ji-won was demonstrating a wooden sword technique, Horizon Slash. He walked over and handed the sword to Yeonjin. "Here, you try again." He looked less than willing. "Hey," Yeonjin complained. "Can't we just drop this training stuff at school?" Gong Ji-won emphasized. "Training knows no location." He still tried to persuade him. "From now on, just let me handle it myself. I've got the basic stances down more or less." His hand tightened on the sword. "No." His face was grim and serious. "I promise in a short time, I will make you as strong as possible." Yeonjin wondered. "Why me?" Gong Ji-won answered. "Because no matter how good I get with a sword, I can't surpass the limits of a human. But you can. That's why I plan to pass on everything I have to you, so you can protect yourself. If you can't escape fate, then fight with all your might. And most importantly, you must win." Gong Ji-won held the wooden sword out in front of him. Unexpectedly, Yeon-jin called him out. You had all that saved as a note on your phone. Didn't you? He scoffed. Seriously. You have zero romance in you, do you? Yeon-jin, you don't pull any punches. You think this situation is funny, so that's why you're doing this right. Just then a laugh came from behind them. Hey, you losers! A spinning basketball was flying towards Gong Ji-won. Yeon-jin quickly grabbed the wooden sword. He ran forward to block and struck the ball with great force. As expected, it immediately ripped open, hissed, and fell to the ground. The other guys instantly froze. The basketball exploded. No way. Dong Si-hoo's mouth twitched. What just happened? He gave a weak laugh, trying to play it off. This basketball must be old, that explains why. It looked a little dirty, but the two guys with him didn't think so. It was new, it was this firm. Meanwhile, Gong Ji-won was applauding continuously. Yeon-jin, you just saw the horizon slash a moment ago, and you've already mastered it. Dong Si-hoo stepped forward to taunt him. Kun! Yeon-jin has grown up a lot, huh? He brandished the wooden sword in his hand. Yeon-jin's face was full of menace. Stop messing with me, get lost. But he just smirked, unfazed. Acting all tough, huh? Dong Si-hoo sneered. Ever since you started hanging out with the Cheon-do-gyo crew. You seem pretty pleased with yourself, huh? Acting all high and mighty with a wooden sword. He laughed loudly. Did you even get permission from the teachers for that? Probably not, huh? After saying that, the guys immediately ran off. Gong Ji-won said, Anyway, there are a lot of people watching at school, so let's find another place to practice. His expression stiffened. You're just realizing that now, Gong Ji-won replied calmly. I didn't expect those bullies to jump in and steal the spotlight like that. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But it's strange, isn't it? How could someone with such a faint presence as Yeon-jin attract the attention of that bully? Gong Hyo-jun pieced things together. In times like these, if we follow the usual trope, the two of you were best friends as kids, and then because of some misunderstanding you became enemies. Yeon Jongin denied it. We weren't friends and there was no misunderstanding. Suddenly a voice called out, Yeon Jongin! Shu appeared out of nowhere, snatching the wooden sword from his hand. Her face was serious as she questioned him. What did you do with your left hand just now? A drop of sweat trickled down Yeon-jin's cheek. I didn't use the Black Dragon's power. Hearing this, Shu was skeptical. But you still made a basketball explode. If a passing dog heard that, it would probably laugh. I'm the one who should be laughing first. That's because you don't know. Grandmaster, inside Yeon Jin there is something even stronger than the power of the Black Dragon. What's stronger than the Black Dragon? What is it? It is the sword of the heart named willpower. I told you not to talk to me at school. Didn't I? I don't feel like it. Just because you tell me not to talk to you, I have to listen. Why should I? What are you, a child? Seriously, and what's with all this training? You think by doing that stuff, you can get stronger overnight. You must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. It's not eavesdropping, it's monitoring. Is there really a difference? Anyway, just don't do anything. Just obediently accept our protection. Why? I already said I'll protect my own body. You all said I was dangerous, didn't you? To avoid using the Black Dragon that you all fear. No matter what I do, it's all useless. It would be better if your body just stayed weak. What? Someone like you. Do you think you can control the Black Dragon? No matter how hard you try, you will only become a better vessel for the Black Dragon. The fact that your ego will be consumed will not change. Even for a Grandmaster God, you're a real piece of work. You're worse than the legends about old-fashioned geezers who always think their judgment is right. Don't follow me, Grandmaster, this is mine. After leaving, Yeon-jin looked at his hand, unconsciously remembering what just happened. If I had just blocked it, it would have been no big deal. Shu's words echoed in his mind. But you still made a basketball explode? Even I didn't expect that. Yeon-jin could only clench his fist in affirmation. There's one thing I can be sure of. That wasn't the power of the Black Dragon. Because whenever that power appears, the first sensation is my arm going numb. Come to think of it lately, my left arm hasn't been moving on its own anymore. A feeling of unease kept rising in Yeon-jin's heart. Something's up with my body. A divine body or something like that. Moreover, after that incident, the Black Dragon has been quieter. After a while, he could only let out a long sigh and move on. Once again, Yeon-jin was completely immersed in the atmosphere of the classroom. Time quickly passed into the late afternoon. In a certain house, a strange sound echoed. Two boys' faces turned pale as they looked at the scene before them. A white piece of paper was stained black after a ball knocked over an ink bottle. Bok-sun was frozen like a statue. The boy fearfully looked in the other direction. San, you did this okay? I don't know anything about it. Seeing the little girl completely covered in ink, San could only stammer, Bok-sun, I'm sorry. Only then did the little girl lift her head and ask, why were you running around like that? There's a yard, Why didn't you go out there to play ball instead of in the house? The little girl's gaze made San and his friend shrink back. So scary. Bok-sun stood up and somberly demanded, "Compensate me immediately." San was so flustered he was on the verge of tears. "But I don't have any money to compensate you." Bok-sun said nothing and held up 3 fingers. With each passing second, a finger went down. Then a piercing scream echoed through the house. See, with a grim expression, looked at the kids. What happened? Summoning the divine weapon Grandmaster Z, Bok-sun threw a tantrum and tattled, It was San. San did it all." San sheepishly confessed his guilt. "I spilled the ink." Bok-sun wailed in distress. "This is my favorite dress." The boy could only suggest you can just wash it. But Bok-sun only cried louder. "How can you wash out these stains?" The boy cheerfully told the little girl, "Technology is really advanced these days." Bok-sun couldn't believe it and screamed, "What, Z?" After hearing everything, could only let out a long sigh. "I'll buy you a new dress exactly like that one." Hearing this, Bok-sun happily ran over to him. "Really?" Seeing her excitement, Z added, "But it's late today, let's do it tomorrow." Bok-sun seized the opportunity to wheedle for more. Then, since it's summer, you should buy Bok-sun a new sundress too, okay? San and his friend were speechless. "So, that was your real goal." Zai gently patted her head, promising her, "Tomorrow I'll call Manager Lee. You can go with him, okay?" Suddenly being pawned off on someone else, Bok-sun bristled and struggled. "I don't want to go with Uncle Manager." "I said I want to go with you. You have to go on a date with Bok-sun." Seeing the little girl start to wail again, Zai had to agree. All right, I get it." He quickly urged her, "Now let's go have dinner. Bok-sun, go change your clothes." The little girl eagerly replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, San and his friend exchanged a subtle smile, relieved that everything had passed smoothly. The 3 kids trotted after Z, chirping questions. "By the way, is Yang Yang not coming today?" San had heard about this before. He said, "Because of Uncle Chen, he can't come often." On another side of town, Yeonjin had just gotten home and froze at the door, dropping his bag. Looking at the tangerine peels scattered on the floor, Yeonjin's face fell. "Don't tell me." He ran over and lifted the fruit box, shocked. "Tangerines?" This was the very box Hai had given him. "Yeonjin, I have a little gift for you. These are halabong tangerines and some tangerine jam. Take them home and try them. Genuine Jeju Island tangerines." He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy them, and now the box was empty. This left Yeonjin stunned for a moment. "My delicious tangerines. Were they tangerines?" Jin lay sprawled on his stomach, recalling the taste. The texture was similar to fruits with seeds, but it wasn't bitter at all, it was actually very sweet. Yeonjin glared angrily at his ancestor. "You ate this entire thing by yourself." Jin clumsily got up and pushed a huge pot towards the mountain god. "I don't know how much. That June kid has been starved." More than half was eaten by June. And Yeonjin was no stranger to his ancestor blaming June. Meanwhile, over at June's place, he was oblivious, excitedly catching fish. So a helpless Yeonjin could only impose a punishment. Temporarily, you are banned from eating instant noodles. Getting banned for eating a little was completely baffling to Jin. "When you went to school, you packed a bunch of tangerines too, didn't you?" "Stingy, so stingy." Jongjin held up the empty box, questioning him. "I brought them to share with my friends." "You're the greedy one who scarfed them all down yourself." Jin knew he was in the wrong, but still tagged along, asking, "How long is this temporarily you're talking about?" Yeonjin was still angry, so he just replied, "Depends on my mood." "You ate that much and you're still hungry." Jin grumpily scolded him. "You're such a tyrannical brat. Even if you are my descendant, you're going to grow up to be an unpleasant person." Yeonjin didn't reply, but looking at the empty fridge, he could only think to himself, "Looks like I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow." He took out his phone to check. There was only a little bit of living expenses left. Yeonjin muttered, calculating. "It'll probably be hard to find a part-time job at this time." His words quickly reached someone's ears. "A part-time job?" Jin, with a tangerine-stained mouth, inquired. "Are you planning to go catch some bugs or something again, Jin just replied blandly. "After grocery shopping tomorrow, if there's a job, I'll do it. If not, then I won't." He seriously told Yeonjin, "I'll go with you." But he was immediately refused. No. Jin was actually very worried. Although you have Grandmaster Shu with you at school, right now you're all alone. What if some demon targets you? Or if you run into a heavenly stem? At this moment, Yeonjin unconsciously recalled Jin's previous words. "Just one word from me, and they won't target you anymore. Just use Chen like the other earthly branch gods do." After a moment, he decided, "All right, you can come along." Time quickly passed to the next day. Bok-sun's short legs stepped out of the car. All 3 children's faces were beaming with joy. Manager Lee stood behind them, smiling and remarking, "It seems the young masters were really looking forward to this trip." He nodded in agreement. "That's right." He gently pulled up his sleeve to check the time. "These kids usually love to sleep in but they woke up so early today. We're practically the first customers of the day. As the group was heading in, San suddenly turned back to look at Z and Manager Lee. San and Bok-sun vehemently objected. Manager, don't follow us. Right. Yeah. We just want to eat and play by ourselves. Exactly. You always say you don't have time and rush us. Totally. Manager Lee hesitated, looking at the kids. But young masters. Grand Master. At this point, Z spoke up. It's fine. He told Manager Lee, you can go on ahead. Manager Lee had no choice but to nod. Then after you're done shopping, please give me a call, sir. Inside the department store, the staff all stared with curious eyes. They couldn't help but gossip. It's just those kids by themselves. They can't be lost children, can they? After a while, Bok-sun brought several dresses to the counter. I'll take all of these. The staff looked hesitantly at the children. To pay. Well, as soon as they saw what Z presented, they fell silent. A private card. The person next to her took it extremely worried. This can't be a card the kids just found, can it? She asked Z and the group of children nervously. Little customers, may I ask you something? Where are your parents? The kids immediately widened their eyes in confusion. Parents? The saleswoman asked awkwardly. You're not with your parents. Meanwhile, Zai could only sigh deeply. I knew this wouldn't be easy. The two employees looked at each other worriedly. What should we do? Should we contact the Lost Child Center? Z turned away, dropping just one sentence. My parents are in the restroom. I'll go get them. After turning a corner, a pair of long legs appeared from a hazy smoke. A mature tone of voice rang out, startling both the staff and the children. Sorry I'm late. San had just opened his mouth to call out, Mister, when the boy next to him covered his mouth. You have to call him Dad. San immediately corrected himself. Dad. Z was now taller, but his gaze remained unchanged. He requested of the employee, please ring this up for me. After they left, the employees still couldn't believe it. They began to doubt again. Oh my God. He looks so young, but he already has 3 kids. The other employee remembered her face full of shock. No, including the kid with the bowl. Cut from before, that's 4 kids. This startled the person opposite her. My God, that kid looked like he was in elementary school. The two of them began to speculate wildly. Maybe he's the type. Who looks young, a rich chaebol, and a father to so many children. He's really done his part for the country. Meanwhile, at Yeonjin's house, a new item had appeared. A pet carrier free from Dong'an Market. He patted the carrier, urging, get in quick. Because dogs aren't allowed in the supermarket. If you want to come with me, you have to get in here. Jin looked at the cramped thing and cursed under his breath, but still settled down inside. As soon as he lifted it, Yeonjin exclaimed, damn, this is heavy. As he opened the door, he quietly told him, hurry up and use some divine power to make your body lighter or something. Jin, of course, did not comply and replied cheerfully, take this opportunity to build up your strength. Yeonjin grumbled nonstop, how am I supposed to carry something this heavy? Heading in a different direction, he didn't notice someone hiding behind a wall. His eyes were fixed on Yeonjin. Just then, a sound rang out, startling the stalker. Who are you? Zhu had been standing there for who knows how long. Realizing he'd been spotted, he quickly tried to bolt. But in a flash, Zhu had grabbed him by the collar. The stalker's hood fell down. Zhu looked at the person before him and sneered. Using divine power to escape? Wouldn't that be faster? She had already recognized the person before her as Grand Master Wei.